Chapter 1, A Double Strike. The school beauty comes to my door pregnant, and the god-level system is activated. Tang Yan, I'm pregnant. What? Tang Yan stared intently at the doorway. There stood a woman with delicate features, a slender figure, and wearing an ice blue long dress. Jiang Hanyue. The young lady of the Jiang group, the school beauty of Kyoto Academy, and an S-rank ice mage. Tang Yan's head buzzed and exploded completely. Since a game called Epic Reboot overlapped with reality, the world order has undergone earth-shattering changes. Every citizen can change their destiny by changing jobs when they turn 18. Unfortunately, as a time traveler, he awakened the most ordinary profession in life at the age of 18, a miner. After graduating from high school, he avoided several detours and smoothly entered the Jiang group as a qualified miner. My daily work involves dealing with and earning a meager salary. His life goal was clear: save up $1 million, go to the Professional Hall of Fame for a second career change, fight for a combat profession, and completely escape the fate of being at the bottom of society. But now, what is this woman saying? Is she pregnant? Tang Yan's memory was instantly pulled back to that sunny afternoon a month ago. As soon as he returned to his rented room, a flash of white light appeared, and Jiang Hanyue, her body burning hot and her clothes disheveled, suddenly appeared out of thin air and pounced on him. At that time, her face was flushed, her legs were bent halfway, her body was trembling uncontrollably, and she was incoherently shouting hot and uncomfortable. Tang Yan thought she had a high fever and hurriedly tried to apply a towel and give her water, but she clung to him tightly. He was a hot-blooded young man. How could he withstand such a test? With a mix of reluctance and acceptance, the two found themselves engaging in a deeper level of communication. After several hours of fighting, Jiang Hanyue dragged her weary body away resolutely, leaving behind only the lingering fragrance of the room and a speck of red on the bedsheet. Tang Yan once thought it was just a dream. Until this moment. The heroine of his dream stood alive before him, bringing with her earth-shattering news. Are you sure? Tang Yan's Adam's apple bobbed, and he uttered a few words with difficulty. I'm sure. Jiang Hanyue lowered her eyes, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt. That day, I was collecting ice soul crystals deep in the level 25 public dungeon area dark jungle, when the people from the Dawn organization tried to kidnap me. During the fight with them, I was accidentally poisoned by the love flower. In the face of crisis, I activated the spatial teleportation stone I was carrying, and thus appeared at your house. Love flower? Tang Yan's heart skipped a beat. Although he was just a miner, he had heard of this vicious drug. It is said that if there is no antidote, the poisoned person will be consumed by lust until their internal organs fail and they die. No wonder she was so hot-blooded, so out of control, so reckless back then. It turned out it wasn't a high fever, but a poisoning attack. And that space teleportation stone, just from the name, it's clear that it's not a high-level item he can access. It wasn't that Jiang Hanyue wanted to find him, but rather that this life-saving device accidentally fell into his house while teleporting her. Everything makes sense now. Her initial madness was not due to fate, but rather an accident that occurred during her desperate struggle for survival. And yet, without even knowing it, he had become her antidote. What's this? Is it an act of heroism or taking advantage of someone in distress? I had only indulged in a few gluttonous meals. I never expected to be so lucky. I'm a dad. Tang Yan was both amused and exasperated. Just as he was digesting this earth-shattering secret, a pleasant voice rang out. Ding! The system has detected that the host's closest relative is about to be born. The God-level system has been officially activated. This system will help the host become a master in their respective fields, providing a bright future for their family and children. The system has detected that the host's current profession and identity are extremely mismatched, and a new identity has been proposed. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the unique hidden class SSS-rank all-encompassing ruler. The sovereign of all things, a supreme being who influences the battlefield from the level of rules. Vocational skills training is being distributed. Congratulations, host! You have acquired 6 skills: Resounding Battle Song passive, Soaring Morale active, Endless Plunder active, Turn Trash into Treasure active, Immortal Guardian active, and Emperor's Engine hidden. It's the system. The essential cheat code for time travelers has finally arrived. Ruler of all things. Just hearing the name exudes an aura of dominance. It seems I'm destined to be no ordinary person. Tang Yan was so excited that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. With a thought, he couldn't wait to open his skill bar. Resounding Battle Song passive, level, LV1, your very existence is the strength of the army. Effect: when on the battlefield, all friendly units within 100 meters of you will automatically receive a 5% increase to all attributes. Note, this skill is a passive aura, with no cost and no cooldown. The amplification range and strength increase with skill level. The more allies you have, the louder the battle song will be. 100-meter range. All friendly units. 5% bonus to all attributes. This simple introduction alone made Tang Yan gasp in surprise. It's worth noting that the ultimate skill, thousands of troops breaking the formation of the top teams, which they pay to support, only has a range of 20 meters and lasts for 15 seconds, with a cooldown time as long as 20 minutes. He only needs to stand in the dungeon, and the buff effect will be maximized for the entire area. It can be said that one person can lead a team of thousands. Next is Morale Soars active, level, LV1, a clarion call to dispel the gloom. Effect: unleashes an exhilarating roar, instantly dispelling all negative status effects on all friendly units within 100 meters, and continuously restoring 5% of their total maximum health and mana over 2 minutes. Cooldown: 60 seconds, cost 150 MP. Note: a lifesaver. Doubles the effect on common debuffs such as fear, dizziness, and poison. Group purification. It also provides continuous health and mana regeneration. These are several of the skills of the top priest. In that perilous dungeon, a single crowd control skill could lead to a total wipeout. His skill can turn the tide of battle in a critical moment and pull the entire team back from the brink of death. Combined with Resounding Battle Song, one is a permanent skill and the other is a lifesaver, making it arguably the best support skill. Tang Yan's breathing became somewhat rapid. He seemed to already see a future where he would be treated as an honored guest by countless top guilds, and countless powerful individuals would vie to team up with him. He suppressed his excitement and looked at the next skill. Endless Plunder active, level, LV1, just plunder. Effect: launches a plunder attack on a group of targets within a 10-meter radius, with a 20% chance to successfully steal anything, such as items, attributes, or even talents. After a successful plunder, the target will suffer a 10% weakened state for 25 seconds. Cooldown: 50 seconds, cost 200 MP. Note: a simple and straightforward way to start a battle. The success rate is halved if the target's level is 5 levels higher than yours. Steal the items. Steal the attributes. They're even stealing talent. This skill is so powerful. Tang Yan's throat felt a little dry. A 20% probability isn't high, but it's an area of effect skill. And the range is still 10 meters. This is no longer a simple support skill, but has extremely strong offensive and growth potential. Before the battle begins, unleash a powerful attack to amplify the enemy's attributes and even their talents onto yourself. It not only weakens the enemy, but also strengthens itself. Turning waste into treasure active, level, LV1, treasure processing furnace. Effect: placing a useless, low-quality, or damaged item material into the processing furnace can improve its quality, repair it, or transform it into another item of greater value. Cooldown: 15 seconds, cost 100 MP. Note: the core steps to turning trash into treasure. Turning lead into gold, it's no exaggeration. Transformation? Improve quality? This skill seems to be a life skills type. However, for Tang Yan at this moment, it was simply a Midas touch tailor-made for him. Mountains of waste are piled up in the mine shafts, and broken equipment that no one wants on the market. What others see as trash can become treasures in his eyes. Turn iron ore into mithril? Repairing fragments of divine equipment? As long as you have enough mana, use it as soon as the cooldown is over. He could almost see a continuous stream of wealth flowing towards him. His gaze fell on the second to last skill. Immortal Guardian active, level, LV1, the starting point of an army built from scratch. Effect: upon use, summons a rock warrior every 3 seconds for 1 minute. The rock warrior applies a guardian mark to yourself or friendly units within 10 meters, lasting 50 seconds. While the mark is active, if the target takes lethal damage, the damage is completely negated, and a shield equal to 10% of the target's maximum health is immediately generated, lasting 30 seconds. Cooldown: 30 minutes, cost 500 MP. Note: when an immortal legion stands behind you, even death will retreat. Summoning skill: 20 rock warriors in 1 minute. If this skill were maxed out, it could create an ever-renewing rock army. What's even more impressive is that each terracotta warrior can be granted a life-saving protection. This means he can instantly give his team nearly 100 chances to survive, while simultaneously commanding a fearless legion to crush the battlefield. This is hardly protection. This is about dominating life and death with absolute numbers and rules. A surge of ecstasy coursed through my body like an electric current. With this skill, he alone becomes a mobile, invincible defensive line that combines offense and defense. Finally, he focused all his attention on that one and only hidden skill. The word hidden alone is enough to illustrate its significance. Emperor Engine Hidden, LV1, I am the king. Effect: upon activation, your heart will roar like an imperial engine, releasing an invisible, kingly pressured domain radius 100 meters. All units within the domain will be mentally stunned and have their rules disrupted, experiencing a 3-second trembling and submission state, regardless of level requirements. Cooldown, 10 hours, cost, 3000 MP. Note, this is a last-ditch effort to turn the tide. Use with caution. Ignore level requirements. These words carry the weight of Mount Tai. In this world where hierarchy reigns supreme, his skill will surely overturn everyone's understanding. Although the effect is only psychological intimidation and rule disruption, it doesn't seem to cause any real damage. But in a life or death battle, even a 3-second pause can change everything. Moreover, it is a skill that grows with skill level, so the higher the skill level, the longer the control time will be. This is his ultimate trump card. A trump card capable of creating miracles in any desperate situation. A single class that combines top-tier support, powerful crowd control, mass looting, turning trash into treasure, legion summoning, and group invulnerability. This can no longer be called support, it's practically a hexagonal warrior, capable of both offense and defense. This is so awesome. With these, what the hell is this talk of the fate of the lower class? What? $1 million job change fee? To hell with them all. His life will be completely changed from this moment on. What are you thinking? Jiang Hanyua's voice abruptly pulled Tang Yan back to reality from his boundless ecstasy. Oh? It's nothing. Tang Yan snapped out of his daze and scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. His expression just now must have made him look like an idiot. However, the next second, he put away all his awkwardness and looked straight into Jiang Hanyua's clear eyes with a serious expression. Jiang Hanyua, don't worry, I, Tang Yan, am definitely not the kind of irresponsible and unaccountable man. As long as you are willing to give birth to the child, I promise you that I will do my best to create the best living conditions for you and the child in the future, and I will never let you suffer any grievances. If he had been a miner breaking rocks in the mine just a minute ago, saying these words would have been a huge joke even to himself. How can a penniless man who can't even support himself negotiate with the prestigious Jiang family? What can guarantee the future of the mother and child? With your mouth? But now, things are different. He possesses endless plunder, which allows him to seize everything to strengthen himself. With the turning waste into treasure feature, you can turn lead into gold and generate a continuous flow of wealth. With the Immortal Guardian, you can raise an army. Furthermore, they now possess the ultimate trump card, the Emperor Engine. He has the means to make a living in this world, and even to reach the top. Supporting a family and providing them with the best life was no longer a distant fantasy for him, but a goal that could definitely be achieved. Therefore, his promise was no longer an empty promise, but a declaration stemming from absolute self-confidence. Jiang Hanyue gazed at Tang Yan silently, a ripple of emotion stirring within her. She was not a naive young girl. Coming from a wealthy family, her father, Jiang Jingshan, is not only the chairman of the Jiang Group, but also the renowned suppressing mountain general of the Great Xia Kingdom and the commander of the Allied Army. Given her family background, she has never lacked attentive suitors, all of whom come from prominent families and are exceptionally capable. All she needs to do is choose one of these people who she finds pleasing to the eye and who is a good match for her, and that will be a perfectly logical life path for her. Unexpectedly, an accident bound her to someone from a completely different world. Before meeting Tang Yan, she had sent someone to investigate him privately. He is handsome and has a clean background. Born into an ordinary family, orphaned at the age of 18, he awakened to his professional ambitions and went to work alone in a mine owned by the Jiang Group. He is hardworking and conscientious in his work, and has harmonious relationships with his colleagues and friends. Apart from that face, everything else was unremarkable. People who meet these criteria are a dime a dozen in this world, but gaining a father's approval is as difficult as climbing to heaven. Moreover, they were not familiar with each other at all, let alone had any emotional foundation. Therefore, Jiang Hanyue had been hesitant about how to handle this thorny matter. She had imagined countless possibilities. They thought that Tang Yen would be too scared to say anything after hearing the news, or even choose to shirk responsibility. But he didn't. His composed and unassuming demeanor was quite impressive. Jiang Hanyue. Tang Yen broke the silence. We didn't know each other well, and that day was an accident. Since fate brought us together in this way, it proves that there is some kind of destiny between us. If you don't abandon me, I will definitely give you a brand new future. I assure you, I am far better than anyone else in this world. Tang Yan's words caused a slight tremor in Jiang Hanyue's heart. She pondered for a moment. Although she didn't know where this man got the confidence to say those words, his openness and sincerity inexplicably gave her more trust. Tang Yen, to be honest, when my family found out I was pregnant, they wanted me to have an abortion. Jiang Hanyue said softly. But I think it was a life after all. I don't blame you for what happened that day. But, if you want to be with me, you still need my father's approval. I'm here today to inform you that my father, he wants to see you. No problem. Tang Yan agreed without hesitation. Meeting your future father-in-law is definitely necessary. Even if Jiang Hanyue hadn't brought up the news, he still planned to visit her in person. After all, to gain the Jiang family's approval and qualify to marry Jiang Hanyue, the first step must be to conquer the legendary suppressing mountain general. He knew very well that this meeting would be a severe test for him. Jiang Jingshan would never easily entrust his daughter to a poor boy of such a different social status. Money, status, strength, the other party will definitely use the most realistic standards to measure him. But Tang Yen showed no fear. What he wanted was not only the Jiang family's approval, but also for Jiang Jingshan to understand that his daughter had chosen a man who could provide for her. To completely dispel all the Jiang family's concerns, you must demonstrate your unparalleled value. My current advantage lies in my newly awakened class, Master of All Things. This is his biggest trump card and the source of his confidence. Once the career panel is displayed, any words will seem pale and powerless. A class that combines top-tier support, powerful control, group rating, and legion summoning is of immeasurable value. As the commander of the Alliance's army, Jiang Jingshan guards a region, and his thirst for a powerful profession is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. That's the kind of shock he wanted. As for the reward, if this meeting is successful, he will solve the biggest problem in his life, win the heart of the beauty, and also gain a powerful father-in-law as a backer. This deal is a sure thing. Chapter 2. Before the sovereign of all things, your 10 million is nothing more than a hollow sound. The black Mercedes smoothly navigated the city streets. As Tang Yen sat in the car, an upgrade panel, unique to all professionals in this world, appeared before his eyes. Name, Tang Yen. Level, LV1, 0200. Occupation, ruler of all things. HP, 120-120. MP, 100-100. Physical damage, 20. Physical defense, 16. Magic damage, 20. Magic defense, 8. Speed, 16. Constitution, 12-1 Constitution plus 10 blood. Spirit, 10-1 Spirit plus 10 magic plus 2 spell damage. Strength, 10-1 Strength plus 2 attack. Armor, 8-1 Physical defense plus 2 physical defense plus 1 magic defense. Agility, 8-1 Agility plus 2 speed. Talent. Equipment. Backpack. Skills, Resounding Warsong passive, Soaring Morale active, Endless Plunder active, Turn Trash into Treasure active, Immortal Guardian active, Emperor's Engine hidden. Attribute points. After the system's job change, his attribute panel underwent a dramatic transformation. The profession is no longer that of a miner, but rather the sole master of all things. Their performance in all metrics is significantly higher than that of newly promoted combat professional players. He remembered clearly that ordinary combat professions, such as warriors and mages, had an initial 5-dimensional attribute of 5 points, while support and life professions had even lower values, with only a pitiful 3 points. His basic attributes all start at 8 points, with his highest physique reaching 12 points. The calculated actual attributes are almost twice that of combat professionals of the same level. Is this the true value of a god-tier profession? He watched the city rushing past the window, but his thoughts drifted even further. In this game world where the old order has collapsed and a new order is being rebuilt. Monsters, dungeons, secret realms, skills, classes. These elements, which once only existed in fantasy, have all appeared. Upgrading, becoming stronger, and acquiring resources have become the only path for everyone to survive and move forward. The school no longer teaches simple math, physics, and chemistry, but also dungeon strategies, monster encyclopedias, skill combinations, and teamwork. Money is still important, but what truly determines status is rank, profession, and ability. $1 million job transfer fee is merely the first hurdle on the promotion ladder. However, fate still favored this transmigrator, and he awakened the system. Minor? Job change fee? The immense pressure that had once suffocated him suddenly seemed insignificant and trivial in the face of the words, master of all things. His path was completely different from the moment he was chosen by the system. The journey was uneventful, and the Mercedes eventually arrived at the Jiang Group's headquarters building. This skyscraper, towering into the clouds, stands in the heart of the city, and its top floor is the private domain of Riverview Hill. Tang Yan followed Jiang Hanyue out of the car and into the building. The elevator ascended smoothly and finally stopped with a ding. Stepping out of the elevator, you are greeted by a sky garden that is so vast it's almost exaggerated. The area is tens of thousands of square meters. With exotic flowers and rare plants everywhere, and artificial mountains and flowing water all around, it doesn't feel like being 1,000 meters in the air at all, but more like a paradise on Earth. Around the courtyard, a guard in a special combat uniform stands every 10 meters. They were composed and well equipped, clearly indicating that they were all-powerful individuals of considerable rank. The heavy security demonstrated the owner's extraordinary status. A female secretary dressed in a smart business suit was already waiting there. She bowed respectfully to Jiang Hanyue and then led the two through the courtyard into an office. The office's decor is simple yet sophisticated, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows offering panoramic views of the city's bustling cityscape. A burly middle-aged man stood with his back to them by the window. He simply stood there, without releasing any aura, yet a mountain-like, heavy pressure enveloped the entire space, making people unconsciously feel short of breath. Jiang Gingshan. A level 89 berserker. The great Xia's guardian general of the mountains. Tang Yan silently recited the name in his heart, his body instinctively tensing up for a moment, but then completely relaxing. The man slowly turned around, his face radiating authority without anger, his deep gaze falling on Tang Yan as if trying to see right through him. Dad! Jiang Hanyue called out softly. Jiang Dingshan responded, but his gaze never left Tang Yan. He took a step, each step feeling heavy and powerful, as if he were stepping on someone's heart. You're Tang Yan? Jiang Jingshan walked up to Tang Yan and looked down at him, scrutinizing him. Hello, uncle. Tang Yan met his gaze with neither humility nor arrogance. The young man is quite dashing. Jiang Jingshan nodded, seemingly satisfied with the person in front of him. Last time, Hanyu was almost kidnapped by the people of Dawn, but it was thanks to you that she was rescued. However, I didn't let those Dawn people get away with it either. I wiped out their entire stronghold in Kyoto and slaughtered them all. Anyone who dares to mess with the Jiang family will die. In the end, he exuded a strong aura of killing intent. Jiang Jingshan was ostensibly talking about how he would deal with the Dawn organization, but in reality, he was demonstrating. Tang Yan was well aware of this, but the fact that Jiang Jingshan could bring it up in front of him without any hesitation showed that he was a fairly straightforward person. Uncle, that was well done. Organizations like theirs should have been eradicated long ago. Tang Yan responded calmly. Breaking Dawn? After arriving in Kyoto, he heard his fellow miners mention this organization. They chanted slogans that were incredibly grandiose, such as punishing the strong and helping the weak, eliminating class distinctions, and ensuring that every professional could receive fair treatment. Unexpectedly, what they were doing behind the scenes was all dirty stuff like kidnapping, extortion, assassination, and robbery. Now that they've provoked Jiang Jingshan, this god of death, their fate is predictable. Alas, it's a pity that their leader escaped to Japan. Once I'm done with this busy period, I will definitely capture him and tear him to pieces. Jiang Jingshan said bitterly. Dad! Jiang Hanyue said coquettishly, her cheeks instantly flushing red. She quickly walked to the sofa next to her and sat down, turning her head to the side, clearly not wanting to mention the embarrassing incident from that day again. After all, Tang Yan had seen her ugly state after being poisoned. Oh, it's nothing, Dad's just worried about you. Jiang Jingshan's murderous aura vanished instantly, as if the berserker who had just wanted to slaughter gods and Buddhas was merely an illusion. Then, he changed the subject and turned his gaze back to Tang Yan. Kid, here's 10 million, as a token of your gratitude for saving Hanyu's life. One more thing, I hope you can take this money, leave Kyoto, and never appear in front of us again. After saying that, he took out a pure black metal card from his pocket and threw it on the mahogany table in front of him. They arrived as expected. Paying people off is the simplest, most direct, and most effective method. Tang Yen remained completely calm. He had anticipated this scene before he came. 10 million was an astronomical figure for him back then, a fortune that he might not be able to accumulate even if he spent his whole life breaking stones in the mine. But now, in his eyes, these numbers are nothing more than the value that he can create by using the turning waste into treasure skill a few times. His goal was never money. Instead, she wanted to make the man in front of her willingly hand over his daughter to her. Jiang Hanyue froze instantly. She stood up abruptly from the sofa, eager to say something. Cold moon. Jiang Jingshan didn't turn his head, but just gave a low shout. Don't say anything, this is between him and me. Jiang Hanyue's lips moved, but she ultimately sat back down helplessly, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her skirt, her fingertips turning white. Jiang Jingshan's attitude was very firm. His daughter, the apple of the Jiang family's eye, is of noble birth and exceptionally talented. She is a future S-level powerhouse. We must never allow ourselves to be tied to a poor boy from a completely different background because of a ridiculous accident. For his daughter's future and happiness, he, as her father, had to sever this ill-fated relationship with his own hands, even if it seemed cold and ruthless. Uncle, I'm not here for the money. Tang Yen was not in a hurry, and did not even glance at the black gold card that represented enormous wealth. His calmness surprised Jiang Jingshan. Oh? Jiang Jingshan leaned forward slightly, and an invisible sense of pressure swept over him once again. So what do you want? A higher price? Or shares in the Jiang group? In his opinion, this kid was definitely playing hard to get. He'd seen this kind of trick many times before. I don't want anything. Tang Yen spoke clearly, word by word. All I want is Hanyue, and our child. Ha ha ha. Jiang Jingshan seemed to have heard the best joke in the world, turned around, sat down in his chair, and burst into laughter. Kid, you've got quite the nerve. Don't you even know your place? In this world, the quality of your profession and your rank determine everything. His laughter stopped abruptly, and he sat bolt upright. Don't blame me for being harsh, but you're just a miner breaking rocks in a mine. What do you have to offer them, mother and child, for a future? With those hands of yours that are only good for mining? Jiang Jingshan's words were like the sharpest knife, dissecting the cruelest reality of this world. Without ability, without a background, and without a strong career, even talking about the future is a luxury. The air in the office seemed to freeze. Jiang Hanyue's heart sank to the bottom. The thing she feared most had happened. Although my father's words were harsh, every single one of them was true. A miner, one of the lowest professions in society, struggles to even support himself, so how can he possibly shoulder the burden of a family? She subconsciously looked at Tang Yen, hoping to see a hint of embarrassment, anger, or retreat on his face. However, there was nothing there. Tang Yen remained standing ramrod straight, his expression eerily calm. To be honest, uncle, I have already changed jobs twice. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingshan paused for a moment. Jiang Hanyue, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly raised her head, a look of disbelief flashing in her eyes. Second job change? Jiang Jingshan narrowed his eyes slightly. This kid is actually quite capable. According to his investigation, Tang Yen had only started working at the Jiang Group's mining area a year ago, and in just 1 year, he had managed to save up 1 million yuan for a job transfer. This is either due to incredible luck or extraordinary perseverance. Moreover, the difficulty of undergoing a second job advancement for a life profession is far greater than that for a combat profession. Those who succeed are all people with strong willpower. If you could switch to a decent combat class, such as the rare Shield Guardian or Thunder Mage, it wouldn't be a bad idea to invest resources in developing it. After all, those who can successfully transition from a life profession to a combat profession are extremely rare, and their future growth potential is immeasurable. Oh? What profession did you switch to? He leaned back in his chair, relaxing, but with a noticeable increase in genuine interest. Support. Tang Yen uttered 2 words calmly. These 2 words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the interest that Jiang Jingshan had just begun to develop. He couldn't even be bothered to hide his disappointment anymore. Support? Another support role? How can you painstakingly switch from a primary profession to a secondary profession? What's the point? Even a rare second-stage job advancement support, how much can it really accomplish? In this world where strength reigns supreme, support classes are ultimately vines that depend on the strong to survive. They can never truly dominate the battlefield and determine victory or defeat. I thought it was some kind of amazing profession. Jiang Dingshan scoffed, making no attempt to hide his disappointment. Kid, are you kidding me? What's so special about a support class that's worth bragging about? I, Jiang Jingshan, have plenty of support professionals under my command. There are plenty of people with higher levels and more experience than you. Holy Light Priests, Battle Formation Masters, Elemental Priests, which one do I need? This kid thought he could pull out some amazing trump card to negotiate with me. After all that, it's just a change from a useless job to another one where you have to be subservient to others. That's an absolute joke. Jiang Hanyue's heart sank completely. The glimmer of hope she had felt vanished the moment the word assist left her lips. Tang Yan stared at Jiang Jingshan's disappointed expression, but his demeanor remained unchanged. If this guardian general of the mountains knew that he, as a support class, possessed 6 abnormal skills that were enough to overturn the entire world's combat system, I wonder what he would think? He would probably jump up from his chair immediately and tie himself back to the military camp without hesitation. Uncle, I want to. You may have some misunderstandings about the support role. I'm different from them. Chapter 3 reveals the truth. I'm a god-tier support player, and my father-in-law is petrified on the spot. Yeah? Jiang Dingshan leaned back in the large leather chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest. I'd like to see what makes you different, kid. He simply didn't believe that a support profession could be anything special. He just thought it was the stubbornness of a young person who didn't know his own limitations. Then, he raised his voice towards the door. Lu Yen, bring in the professional display device. As soon as he finished speaking, the office door was pushed open, and the capable-looking female secretary walked in. She held a black metal instrument, about half a meter square, and placed it steadily on the mahogany table. She is one of Jiang Jingshan's capable assistants, a level 71 Holy Light Priest. Occupational display device, a tool specifically used to detect occupational information. Simply place your hand on it to project information about profession, level, and skills, making it easy for various factions to quickly select talent. With this, any disguise will be exposed. Jiang Hanyue's heart sank into her throat. She looked at Tang Yan for help, hoping he wouldn't act impulsively. In her view, Tang Yan's actions were tantamount to bringing shame upon himself. Even if a support character who has just completed their second job advancement is extremely rare, how could they possibly catch her father's eye? Tang Yan didn't look at anyone, silently walked forward, and calmly placed his right hand steadily on the cold sensor panel of the instrument. Buzz. A pale blue light screen instantly projected from above the instrument, displaying perfect clarity to everyone in the office. The moment the light screen appeared, Jiang Jingshan still looked disdainful. What kind of tricks can a support class do? But when his gaze swept over the line of text at the very top of the screen, he suddenly stood up. Name, Tang Yan. Level, LV1, 0100. Occupation, ruler of all things. Ruler of all things? What kind of profession is this? Jiang Jingshan had lived half his life, fought countless battles, and seen countless rare and hidden professions, but he had never heard of this name before. For the first time, the contempt in his heart began to waver. Then, his gaze moved down and landed on the densely packed list of skills. Skills: resounding warsong passive, soaring morale active, endless plunder active, turn trash into treasure active, immortal guardian active. Except for the last hidden skill, Emperor Engine, which cannot be displayed by the detector, the effects of the other 5 skills are clearly shown on the light screen. Holy crap! Jiang Dingshan exclaimed in surprise. His gaze was fixed on the screen, and he began to read it carefully, word by word. A permanent aura with all attributes within a 100-meter radius? Group purification plus continuous recovery? Can it plunder attributes or even talents? Turning trash into treasure? Summoned creatures can even grant teammates an invincibility mark? Each skill description was like a heavy hammer blow, slamming into his established professional perceptions and values. This ability cannot be explained by any existing professional system. Any one of these 5 skills, taken individually, would be enough to make a support class highly sought after by major factions. And now, they are all concentrated on a young man at LV1. Jiang Jingshan's mouth opened slightly involuntarily, as if he were nailed to the spot by an invisible force, forgetting even to breathe. The office was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. How is this possible? LV1? While others get at most 3 initial skills after successfully changing jobs, he got 5 right away. And this combination of skills is simply unheard of. This is not something a support class should possess at all. These skills are strategic weapons capable of changing the world order. If this kid grows up, he can carry the entire Great Xia dynasty to new heights. Support? Screw support. Jiang Jingshan just wanted to slap himself hard right now. What kind of utter nonsense did I just say? Should I bribe him to get rid of him? Should we kick him out of Kyoto? That's absolutely the most foolish thing in the world. Han Yu. Han Yu brought back a walking gold mine for the Jiang family. Standing to the side, Lu Yan's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit an egg, and her body was as stiff as a statue. This guy is a monster. As a level 71 Holy Light Priest, her proudest skill is Group Purification, which can dispel one negative status effect from teammates within 20 meters, with a cooldown of up to 5 minutes. But Tang Yan's skill, Morale Soars, has a range 5 times that of hers, and its effect is an instant cleanse of the entire group, along with continuous health and mana regeneration. This one skill alone is worth more than all she has learned in her life. What's even more infuriating is that her other valuable skill, Holy Light Shield, is practically a toy in the face of the opponent's Guardian Mark, which can negate fatal damage. This made her feel like she, the Holy Light Priest, was a complete joke. Zhang Hanyue was completely stunned at this moment. She originally thought Tang Yan was just putting on a brave face, but she never expected that the trump card he played would be so surprising. Tang Yan stared quietly at the surprised expressions on everyone's faces. When he first read the skill descriptions, the shock he felt was no less than that of any of them. These are just the first 5 skills. What if the last hidden skill, Emperor Engine, is projected? I wonder if Jiang Jingshan will flip the table when he sees this, since this is a powerful skill that can directly bypass level restrictions. Jiang Jingshan slowly shifted his gaze from the light screen and looked at Tang Yan again. This time, there was no trace of contempt or arrogance in his eyes, only a burning passion as if he were looking at a priceless treasure. He paced back and forth in his office, his fingers twitching unconsciously, completely losing his previous composure and authority. I've struck gold. A true rare treasure. That. Tang Yan, right? Jiang Jingshan stopped in his tracks, his tone unusually gentle. You're quite something, kid. No wonder you have the confidence to negotiate with me. Tell me the truth, do you really like my Hanyue? This question reflects both the father's concern for his daughter's feelings and his test of Tang Yan's future loyalty. Tang Yan met Jiang Jingshan's gaze without hesitation. Of course. Hanyu is beautiful inside and out. Anyone would be moved by her. What's more, she's carrying my child. I will never betray this responsibility and fate. Like? This word was too light and too complicated for Tang Yan at this moment. His relationship with Jiang Hanyue began as an accident. They didn't even really know each other. However, he could not betray the determination and trust of an S-class genius girl who was willing to give birth to his child and face the pressure alone. No matter what the future holds, protecting her and the child is what he must do and is willing to do right now. That's enough. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Since you're so thoughtful, you truly deserve to be called a responsible man. Jiang Jingshan clapped his hands and laughed heartily, appearing extremely satisfied. Immediately, his smile vanished, and he issued a solemn and serious warning. However, let me make this clear first. If I find out you're treating Hanyu badly or making her suffer even the slightest grievance, don't blame me for being ruthless. Protecting his own child is his instinct. No matter how valuable Tang Yan is, if he dares to bully his daughter, he will still tear the other party apart. Uncle Jiang, please rest assured. Tang Yan responded calmly. Tang Yan, keep my word. Not bad. Now that we're family, I won't beat around the bush with you. Jiang Dingshan nodded in satisfaction. Your current level is too low. I will select the best resources to help you reach level 50 as soon as possible. Then, I will hold a grand wedding for you. Jiang Jingshan now completely regards Tang Yan as one of his own. A living strategic weapon must be firmly tied to the Jiang family's war machine. Low level? No problem. Just use resources to boost it. Poor equipment? No problem. Use the best. Any price is worth paying as long as it allows Tang Yan to grow up quickly. Dad. Jiang Hanyue was so shocked by the conversation in which the two of them decided their future in just a few words that she stood up, her pretty face instantly turning red. Her fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her skirt, and a hint of hurt and stubbornness flashed in her eyes. She understood that her father's change stemmed from the value Tang Yan demonstrated, and she also understood that Tang Yan's response was the best solution in the current situation. Although she also had feelings for Tang Yan, those feelings were limited to that one rescue incident, and afterwards, he chose to remain silent to protect her reputation instead of publicizing it. This made her feel that he was at least a trustworthy and honest person. But this feeling of being arranged and decided for always made her feel a little uneasy. "Oh dear, look at me, I was so happy that I forgot to ask my precious daughter's opinion." Jiang Jingshan slapped his forehead, walked to Jiang Hanyua's side, and his burly body instantly softened. "Hanyu, if you don't like this kid, then I take back what I just said. Even if he were a mountain of gold and silver, Dad wouldn't want him." Jiang Hanyue was silent for a moment, then raised her eyes, her gaze sweeping over Tang Yan, and said softly, "Well, we'll see how he behaves in the future. If he's sincere and treats me well, I'm willing to give him a chance and give our child a complete family." This statement can be considered an admission of guilt. Tang Yan immediately replied, "Hanyu, rest assured, I will absolutely keep my word." It's a young person's business, you need to get to know each other slowly, I shouldn't interfere." Jiang Jingshan was overjoyed to see his daughter agree. After saying that, he immediately turned around and gave Lu Yan a series of orders. "Lu Yan, go and inform the logistics department to select 4 of the best talents and level 15 damage dealers and have them come to headquarters immediately. Also, send over that Heavenly Craftsmanship 100 refinement set that ignores level requirements for levels below 10. Remember to prepare plenty of materials for upgrading auxiliary skills. We must upgrade the quality of Tang Inkstones as quickly as possible. Level 1 Omnipotent Ruler is a treasure, while level 50 Omnipotent Ruler is a strategic deterrent. It's worth investing any amount of resources." "Yes, sir. I'll take care of it immediately." Lu Yan responded decisively, deeply impressed by the family head's willingness to invest so much. Gathering top players, providing epic equipment, and offering unlimited materials, this treatment is even better than that of a favored son. She turned to leave to carry out the order, but Jiang Jingshan called her back. "Wait a minute, let Tang Yan stay in my villa in Longjing Bay in the East District for now, and also transfer this 10 million to his account." Jiang Jingshan pointed to the black gold card on the table. "Uncle Jiang, this is far too precious." Tang Yan quickly declined. "Adding 10 million to the villa, that's an enormous sum. Hey, as my future son-in-law, how can I let you suffer even the slightest grievance?" Jiang Jingshan waved his hand decisively. "The road ahead is long. As long as you treat Hanyue well, the Jiang family will be your strongest support." Tang Yan felt a warmth in her heart. He understood that Jiang Jingshan was demonstrating his sincerity and investing in future potential. With the Jiang family, a behemoth, as his backing, his future path will undoubtedly be much smoother. But this did not make him dependent on it. On the contrary, he was very clear-headed. External forces are ultimately just external forces. They can be used to their advantage, but not relied upon. Only by fully transforming this support into our own strength and seizing every opportunity to grow rapidly can we succeed. Because in this world, the only true foundation for survival can always be the power that one controls oneself. Only when he is powerful enough that he doesn't need to rely on any other force does he truly have the right to protect everything and decide destiny. Lu Yan put away the professional display on the table, turned around and quickly left the office to relay orders. A moment later, she turned back. "Sir, Master Jia, the forging master from Kyoto Academy, has arrived." "Oh, really? Please invite him in." Jiang Jingshan's emotions calmed down considerably, and he regained the composure of someone in a superior position. Seeing this, Tang Yan prepared to get up and take his leave. "Uncle, I'll go back and prepare first." "Hey, we're all family, no need to be so polite." Jiang Jingshan warmly stopped him, pointing to the sofa next to him. "Sit down and have some water first. After I'm done with my work, I need to explain some specific details about your upgrade path and future development to you, so that the people below can make proper arrangements." Tang Yan hesitated for a moment, then calmly sat back down on the sofa. "Okay, I'll follow Uncle's arrangements." Soon, the office door was pushed open again, and Lu Yan led 2 people in. Leading the group was an elderly man with gray hair and a vigorous spirit. He had sharp eyes and obvious old scars on his hands, such as burn marks from flames and scratches from metal. He was none other than Jia Ko, the famous level 60 blacksmith master of Kyoto Academy. Following behind him was a young man who looked to be around 20 years old, with a sturdy build and a kind face. Chapter 4. Even the blacksmith master cried, "What are you doing here, a support character?" "Master Jia, I hope your personal trip hasn't delayed your research?" Jiang Jingshan greeted him warmly, his attitude even more familiar and respectful than when he had greeted Tang Yan. Jiang was not only a professor at Kyoto Academy, but also one of the few masters in the country capable of forging epic-level equipment. His connections and abilities are not to be underestimated. His innate talent, precise control, allows him to significantly reduce the risk of failure caused by energy surges when handling high-level materials, which is the foundation of his becoming a master. Not at all, it is my honor to be able to relieve Chief Jiang's worries. Jiang had a warm smile and a calm demeanor. After he entered, his gaze naturally swept across the office, and he first nodded to Jiang Hanyue as a greeting. Then, he turned to the young man beside him. "This is my student, Qin. Don't let his young age fool you, he's already a level 20 blacksmith. His talent, material resonance, is very rare. It can slightly improve the efficiency of material utilization and reduce the failure rate by about 10% when forging and repairing weapons. His future is promising. Bringing him out this time is also to broaden his horizons and let him learn." Speaking of which, he and Hanyue were classmates. A blacksmith's talent is crucial, but level is even more important. Their leveling path is completely different from that of combat professions. They cannot simply rely on killing monsters to gain experience, but rather on genuine, hands-on experience. You will gain experience for each piece of equipment you successfully craft, repair, or enhance. The better the skill, the more sophisticated the items handled, and the more experience one has. If you can create your own innovative designs, your experience will increase even more. However, every 10 levels there will be a major hurdle, requiring the completion of specific breakthrough tasks. For example, to break through to level 20, you must independently craft a piece of excellent quality equipment. Therefore, a blacksmith like Qin, who can reach level 20 at such a young age, is definitely a genius among geniuses. More importantly, without the support of a large family, it is even more difficult for people in this profession to advance their ranks. Oh, this young man is indeed promising. Jiang Jingshan smiled and praised him. Qin, however, was somewhat absent-minded at this moment. His gaze was more focused on Jiang Hanyue, and he couldn't help but ask, "Hanyu, why haven't I seen you in class lately?" Jiang Hanyue frowned slightly, her tone flat. "Do I need to report to you whether I go to school or not?" Qin was taken aback by this remark, and his face immediately fell. He awkwardly scratched his head and sheepishly retreated behind the teacher. "Hey, Hanyue, how can you talk to your classmate like that?" Jiang Dingshan scolded him verbally, but there was no hint of blame on his face. This guy probably likes his daughter. Jiang seemed oblivious to his disciple's embarrassment and immediately steered the conversation back to the main topic. "Commander Jiang, let me take a look at the weapon you mentioned in the communication." Jiang Jingshan nodded, his expression turning serious. He walked to the weapon rack on one side of the office and took down a dark red giant blade that was almost as tall as a person and had a ferocious and domineering appearance. Even from several meters away, one could feel the chilling, violent aura and a trace of unstable energy lingering on the blade. He carefully placed the giant blade flat on a specially made alloy stand on the desk. Immediately afterwards, the weapon panel was projected through the auxiliary system in the office. Equipment name, Earth-Shattering Roar Severely Worn. Equipment level, 80. Equipment quality, Epic Red Current Status Rating, Excellent Purple on the verge of dropping in tier. Equipment type, Greatsword. Physical attack, 3850. Magic attack, 1720. Additional attributes. Strength plus 180. Constitution plus 120. Attacks have a 15% chance to trigger the ground crack effect, dealing additional earth damage equal to 70% of attack power to enemies within 5 meters and inflicting a 2-second slow original effect, 20% chance, 8-meter range, 100% damage. Equipment special effects. Rage Burst consumes 10% of maximum health, increasing the damage of the next attack by 100% and guaranteeing the earthquake effect. Due to core runeware, this effect is highly unstable and carries the risk of backlash. Durability 17500. Founder, Jiang. Equipment requirements, Strength 500, Level 75, Class Restriction, Berserker Destroyer. Looking at the dismal panel, Jiang Jingshan's face showed a pained expression. "Master Jia, the earth-shattering roar you forged for me has helped me make great contributions on the northern front. Unfortunately, in the last Abyss Rift dungeon, in order to cover the team's retreat, we withstood 3 blows from the Abyss Lord. The core heart of the Earth rune array was almost shattered, and the overall structure was severely damaged. I tried using the Advanced Repair Scroll, but it could only barely keep it from falling apart. Its attributes dropped drastically, and I dared not use the most crucial special effects. Jiang stepped forward, put on a pair of special gloves, and carefully stroked the blade. After a moment, he nodded solemnly. It has indeed damaged the core. 70% of the energy circuit of the rune array has been broken. Conventional methods cannot repair it, the core must be rebuilt. He turned to look at Qinfun. Qinfun, come and take a look too. This level of injury is a rare learning opportunity for you. Qinfun quickly stepped forward, his eyes filled with awe and a hint of excitement, and began to observe carefully. Tang Yan sat on the sofa, seemingly drinking water, but in reality, all his attention was drawn to the giant blade. As far as he knew, the equipment in this world was divided into common white, fine green, rare blue, excellent purple, king gold, legendary orange, and epic red. He didn't know about the higher levels above that. This one epic weapon alone is something he never even dared to dream of before. His base attack power alone is higher than all his attributes combined. Not to mention the insane equipment effects. If it's this strong even when damaged, how terrifying must it be when it's intact? Is this the world of top-tier powerhouses? However, he quickly thought of one of his skills. Turning waste into treasure. Active, level, LV1. Effect, placing a useless, low-quality, or damaged item material into the forge can improve its quality, repair it, or transform it into another item of greater value. Cooldown, 15 seconds, cost, 100 MP. Isn't this skill of his specifically designed for this purpose? Severely worn epic equipment, isn't that exactly what damaged items are? This is an opportunity tailor-made for him. A bold idea rose in Tang Yan's mind. He wanted to repair this weapon. This is more than just a simple fix. It is also a golden opportunity to prove my worth to Jiang Jingshan, Jiang Hanyu, and everyone else. A level 1 support character repairs an epic weapon that even a master blacksmith would find difficult to work with, right in front of the master blacksmith. This is precisely how the Master of All Things title is demonstrated, and it also serves as a way to repay Jiang Jingshan for recognizing and valuing him. Let's do this deal. Just as Tang Yan made up his mind, Jiang had already come up with a preliminary plan. Chief Jiang, there is only one way to repair it. Jiang took off his gloves and said in a deep voice. We must use the Heart of Earthfire as the new energy core to reconstruct the rune array. However, the energy of the Heart of Earthfire is too violent, and the fusion is extremely difficult. Even with my precise control and Qinfun's material resonance assistance, the success rate is less than 30%. Jiang Jingshan did not hesitate. 30%. Master Jia, I've prepared all the materials you asked me to prepare before. Please feel free to give it a try. As he spoke, he took out a jade box that was radiating heat from his backpack. The jade box was opened, and inside lay a fist-sized crystal, its interior seemingly filled with flowing magma. The Heart of Earthly Fire. Qinfun let out a low cry. This is a rare material that only drops from level 70 Abyss dungeon bosses, and one piece is worth at least 1 million on the market. Chief Jiang really went to great lengths to repair the weapons. Good. Without wasting words, Jiang took a deep breath, and an ancient bronze furnace appeared out of thin air in front of him. Qinfun, prepare to provide support. Yes, teacher. With a flick of his hand, Jiang sent the Heart of Earthfire on the table flying into the furnace. Then, he added several other equally precious auxiliary materials. Rise! He gave a low shout, and flames roared up beneath the furnace. The materials inside the furnace melted rapidly at high temperatures, turning into a pool of golden red liquid. Jiang was completely focused, his hands tracing complex paths in the air, controlling the flow of energy. Now! Material resonance! Qinfun immediately activated his talent, and a soft light enveloped the furnace. The golden red liquid began to slowly flow towards the earth-splittering roarer on the stand, attempting to merge into the most severely damaged core part of the blade. Everyone held their breath. Jiang Jingshan watched all of this with even greater tension. However, just as the liquid was about to come into contact with the blade, buzz! A burst of violent energy suddenly erupted from the liquid. Bang! With a muffled thud, the furnace shook violently, and the newly formed liquid instantly exploded, turning into countless sparks that scattered in all directions before finally disappearing into the air. It failed. Materials worth millions vanished in an instant. Jiang swayed slightly, clearly indicating that this defeat had taken a toll on him. Teacher! Qinfun quickly stepped forward to help him up. I'm fine. Jiang waved his hand, his face full of exhaustion and resentment. The energy of the Heart of Earthfire is even more difficult to control than I imagined. The repulsion reaction is too strong. Jiang Jingshan's face was also full of disappointment, but he still comforted him. Master Jia, please don't worry about it. Please rest for a while. I still have some left. After saying that, he took out another identical piece of material. Xinfen, who was standing to the side, was dumbfounded. Is this the true power of the Guardian General of the Mountains? Millions of dollars worth of materials, and he doesn't even blink, just like picking up a cabbage, casually pulling out another one? Jia Ku took the materials. Let's try again. This time I have some experience, so I can increase the success rate to 40%. Another few million were thrown out. Although Jiang Jingshan felt sorry for him, he could only nod in agreement. The second attempt begins. The process was almost identical to the first time, but the atmosphere was much more tense. However, the result remained the same. At the final fusion stage, the energy spiraled out of control again, and with a muffled explosion, another set of precious materials was rendered unusable. Puff! This time, Jia Ku couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. 2 consecutive high-intensity forging failures were a huge burden for him, a level 60 master. Teacher, you can't try anymore. Xinfen was so anxious he was about to cry. Jiang Jingshan also quickly stepped forward. Master Jia, stop. Stop repairing the weapon. Your health is the most important thing. The atmosphere in the office plummeted to freezing point. Zhang Hanyu watched this scene and sighed silently. Just then, a calm voice broke the silence. Uncle, Master Jia. Tang Yan stood up from the sofa. How about I give it a try? Chapter 5, Handcrafted Mythology? This is supposed to be a support role? You? Xinfen couldn't help but blurt it out, his voice filled with undisguised displeasure. Who do you think you are? This is an epic weapon. It involves complex rune arrays and energy balance. Even a master blacksmith like my teacher is extremely careful with it. What can you possibly do? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at for saying that? From the moment he entered the room, Xinfen disliked Tang Yan. Why is this kid allowed to sit with Zhang Hanyu? That was the goddess he had always dreamed of. Even a big shot like Jiang Jingshan treated his teacher with utmost respect, but this kid was different. From the moment they came in, he didn't even move his butt, let alone get up to greet them. How dare he spout nonsense in his area of expertise now? That's practically suicide. Jia Ku frowned slightly, but his composure prevented him from directly questioning him. Instead, he looked at Jiang Jingshan. Commander Jiang, who is this? Well, look at me, I was so busy repairing the weapon that I forgot to introduce myself. Jiang Jingshan answered crisply and decisively. His name is Tang Yan, and he is Han Yu's boyfriend. His answer was without the slightest hesitation or doubt, clearly indicating that he already considered Tang Yan his family. These words startled Tang Yan slightly, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. This future father-in-law may have a fiery temper, but once he approves, he truly approves. That kind of trust is wonderful. Jiang Hanyue's ears instantly burned, and she lowered her head without saying a word, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her skirt. What? Boyfriend? Xinfen was struck dumb, his whole body stiffened, his eyes wide open, looking at Tang Yan, then at Jiang Hanyu, his face full of disbelief. How could Jiang Hanyu have taken a liking to a guy who looked ordinary and even a bit shabby? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, these words came from Jiang Jingshan's mouth, and even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to question them to his face. An unnamed anger surged within him, burning his face until it turned red, leaving him standing there sulking. Jia Ku quickly regained his composure and began to carefully examine Tang Yan again. To receive Jiang Jingshan's personal acknowledgement, this young man must be no ordinary person. Could he also be a hidden master blacksmith? He knew all the well-known blacksmiths in Kyoto, but he had never heard of Tang Yan. He suppressed his doubts and asked in a gentler tone. Young friend Tang, are you also a blacksmith? Tang Yan, no, that's not it. Jia Ku's face darkened. Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. There's a time and place for showing off. Repairing an epic weapon is no child's play. It turns out he wasn't in the same industry, he was just a young man trying to show off in front of his future father-in-law and win his favor. This is ridiculous. Ah! Master Jia, you are unaware of this. Jiang Jingshan suddenly interrupted. I remember Tang Yan had a skill that allowed him to repair things, what was it called again? Tang Yan had demonstrated so many powerful professional skills that each one was enough to overturn one's understanding, so much so that Tang Yan was so shocked that he overlooked the seemingly insignificant skill. Hearing Tang Yan's words, he suddenly remembered. Turning waste into treasure. Tang Yan answered calmly. Yes, that's it. Jiang Dingshan slapped his thigh. Does your skill require any rare materials? Unnecessary. What? Now, Jiaku was really unsettled. Having worked in forging for decades, he is well aware of the stringent requirements for materials and techniques in the repair of advanced equipment. No materials required? Repairing something out of thin air? What kind of divine skill is this? He immediately followed up with, Excuse me, young man, what level are you at now? Level 1. Level 1. Jiaku's voice instantly rose in pitch. Do you know that when I activated, quenching and refining, just now, each activation consumed over 1,000 mana points? You're only level 1, how much MP do you have? How could you possibly use a skill to repair an level 80 epic weapon? Chief Jiang, this kid is probably a fraud. How can you believe his nonsense? Jiaku was genuinely angry. This kid's nonsense is one thing. What he couldn't understand was how a battle-hardened commander like Jiang Jingshan could be so confused by the words of a little kid. Upon hearing this, Xinfen immediately found a breakthrough point for the attack. Teacher is right. Chief Jiang, he's not even a blacksmith, he's only level 1. What he's saying doesn't make any sense. This is definitely a lie. Please don't be fooled. Then, he looked Tang Yan up and down with disdain. If you break such a valuable item, can you afford to pay for it? Jiaku also chimed in with his advice. Chief Jiang, I think we should forget about it. I remember reading in a book that there is a fusion material that is even more stable than the heart of earth fire. I'll inquire about it for you when I get back. Faced with their fierce questioning, Jiang Jingshan laughed heartily, appearing full of confidence. Old Jia, I understand your concerns. However, I'm pretty good at judging people. You don't know this, but Tang Yan's profession is very special. His skills cannot be judged by common sense. Let him try, I trust him. Jiang Jingshan was certainly aware of the risks involved. But this trust wasn't just for Tang Yan, it was also for the discerning eye he had in choosing his own daughter. Now that his daughter has chosen this man, he, as her father, must give him his full trust and support. So what if we fail? We can just give up the weapon. Does Jiang Jingshan really need another weapon? He wanted everyone to see that the son-in-law chosen by his Jiang family was no ordinary man. With Jiang Jingshan speaking up, Jiaku and Xinfen could no longer persuade him and could only step aside to watch Tang Yan make a fool of himself. Tang Yan was deeply moved by Jiang Jingshan's unquestionable attitude. He must reciprocate this trust. He glanced at the MP bar on his personal information panel. It only had 100 points. The cost of turning waste into treasure is also 100 MP. In other words, he only has one chance. Success is the only option, failure is not an option. Tang Yan no longer hesitated and silently recited in his heart. Turning waste into treasure. His MP was instantly drained, and a strange energy surged from his body. Immediately afterwards, a very ordinary, even somewhat crude, stone furnace appeared out of thin air in front of him. The heavy earth-splitter roarer seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, automatically flying up and being sucked into the furnace with a whoosh. The whole process was so fast that no one had time to react. Xinfen watched in stunned silence, then couldn't help but sneer. That's it? A broken stone furnace? I thought there would be some earth-shattering scene. He hadn't finished speaking. Clang! Clang! The simple stone stove began to shake violently, making a sound like broken copper and scrap iron clashing together. Just as Xinfen was about to make another sarcastic remark, a blindingly bright golden light suddenly burst forth from the crack in the furnace. Boom! The golden light instantly engulfed the entire office, turning everyone's vision into pure white and causing them to suffer temporary blindness. Before they could recover from their blindness, a surge of energy, far more powerful, more solid, and filled with the raging power of the earth than before, suddenly erupted from the center of the light. The light faded. The earth-splitter roarer hovered silently in mid-air. The dark red sword seemed to come alive, its surface covered with a thick layer of earthy yellow luster. The hideous crack that had pierced through the sword was now healing and disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the hilt of the sword, even more complex and dazzling golden mysterious patterns appeared, 100 times more intricate than before. A brand new weapon panel popped up to everyone's stunned gaze. Equipment name, Earth-Shattering Roar Modified. Equipment level, 80. Equipment quality, Mythical Rainbow. Equipment type, Greatsword. Physical attack, 6550. Magic attack, 3850. Additional attributes. Strength plus 280. Constitution plus 200. Attacks have a 25% chance to trigger the Earthquake Collapse effect, dealing an additional 120% attack power as earth damage to enemies within 10 meters, and inflicting a 30-second powerful slow and armor reduction. Equipment effects Mythical. 1. Raging Fury. Consumes 3% of current health, not maximum health, to increase the damage of all attacks by 150% for the next 10 seconds, and every attack will trigger Earthquake Annihilation. Cooldown, 2 minutes. 2. Earth's Protection. While holding this buff, gain a shield equal to 20% of your maximum health. While the shield is active, all damage taken is reduced by 15%. Durability, never wears out. Casting Sublimation, Jiang casting, Tangyan sublimation. Equipment requirements, Strength 550, Level 80, Class Restriction, Berserker Destroyer. Silence. A deathly silence. The solemnity on Jiang's face had long since turned into utter blankness. He stared intently at the unique 7-colored halo of mythical quality, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a single word. As a level 60 blacksmith, he has devoted his life to studying materials, runes, and firing techniques. He firmly believes that the creation of every piece of equipment is the result of precise calculations and energy balance. But what just happened? A broken stone stove. No supplementary materials were provided. There are no runes depicted. I didn't even feel any of the rule fluctuations unique to forging skills. Just a few seconds. This elevates an epic weapon that was on the verge of being scrapped to mythic status. This directly shattered the professional beliefs he had built up over decades. Xianfen was struck dumb, standing there, his face turning from red to white, and then from white to green. His prized, material resonance, talent was utterly inadequate compared to the opponent's rule reshaping methods. The enormous contrast and disbelief left his mind blank. Jiang was the first to react. He rushed forward and grabbed the newly repaired earth-splitting roarer. Feeling the surging and terrifying power, the muscles on his face twitched slightly due to extreme joy. Physical attack jumped from 3850 to 6550. Magical attack also increased significantly. And also, these two extra special effects, Wildfire and Earth's Blessing. Either one of them would be the envy of others, but I actually have both. Incredible skill. Absolutely incredible skill. Jiang Jingshan's voice trembled as he tightly embraced the giant sword, as if he were holding the entire world in his arms. He originally thought that Tangyan's turning waste into treasure only meant turning scrap iron into refined iron. Who would have thought that this skill could bring an epic weapon back to life from the brink of destruction and directly propel it to the realm of mythology? You made the right bet. He made the right bet. To hell with millions of dollars worth of materials and a 40% success rate. This is truly turning the rotten into the miraculous. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. What a divinely crafted weapon. Jiang Jingshan burst into laughter, his laughter filled with boundless ecstasy and excitement. He fought his way through half his life, relying on his unwavering domineering spirit and strength. With this mythical weapon, he was confident that he could reach level 90 within a month. At that time, the entire landscape of the Great Xia dynasty will be changed. And all of this was brought about by this young man. Zhang Hanyue breathed a long sigh of relief as she watched this scene. She looked at Tang Yan with a gleam in her eyes. Besides pride, I felt an unprecedented sense of security. This man, once again, proved to everyone in an incredible way that her choice was not wrong. Tang Yan felt the emptiness of MP within his body and looked at Jiang Jingshan, who was almost insane, but his heart was calm. It's done. This intervention is not simply about repairing a weapon. More importantly, it was the first foundation stone he laid for himself, for Jiang Hanyue, and for his unborn child within this top-tier power circle. From this day forward, no one will dare to look down on his background. I believe that Jiang Jingshan's trust in me in the future will no longer be just out of love for his daughter, but will become a more solid value investment. This investment will provide him with top-tier resources and the strongest protection, allowing him to focus wholeheartedly on rapid upgrades. To everyone's delight, the results of turning waste into treasure far exceeded expectations. The signature Ascended One on the panel means that this skill is not just about repair, but about creation. Above epics lies mythology. This potential is limitless. The only drawback is its consumption. 100 MP, draining his entire mana bar in one go. It seems that leveling up and improving my spirit attributes in dungeons is the most important thing right now. Uncle Jiang, I have not failed you. Tang Yan's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Your sword will only become more convenient to use in the future. Chapter 6, No Disguise, a rules-based newbie who keeps his mission in the dark. Good. Good lad. Jiang Jingshan sheathed his greatsword, strode up to Tang Yan, and patted him heavily on the shoulder with his large, fan-like hand. You've given me so many surprises today. From now on, you are the pride of the Jiang family. In this capital, if anyone dares to lay a finger on you, I will wipe out their entire family. These words were spoken with a menacing tone, without any attempt to conceal their intent. Lu Yan, who was standing to the side, almost dropped the folder in her hand. She worked alongside Jiang Jingshan for 8 years and knew the temperament of this guardian general of the mountains very well. Although he is usually generous, he rarely makes such weighty promises. A child of exceptional talent. This is not just recognition, but also elevates Tang Yan's status to that of a core heir of the Jiang family. He was even more affectionate towards them than towards some of their collateral relatives. Tang Yan steadied himself. Fortunately, he had 12 points in his physique attribute. If it were an ordinary level 1 professional, he would probably have collapsed immediately. However, it was worth the slap. With that statement, his foothold in Kyoto was now completely secure. All the previous groundwork, including risking running out of MP to repair the weapons, was for this very result. In this world where strength reigns supreme, a genius who hasn't grown up is just a piece of easy prey. We need to find a strong enough backer. Now, we have a powerful backer. Dad, be gentle, he's only level 1. Zhang Hanyue walked over, looked at Tang Yan with heartache, and said reproachfully to Jiang Jingshan. Oh, right, look at me, I forget my limits when I'm happy. Jiang Jingshan was taken aback, then burst into laughter and quickly withdrew his hand. Tang Yan stretched his shoulders and said calmly. It's alright, uncle has a strong grip, which means he's in good health. Just then, Jia Ke, who had been standing still, finally moved. He seemed to age 10 years in an instant, and walked unsteadily to Tang Yan. That skill, it's not a forging skill at all. This renowned Kyoto forging master spoke in a hoarse voice, filled with confusion and self-doubt. There's no energy circuit reconstruction, no material fusion, it's a rule that directly rewrites the outcome. What exactly is your profession? Support? Impossible. Which support player can manually craft mythic items? Master Jia, a profession is just a title as long as it can solve problems, that's enough. Tang Yan looked at the old man whose faith had crumbled, but did not offer any further explanation. The fewer people who know the secret of the master of all things, the better. I don't believe it. This is definitely an illusion. A trick. Qinfen rushed forward, neck stiff, pointing at Tang Yan. How could an epic become a myth? This doesn't make sense. This violates the law of conservation of energy. Teacher. Commander Jiang. Don't be fooled by him. This must be an illusion he created using some kind of prop. This sword is definitely fake. It will shatter at the slightest touch. Jealousy turned him into a completely different person. He is a level 20 genius blacksmith, Jia Ke's most prized student, and a future master. He simply couldn't accept that this guy, whom he considered a gigolo and a poor kid, had accomplished something even his teacher couldn't do. This huge gap instantly overwhelmed his reason. As Qinfen roared, he reached out to grab the giant sword, trying to prove his point. As long as it is proven to be fake. As long as this scam is exposed. He's still the genius, and Tang Yan is still a fraud. Enough. Shut up. Two voices rang out at the same time. One is Jia Ke, and the other is Jiang Jingshan. Jiang Jingshan roared. Who do you think you are, to dare to raise any questions? My eyes aren't blind. I know a million times better than you whether the power of this earth-shattering roar is real. The terrifying pressure emanating from him, befitting an 89-level berserker, erupted instantly, pressing directly towards Qinfen. Qinfen collapsed to his knees with a thud, his body trembling like a leaf, unable to utter a single word. Chief Jiang, my disciple was ignorant and offended our distinguished guest. I apologize to you and young friend Tang on his behalf. Jia Ke quickly bowed and protected Qinfen behind him. He was shocked and questioned the meaning of life. But he was a seasoned veteran and could tell the situation clearly. Jiang Jingshan is now treating Tang Yan like a precious gem, so for Qin Fen to jump out and question him at this moment is simply courting death. Jiang Jingshan snorted coldly, his tone indifferent. Master Jia, your disciple has the wrong temperament. No matter how good your skills are, you can't achieve great things. I'll let it slide today because of you. Although these words were spoken to Jia Ku, they were actually a warning. Jia Ku's face turned pale, and he nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, I will definitely discipline them strictly when I get back. Jiang Jingshan turned around and instructed Lu Yen. Lu Yen, transfer 3 million from my personal account to Master Jia as a reward for his hard work today. The 3 million was given in a very deliberate manner. Although Jia Ku failed to repair the sword and even wasted 2 precious materials. But the Jiang family always strives for decorum. This money was both a way to save face for Jia Ku and a way to tell everyone that the Jiang family was not short of money or connections. Yes, sir. Lu Yen readily agreed and immediately took out her tablet to start operating it. Commander Jiang, this is unacceptable. Jia Ku blushed and quickly waved his hand. I have failed to fulfill my mission and have wasted so many of your materials. I am truly ashamed to accept this money. You absolutely cannot take it. Although he loves money, he cherishes his reputation even more. If word gets out today, his reputation is already damaged. If he takes this money again, will he even have any face left? Oh, Master Jia, you don't need to be so polite. Jiang Dingshan waved his hand, his attitude resolute. I can't let you go empty-handed. Besides, if you hadn't laid the groundwork beforehand, Tang Yan might not have succeeded. This was entirely to flatter Tang Yan and, incidentally, to save face for Jia Ku. Tang Yan heard it all clearly from the side. Jiang Dingshan is shrewd beneath his rough exterior. He's a master at manipulating people's hearts. With just a few words, he had a top-notch blacksmith completely under his control. Jia Ku sighed and stopped refusing. He gave Tang Yan a deep look, his expression complex. This young man maintained a calmness beyond his years throughout. He was neither overjoyed at the restoration of the mythical weapon nor angry at being questioned. This mindset is more terrifying than his talent. Since Chief Jiang is so kind, then I will accept it without hesitation. Jia Ku cupped his hands in greeting, then changed the subject. However, young friend Tang has given me quite a shock today. I wonder if you have the time to do me a great favor. Oh? Is there anything I can do for you, master? Tang Yan responded politely. I will definitely help with anything that is within my power. This old bastard isn't trying to get me to fix his weapons, is he? When Jia Ku saw that Tang Yan had agreed, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. He carefully took out a black box made of some unknown material from his pocket. The box is covered with sealing runes. Yes, I have a piece of Titan iron. Upon hearing these 4 words, Lu Yen and Qin Fen, who had just gotten up, both gasped in shock. Titan iron. That's a top-tier material that drops after defeating the level 75 dungeon boss, the Titan Giant. Divine materials that can be used to forge weapons of level 80 and above, even level 90. I found this piece of divine iron in the treasure pavilion a few months ago, and I've been wanting to use it to forge an 80-level Titan staff. Treasure Pavilion, the top-tier state-owned chamber of commerce in Kyoto, is backed by the military and other powerful forces. Countless rare materials, epic equipment, and rare skill books from dungeons circulate here, and transactions are absolutely safe. Jia Ku stroked the box, his tone tinged with a mixture of fervor and helplessness. But the energy inside this divine iron is extremely volatile and conflicts with other materials. I have calculated it countless times. If I forcibly forge it using conventional methods, there is a 90% chance that the furnace will explode, and even the original stone itself will not be preserved. So for the past few months, I haven't dared to take any action and can only sigh at the treasure mountain. At this point, he looked intently at Tang Yan. Today I have witnessed your extraordinary skills, especially your ability to calm energy and reshape the rules. Perhaps your skills can be of some help. As long as he can handle this divine iron well, even if it's just to make it stable, he is confident that he can forge a masterpiece that will be passed down through generations. Tang Yan understood. So that's what happened. Turning waste into treasure is indeed a viable solution. Titan iron is classified as a material, and based on the description, the internal energy conflict should be considered a defect or unusable state. If you just throw it into the oven, it will most likely be washed into perfect raw material. It could even be directly transformed into more advanced raw materials. If you could get a master like Jiang to owe you a favor, it would definitely be a profitable deal. If I need to upgrade my equipment or obtain any special materials in the future, this old man will be a ready-made source. But now is not the time. That last turning trash into treasure attack completely drained his MP. If I agree now and demonstrate it on the spot, I'll definitely be exposed. Moreover, help that is easily obtained is often not appreciated. We need to keep this old man in suspense. So it was Titan Iron. Tang Yan feigned deep thought, his brows furrowing slightly. To be honest, Master Jia, repairing earth-splitting roar just now took a huge toll, and it has completely depleted my mental energy. That level of rule reshaping is a heavy burden for me right now. He rubbed his temples, revealing a hint of fatigue. If you're not in a hurry, Master, I can help you deal with this divine iron after I've leveled up and my mental strength has recovered and increased. Upon hearing this, Jiang was not disappointed. On the contrary, he breathed a sigh of relief. That's more normal. For a level 1 alt, getting a mythic weapon is already a miracle. If it could also get Titan Iron, that would be truly unbelievable. If Tang Yan had directly said he could handle it, he would have suspected it was a scam. No rush, no rush. We've already waited for months, what's a little more time? Jiang nodded repeatedly, afraid that Tang Yan would change his mind. I would be extremely grateful if you would be willing to help me, young friend. If you ever need any equipment in the future, please don't hesitate to ask, and I will never refuse. Tang Yan smiled slightly. Master Jia, you're too kind. I'll contact you as soon as I'm ready. Looking at Tang Yan's composed and unassuming demeanor, Jiang felt even more deeply moved. He turned to Jiang Jingshan and sincerely praised him. Chief Jiang, you've really found a good son-in-law. He possesses extraordinary skills, yet remains humble and composed, truly a rare find. Ha ha ha. It's all thanks to Han Yu's excellent taste. Jiang Jingshan laughed heartily, not holding back his praise for his daughter. Master Jia, Tang Yan is now a member of the Jiang family. You two should get closer in the future. That's natural, that's natural. Jiang put away the box, glanced at Qinfen, who was still standing there in a daze, and was so angry that he kicked him in the butt. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Qinfen staggered, lowered his head, and slunk away. As he passed by Tang Yan, he stiffened for a moment, but ultimately didn't dare to look up and quickly fled from this suffocating place. Chief Jiang, young friend Tang, I'm sorry to have bothered you so much today. I'll take my leave now. Jiang bowed again and then hurriedly left. Lu Yan, see Master Jia off. Chapter 7, use this level 1 accessory to clear the king's dungeon, and you'll be remembered in history. After a brief silence, Lu Yan pushed the door open and entered again. Sir, everyone has arrived. Jiang Jingshan waved his hand and said, let them in. The door frame was filled with several figures. 4 figures filed in, each carrying a sharp and imposing aura. The leader was a young man with a buzz cut, wearing light silver armor, carrying a 2-handed greatsword on his back, and with a fierce look between his brows. A red-haired woman followed on the left, her robe slid extremely high, revealing a pair of long, slender legs, and she was playing with a staff inlaid with rubies in her hand. On the right was a towering giant, clad in heavy plate armor that practically wrapped him up like an iron barrel, with a massive shield on his back that was even taller than him. The last one was a thin, almost invisible young man, with 2 daggers faintly visible in his hands. Lu Yan walked up to the 4 people and began to introduce them one by one. Lin Fan, a level 15 berserker with the talent Blood Rage, deals more damage the lower his health is. He is also the captain of this operation. Bai Shanchan, a level 15 flame mage, with the talent Flame Affinity, which increases the damage of fire-type skills by 30%. Wang Taizhu, level 15 heavy shield guard, with the talent Thorn Armor, reflects 20% of the physical damage he receives. Ling Dawn, level 15 Shadow Assassin, talent Backstab Master, attacks from behind will always be critical hits. These 4 individuals are currently among the top combatants below level 15 within the Jiang family. The entire team is composed of offensive units, with even the sole shield bearer being a high damage build with a counter damage skill. There was no priest, no support. In this efficiency-driven era, this is the ultimate leveling setup. As long as you kill fast enough, you don't need healing. As soon as Lu Yan finished speaking, the 4 of them saluted Jiang Jingshan in unison. Greetings, Commander. Jiang Jingshan nodded slightly and pointed to Tang Yan, who was standing next to the sofa. Let me introduce you. This is Tang Yan, the core of this operation. 4 pairs of scrutinizing eyes instantly focused on Tang Yan. Is he the target of this mission? It's surprising that the four of us need to be mobilized together. It was an order personally given by the commander. This guy must have a very special background. Could he be a young master from some powerful family? Immediately, Lu Yan walked to the side, took out an exquisite alloy box, placed it on the coffee table, and opened it. The dazzling golden light instantly illuminated the entire office. 5 pieces of equipment with simple and elegant designs and unique patterns lay quietly on a velvet cushion. Lu Yan said, "Commander, this is the Heavenly Craftsmanship 100 Refinement set that you ordered to be used." Upon hearing this, the breathing of Lin Fan and the other 3 people beside him instantly became heavy. That's a survival and growth set for players below level 10, giving them the ability to fight opponents much higher than themselves at lower levels. And just like that, it was sent out. Even elites like them can't get such equipment. This guy is indeed unfathomable, or has an astonishing background. What might have been a slight underestimation of the opponent's low level was now completely dispelled by the Heavenly Craftsmanship 100 Refinement set. Jiang Jingshan glanced at the equipment in the box and said directly to Tang Yen, "Tang Yen, change it." Tang Yen nodded without refusing. He knew now was not the time to be polite. At Lu Yan's prompting, Tang Yen stood up and carefully picked up the equipment from the box, selecting each item one by one. A flash of light, and his light attire vanished, replaced by a suit of shimmering, golden armor. Lines of attribute information danced on my retina. Heavenly Craft Helmet King's Gold, Spirit plus 50, Magic plus 500. Heavenly Craft Necklace King's Gold, Strength plus 30, Spirit plus 15. Heavenly Craftsmanship Battle Robe King's Gold, Armor plus 30, Constitution plus 15. Heavenly Craftsmanship Belt King Gold, Constitution plus 30, Health plus 300. Heavenly Craft Boots King Gold, Agility plus 40, Movement Speed plus 25%. These attributes are ridiculously luxurious. What's even more outrageous is the set bonus. Set bonus 5-5, all attributes plus 20, damage dealt to units up to 30 levels higher than the user increases by 20%, growth blessing. Wearing this set grants an additional 30% experience gain from killing monsters. With this set, leveling up in dungeons will be much easier. After changing into a brand new set of equipment, his personal attribute panel was also comprehensively improved. Name, Tang Yen. Level, LV1, 0200. Occupation, Ruler of all things. HP, 770-770. MP, 850-950. Physical damage, 120. Physical defense, 116. Magic damage, 190. Magic defense, 58. Speed, 136. Physical condition, 77. Spirit, 95. Strength, 60. Armor, 58. Agility, 68. The MP cap has skyrocketed to 950 points. I have enough mana. Once you enter the dungeon, you can immediately use Endless Plunder to grab a wave of attributes and resources. If you can even steal the boss's talents or skills, it can definitely give the team a significant advantage. And the ultimate skill, Immortal Guardian, which costs 500 mana, is no longer just for show. It summons a rock warrior every 3 seconds and can also give teammates an invincibility mark, making it the best tank. As long as he doesn't do anything reckless, it'll be hard for him to die. Cool. Tang Yen clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Others are fighting tooth and nail to kill monsters just for a piece of basic equipment. He, on the other hand, had the king's set delivered right to his door. Jiang Jingshan looked at Tang Yen, who was dressed in golden armor, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, it's starting to look promising. He stood up, walked up to Tang Yen, and his tone became serious. Kid, enough with the formalities. Let's put old man Jia's matter aside for now. It's all just talk. Your immediate priority is your level. Jiang Jingshan patted his shoulder heavily with his large hand. Level 1 is too weak. No matter how powerful your skills are, being fragile is a fatal flaw. In this world, only level and attributes are the foundation for survival. With this equipment, you'll have some ability to protect yourself. Tang Yen nodded. That makes perfect sense. No matter how strong your skills are, it's all for nothing if you get ambushed and killed in one hit. Health points are the most important thing. Let's call your team Spirit Win. Jiang Dingshan waved his hand and set the tone. In my opinion, with your current setup, you can go straight to challenge the level 15 King Dungeon and clear it. The air in the office seemed to freeze instantly. Lin Fan suddenly looked up, staring at Jiang Jingshan in disbelief. Commander, directly, to the king's rank? In the world of Epic Reboot, dungeon difficulty is divided into normal, elite, warrior, and king. The first 3 difficulty levels are not difficult as long as you have good equipment and good teamwork. But the king difficulty level is on another level altogether. Not only have the monster's attributes increased dramatically, but the most disgusting thing is the harsh entry requirements. First, your level cannot exceed the dungeon level cap, which means you can't ask high-level players to help you level up. Secondly, you must complete the level within a very short time. If you exceed the time limit, you will be automatically considered to have failed and will be forcibly teleported out of the game. To date, I have never heard of any level 15 team being able to clear the level 15 King's Dungeon. I don't even dare to think about it. Although they have been preparing for the past few months, their goal is simply to try and break the record for the fastest completion time on warrior difficulty. King? That would be suicide. Although no one dies in dungeons, you will definitely lose equipment and levels. No one dares to try without being 100% certain. What? Scared? Jiang Jingshan raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with a hint of mockery. If you're scared, get lost. The Jiang family doesn't support cowards. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, his chest heaving violently. I'm not afraid. It's just, I'm worried I won't be able to protect a level 1 newbie, especially on this hellish difficulty. That's the truth. In the King's Dungeon, even a single hit from a small monster can send a level 1 newbie to their doom. If the mission fails, that's a small matter. If they kill this young master, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to compensate for it. You don't need to worry about that. Jiang Jingshan glanced at Tang Yan, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. He's tough, he won't die so easily. How could someone who can repair epic weapons and possesses that kind of strange, rule-based power die so easily in a beginner dungeon? Jiang Jingshan even had a gut feeling. In this instance, the one who truly needs protection may not be Tang Yan. It was these 4 guys. Don't worry, Tang Yan possesses many incredible skills that you wouldn't expect, and he's also equipped with divine gear. I believe your team can accomplish this. The King Dungeon, isn't it always what you guys want to clear? But if you actually manage to do it. Jiang Jingshan paused, then his tone became highly inflammatory. Then your reputation will surely resound throughout the entire Great Xia. It might even be included in textbooks and become an object of worship for all new players. The 4 of them started breathing rapidly. Reputation. For professionals like them who are still struggling at the bottom, reputation means resources, status, and the future. If I can really clear the King's Dungeon for the first time. What an honor that is. Even if it's fabricated, it's still a genuine resume. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished. Since the leader has said so, let's give it a shot. Jiang Jingshan nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Tang Yan. Tang Yan, with these guys leading the team, I believe you'll be able to level up quickly. Tang Yan responded and glanced at his 4 teammates who were still in a state of excitement. Although the King's Dungeon is dangerous, the rewards are also enormous. The first-time completion reward is sure to be incredibly generous. After arranging things for Tang Yan, Jiang Jingshan looked at Zhang Hanyue, who had been standing to the side. Hanyu, your current level is 25, so you can't enter that dungeon. You stay here for now. Once Tang Yan's level is higher, you can form a team. Although Zhang Hanyue was somewhat reluctant, she understood that the rules could not be broken, and nodded in agreement. After arranging everything, Jiang Jingshan seemed to be in a very good mood. Lu Yan, I'm leaving the rest to you. He walked to his desk and grabbed the newly reforged mythical greatsword Earth-Splitting Roar. The heavy greatsword felt as light as a feather in his hands. I'm going to find those old buddies and show off properly. After saying that, Jiang Jingshan strode out of the office, leaving behind a wild and unrestrained silhouette. Chapter 8. Who says level 1 is a burden? My passive buff turns level 15 teammates into superheroes. The black SUV came to a sudden stop in an open space on the outskirts of Dongcheng. The car door opened. Tang Yan stepped out of the car and was greeted by a bustling scene. Hundreds of professionals gathered here, their shouts and calls to form teams creating a cacophony as noisy as a vegetable market. 4 enormous teleportation gates stood directly in front of them, their light curtains swirling and displaying different colors. White represents normal difficulty, blue represents elite difficulty, purple represents warrior difficulty, and the jet black vortex at the very edge represents the fearsome king difficulty. Next to the portal stood a huge stone tablet, displaying the ranking of completion times for each dungeon difficulty. Tang Yan glanced at it. The number 1 on the list is particularly eye-catching Xian Yuan Wuji. Normal, 8 minutes 31 seconds. Elite, 17 minutes 24 seconds. Warriors, 2400 hours 09. Aside from the King Dungeon, these are his first 3 first clear times. That is the guardian deity of the Great Xia dynasty. His profession is Holy Swordsman, and his current level is 99, which is the ceiling of combat power. Lin Fan walked to Tang Yan's side, followed his gaze, and spoke with undisguised reverence. I heard that when the game first came out, he single-handedly cleared the first 3 difficulty levels of the dungeon with just a basic sword. Tang Yan raised an eyebrow. One person? Everyone else went into the dungeon in teams, but he went in all by himself, and his record hasn't been broken yet? He's a ruthless person. If he were allowed to suppress his level and develop properly before coming back, he might be able to easily clear the king's dungeon. Hey, look over there. A gasp suddenly came from the crowd. It's an elite team from the Jiang group. Holy crap, who's that kid in the golden armor? The special effects on that gear are way too flashy. Is that the king's set? I've never seen the real thing in my life. This is truly an eye-opener. They're so rich and willful, aren't they afraid of getting killed by monsters? So what? If I could get into the Jiang family, I'd probably dress even more stylishly than him. The gazes from those around him were filled with envy, jealousy, and a hint of schadenfreude. Tang Yan remained calm, ignoring the surrounding discussions. Acid. Let them be sour. Anyway, I got this equipment through my own skill. I got it for free. Ignore them. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, turned to face Tang Yan, and his expression became extremely serious. Tang Yan, although the commander told us to go directly to play King of Glory, as the captain, I must be responsible for the whole team. He paused, then pointed to the blue portal. Let's farm this level 3-8 Fallenwood jungle on elite difficulty first. The monsters here are mainly ghost cats and poisonous spiders. They have high attack but low defense, so it's a good opportunity for you to practice. Once you reach level 10 and get used to the combat rhythm, we'll go and challenge that king. Lin Fan's words were not only for Tang Yan's ears, but also for his own. The king's dungeon is no small matter. Once inside, everyone's attributes will be suppressed, and the monster's strength will increase dramatically. Bringing a level 1 burden into that kind of place is practically suicide. If Tang Yan dies inside, and several pieces of his king's set drop, even selling him wouldn't be enough to compensate for the loss. Jiang Jingshan has such a fiery temper, he could definitely skin him alive. We need to play it safe. Tang Yan nodded, offering no objection. No problem, this is my first time in a dungeon, I have no experience, I will follow the captain's instructions. His compliant attitude relieved Lin Fan. I was initially worried that this big shot would give orders recklessly because of his connections, but now it seems he's someone who listens to advice. That makes things much easier. Alright, let's set off now. Taizhu, you lead the way. Shanshan, Lingdong, stay alert. Tang Yan, stick close to me. Lin Fan quickly issued the instructions. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Afterwards, Lin Fan led his team straight towards the blue vortex of light. Light flashed, and space distorted. A feeling of weightlessness washed over me. When vision cleared again, the surrounding scenery had changed drastically. The dark, damp jungle was filled with the smell of decaying leaves. The distant roars of wild beasts could be faintly heard. Dungeon, Fallen Forest Elite. Monster distribution, Level 3 Ghost Cat, Level 5 Poisonous Spider, Level 8 Berserker Boar. This place is like a backyard stroll for a Level 15 elite squad. As soon as he landed, Lin Fan immediately raised the long sword in his hand and lowered his body. Alert! Stay hidden. The other 3 quickly spread out, skillfully forming a defensive formation to protect Tang Yan in the middle. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Just then. Buzz. An invisible golden ripple suddenly spread out from Tang Yan's body, instantly covering an area of 100 meters in radius. That's his passive skill, Resounding Battle Song. This fluctuation came too quickly and too suddenly. Lin Fan and the others, who were on high alert, didn't even have time to react. They just felt a jolt and a warm current instantly flowed through their bodies. Holy crap! A thunderous scream shattered the silence of the jungle. Wang Taizhu jumped up suddenly, staring at his hands as if he had seen a ghost. What's wrong? Is something strange? Lin Fan's heart tightened, and he instantly drew his long sword, its blade pointing directly in the direction Wang Taizhu was staring at. No. It's not a monster. Wang Taizhu stammered, his rugged face filled with disbelief. Captain, look at the stats. My stats are rubbish. As a shield bearer, he was so sensitive to his health that it was down to the decimal point. The original maximum health points of 2,300 have now been increased to 2,415. More than 100 points of health suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Not only that, the data in the defense column is also fluctuating. How is that possible? Lin Fan subconsciously retorted. Before entering the dungeon, no one used any potions or buffs, so how could our health increase out of thin air? He glanced at his panel subconsciously. The number in the physical attack power column has indeed changed. The increase wasn't huge, but all 5 attributes were comprehensively improved. All attributes increased by about 5%? Bai Shanshan tightened her grip on the staff. She too had noticed something amiss. As a mage, she is most sensitive to mana, and her maximum mana pool is indeed significantly higher. All the basic attributes were actually raised significantly. For experienced players like them, who are level 15, their attribute points have long been used up. To significantly improve attributes, there is almost no other way besides getting better equipment. But now, I didn't do anything, I didn't even see a single monster, yet my stats inexplicably skyrocketed? This is equivalent to having 2 extra top-tier equipment pieces for free. The group looked at each other, completely bewildered. Only Lin Fan suddenly realized what was happening. He turned his head sharply and stared intently at Tang Yan, who stood calmly in the center of the group. The timing of this boost was exactly after they teamed up with Tang Yan to enter the dungeon. Moreover, this halo was clearly emanating from Tang Yan. Tang Yan, is this your skill? Lin Fan's voice was somewhat hoarse. He had seen support classes apply buffs, but those were all active skills with time limits and mana costs. How can you give the whole team a boost to all their attributes just by standing still? Tang Yan felt 4 burning gazes fixed on him and replied. Yes, it's a passive situation. As long as I'm here, everyone can permanently gain a 5% bonus to all attributes. Hiss. A collective gasp filled the air. Passive? Permanently effective? 5% to all attributes? Lin Fan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. The leader is right. This guy is full of secrets. This kind of group aura that doesn't consume mana and automatically activates upon entering a map is simply unheard of. No wonder the leader dared to let them directly rush to the king rank. This is hardly a case of bringing along a burden. This is clearly a mobile divine totem. Cough cough. Lin Fan swallowed hard and quickly composed himself. Don't just stand there. Now that our attributes have been boosted, we need to fight with even more momentum. Same old rule, Taizhu pulls the monsters, everyone else focuses fire, let's finish this quickly. Yes. This time, everyone was bursting with excitement, as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. This is the confidence that comes with increased strength. Roar! The bushes ahead swayed. Several dark figures rushed out, bringing with them a foul stench. 5 in total. Level 3 elite monster, extremely fast. Good timing. Wang Taizhu roared and advanced instead of retreating. Attacks that normally required him to raise a shield to block seemed weak and feeble to him at this moment. The improvement in all attributes brings not only numerical changes, but also a comprehensive enhancement of physical functions. Reaction speed and force feedback have both improved significantly. Bang! The shield slammed into the ghost cat's forehead. A huge red damage number appeared. Sold out instantly. 1 strike, 1 kill. Wang Taizhu was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Awesome! This is so crispy. Normally, this attack would at most stun the monster, but would never kill it instantly. Is this the thrill of attribute suppression? Bai Shanshan waved her staff behind her, and a fireball roared out. Boom! A burst of flames erupted. The other 2 ghost cats instantly turned into charred remains. This damage is significantly higher than usual. Don't stop. Keep pushing. Lin Fan brandished his longsword and led the charge. After dealing with the last ghost cat, Lin Fan turned to Tang Yan and asked, "How's your experience?" Tang Yan glanced at the experience bar. Experience points, 130-200. One with 26 experience points. How much? 26? When I first teamed up to run a dungeon, my experience was only 18. Wang Taizhu stepped forward and said loudly. Tang Yan explained. It must be the growth blessing from the king's set I'm wearing that's working, giving me an extra 30% experience. Wang Taizhu stared at Tang Yan's dazzling armor, his mouth practically watering. Wow, divine gear is really something else. Alright, Taizhu, stop being envious. Lin Fan interrupted his antics with a swift motion of his longsword. Let's go. Push straight in. Let's try to get through within 30 minutes. Yes. The team set off again. This time, the speed of advancement is frighteningly fast. Hiss. A highly venomous spider had just dangled from the treetop, its fangs yet to be bared. Whoosh. A long sword pierced its abdomen with pinpoint accuracy. Immediately afterwards, a heavy shield slammed down on them. Put. Green juice splattered. The highly venomous spider didn't even have time to scream before it curled up into a ball of dead flesh. Lin Fan charged ahead, his blade flashing like lightning. Wherever they went, bushes fell down, and lurking monsters were turned into experience points. Bai Shanshan lightly tapped her staff, and fireballs rained down like they were free. Boom boom boom. Explosions were heard one after another. Tang Yan walked in the middle of the group, his hands in his pockets, strolling leisurely. This is hardly a dungeon run. They're clearly here for tourism. Occasionally, a couple of fish would slip through the net and pounce on him, but before they could get close, Ling Dong, who was standing next to him, would slit their throats with a single stroke. Tang Yan glanced at the skill bar. The icon for endless plunder is lit up. But he didn't move. What good stuff could these level 3 and 5 monsters possibly have? At most, they'll just be some junk materials or low-level entries. Consuming 200 mana points per use is too wasteful. Good steel should be used where it's most needed. Once you level up and enter the so-called King Dungeon, that's when you can really start taking advantage of the system. Hold on. We must not let small gains lead to big losses. Lin Fan cleaved open the skull of the last level 8 berserk boar with a single strike. Pass through. They've been pushing forward with unstoppable momentum. He didn't even drink a single vial of blood. Bite. A crisp notification sound rang in Tang Yan's mind, and several golden rays of light flashed from his body. Congratulations on reaching LV8. Dungeon clear settlement in progress. Clearance rating, SSS. Clearance time, 21 minutes and 42 seconds. Rewards, blue iron shield, green agile boots, 500 gold coins. Several orbs of light appeared out of thin air. The clearance time was a few minutes faster than Lin Fan had expected. I got a blue item. Wang Taizhu reacted quickly, snatching the shield and grinning from ear to ear. Still a shield. This is a huge win. Bai Shanshan also received a pair of shoes. Although it's a green tier item, its stats are pretty good. Only Tang Yan showed little interest in these things. He probably won't need to change his king set before level 20. Everyone, take a break and check your equipment durability. Lin Fan was also very excited, but he hadn't lost his head yet. Preparing to publish it. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, their voices filled with unfinished business. Is that all? It feels like we haven't even warmed up yet. This isn't a dungeon that only level 15 elite teams can handle. It was a complete stomp on noobs. Lin Fan looked at Tang Yan, his attitude even more respectful than before. Tang Yan, we are so grateful for your help this time. Without Tang Yan, even if they could pass the level, they definitely wouldn't have been able to do it so easily, let alone get an S-level rating. This 5% bonus to all attributes is indeed quite effective in actual combat. If he were to stack up his skills, it would probably be even more amazing. We have to thank Captain Lin for leading the way. Tang Yan replied sincerely. Without anyone to guide him, it wouldn't be easy for a level 1 squishy character like him to level up so quickly, even with god tier gear. Just running around the map is exhausting. Okay, let's go. Lin Fan nodded and stepped towards the blue teleportation vortex. Chapter 9, Pay to Win to Change Fate, the numerical aesthetics of skill LV5. With a flash of light, 5 figures reappeared in the noisy open space. They're out. The Jiang family's elite squad. So fast? I haven't even finished a bottle of stamina potion yet. SSS rating. They got an SSS rating. The clearance record on the stone tablet was refreshed again. Although it failed to break Shen Yuan Wuji's record, the S-level rating achieved was enough to prove the team's terrifying strength. The surrounding professionals were in an uproar, their gazes a mixture of shock and intense envy. Ignoring the surrounding noise, Lin Fan directly asked the crowd, "How are you feeling?" "Great. I feel like I could kill them 300 more times." Wang Taizhu patted his chest, his face flushed with excitement. "Okay, let's continue." Lin Fan's decision was simple and direct. Target, level 15. An hour later. Inside the black SUV. 3 consecutive runs of the elite difficulty Fallen Tree Forest caused Tang Yan's level to skyrocket. A series of golden lights flashed, and his level remained steadily at LV 15. Lin Fan and the other 3 were completely numb. Taking Tang Yan to practice dungeons, they felt like they weren't pioneering a new field, but rather mowing the grass. They encountered almost no obstacles throughout the journey. Tang Yan's resounding battle song, Aura, which provided a 5% boost to all attributes, made them seem like war gods descended to Earth, easily defeating any monsters they encountered. Lu Yan sat in the passenger seat, holding a tablet in her hands, without turning her head. "What level are you?" "Level 15, Tang Yan replied. Lu Yan's finger paused on the screen for a moment, then she turned around and scanned Tang Yan's entire body. "It's faster than expected." Then, she did a series of operations on the tablet. "I just traded you 5,000 basic skill stones, and I've also transferred 10 million in cash to your card." The air inside the carriage seemed to freeze for a moment. Wang Taizhu, who was chugging water in the back seat, suddenly sprayed all the water onto the back of the front seat with a plop. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently, not bothering to wipe his mouth, staring wide-eyed at Lu Yan, then turning to look at Tang Yan. How much?" Even the usually composed Lin Fan froze in mid-air as he was unfastening his wristband. 5,000 skill stones? That's an amount that their team might not be able to accumulate even after grinding dungeons day and night for half a year. There's also 10 million in cash. Is this guy here to level up or to buy supplies? The group's hearts were instantly in turmoil. This treatment is absolutely outrageous. Wang Taizhu shrank back, secretly glancing at Tang Yan's comm profile, and began to have doubts. This guy, could he really be the commander's illegitimate son? No, even if he's the family's own son, none of the young masters in the Jiang family have ever had this kind of pomp and circumstance. The level of resource allocation is so high, it's like dumping trucks into the area. Tang Yan ignored everyone and took out his phone to check it. Your savings card account ending in 2512 received a deposit of 10 million renminbi at 1530, bringing your current balance to 10,280,000 renminbi. 10 million. This long string of zeros looks really nice. This is not just a number, but also the foundation he has to make a living in this world. He used to work himself to the bone in the mines for a few $100s, and even a slightly better piece of work could make him happy for half a day. Now, he can make $10 million with the flick of his finger. This world is so real. With power, money flows in like it's nothing. Without power, life is as fragile as paper. The money and resources are in place. Lu Yan looked at him, her tone flat and even, as if she were stating an official matter. Although the commander has ordered you to conquer the King Dungeon, before you go in, you should upgrade all your skills first. I don't want to see the whole team wiped out because of insufficient skill levels. This woman is meticulous in everything she does. Even with Jiang Jingshan's orders, she would still minimize all risks. Clear. Tang Yan nodded. He didn't want to die either. I don't want to let my poor skills ruin the lives of my teammates who are still somewhat agreeable. Open your personal panel. The row of skills in the skill bar is still at LV1. In this world, to upgrade skills, you not only need to consume skill stones, but also burn gold coins. The higher the skill level, the more gold coins and skill stones are consumed, increasing exponentially. Ordinary professionals often have to save up gold coins and materials for several months in order to upgrade a key skill. They have to carefully calculate every skill point, wishing they could split every dollar in half. Therefore, most people's skills remain at a low level, and they only grit their teeth and upgrade their core skills. But for him now, this kind of trouble no longer exists. The exchange rate between gold coins and dasha coins is 1:1. Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Yan opened the recharge interface and quickly entered a string of numbers. 3 million. Recharge successful. Current gold coin balance, 3 million. Looking at the long string of gold coin numbers, Tang Yan felt no emotion whatsoever. Money is just a string of numbers when it's in your account. It only truly belongs to you when you spend it and convert it into fighting power. He opened the upgrade interface for Loud Battle Song. Should I spend 500 skill stones and 500,000 gold to upgrade Resounding War Song to LV2? Yes. Tang Yan tapped his fingers repeatedly. Use to upgrade to LV3? Yes. Gold coins flowed out in a rush, while skill stones disappeared like flowing water. Wang Taishu, sitting next to him, stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape, still reeling from the shock. Good heavens, that's all? 500 skill stones. That's half a year's savings. He hesitates for ages before upgrading a skill and has to go to the black market to find cheap items, but this guy does it like ordering takeout, without even blinking. Don't make a sound. Lin Fan glared at him, but his gaze never left Tang Yan's fingers. He was also heartbroken. Such extravagant spending is incredibly impactful for those of them who earn their living by risking their lives. Tang Yan turned a deaf ear. Heartache? It does not exist. This is called investment. Every penny invested now will be earned back many times over in the upcoming King of Glory dungeons. A few minutes later, 3,500 skill stones and 3.5 million gold coins were consumed. What you get in return is a completely new skill panel. Resounding Battle Song passive, level, LV5. Effect: when on the battlefield, all friendly units within 100 meters of you will automatically receive a 15% boost to all attributes. 15%. This number has tripled. If the previous 5% was just icing on the cake, then the current 15% is a lifeline, or even a game changer. For elites like Lin Fan and his group who are at level 15, a 15% increase in all attributes is enough to give them the ability to challenge level 20 monsters. Let's look at the next one. High Morale Active, level, LV5. Effect: unleashes an exhilarating roar, instantly dispelling all negative status effects on all friendly units within 100 meters, and continuously restoring 15% of their total maximum health and mana over 2 minutes. Cooldown, 50 seconds, cost, 200 MP. This is equivalent to each person carrying a large health potion and a mana potion with them, and it's continuous. As long as you're not instantly killed, you're basically unkillable. Moreover, the cooldown time has been shortened by 10 seconds, which, in the fiercely competitive battlefield, is the difference between life and death. What made Tang Yan's heart race the most was the robbery skill. Endless Plunder Active, level, LV5. Effect: launches a plunder attack on a group of targets within a 10-meter radius, with a 30% chance to successfully steal anything, such as items, attributes, or even talents. After a successful plunder, the target will suffer a 15% weakened state for 30 seconds. A 30% probability. That's already quite high. Furthermore, the weakness effect has been increased to 15%. If you were to use this on the boss, you could not only peel off a layer of its skin, but also turn it into a spineless shrimp. Once you manage to acquire the boss's core talent or skill. Tang Yan felt a slight heat in his palms. Immortal Guardian Active, level, LV5. Effect: upon use, summons a rock warrior every 2 seconds for 3 minutes. The rock warrior applies a guardian mark to yourself or friendly units within 10 meters, lasting 2 minutes. While the mark is active, if the target takes lethal damage, the damage is completely negated, and a shield equal to 15% of the target's maximum health is immediately generated, lasting 40 seconds. Cooldown, 20 minutes, cost, 600 MP. More summons, doubled mark duration, and thicker shield. As long as he doesn't do anything reckless, it'll be hard for him to die. In this world, every time a player levels up, their 5 basic attributes strength, agility, armor, constitution, and spirit will receive a fixed increase of +5. At the same time, the system will also grant 5 free attribute points, which players can allocate according to their own class and tactics. After Tang Yan leveled up from level 1 to level 15, he gained a total of 75 freely disposable attribute points. Without hesitation, he added all 75 points of his freedom attribute to his spirit. For his class, ensuring sufficient mana in the early game is fundamental. As long as he has enough MP, he is an omnipotent god. Name: Tang Yan. Level: LV15, 55,000. Occupation: ruler of all things. HP: 1520 1520. MP: 2450 2450. Physical damage: 270. Physical defense: 266. Magic damage: 490. Magic defense, 133. Speed, 286. Physical fitness, 152. Spirit, 245. Strength, 135. Armor, 133. Agility, 143. Looking at his impressive attribute panel, Tang Yan felt a surge of confidence. Cool. Is this the joy of paying players? Finished ordering? Lu Yan's voice rang out at just the right moment. Yes, all the core skills have reached LV5. Tang Yan nodded. The carriage fell silent instantly. Lin Fan, Bai Shanshan, Wang Taiyu, and Ling Dong, the four of them with 8 eyes, stared intently at Tang Yan. LV5. How long has it been? Less than 10 minutes. A newcomer whose skill level has caught up with or even surpassed those of the veterans. It's important to know that the higher the skill level, the more terrifying the proficiency and resources required to upgrade. Their core skills are generally only at LV3 or LV4. If they want to upgrade to LV5, they will have to work hard for at least another 6 months. Abnormal. Bai Shanshan couldn't help but mutter to herself, gripping her staff even tighter. The feeling of being compared to others and dying is truly unbearable. After receiving the answer, Lu Yan handed over the tablet in her hand, which displayed a detailed diagram of the copy structure. This is the information on the king-level dungeon storm altar, along with our deduced optimal strategy route. Lu Yan handed the tablet to Lin Fan. The leader's requirement is to clear customs, but for us, the goal is to be the first to clear customs. The information on the monsters in the dungeon is recorded here, and the skill mechanics of the boss have also been predicted. You have 10 minutes to memorize it. After giving her instructions, Lu Yan took out a bunch of bottles and jars from her storage space and stuffed them into Wang Tieju's arms. Advanced health potions, advanced mana potions, and a few bottles of elixirs that can temporarily boost attributes that should be enough for you. Wang Taiju was holding a handful of medicine, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. These are all high-end goods that are hard to buy even if you have money. One bottle is worth several days' income for him. Normally, they would hesitate for a long time before using even a mid-level potion. Now, they're giving it away like it's free. Working with this guy really brings different treatment. Lin Fan and the others quickly wrote down the information on the tablet, each of them looking extremely solemn. The monsters in the king-level dungeon had even more terrifying attributes and skills than they had anticipated. 10 minutes later, Lu Yan put the tablet away. Ready? Ready. Lin Fan nodded solemnly, turned around, and gave the order to Tang Yan and the other 3. Set off. The 5 people got out of the car and walked straight to the noisy open space. When they ignored the white, blue, and purple portals beside them and headed straight for the pitch-black vortex at the very edge, the air in the entire plaza fell silent for a moment. I'm not seeing things, am I? They're going to the king's dungeon? They've gone mad. Have these elites from the Jiang family gone insane? Just because you're wearing awesome gear doesn't mean you can't tell the difference between a king and a queen. You dare to challenge the king dungeon? This is no way to throw your life away. This is going to be good. I bet they'll be teleported out within 10 seconds, and their gear will be scattered everywhere. The surrounding chatter was filled with sarcasm and incomprehension. In their view, this was tantamount to suicide. Lin Fan and his companions listened to the surrounding discussions without pausing their steps. Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. Since the decision has already been made, there's no going back. Tang Yan turned a deaf ear to all of this. His goal was very clear. First clear of the level 15 King's Dungeon. While enjoying the generous rewards, let's see if we can use endless plunder to steal an awesome talent or skill from the final boss. That was the real purpose of his trip. As for what others think, it's irrelevant. The 5 people stood before the pitch-black vortex, the profound darkness seemingly capable of swallowing everything. Lin Fan took a deep breath and stepped inside first. Tang Yan followed closely behind. Chapter 10: The Top Floor of Kyoto, the Value of a Prodigy. Kyoto, Gentinkaku. Located atop the city, on the top floor of a skyscraper. This place is not open to the public. It is the true intersection of power and wealth in the entire Great Xia dynasty. Those who can step into this place are either rich or noble. Just as Tang Yan and his group entered the dungeon to level up, Jiang Jingshan wasn't idle either. He sat imposingly in a panoramic conference room with a wide view, fondling the newly upgraded earth-splitting roar sword in his hand. The 7-colored halo flowing on the sword made his dignified face appear even more radiant. Squeak! The heavy door was pushed open. The three filed in. Leading the group was a man with a lean face and sharp, eagle-like eyes, dressed in an exquisite white alchemical robe. He was none other than Song Xuanma, the chairman of Song's pharmaceutical group. Following closely behind was a middle-aged man with a fair complexion and no beard, dressed in a silk robe. He had a warm smile on his face, but his eyes were gleaming with a sharp light. He was none other than Kong Xian, the owner behind the treasure pavilion. The last one was an elderly gentleman with a refined demeanor and frameless glasses. He was Chen Qingyuan, the vice dean of Kyoto Academy and a scholar from the class of 78. Old Jiang, why did you call us over in such a hurry? Has something happened again in the north? Song Xuanma plopped down, his slender fingers tapping lightly on the table. Yes, Commander Jiang. Kong Xian smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Any news about those void obsidian pieces I asked you to keep an eye on? Chen Qingyuan pushed up his glasses, looked calmly at Jiang Jingshan, and didn't say anything, but his eyes also held a question. Oh, no rush, no rush. Jiang Jingshan waved his hand dismissively, his face beaming with barely suppressed smugness. I invited the three of you here today to broaden your horizons and let you appreciate something wonderful. With that, he slammed the earth-shattering roar weapon onto the conference table with a loud bang. Buzz! A powerful and tangible energy surge instantly filled the entire conference room. All the attributes of earth-shattering roar were displayed in full before everyone. Equipment name, Earth-Shattering Roar Modified. Equipment level, 80. Equipment quality, Mythical Rainbow. Equipment type, Greatsword. Omitted here. The magnificent panel caused the three seasoned veterans, who were used to grand occasions, to catch their breath simultaneously. God, mythical quality? Song Xuanma's eagle eyes, which were usually as calm as still water, were now wide open in surprise. Kong Xian's smile froze instantly. His eyes, which could see through the value of everything, stared intently at the two words myth color on the panel, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Chen Qingyuan stood up from his chair and strode to the table, his eyes filled with a fervent desire to study it, as if he were admiring a masterpiece. Old Jiang, which ancient dragon did you slay? Or did you raid the lair of some ancient ruin? Song Xuanma took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. Mythical weapon. In the entire Great Xia dynasty, the number of powerful individuals who openly possess mythical weapons can be counted on one hand. Each one is enough to suppress the fate of a nation. Ha ha ha, what dragon slaying, what nest raiding? Jiang Jingshan reveled in the shocked expressions on the three men's faces, grinning from ear to ear. Take a closer look. Upon hearing this, the three of them lowered their gaze to the signatures at the bottom of the panel. Casting sublimation, Jiaku casting, Tangyan sublimation. Jiaku? Does he have that ability? Song Xuanma frowned. Everyone in the industry knows Jiaku's level epic is the limit, and there's absolutely no way he could touch the realm of mythology. The point is not Jiaku. Kong Xian's gaze fell on the unfamiliar name Tang Yan and the word he had never seen before sublimation. Who is Tang Yan? Chen Qingyuan raised his head and asked directly. Tang Inkstone. Jiang Jingshan deliberately dragged out his words, whetting the appetites of the three men, and then slapped his thigh triumphantly. My future son-in-law. Puff. Song Xuanma had just picked up his teacup when he almost spat out a mouthful of tea. Kong Xian and Chen Qingyuan were also taken aback. Old Jiang. You're talking nonsense. Song Xuanma wiped his mouth, his hawk-like eyes piercing his old friend. How old is Hanyu? I saw her training at the academy last month. Where did this son-in-law come from? Yes, Chief Jiang, you can't joke like that. Kong Xian's smile faded, and his expression became inquisitive. I have never heard that your daughter has someone she loves. Cough cough. Jiang Jingshan's face flushed slightly, and he said stiffly. Young people are in love, why do you old folks care so much? As long as that kid is sincere towards Hanyue, my Jiang family will accept it. An eerie silence fell over the conference room once again. The three bigwigs exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a complex mix of thoughts. This old guy is probably so obsessed with mythologized weapons that he started spouting nonsense. All right, stop looking at me like I'm a monster. Jiang Jingshan waved his hand, steered the conversation back to the core issue. The key point is my son-in-law, Tang Yan. He has awakened a very special profession. He paused, recalling the content displayed on the professional display device, and described those revolutionary skill effects, omitting the beginning and end, focusing only on the key points, in a half-true, half-false manner. That's about it. A support that can give the whole team a permanent aura, can cleanse and restore mana for the whole team, can summon a bunch of invincible babies, and can turn trash into treasure. Jiang Jingshan spoke casually, but to the other three, it was like a series of thunderclaps. A sharp glint flashed in Song Xuanma's eyes. Does group cleanse restore blue health? If this were used for high-end dungeon raiding or large-scale battles, it would be a strategic skill. His precious holy healing potions are probably going to fetch no price. Kong Xian's smile grew even warmer, but his mind was racing with calculations. Turning waste into treasure? Can an epic weapon on the verge of obsolescence be elevated into a myth? This isn't just turning lead into gold, it's a money printing machine. If we could cooperate with him, those countless pieces of broken equipment and low-value materials piling up in those warehouses. Chen Qingyuan was so excited that his body trembled slightly. What are the implications at the rule level? This ability is unheard of. This goes beyond the scope of the conventional professional system and is a completely new field worth studying for a lifetime. If we could involve him in the research, we might be able to unlock more secrets about the epic reset. What's your job called? Song Xuanma forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart and asked in a deep voice. Jiang Jingshan said slowly and deliberately, the master of all things. Excellent. What a worthy ruler of all things. All-encompassing and in charge of the rules. Truly deserving of the title. Kong Xian clapped his hands in admiration, his eyes shining brightly. Chief Jiang, you've not just found a son-in-law, you've found an extraordinary true god prospect for the Jiang family, no, for the great Xia. Old Jiang. Chen Qingyuan's voice was filled with barely suppressed urgency. You called us here today not just to show off your status as a son-in-law and this mythical weapon, right? Ha, old Chen really understands me. Jiang Jingshan laughed loudly, but after his laughter subsided, his expression became extremely serious, and his gaze swept over the three of them. That's right. Tang Yan is currently only level 1. Level 1? Song Xuanma paused again, the teacup he had just picked up stopped. Yes, level 1. Too fragile, all potential but not much use. Jiang Jingshan tapped the desktop with his finger. Therefore, I have sent someone to take him to challenge the level 15 King's Dungeon, to raise his level and combat ability as quickly as possible. What? Song Xuanma exclaimed incredulously. Old Jiang. Are you crazy? Chen Qingyuan also showed a look of disapproval. Nonsense. We all know how difficult the King's Dungeon is. It's a place where even elite teams of the same level have to go all out and suffer casualties. Sending a level 1 support into it, even with amazing skills, how can he make up for the absolute gap in basic attributes? A single area of effect splash damage from a monster could kill him. You're forcing him to grow stronger, sending him to his death. Song Xuanma went even further, directly mocking. Old Jiang, I know you're eager for your son-in-law to succeed, but is it really necessary to go to such lengths? What, are you afraid that this master of all things will become too powerful in the future, and your Jiang family won't be able to control him, so you want to polish him now? Or is it that your description of his skills, is somewhat exaggerated, and they're not actually that effective, so you want to use the King's Dungeon as a touchstone to test them? If it's the latter, the price is too high. You might lose more than just a future son-in-law, but also your Jiang family's reputation and the expectations of us all. He has the immortal protection, he can't die. Faced with doubts and ridicule, Jiang Jingshan remained calm. Jade that is not carved cannot become a useful object. As for why it's the King's Dungeon. True divine weapons aren't forged in a greenhouse, but born under the heaviest hammer blows. I want to throw him into the most extreme environment, forcing out all his potential, and seeing the limits and boundaries of his abilities. At the same time, his gaze slowly swept over Song Xuanma, Kong Xian, and Chen Qingyuan. The purpose of this meeting is to ask the three of you to lend a hand before my son-in-law truly makes a name for himself and attracts widespread attention. After all, once his abilities are amplified, they will greatly benefit the country, the people, and your respective fields. Of course, my Jiang family and he will never let our friends suffer any losses. The meeting room fell silent again. The mockery in Song Xuanma's eyes slowly faded, transforming into a deep calculation. He was weighing the pros and cons. If Tang Yan could survive or even perform well in the King of Glory dungeon, his value would be immeasurable, and investing in him in advance would be absolutely worthwhile. Kong Xian's smile deepened. He could almost see the magnificent sight of countless mythical equipment flowing from his hands. The risk was worth taking, and he had to be the first to place his bet. Chen Qingyuan took a deep breath. The purity of scholarship made him focus more on the results. If he really manages to come out of the king's dungeon alive, I want all his combat data, as well as a comprehensive, non-invasive testing opportunity. Jiang Jingshan, observing the changes in the three men's expressions, knew that his objective had been achieved. He picked up his teacup and smiled slightly. Well then, let's wait and see. The dungeon should have already started. Chapter 11, Immunity to Death and Automatic Monster Clearing. Please give my teammates a chance to attack. In the king's dungeon outside the eastern suburbs of Kyoto. After a dizzying sensation, the world spun around. When their vision cleared again, the main members of the Spirit Wind team were already at an ancient altar suspended in a storm. The gray sky was filled with lightning and thunder, and the howling wind made it almost impossible for people to stand. Welcome to Storm Altar Kings. Level verification in progress. All personnel meet the requirements. Timer begins. A giant hourglass phantom appeared in mid-air, and golden grains of sand began to fall slowly. Countdown, 2000 hours. At the same time, an invisible pressure suddenly descended. You have been affected by the storm suppression effect, which reduces all attributes by 10% and movement speed by 10%. Damn! I got a debuff as soon as I walked in. Wang Taizhu cursed, feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making it difficult even to lift his shield. Lin Fan and Bai Shanshan were in similar situations, with their attributes being nerfed out of nowhere, which made their already difficult start even worse. Just as everyone's heart sank. Buzz! A magnificent golden halo suddenly spread out from Tang Yan's center. A resounding battle song. The 15% increase in all attributes instantly covers the entire team. One positive and one negative, they wax and wane. The previously suppressed attributes not only recovered instantly, but even surpassed it by 5%. The debuff is gone? Wang Taizhu stretched his body and felt the heavy pressure from before dissipate, leaving him feeling full of energy. No, it's still there. Lin Fan brought up the panel, looked at the gray debuff icon, and then at his own attributes that had increased instead of decreased, and fell into complete silence. Is this the power of a 15% all-attribute aura? Completely ignore the early game pressure from the King of Glory level. This is hardly a support role. This is practically a bug. However, the shock that Tang Yan gave them was far from over. Time is of the essence. Tang Yan's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Without pausing, he immediately activated another core skill. Morale is soaring. A visible golden sonic boom roared out, instantly sweeping over the four teammates. Lin Fan and the others felt a warm current flow into their limbs and bones, and their spirits were lifted. You have dispelled the negative effect of storm suppression. You will continuously recover a total of 15% of your maximum health and mana over 2 minutes. Holy crap! Wang Taizhu let out another earth-shattering scream. He stared wide-eyed at his slowly rising health and mana bars. Purify plus continuous health and mana regeneration? This is fucking ridiculous. Is it even fair for priests to survive? Bai Shanshan was completely stunned. She had just been calculating her mana consumption and preparing to use it sparingly, but Tang Yan used a skill to directly apply a continuous mana regeneration buff to her. Why bother controlling the blue buff? Just go all out. Lin Fan no longer knew what expression to use when facing Tang Yan. Shocking? Numbness? He felt his worldview being shattered and rebuilt time and time again by this level 1. No, level 15 newbie. The commander said he had incredible skills, but this is just too incredible. Don't just stand there, this isn't over yet. Tang Yan calmly offered a reminder, raised his hand, and instantly had 600 MP points drained. He unleashed his fifth skill, Immortal Guardian. The ground began to tremble slightly, and a terracotta warrior made entirely of rock rose from the ground, its body engraved with ancient runes and exuding a heavy aura. Rock Terracotta Warriors. Level 5. HP 2000. MP 800. Attack 150. Physical defense 80, magic defense 50. Skills: Guardian Mark, Lifelink. Guardian Mark: the rock warrior applies a guardian mark to friendly targets within 10 meters, lasting for 2 minutes. While the mark is active, if a target takes fatal damage, the damage is negated, and a non-elemental absorption shield equal to 15% of the target's maximum health is immediately generated, lasting 40 seconds. Once this effect is triggered on the same target, it cannot be applied again within 120 seconds. Lifelink, summoners can command one or more war puppets to attack or protect a target. Then, the second, the third. In less than a minute, 20 rock warriors emerged from the ground one after another, instantly surrounding the 5-person team and forming an impenetrable mobile wall. Lin Fan and the other 3 were completely speechless. They stared blankly at the army of rocks that had appeared out of nowhere. Then, all the terracotta warriors simultaneously extended their rocky arms and gently touched Tang Yan and his group of 5. 5 golden marks were branded on each person's body. You have gained the Guardian Mark, lasting for 2 minutes. Mark effect: when you receive fatal damage, the damage will be completely negated, and a shield equal to 15% of your maximum health will be generated. You're spared. And it grants immunity to death for 2 minutes. Lin Fan stared at the golden mark on his body, his breath catching in his throat. As a soldier charging into battle, he often faces life and death. He knows all too well what a stable immunity effect means. It is the confidence to use high-risk, high-reward tactics. This is more reassuring than any healing skill. Moreover, it covers the entire team. As Wang Taizhu felt the steady protective power emanating from the mark, and then looked at the densely packed terracotta warriors around him, he suddenly felt that the shield in his hand was a bit superfluous. He smiled wryly, thinking, am I just supposed to follow along today, as the shield bearer? The entire team is immune to death at the start, and with this summoned army, the margin for error and progression of dungeons will be completely changed. We may no longer need to carefully pull monsters, control health, and rotate tanks. Moreover, the skill Tang Yan just used is still continuously summoning new war terracotta warriors. He suddenly looked at Tang Yan, whose calm face seemed to have 2 words written on it. Invincible. 3 minutes passed quickly, and the field was already filled with 90 identical rock warrior figures, surrounding the crowd. This was completely beyond their comprehension. At first, everyone only knew that Tang Yan was a powerful support, but they didn't expect that he was also a summoner. One person can quickly summon the size of a company. There are more monsters than in a normal dungeon. Surrounded by 90 silent and majestic rock warriors, the small team of 5 seemed to possess the imposing presence of 1,000 troops. The previous anxiety and tension about the copy have now been replaced by an almost absurd sense of relief and intense curiosity. Tang Yan was also observing these rock warrior figures. This was his first time using Immortal Guardian. The rock warrior's attack power wasn't too high, but its health was decent. The extra, lifelink, skill was an unexpected bonus. This means he can completely control these war terracotta warriors to clear out the smaller monsters, saving a lot of time and allowing Lin Fan and the others to focus on dealing with the boss. The king's dungeon must be cleared first. This was not only Jiang Jingshan's requirement, but also his shortcut to quickly become stronger. The rewards for clearing the king's dungeon for the first time are incredibly generous. Experience, equipment, skill books, and you might even get an overpowered talent from the final boss using endless plunder. Thinking of this, Tang Yan's mind started working, and he spoke naturally to everyone. Walk. The crowd then seemed to snap out of their daze and mechanically followed Tang Yan forward. Roar. Just then, 10 elemental creatures made of gales roared in from the corridor of the ruins ahead, blocking their way. Storm Element. Level, 10. HP, 2500-2500. MP, 800-800. Attack, 220. Physical defense, 50. Skills: Windblade deals 250 points of wind magic damage to the target, Whirlwind Impact deals 100 points of magic damage per second to all targets in a fan-shaped area, with knockback effect. I'll do it. Wang Taizhu roared and instinctively raised his shield to meet the attack. As a shield for the team, pulling monsters is his instinct. Stand still. Tang Yan spoke calmly, at the same time making a thought. Click, click, click. The 20 rock warriors in the front row instantly received the command and marched forward with neat and heavy steps, like a moving rock wall, actively crushing towards the storm elemental swarm. The storm element reacted immediately, unleashing a dozen semi-transparent wind blades that tore through the air and slammed into the rocky body of the terracotta warrior. 62. 58. 65. Critical hit. A series of insignificant damage numbers appeared above the terracotta warrior's head. Clearly, the Guardian Mark released by the Rock Warrior not only affects the player, but also benefits the user. While the magical damage from these storm elements is formidable, the double protection significantly weakens its effectiveness. At this moment, the 5 Rock Warriors in the front row, with their numerical advantage, broke through the wind blades and rushed into the monster horde, swinging their heavy rock fists down. 70. 68. Although the damage wasn't high, each punch landed squarely, steadily reducing the storm elemental's health bar. More importantly, they completely drew all the firepower. All 10 storm elemental attacks landed on the War Terracotta Warriors, leaving the 5-person team behind them unharmed. This monster clearing efficiency and safety. Lin Fan stared at the scene before him, a scene that was both comical and shocking. He had been worried about insufficient damage output, but now it seems that Tang Yan's Stone Legion can clear monsters faster and more reliably than the 4 of them combined. Wang Taizhu touched his shield with a complicated expression, feeling a subtle sense of unemployment crisis for the first time regarding his core responsibilities. Tang Yan ignored his teammates' shock and precisely controlled the War Terracotta Warriors through the lifelink. When a warrior's health is reduced to half by concentrated fire, he immediately orders it to retreat, allowing a fully healed warrior to take the lead and achieve taking turns to tank damage. As the storm elementals were surrounded and attacked by the War Terracotta Warriors, their numbers began to decrease rapidly. Don't just stand there. Tang Yan's calm voice snapped his teammates out of their daze. The Terracotta Warriors clear out the mobs, we maintain our formation and advance directly to the next point. Save time and buffs, the boss is the key. As everyone looked at the rock army in front of them, which moved with perfect ease and precision under Tang Yan's mental command, and then at the guardian mark that was still flashing on their own bodies, an unprecedented sense of security and a faint premonition of winning without lifting a finger quietly rose in their hearts. Lin Fan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and gripped the weapon in his hand tightly. He realized that this dungeon adventure would likely completely overturn all their previous understanding of games. Tang Yan's strength is like a bottomless pool. What they see is perhaps just a few ripples on the surface. Chapter 12: The Unemployed Shieldbearer. My shield is redundant. Under the crushing force of the Rock Legion, the first wave of storm elementals quickly turned into experience points. Slay a storm elemental, gain 100 experience. The experience gained from playing King of Glory is indeed abundant. Tang Yan glanced at his experience bar. It had increased slightly. His ultimate goal is the first clear reward and the wool from the final boss. These little monsters are just appetizers. The group continued forward, passing through a narrow corridor, until the view suddenly opened up before them. They arrived at a more spacious central hall. Several enormous stone pillars, covered with storm runes, stood around the hall, and the entire space was filled with violent lightning elements, crackling in the air. Hiss! Sharp screeching sounds came from all directions. 6 semi-transparent shadows appeared in the hall. They had no physical form and were made entirely of leaping lightning bolts, with a pair of scarlet electric lights locked onto everyone. Lightning Ghost. Level, 13. HP, 3000. MP, 1000. Attack, 300. Physical defense, 80. Skill, Lightning Strike. Quick close range attack with an electrocution effect, reducing the target's lightning resistance stacks. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hall, 5 elite monsters, wielding storm spears and with even more agile figures, also appeared. Gale Scout Elite. Level, 15. HP, 8000. MP, 1500. Attack, 450. Physical defense, 120. Skills, Lightning Chain cast on the furthest target, jumps up to 2 times, Mini Tornado periodically summons tornadoes that move randomly within the field, Charged Shock full screen AoE, requires finding cover to avoid. Watch out! It's a fast-moving melee monster and a highly mobile elite. Lin Fan immediately warned that this was a high-risk combination mentioned in the strategy guide. Lightning Wraith will prioritize attacking backline mages and supports, while Gale Scout's ranged skills and full-screen AoE are extremely deadly. Before the words were even finished, the 6 lightning ghosts transformed into 6 streaks of lightning, instantly bypassing the Rock Warrior defense line in front and rushing straight towards Bai Shanshan at the rear of the group. Shanshan, watch out! Wang Taizhu was shocked and raised his shield to defend. However, someone was faster than him. Don't panic. Tang Yan had a thought. 10 of the Rock Warrior Terracotta Warriors, which were originally intended to serve as frontline meat shields, immediately split off and, with an agility completely inconsistent with their bulky appearance, turned around instantly and precisely blocked Bai Shanshan's path, forming an impenetrable stone wall. Sizzle! 6 bolts of lightning slammed into the stone wall, sparking a series of electric sparks, but they couldn't advance an inch. Bai Shanshan stared in shock at the solid rock behind her, her heart still pounding. For a brief moment, she really thought she was going to be killed instantly. This can be used like this? Wang Taizhu was dumbfounded. Use summoned creatures as bodyguards to precisely intercept attacks? This is no longer support, this is battlefield command. Lin Fan's Adam's apple bobbed. According to Lu Yan's strategy guide, the standard approach to dealing with this wave is for the shield guard to use taunt to hold back the specters, the assassin to deal with the scouts, and the mage to control the distance and output damage. The positioning of the whole team must be extremely precise, as one wrong step will result in a team wipe. But now, Tang Yan simply had a thought, and he perfectly neutralized the first wave of attack. What need is there for tactics? Just then, 5 scouts in the distance raised their spears. Sizzle! A blinding chain of lightning shot out from the spear tip, aimed directly at Ling Dong at the very end of the group. Oh no! Bai Shanshan hurriedly called out. The lightning chain jumps, and if it hits, Ling Dong and the girl next to him will be affected. However, Tang Yan reacted even faster. He didn't even look at Ling Dong, but simply issued another order. 10 more rock warriors broke away from the main force and instantly moved behind Ling Dong and Bai Shanshan, forming a second line of defense. The lightning bolt struck the first terracotta warrior precisely. 450. A damage number popped up. Immediately afterwards, a flash of lightning appeared, and he leaped onto the second terracotta warrior. 435. The lightning flashed again, striking the third terracotta warrior. 410. After 3 jumps, the lightning chain's energy was completely exhausted and dissipated into the air. Ling Dong and Bai Shanshan were unharmed. The entire group, except for Tang Yan, fell into a deathly silence. Using summoned creatures as lightning rods? Moreover, it is an instantaneous and absolutely precise lightning rod? What kind of insane skill is this? Wang Taizhu didn't know what words to use to describe his feelings. He felt his brain was a bit overwhelmed. However, this is not the end. Having dealt with the lightning chain, the 5 Gale Scouts simultaneously planted their spears into the ground. Buzz! The runes on the floor of the entire hall suddenly lit up, and a destructive energy began to gather. Warning! Gale Scout is channeling charge shock, please find cover within 5 seconds. A blood-red system notification popped up in front of everyone. Quick! Get behind the pillar! Lin Fan finally found his value as the team leader and roared out the first effective command after entering the dungeon. Everyone instinctively wanted to run towards the nearest stone pillar. No need to move. Tang Yan's 3 indifferent words seemed to possess an undeniable magic, causing the 4 people who were about to move to abruptly stop in their tracks. No need to do anything? Are you kidding me? That's a screen-wide instant kill skill. Lin Fan panicked and was about to shout again. But then Tang Yan raised his hand and gently waved it towards the densely packed rock warriors in front of him. Click click click. 90 rock warriors, all making the same gesture at the same time. With heavy steps, they surrounded Tang Yan and his group of 5 in just 2 seconds, forming a massive, impenetrable rock fortress. Outside, there was devastating lightning. Inside, there is an absolutely safe barrier. Lin Fan stared blankly at the rock dome that completely enveloped them, his mind a complete blank. He suddenly understood. Bunker? They themselves are the strongest shelter. The next second, a devastating shockwave of lightning erupted. Boom! A devastating shockwave, centered on the Gale Scout, swept across the entire hall. The violent tremors shook the ground, but the fortress, composed of 90 rock warriors, remained completely still. The lightning dissipated. The rock fortress slowly opened a gap, revealing 5 unharmed people inside. Looking at the chaotic scene outside, and then at themselves, Lin Fan and the other 3 were completely numb. Holy crap! Wang Taizhu no longer knew what words to use to describe his feelings. This dungeon run felt completely uninvolving. Ahead, the army of rock warriors was already locked in fierce combat with the remaining monsters. The dull thuds of fists hitting flesh were incessant. Killing the Lightning Wraith grants plus 200 experience. Defeat the Gale Scout, experience plus 300. A series of system notifications flashed past Tang Yan. 7 minutes later, at the cost of losing 30 rock warriors, all the monsters in the hall were wiped out. Lin Fan and the other 3 were completely numb. While others are risking their lives to conquer the King of Glory dungeon, these people come in for sightseeing. The whole process involved walking around and watching Tang Yan's summoned creatures perform. Let's go to the final altar, Tang Yan's voice rang out. The crowd mechanically followed. Passing through the empty hall, a huge altar suspended in the center of the storm came into view. In the center of the altar, a terrifying figure over 3 meters tall, composed of lightning and gales, wielding a giant warhammer, slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes held pure thunder. Storm Ruler Rhaegar. Level, 18. HP, 50,000 50,000. MP, 25,000 25,000. Physical attack, 580. Magic damage, 350. Physical defense, 220, magic defense, 180. Skills, Thunderstrike, Summon Lightning, Whirlwind Slash, Sky Thunder, Raging Thunder. Thunderous Strike slams the target in the current direction, dealing 380 physical damage plus 150 area of effect lightning damage. Summon Lightning creates a lightning zone under a random player's feet, which explodes after 2 seconds, dealing 300 damage to all players within the area and applying 1 stack of Electrified. Whirlwind Slash, spin your weapon in place, dealing continuous high physical damage to players in melee range and attracting their attention. Summoning Thunder from the sky, becomes invincible when flying in the air, increases wind pressure across the entire field, reduces movement speed by 20%, and summons 4 continuously moving giant tornadoes and several randomly falling fixed-point lightning bolts on the field. Raging Thunder, when the boss's health drops to 10%, it will enter a berserk state, increasing its attack speed and damage by 100%. Looking at the boss's skill list, Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Every skill is deadly. This is the boss of the king's dungeon? Bai Shanshan gripped her staff tightly, her body trembling slightly. No matter how clearly the guide explains it, it can't compare to the impact of seeing it with your own eyes. Despair was written all over Wang Tieju's face. He was a shield guard, but the boss's attack power was too high. One devastating blow, and he might be gone. 50,000 HP, 25,000 MP. Ling Dong calculated, our DPS is simply not enough. Lin Fan's expression turned serious. The 4 of them, plus Tang Yan's buff, could barely be considered a top-tier level 15 setup. But facing a level 18 boss with 50,000 HP is an astronomical number. Raging Thunder. Lin Fan pointed to the skill list. If the boss enters a berserk state, its attack speed and damage will increase by 100%, and we are very likely to be wiped out. Looking at the timer above his head, Wang Taizhu reminded him. Never mind that for now, we seem to be running out of time, only 9 minutes left. It took Tang Yan 3 minutes to summon the Rock Warriors, and another 8 minutes to clear the first 2 waves of monsters. Most of the time has already passed. Silence fell upon everyone again. A sense of despair spread through the 4 of them. These are monsters that are not at their level to challenge at all. Chapter 13, Using the Boss as a Power Bank? This move is astonishing. The red numbers on the timer jumped relentlessly in mid-air. 11:05. This means they only have 9 minutes left. 9 minutes, 50,000 HP. Lin Fan's palms were sweaty as he gripped the long sword. This is simply an impossible task. Following the normal strategy, dealing with a boss of Rhaegar's caliber would take at least 5 minutes just for the first phase of probing attacks. Not to mention its despair-inducing sky-summoning lightning mechanic. Once airborne, the entire team must frantically run through gales and lightning strikes to destroy 4 crystal cores scattered around the edge of the arena. Even the most well-coordinated national teams spend a lot of time on this step. 9 minutes. Bai Shanshan's face turned pale, and the light from the gem at the tip of her staff trembled. Our damage output is simply not enough. Its dual resistances are too high. Its magic defense is 180. When I use Fireball, the damage is reduced by at least half. Wang Taizhu swallowed hard, staring at the terrifying giant hovering in mid-air, its body wreathed in lightning serpents. A physical attack of 580. Even if he activates all his damage reduction skills, as long as that giant warhammer comes down, 2 hits will be enough to turn him into mincemeat. This is the oppressive feeling of a king-level boss. It makes people unable to even have the thought of resisting. Who said we had to follow the normal procedure? Tang Yan took a step forward. He glanced at the remaining time and then at the boss's massive 50,000 HP bar. In his eyes, this was no invincible demon god. It's clearly a huge, mobile experience package and ATM. Everyone, start the fight. Tang Yan raised his hand, his fingertip pointing at Regal. Don't worry about aggro, don't worry about positioning, just go all out and deal damage. If you die, it's on me. Lin Fan and the others hadn't reacted yet. Rumble. The remaining 60 rock warriors, which had stood silently all along, moved. They surged towards Regal like a gray mudslide, without any fancy tactics. Rhaegar roared and raised his massive thunder hammer high. Insects! How dare you trespass into the storm's territory? Boom! The warhammer crashed down with devastating lightning. Thunderous strike. This attack is enough to instantly kill any squishy class at this stage. The 5 rock warriors at the forefront were instantly engulfed by lightning. 530. 530. Huge damage numbers appeared, and a small portion of the 5 war terracotta warriors' health bars evaporated instantly. Before Rhaegar could retract his warhammer, a barrage of rocky fists rained down on him. 1. Forced health deduction. The Rock Warrior's 150 attack power is nothing compared to Rhaegar's 220 physical defense. It's useless. Lin Fan shouted anxiously. It can't break through their defenses. It's completely unbreakable. This is precisely the most disgusting aspect of the game. If the defenses aren't breached, even a massive human wave tactic will only result in certain deaths. Tang Yen didn't say anything. He is waiting. Once those war terracotta warriors have completely surrounded Regal, restricting its movement, then. By this time, Rhaegar was already getting a little annoyed by the group of unreasonable stone golems. It wields its warhammer and unleashes the whirlwind slash. Whoosh! A violent gust of air swept up, sending the surrounding rock warriors flying in fragments and causing their health to plummet. But this did not cause the war terracotta warriors to retreat. Instead, it triggered the passive mechanism of Immortal Guardian. Layers of shields lit up on the terracotta warriors, forcefully withstanding this burst of power. Right now, Tang Yen suddenly moved. Under the horrified gazes of all his teammates, he didn't hide in the back, but instead charged straight into the most dangerous close-quarters combat zone. Several rock warriors stood guard around him, like stars surrounding the moon. Tang Yen, don't be impulsive. This is the boss. Lin Fan was shocked and tried to reach out to grab it, but he grabbed nothing. Boss Rhaegar instantly sensed the intruder, and his eyes flashed with blinding electric light. Mortals, accept the judgment of thunder. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning struck Tang Yen directly on the head. Tang Yen didn't even raise his head. The 3 rock warriors simultaneously raised their arms, overlapping them above their heads. Bang! Gravel flew everywhere. The 3 warriors instantly turned to dust, but the lightning was also completely neutralized. Tang Yen was unharmed and continued walking without stopping, reaching a position less than 10 meters away from the boss. This distance is the distance to suicide. It is also the casting range of endless plunder. Tang Yen, are you crazy? Wang Taizhu was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. That's within the boss's attack range. If a summoner with the physique of a mage charges in, even if the boss only grazes him, he will die. Tang Yen ignored him, raised his right hand, and pointed his palm at the arrogant Regal. Skill activated. Endless plunder. Buzz. An invisible hand of rules reached into the void, ignoring the boss's thick armor and lightning shield, and directly grabbed at its essence. A 30% probability. The decision has been approved. Looting successful. You have stolen 50 points of physical defense from Storm Ruler Rhaegar. Target is in a state of extreme weakness, all attributes decrease by 15% for 30 seconds. Regal's raised warhammer suddenly froze. It felt as if a piece of some indestructible power within its body had vanished into thin air. His body, which was originally as hard as iron, had become somewhat soft. Physical defense, 220 greater than 170. Plus the 15% reduction from the weakened state. At this moment, Rhaegar's actual defense dropped to around 145 points. It's done. Although I didn't steal the core talent, these 50 points of physical defense are better than nothing. The most crucial thing is that 15% weakness debuff. In addition, Resounding Battle Song grants teammates a 15% boost to all attributes. This positive and negative result represents a 30% attribute difference. The boss's attributes have been reduced. Tang Yen lowered his hand and calmly directed the scene. Captain Lin, I remember that your talent is that the lower your health, the higher your damage. With my rock warrior shielding you, you don't need to hold back at all, just go straight for the kill. Ling Dong, go behind him. Your backstab is guaranteed to hit. Don't waste the opportunity. By Shanshan, unleash all your fire skills and smash them down like crazy. Iron Pillar, push up. Your thorn armor can reflect damage, let it hit itself. A series of instructions were issued rapidly. Lin Fan and the others were stunned for a moment, then looked at the boss's status bar. The glaring weak icon jolted them awake. Dry. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart with Tang Yan's composure. We've already come this far, there's no turning back. Kill. Wang Taizhu roared and charged forward with his shield raised. At the same time, Tang Yan's thoughts stirred slightly. The remaining dozens of rock warriors, with heavy steps, like a group of tireless warriors, rushed into Regal's attack range first. Roar! Regal let out a deafening roar, and his giant hammer, imbued with immense thunder, slammed down onto the ground. Skill, thunderous strike. Boom! A terrifying burst of lightning shattered the surface, instantly scorching the ground within the fan-shaped area. The first dozen or so rock warriors to be hit instantly had a large portion of their health evaporate. But they felt no pain, no fear, and still stubbornly blocked the boss's movement. Now! Lin Fan seized the opportunity, dragging his long sword along the ground, transforming into a blood-red whirlwind as he rushed to the boss's feet. Blood Rage Slash. Put. 850. A huge damage number popped up. Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he almost dropped the knife. Normally, his strike would only deal 400 or 500 damage to elite monsters, but now, against a king-level boss, it's dealing 850? This injury, something's not right. He suddenly turned around and looked at Tang Yan. All attributes are increased by 15%, plus the boss's defense is reduced by 15%. This numerical difference, which caused the other to rise and fall, directly dragged this once invincible king boss down to the same level as them, or even lower. Don't just stand there, keep going. Tang Yan stood at a distance, calmly directing the rock warriors to fill the gaps in the defensive line. Once you strip away the boss's stats, it's basically just a tanky training dummy. Awesome. So awesome. Ling Dong appeared behind the boss like a ghost, his dagger gleaming coldly, and plunged it deep into Rhaegar's back. Backstab. Critical hit. 1,200. 4-figure damage. Ling Dong trembled with excitement. The thrill of each cut piercing flesh and causing explosive damage was something he never dared to dream of. Bai Shanshan's fireballs bombarded the area like a barrage of bullets. With the continuous mana regeneration from soaring morale, she doesn't need to worry about mana management at all, becoming a ruthless spell Gatling gun. Rhaegar's health began to drop at a visible rate. 90%, 80%, 70%. Just 2 minutes later, the boss's health dropped below 60%. Roar! Regal suddenly let out a sharp cry, his wings spread wide, and his massive body soared into the sky. The previously dimly lit hall was suddenly swept by a strong wind. Four enormous tornadoes formed around the site and began to wreak havoc erratically. The boss was enveloped in a golden invincible shield, and countless bolts of lightning rained down upon it. Skill, summon thunder from the sky. It's flying. Invincible mode. Wang Taizhu was struck by a bolt of lightning. Although the rock warriors shared the damage, he was still shocked and felt numb all over. What if we can't hit it? Lin Fan swung his sword at the illusory figure in the air, but only managed to strike nothing. Time continues to pass. This forced invincibility phase is the most time-consuming if not handled properly. It will still take up too much time, no matter how fast you play before. Look around. Tang Yan's voice remained completely calm. He raised his hand and pointed to the 4 crystal cores that were shimmering with a faint light at the edge of the hall. If you break those 4 storm crystal cores, it will fall down. Taizhu, left front. Lin Fan, right front. Ling Dong, left rear. Shanshan, right rear. The rock warriors will help you block the tornado. Before the words were even finished, the 30 rock warriors had already taken the initiative to face the 4 raging tornadoes, using their heavy bodies to block the wind vents and create a safe passage for the 4 of them. Clear. Without any hesitation, the 4 of them split up and rushed toward their respective targets. With Tang Yan's full map vision command and summon creatures providing cover, the mechanic phase, which originally tested teamwork and positioning the most, became a simple fixed-point explosion. Click. Click. With 4 crisp sounds. All 4 crystal nuclei shattered simultaneously. Rhaegar let out a mournful cry in the air, his invincible shield shattered, and his massive body crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! The ground trembled, and the boss was momentarily stunned. Now's the time to focus fire. Lin Fan roared, his long sword almost leaving afterimages as he swung it. Various skill effects instantly engulfed the boss. Blood loss was rapid. 30%, 20%, 10%. You lowly insect. Suddenly, Rhaegar's eyes turned crimson, his body crackled with lightning, and his attack speed increased dramatically. Violent. Watch out. It's gone berserk. Wang Taizhu felt the pressure from the shield increase sharply. Every time he blocked, his hands went numb, and his health dropped rapidly. Even in its weakened state, the king boss in its berserk state still has the ability to instantly kill. The skill is ready. Tang Yan looked at the endless plunder, which had finished cooling down. He raised his hand again. Grab it. You have gained the talent Storm Affinity. Target Storm Ruler Rhaegar has entered a weakened state. All attributes reduced by 15% for 30 seconds. A beam of green energy flew into Tang Yan's body, and his eyes lit up. That 30% chance of obtaining it was incredibly generous. It actually allowed him to successfully plunder a talent. However, time was of the essence, leaving him no time to savor the joy of this harvest. He immediately shouted, "Brothers, focus fire and take it down." As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. At this moment, Rhaegar, who had just entered a berserk state and was about to wreak havoc, was like a duck whose neck had been suddenly grabbed, and his originally surging momentum instantly withered. The attack speed and damage that had just increased were forcefully suppressed again, and the attack speed and damage even became weaker than before. Wang Taizhu was stunned when he felt the force on the shield suddenly lighten. He couldn't help but wonder. Is this boss here to be a joke? Why am I getting weaker the more I fight? Give it a quick death. Tang Yan didn't want to waste any more time. Lin Fan and the other three exchanged glances, their eyes revealing extreme excitement. Slaughtering a top-tier boss. That's something they can brag about for a lifetime. Die. All four unleashed their strongest skills simultaneously. Boom. With a final, unwilling roar, Rhaegar's massive body collapsed, dissipating into countless specks of light. Congratulations on clearing Storm Altar King's challenge. Clearance time, 18 minutes and 45 seconds. Clearance rating, SS-rank. Chapter 14. Everyone stand up. I hereby declare that Tangshan is YYDS. Congratulations to the Lingfeng team for successfully clearing the level 15 King's Dungeon Storm Altar for the first time. Clear time, 18 minutes and 45 seconds. A new record has been set. First time completion experience plus 12,000 per person, gold plus 2,000 per person. All members receive the exclusive title, Storm Altar Conqueror. Attributes, all attributes plus 5, damage against wind-type monsters plus 10%. As a massive golden system notification exploded in the center of the hall, beams of golden light rose one after another from beneath everyone's feet, shooting straight to the top of their heads. The feeling of warmth washing over your limbs and bones instantly dispels all fatigue. Everyone instantly reaches level 16. Lin Fan, who was already ahead in level, saw his experience bar surge and broke through to level 17. The entire hall fell into a brief and eerie silence. Clang. The long sword in Lin Fan's hand slipped from his grasp and crashed to the ground with a crisp sound. He stared intently at the time number, his throat feeling as if something was blocking it. 18 minutes and 47 seconds. This is the King's version. It is a battlefield where even national-level teams must be on high alert, and where they may even suffer defeat. This hastily assembled suicide squad, originally prepared to die, not only cleared the level but also broke the unbreakable record of the King Dungeon. From this day forward, their names will be engraved on the dungeon record stone in Kyoto, to be looked up to by all players. We won? Bai Shanshan's fingers trembled as she held the staff. She stared blankly at the dissipating data streams around her, her brain completely unable to process the information before her. This is too unreal. Smack! A crisp slap broke the silence. Wang Taizhu covered his instantly swollen cheek, gasped, and then burst into a pig-like laugh. Ouch, it hurts. It fucking hurts. This isn't a dream. He jumped up suddenly and rushed to Tang Yan in a few steps, his eyes looking at him as if he were looking at his living father. Tang Yan. From now on, you're my brother. I'm sticking to you. Nobody can separate us. Anyone who tries to stop me will have to deal with me. Tang Yan. No, Brother Yan. From now on, you're my real brother. I'm sticking to you. Nobody can separate me from you. This man completely overturned his understanding of games. Support? Summoner? No, this is a god. Tang Yan ignored his antics and simply looked calmly at the center of the ruins. Rumble. The ground shook, and a stone platform carved with intricate lightning patterns slowly rose from the spot where the boss had fallen. On the stone platform, a huge treasure chest radiating a 7-colored halo lay quietly. First clear treasure chest. Wang Tieju's voice trembled slightly. All eyes were fixed on the treasure chest, and everyone's breathing quickened. This was the real big prize. Tang Yan, you open it. Lin Fan voluntarily gave up his seat, his tone full of trust. Without Tang Yan, they wouldn't even be able to leave the first room. That qualification belongs to him alone. Bai Shanshan and Ling Dong nodded in agreement. Without any objection, this was what Tang Yan deserved. Tang Yan didn't stand on ceremony and stepped forward, placing his hand on the treasure chest. Click. Treasure chest opened. Several dazzling beams of light shot into the sky, illuminating the dimly lit hall as bright as day. You have opened the first clear chest for the Storm Altar. Obtained 5 Thunder Emblems, Thunder Hammer, Storm Cloak, Skill Book, Lightning Reflexes, Pet Egg, Storm Hatchling, and Storm Convergence Turret Blueprint. A huge pile of items floated in mid-air, a dazzling array that made one's eyes dazzled. Thunder Emblem can be exchanged for level 1520 purple equipment at the Quartermaster. Thunder Hammer Superior, Strength plus 30, Armor plus 30, Level 20, Class Restriction, Warrior, Shield Bearer Special Effect, 10% chance to summon a bolt of lightning upon attack, dealing 200 nature damage to the target and 2 surrounding enemies. Storm Cloak Superior, Armor plus 20, Constitution plus 25, Level 18, Class Restriction, Mage, Priest Special Effect, Wind Resistance plus 30, Movement Speed plus 5%. Skill Book, Lightning Reflexes, Class Restriction, Warrior, Assassin, Hunter Effect, Passive, increases evasion rate by 5%, and increases attack speed by 20% for the next 2 attacks after a successful evasion. Pet Egg Storm Hatchling, hatches into a wind elemental pet. Storm Convergence Turret Blueprint, Quality, Epic Red, City Defense Blueprint. When used, it allows you to build a defensive turret in a town. Click to view details. Everyone was so shocked by the string of rewards that they almost stopped breathing. Each and every piece is an absolute gem. Any one of them, once it gets out of circulation, will be snapped up like crazy. Tang Yan glanced at it. He didn't need the equipment or skill books, but he believed that if the pet egg could be successfully hatched, it would be a decent fighting force in the future. Even if the battle goes poorly, giving it to Jiang Hanyue as a gift is still a good choice. As for the turret design blueprints, just from the name, you know it's not something that their small team or individual can get their hands on. This would be a perfect gift to Jiang Jingshan, or even to the nation, as a way of thanking him for investing heavily in his upbringing. Wang Taizhu, keep this thunder hammer safe. With a flash of light, the purple warhammer, crackling with electricity, flew to Wang Tieju's feet. Wang Taizhu caught it hastily, his face flushed with excitement. A level 20 purple 2-handed hammer. A divine weapon he never dared to dream of. Bai Shanshan, Storm Cloak. Another purple light flew towards Bai Shanshan, who instinctively caught it. Looking at the attributes on the cloak, she was completely stunned. Ling Dong, this skill book. Ling Dong took the skill book, glanced at it, and his hand trembled violently. Increasing evasion and attack speed. This was practically a core passive skill tailor-made for him. Captain Lin, keep those 5 thunder emblems. Go to the quartermaster later to exchange them for equipment. 5 badges flew toward Lin Fan. 1 badge can be exchanged for a piece of purple gear, which means he can equip himself with a full set of endgame gear at any time. As for the rest, I'll take the pet egg, but the turret blueprints and the heart of the storm need to be handed over. Tang Yan calmly announced the ownership of these awards. Lin Fan looked at the 5 emblems that flew in front of him, his feelings complicated. He admitted that he had contributed far less than Tang Yan in this instance, and even felt like he had been carried along. He took a deep breath and solemnly accepted the badge. Tang Yan, this is too precious. We didn't actually contribute much. He was telling the truth. Without Tang Yan's summoned army and the mark of immunity from death, they would have had a hard time even getting past the minor monsters. Wang Taizhu also realized what was happening and nodded repeatedly. Yeah, Brother Yan, all of this stuff should be yours. We've already made a huge profit just by leaving our names here. The commander will definitely reward us when we get out. Bai Shanshan and Ling Dong nodded in agreement. They all knew that without Tang Yan, all of this was just empty talk. The honor of being remembered in history and the subsequent awards from Jiang Jingshan have already far exceeded my expectations. I would feel uneasy to accept these precious rewards. Tang Yan waved his hand, his tone leaving no room for argument. Without you drawing some of the fire and relieving the pressure, it would be a waste of time for the Terracotta Warriors to clean up all the details, and this record wouldn't be broken. The reward is based on the team's contribution, so everyone will get one. Don't refuse anymore. If he wants to improve his strength as soon as possible, he will definitely need strong teammates to support him. These equipment and skill books that you don't need right now are perfect for boosting your teammates' combat power. Even if they no longer run dungeons together in the future, this gift will still allow him to gain a group of loyal friends. Consider it an investment to lay the foundation for my future in the Jiang family. Seeing Tang Yan's resolute attitude and the reasonableness of his words, everyone was even more moved. Lin Fan stopped refusing and carefully put away the badge. He secretly resolved to use these resources to maximize the team's strength and live up to Tang Yan's trust and generosity. As for the rest, Tang Yan put away the faintly glowing pet egg and the turret design blueprint that shimmered with purple epic light. I have my uses for the pet egg. As for this turret design, I believe that it will definitely require the country's support to build it. I will give it to Lu Yan so that she can forward it. This can be considered a gift from our Lingfeng team to the country, which perfectly reflects our value. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback at first, then suddenly realized what was going on, and their admiration for Tang Yan deepened even further. It turns out he had already thought of this. Using this strategically valuable blueprint, they can not only secure greater support and resource allocation from the national level, but also firmly establish their team's status and achievements. Lin Fan was secretly amazed by Tang Yan's foresight, which was far more shrewd than coveting an epic piece of equipment itself. After the distribution was completed, everyone felt they had gained a lot and were in high spirits. Let's go! Tang Yan took one last look at the gradually dissipating instance space and took the lead in walking towards the light screen at the exit. The entrance plaza to the instance in the eastern suburbs of Kyoto. The light screen rippled, and 5 figures appeared out of thin air. Tang Yan stepped onto the solid ground, followed by Lin Fan and the other 3, who looked dazed. The square was bustling with noise, with shouts of people forming groups and vendors hawking their wares rising and falling. Buzz! The 10-meter-tall black dungeon record stone tablet standing next to the portal suddenly trembled. A beam of golden light shot into the sky, piercing the heavens. The bustling square fell silent instantly, and countless players stopped what they were doing and looked up. At the top of the stone tablet, the originally blank King section began to be etched with golden lettering. Instance, Storm Altar Kings. First team to clear, Spirit Wind Squad. Completion time, 18 minutes and 45 seconds. Captain, Lin Fan, members, Tang Yan, Bai Shanshan, Wang Taiju, Ling Dong. The silence lasted for 3 seconds. Then, the square exploded. Look! The Jiang family's elite squad has come out. My god, they actually cleared the King dungeon. 18 minutes? It takes me 20 minutes to clear the first wave of mobs in an elite dungeon. This must be a bug. That shield guard. And that mage, the weapons and clothes in their hands, those are purple-grade glowing effects. Less than 19 minutes, how did they manage to fight like that? Envy, awe, disbelief, and a hint of barely concealed jealousy quickly fermented among the crowd. That's the first time you've cleared the King of Glory. Over such a long period of time, whether it was individuals or the government that stepped in and arranged so many elite teams, none of them succeeded. These guys actually beat the game. On this point alone, the rewards and honors they will receive in the future will be enough to make anyone rise to the top in one step. Countless gazes, like searchlights, focused on the 5 people. He seemed oblivious to the surrounding commotion, his gaze calmly sweeping over the name of his team on the stone tablet before turning to the edge of the square. Lu Yan stood at the door of the black SUV, looking at the 5 people who were unharmed and even had brand new equipment, and was extremely excited. Did I really beat the game? Or is it the king himself? Tang Yan strode up to her and shoved the epic quality, Storm Convergence turret blueprint he had obtained from the treasure chest into her hand. For Chief Jiang. After saying that, he got into the car. Lin Fan and the others quickly followed, and the car door closed, shutting them out from the frenzied crowd outside. Outside the car, Lu Yan took the blueprints and glanced down at the scroll in her hand. Storm Convergence Turret Design Blueprint. She initially just checked it out of habit, but when her gaze fell on the blueprint name, quality, and the dense, terrifying attributes and construction requirements below, her pupils suddenly contracted, and her breathing became rapid. As a mid-level officer in the military, she knew all too well what this blueprint meant. This is not just an equipment or skill book, it is a strategic weapon blueprint that can change the local defense landscape. She didn't even have time to look at everything carefully before quickly climbing into the passenger seat. Her fingers trembled slightly as she immediately pulled out the encrypted communicator and dialed Jiang Jingshan's private line without hesitation. Chapter 15. A single blueprint alarms powerful figures from all directions. Unprecedented wealth is on its way. In the panoramic conference room of Hentaying Pavilion. Old Jiang, the fluctuations from this abyss rift are stronger than ever before. The pressure on the northern border is immense. Chen Qingyuan picked up his teacup and took a sip. Oomph, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. I'm more worried about your side, old man Song. Is the supply of top-grade recovery potions at the front line about to run out again? Jiang Dingshan took a sip of tea and snorted. Song Xuanma slowly and deliberately put down his teacup. There are only so many high-grade materials available. Even a skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. Boss Kong, if you can't get your void vine soon, we'll have to stop producing not only premium potions, but even high-grade potions. Kong Xian shrugged with a wry smile. President Song, that thing only appears in abyss maps for levels 30 and above, and the drop rate for the materials is just too low. Just then, the communicator in Jiang Jingshan's arms suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered the phone. What's wrong, Lu Yan? Did Tang Yan and the others clear the King Dungeon? Yes, sir. Lu Yan's voice trembled. She tried her best to control her tone. Tang Yan and the others have exited the King Dungeon. Clear time, 18 minutes and 45 seconds. Yes, that's a good thing. Jiang Dingshan had a slight smile on his face. He just wanted Tang Yan to get some experience and prestige, but he didn't expect the kid to actually succeed. Commander! The key isn't passing the test, it's Tang Yan. He got an incredible reward. What reward? Jiang Jingshan didn't take it seriously. What good could the rewards be for a level 15 King Dungeon? It's hard to explain over the phone, so I'll send it to you now for you to take a look. The next second, Jiang Jingshan's communicator vibrated slightly, and an image popped up. He clicked on it casually. Design Blueprint, Storm Convergence Turret City Defense Class. Blueprint Quality, Epic Red. Design Requirements, Engineering Expertise Intermediate Level. Effect, allows you to build a Storm Convergence turret anywhere in the town's safe zone. The turret's coverage radius is 200 meters. Basic Attributes. Health points, 50,000. Attack power, 300-500 magic damage. Attack speed, 2.0 seconds attack. Attack special feature, Chain Lightning bounces to up to 5 targets, with damage reduced by 20% with each bounce. Special effects. 1. Storm Field. After the turret is activated, it continuously applies a wind pressure effect to all enemy units within its coverage area, reducing movement speed by 15% and attack speed by 10%. 2. Thunderstorm Baptism. Every 60 seconds, unleashes a thunderstorm on the area with the highest concentration of enemies within range, dealing 800 points of area damage and inflicting a 2-second stun. 3. Abyss Intimidation. Deals an additional 30% damage to Abyss-type monsters and reduces their defense by 20%. Required materials, Stormheart Core X1, Thundersteel Ingot X300, Mana Crystal X3000, Refined Mithril X10000, Rune Dust X2000. The smile on Jiang Jingshan's face froze instantly. His eyes, which had been on the battlefield for many years, were fixed on the words City Defense Level and Abyss Deterrence, and he even paused for a moment. As a divine general guarding a region, he knew the value of this thing better than anyone else. 1. A single turret like this could defend the gates of a small town. If there are enough of them, the defenses of the north will be several times stronger. Old Jiang, what's gotten into you like this? Chen Qingyuan curiously leaned closer. Song Xuanma and Kong Xian also cast inquiring glances their way. Jiang Jingshan didn't speak, but simply projected the communicator into the air. When the complete blueprint information was presented to the 4 people, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. Clang! The tea lid that Song Xuanma had just picked up fell onto the table and rolled twice. His hawk-like eyes were wide open, staring intently at the words Epic Red and City Defense Map. His composure vanished, replaced by disbelief. Epic City Defense Blueprints? Shouldn't this thing exist in theory or in the top-tier Abyss Vault? Kong Xian's ever-present warm smile froze completely, and the corners of his mouth even twitched slightly. As the owner of the treasure vault, he has an exceptional sensitivity to the value of items. Almost the instant he saw the blueprints and the list of materials, his heart felt like it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Priceless. Truly priceless. Chen Yuan, the erudite vice dean, after the initial shock, suddenly sprang from his seat, almost lunging at the projector. His eyes behind his glasses gleamed with astonishing light, and he began unconsciously muttering rapidly. An epic-level creation of rules, covering a radius of 200 meters, group wind pressure, rule-based deceleration, chain lightning energy decay rate of 20%, in line with the laws of basic elements. The dizziness judgment of thunderstorm baptism is suspected to involve mental impact or bioelectric paralysis, abyssal deterrence, targeted rule suppression. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. This has exceeded the scope of ordinary engineering and involves the application and solidification of domain rules. He was completely absorbed in the fervor of academic analysis, his fingers moving rapidly through the air as if dissecting the rules and runes behind the blueprints. But when he saw the list of materials, his voice stopped abruptly, and his brows furrowed. Thunder-patterned steel ingots have a chance to drop from mobs in the level 35 warrior dungeon Thunder Mountains. Magic crystals are dropped by elite monsters of level 20 and above. They are available on the market and should be worth around 5,000 gold coins each. Refining mithril requires a level 40 miner to enter the third underground level of Mithril Alley to collect it. Rune dust can be obtained by simply recycling and dismantling a large amount of blue equipment. That old guy Jocko should have a lot of it. His voice was calm, but every word carried a heavy weight. We can still figure out how to get those things done by throwing money at them or organizing national resources to farm them. But this? Heart of the Storm, what is that? Chen Yuan pointed to the core material at the very top of the materials list. I don't recall finding this thing in any of the known material databases I know of. He pondered for a moment and offered a conjecture. The blueprint comes from the storm altar, and the core material contains the word storm. I speculate that this is the core that binds the blueprint and cannot be replaced. Its source is likely the Storm Witch, the final boss in the level 30 King's Dungeon's Storm Corridor, who should be able to drop this item. Chen Yuan truly lived up to his reputation as a learned scholar. He thoroughly understood the blueprint in just a few words. He seemed somewhat excited as he looked at Jiang Jingshan. Chief Jiang. The value of this blueprint is immeasurable. It provides not only defense, but also a prototype of a sanctuary within the realm of rules. However, building it is almost a strategic project requiring the participation of the entire nation. We need to immediately organize the highest level engineering team and resource allocation group, and we must obtain that Heart of the Storm as soon as possible. His words were urgent, each one striking the hearts of the other three. Old Chen is absolutely right. Jiang Dingshan slapped his thigh hard, his rugged face filled with barely suppressed elation. The excitement in his heart was almost bursting out. The awe-inspiring power of that epic blueprint far surpassed the joy of any previous victory. Northern defenses. That defensive line, like the deepest wound on the pulse of the Great Xia Kingdom, has been eroded by the abyssal rifts for the past few years. Countless warriors have been buried here, and countless resources have been invested in it, yet it has only been able to barely maintain a fragile balance. Now, a blueprint has given him hope of breaking the deadlock. If we can successfully collect these materials, then setting up this turret on the northern defense line will reduce the pressure on us by at least 30% when facing the monsters pouring out from the abyss. Jiang Jingshan clenched his fist, and his knuckles cracked slightly from the force. 30%. This is by no means an exaggeration. That terrifying group slowdown and area stun, especially that attribute that deals an additional 30% damage to abyss monsters, is practically tailor-made for the northern battlefield. A single turret can change the course of a battle in a small fortress. If we had 10 or 20, the northern defenses would be impregnable. Jiang Jingshan's voice was trembling. The Great Xia dynasty is saved. Song Xuanma and Kong Xian also snapped out of their initial daze, their faces displaying a complex mix of excitement and solemnity. As leaders in their respective fields, they immediately realized the enormous interests and responsibilities that this blueprint could unlock. Song Xuanma thought that if the defense line was solid and the casualties on the front line were reduced, the consumption of top-grade recovery potions could be reduced, and he would have more resources to develop more advanced life potions. Kong Xian was rapidly calculating how many connections and how much funding would be needed to gather all the materials, and how much commercial value and national contribution the security represented by this blueprint could be converted into once the project was completed. Just as the four were basking in the joy of their achievement, a projection screen popped up on the wall of the conference room. A woman wearing a dark blue uniform appears in the picture. It was Yu Ji, the chief secretary of Xianyuan Woji, the supreme guardian deity of the Great Xia dynasty. Chief Jiang, I heard that your people have cleared the King Dungeon. Your Highness would like to know the details. Do you have time now? Chapter 16 Global Cataclysm. The Holy See's Final Directive. Certainly. Jiang Jingshan suddenly stood up straight, his loud voice echoing in the conference room. That smugness was impossible to hide. He was planning to personally report this wonderful news to Xian Yuan Wuji after he finished dealing with things here, but he didn't expect the Holy Throne to send a message on his own initiative. Yu Ji nodded in the image, without uttering any unnecessary words. A moment later, the lights in the conference room suddenly dimmed, and a holographic projection covering the entire wall descended. A man dressed in a simple dark military uniform sat upright in the Longting command seat. His eyes were like lightning, and his face was resolute. Even though it was just through a screen, the overwhelming sense of power that could suppress mountains and rivers could still be felt through the virtual signal. But today, the Emperor's brows were furrowed with an undeniable weariness. Old Jiang. Xian Yuan Wuji's enunciation had a metallic quality, getting straight to the point. Where did you find this team? They can clear the king-level storm altar in 20 minutes. As far as I know, even if you put those little monsters from the dragon group together, they couldn't do that. Jiang Jingshan perked up at the question. He didn't hide anything and gave a clear and concise account of everything from the unexpected relationship between Zhang Hanyue and Tang Yan, to Tang Yan's awakening of the master of all things profession, and then to the core skills he displayed. As Jiang Jingshan described, Xian Yuan Wuji on the other side of the screen leaned forward slightly, and his fingers, which were lightly tapping the armrest, stopped. When he heard about Tang Yan's professional characteristics and the actual role he played in the dungeon, he pondered for a moment. All things. Ruler, a rule-based profession. Very good, the fate of the Great Xia dynasty is not yet over. Jiang Jingshan was overjoyed. The Holy See's evaluation was even higher than he had expected. The fate of the nation. Those two words carried immense weight. Holy Throne, talent is only one aspect. This time, the first clear of the king has yielded something extraordinary from that kid. After speaking, Jiang Jingshan immediately operated the communicator to transmit the Storm Convergence Turret Design Blueprint to the main projector. Xian Yuan Wuji's gaze swept quickly over every item on the blueprint. When he saw the attributes Abyss Deterrence and Rule Solidification, this supreme leader, who would remain calm even if Mao Tai collapsed before him, suddenly sat up straight. The other three people in the meeting room also felt their hearts leap into their throats. Okay. Very good. A few seconds later, Xian Yuan Wuji slowly spoke, repeating two words. This turret is a powerful weapon. If we can build it, we can set up a meat grinder at the entrance to the rift. His words were tinged with barely suppressed excitement. But the next second, the joy on his face vanished, replaced by an extreme chill. With a casual wave of his hand, the main screen behind him instantly switched to a scarlet global map. A dozen or so glaring red dots are flashing wildly on the map, each blink like a new wound being cut into the veins of human civilization. Old Jiang, we may not have much time to digest this surprise. Xian Yuan Wuji pointed at the map, each word seeming as if it had been fished out of an ice cellar. In the past 72 hours alone, 17 serious incidents of copying reality have been confirmed worldwide. As he spoke, a series of chilling live images began to play on the main screen. The Siberian ice sheet. The massive blue light shield shattered, a 50-meter-tall ancient mammoth trampled human heavy tanks, and frost ghosts transformed the entire mining town into a desolate ice sculpture graveyard. Tokyo Bay. A dark whirlpool engulfed the harbor. A behemoth resembling Godzilla poked its head out, but its radioactive breath ignited the entire chemical plant area, turning the seawater a nauseating dark green. Central part of the lighthouse country. A biohazard virus leak has turned a once prosperous community into a zombie abode, with deformed mutants climbing the walls of skyscrapers and the military's defenses on the verge of collapse. The Alps. Countless griffins and wyverns blotted out the sky, breaking through the limitations of the instance and attacking passenger planes in the air, turning picturesque tourist destinations into their hunting grounds. Every frame is a real-life hell on Earth. In the conference room, the faces of Jiang Jingshan, Song Xuanma, Kong Shen, and Chen Qingyuan all turned extremely ugly. They knew the situation was deteriorating, but they didn't expect it to deteriorate so quickly or over such a wide area. No wonder. No wonder Xian Yuan Wuji reacted that way when he saw that blueprint. This is not a blueprint. This is the only lifeline for Great Xia in the impending apocalyptic flood. I believe that it won't be long before the same situation occurs within our Great Xia territory. Xian Yuan Wuji's words pulled everyone back from their shock. In the past, we only needed to guard those fixed abyssal rifts. But now, the Abyss's infiltration is accelerating, and I believe that before long, the whole world will become a battlefield. He turned off the gruesome images, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing Jiang Jingshan through the screen. Jiang Jingshan. Exist. Jiang Jingshan subconsciously roared out those two words, his voice like thunder. Listen to my command. Xianyuan Wuji raised 5 fingers, each one as heavy as 1,000 pounds. 5 days. I want to see the first storm turret erected within 5 days. If we don't have enough materials, open the National Treasury. We're short-handed. Get all those old guys from the Academy of Sciences mobilized. Who would dare to obstruct approvals or manipulate procedures at this critical juncture? Xianyuan Wuji's killing intent almost materialized, piercing through the screen. Kill without mercy. At that moment, everyone felt that unwavering determination, as powerful as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This is not a discussion, not an order, this is the highest wartime mobilization order. And Tang Yin. Xianyuan Wuji's voice softened slightly, but became even more resolute. Save all the resources on him. He is the variable, the trump card of Great Xia. Tell him that the country is his strongest backer, and let him do whatever he wants. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up for him. The order was clear, leaving no room for maneuver, and carried a sense of urgency that was extremely urgent. Jiang Jingshan straightened up abruptly, all distracting thoughts instantly suppressed, leaving only the iron will and obedience of a soldier. Yes, Your Holiness. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. He knew that from now on, the training of Tang Yan and the construction of the turret were no longer just a matter for the Jiang family, but had risen to the level of national strategy, a life or death battle concerning whether they could hold their ground and stabilize the situation in the coming storm. The pressure was immense, but his fighting spirit burned fiercely. With the communication cut off, a brief silence fell over the conference room. Then, Kong Xian broke the silence first, taking out a pure gold card from his pocket and placing it on the table. Chief Jiang, you found a fine son-in-law. The Holy See's words were very clear, and my treasure pavilion should also do its part for Great Xia. The head of Kyoto's #1 Chamber of Commerce smiled more sincerely than ever before. I don't have anything special here, but this card is the supreme VIP of our treasure pavilion. From now on, young friend Tang can spend for free on all his purchases at any of the Kong family's properties. Take whatever you like. Song Xuanma and Chen Qingyuan both knew that the card's significance was undeniable. Kong Xian was trying to curry favor with a powerful figure. That's understandable with the Holy See backing them up, who wouldn't want to curry favor with them? Mr. Kong, you're a businessman after all, you acted quite quickly. Chen Qingyuan smiled and turned to Jiang Jingshan. I don't have much money, but I can help Tang Yan with the entire process of master of all things upgrade direction, skill combination, and optimal resource allocation. This is also a gift that cannot be measured in monetary terms, equivalent to the 24/7 service of a top-notch think tank. Seeing that both of them were showing their utmost sincerity, Song Xuanma felt it was inappropriate to show weakness himself. He took out a warm, smooth jade bottle from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. Here are 3 9-turn rejuvenation pills, which can keep him alive as long as he has a breath left. Consider this a gift for your son-in-law. In addition, my Song family's 100 herbs garden is always open to him, and he can take any medicinal herbs he wants. Jiang Jingshan was overjoyed upon hearing the generous gifts from the 3 men, but he remained expressionless, simply waving his hand with a flourish. Ha ha ha. On behalf of that kid, I thank you all for your kindness. He wiped the smile from his face, his entire demeanor changed, and he said, the construction of the turret is now of utmost urgency. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. I'll be troubling you 3 quite a bit over the next 5 days. After saying that, he turned around abruptly and strode towards the door. Chapter 17, S-rank mage in pajamas waiting to go home? Soft rice eater progress plus 100%. The black SUV drove smoothly on the wide road. The lights outside the car window shimmered and flashed past, receding into the distance. I'm at level 16. Tang Yan stared into thought as he looked at his level on his personal information panel. In just one day, his fate changed dramatically. The miner struggling for $1 million job change fee in the mine seems like a thing of the past. This is the insurmountable gap between combat professions and life professions. This trip to the King Dungeon yielded far more rewards than he had imagined. The skill-endless plunder brought him too many surprises. He managed to plunder a king-level boss twice. The first time, it's a permanent bonus of 50 points of physical defense. The second time, however, it was a completely new talent. This is what he values most. Talent, Storm Affinity rank. Effect, Wind and Lightning Resistance plus 50%, Wind and Lightning Skill Damage plus 30%, Casting Speed plus 20%. Although it's not the top tier S grade, it's still the best of the best for any magic-based class. Resistance, damage, and casting speed a perfect synergy boost. Although he doesn't know any wind or lightning attack skills right now, that's not a problem. As long as you have money, skill books are like commodities on the shelves of the treasure pavilion. I'll go to the Chamber of Commerce tomorrow and pick out a few high-level lightning spells. Combined with this talent, the damage output will be absolutely explosive. However, the fact that they were able to succeed twice in a row this time was largely due to luck. The 30% probability is not stable. If someone's face is a bit dark, you might not be able to pluck even a single hair. A more robust plundering strategy must be developed. I can't be too greedy when doing dungeons in the future. When you enter a dungeon, first target the large number of mobs and use endless plunder to stack basic attributes such as strength and intelligence. As for the boss, you must wait until its health is almost depleted, it is on the verge of death, and it is in its weakest state before you make your move. The chances of a successful diagnosis would have been higher then. Then, his attention shifted to the blue stone egg in his backpack. Pet egg, storm hatchling. Status, hibernating. Description, a bluish-green stone egg surrounded by a faint current of air, from which a faint heartbeat could be heard, as if it were sleeping and waiting to be called. Required incubation materials, 30 pure breath of wind, 50 high-grade mana potions, 100 crystal powder, Master's Mark 1 drop of blood. This is a rare find, with prices far exceeding supply. Elemental pets have extremely high growth potential once hatched, they will at least be powerful support or damage dealers. However, those incubation materials sounded like they were no ordinary items. Pure breath of wind is estimated to drop only in specific high-level wind-type dungeons. But now, none of these are problems. Given Jiang Jingshan's wealth and status, it's only a matter of time before he can obtain these materials to incubate it. The vehicle gradually slowed down and finally came to a stop. Mr. Tang, we've arrived. Lu Yan unbuckled her seatbelt and turned around to speak. The car door popped open automatically. Before your eyes is a magnificent manor gate. This is Longjing Bay in the East District. In the heart of Kyoto, where land is incredibly valuable, every villa represents absolute power and wealth. The detached villa in front of us covers several thousand square meters and is brightly lit, resembling a small palace. Lu Yan got out of the car and handed Tang Yan a uniquely designed electronic key and a black gold card. Mr. Tang, all the formalities for the villa have been completed, and the owner's name is now yours. The commander instructed that if you have any needs, such as servants, security, or daily necessities, you can contact me directly. Her attitude was more respectful than before. Tang Yan took the key and card, her expression calm. Thank you for your hard work, Secretary Lu. Just call me Tang Yan from now on. Lu Yan nodded, said nothing more, turned around, got into the car, and quickly drove away. The taillights of the black SUV disappeared into the night. Inside the car, there was a deathly silence. Lin Fan, Wang Taizhu, Bai Shanshan, and Ling Dong all turned their heads to look at the figure standing in front of the palatial villa outside the window, their minds blank. Did we go on a mortal adventure with a deity today? Wang Taizhu stammered as he spoke. He peered through the car window at the gate that gleamed with the light of money even in the night. He had only ever seen places like this on television. More than just immortals. Lin Fan gave a wry smile, leaned back in his chair, and felt as if all his strength had been drained away. We're still struggling to make a down payment on a luxury apartment, while they were born in Longjing Bay. This sense of disparity is too real, and too cruel. In the afternoon, we were teammates running dungeons together, but in the evening, they went back to Cloud Village. Is this the variability of the world? Longjing Bay. That's a place they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Bai Shanshan didn't speak, she just stared blankly at Tang Yan's back. That man was calm, powerful, and unfathomable. He seemed shrouded in mystery. Just when you think you figured him out, he always manages to come up with something even more surprising and unbelievable. We've chosen the right person to follow. Ling Dong only said 4 words, but everyone could hear the excitement and relief in his tone. Tang Yan walked alone towards the villa gate. The heavy, ornate iron gate slid open silently to both sides. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, he froze for a moment. In the spacious front yard, dozens of figures stood in 2 neat rows, bowing to him in unison. Welcome home, Mr. Tang. A loud voice echoed in the night sky. These people included servants dressed as butlers and guards in black suits, exuding a fierce aura. Tang Yan glanced at it. These people are all at least level 30, and some of the guard captains are even close to level 40. That's quite a grand gesture. Jiang Jingshan was not only expressing his importance, but also demonstrating the Jiang family's foundation and strength. Tang Yan walked through the crowd and pushed open the heavy solid wood door of the villa. A spacious, luxurious hall with a ceiling height of over 10 meters appeared before us. Crystal chandeliers, spiral staircases, and gleaming marble floors. Everything about it reflects the owner's prestige. However, Tang Yan's entire attention was drawn to the figure standing in the center of the hall. Jiang Hanyue. She had already changed out of that ice blue long dress. She was wearing only a loose floral cotton nightgown, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders. Gone is the aloofness and power of an S-rank ice mage, and gone is the pride and detachment of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. She stood there quietly, wearing a pair of fluffy slippers. Like an ordinary wife waiting for her husband to come home. When Tang Yan came in, she seemed a little flustered, and her fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes. You are back. Yes, I'm back. Tang Yan changed her shoes and walked over. The atmosphere between the two was somewhat subtle. After all, this was only their second formal meeting. Tang Yan thought for a moment, then flipped his hand over. The cyan pet egg, swaying gently in the breeze, appeared in his palm. He handed it to Jiang Hanyue. I got this from a dungeon, I think you'll like it. Jiang Hanyue was slightly taken aback. Her gaze fell on the pet egg, and as a mage, she instantly sensed the pure and gentle wind elemental fluctuations. This thing is very valuable. In particular, these unhatched elemental cubs are coveted partners for any magic-based class. She hadn't expected that Tang Yan would still think of bringing her a gift after experiencing such an intense dungeon run. A warm feeling of being valued quietly crept into my heart. She reached out and carefully took the pet egg. It felt warm to the touch, carrying a faint trace of body heat. I don't know if it was the temperature of the egg or the temperature of Tang Yan's palm. Thank you, it's beautiful. She looked up at Tang Yan, her eyes bright. I'm glad you're all right. Also, congratulations on clearing the king's dungeon for the first time. It's all over the place now. I knew I hadn't misjudged him. It was even better than she had expected. Looking at his reflection in her eyes, Tang Yan knew he had given the right gift. Their relationship had undoubtedly grown closer because of this adventure and his success. This made him feel it was more worthwhile than any equipment or gold coins. Just lucky. Tang Yan smiled and didn't dwell on the topic. By the way, this little guy needs a lot of materials to hatch. I can ask Secretary Liu to help me purchase them later. Okay, whatever you say. Jiang Hanyue held the egg and nodded obediently. At that moment, the distance between the two seemed to shrink considerably. It is no longer a purely interest-based arrangement, nor is it simply a matter of responsibility. An atmosphere called home quietly began to grow in this spacious mansion. Are you hungry? I'll go and arrange for the kitchen to prepare a meal. Jiang Hanyue asked. A little. Tang Yan touched his stomach. After a long day, I was really hungry. Jiang Hanyue turned and left, her steps light and quick, even her fluffy slippers looked somewhat cute. Tang Yan watched her retreating figure and breathed a long sigh of relief. He's a kept man. This feeling seems pretty good. The first clear of Chapter 18's dungeon has astonished the world, with powerful nations vying for the Storm Tower. The next day. The news that the Lingfeng team of the Great Xia Kingdom had become the first to clear the level 15 King's Dungeon Storm Altar spread like a bombshell through various channels among relevant institutions in various countries. In the heart of the Siberian ice plains of the Bear Kingdom, lies an underground command center covered by thick layers of ice and alloy armor. In front of a giant holographic screen sat a huge man with his upper body bare. His muscles were bulging and as hard as granite, and his body was covered with hideous scars. It was Xiong Yuan, the highest-ranking combatant in the Xiong Kingdom, a level 95 Thunder Titan. On the other end of the communicator, Xianyuan Wuji appeared on the screen. Brother Wuji, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me where you got the strategy guide? Xiong Yuan's voice was thunderous, making the microphone buzz. We're allies. As the saying goes, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Recently, those strange beasts in the far north have started to riot again, and my defenses are under a lot of pressure. If Great Xia has any secrets to improve combat power, they can't keep them to themselves. He was burning with anxiety. The sudden emergence of a king-level leader in the Great Xia Kingdom made him sense danger. If the Great Xia Kingdom were to possess some secret capable of mass-producing powerful individuals, then the Xiong Kingdom's position would be in grave danger. We must extract the core intelligence. On the other side of the screen, Xian Yuan Wuji slowly took a sip of tea. As for the strategy, I can't disclose that. However, this dungeon did drop an interesting little gadget. I wonder if you'd be interested. After saying that, Xian Yuan Wuji casually showed a corner of the Storm Convergence turret design on the screen, only displaying some of its core attributes. What? A turret design? A city defense turret capable of taking down hordes of monsters in a dungeon? Xiong Yuan, standing 2 meters tall, suddenly stood up from his chair, accidentally crushing the alloy armrest into scrap metal. His breathing instantly became heavy as he stared intently at the blueprint on the screen. As a commander who has been fighting against beast tides for years, he knows all too well the value of this thing. Unlimited ammo. Extremely long range. This is simply a divine weapon tailor-made for the Icefield defense line. If he could deploy a ring around the base, at least half of his troops would be spared. Greed and desire were intertwined wildly in his heart. We must take it. At all costs. If you successfully build it, my Xiong Kingdom is willing to pay any price to purchase it. Xiong Ivan gritted his teeth. Resources, materials, even the ice core crystals we just salvaged from the permafrost barrier, we can discuss these. We need them. Let's talk about cooperation immediately. In the land of cherry blossoms, atop Mount Fuji, before the sealed rift. The cold wind was like a knife, swirling the fine snow. A man dressed in loose samurai clothes sat cross-legged. Beside him, a colossal samurai sword, Zanqing, over 40 meters long, was deeply embedded in the rock strata like a stabilizing force. Dark red sealing runes flowed along the blade, suppressing the dark rift deep within the mountain pass below, which was constantly twisting and trying to tear through space to escape. The samurai, the sword Saint Oda Shinjen, almost became one with the sword and the mountain, using his supreme sword intent to resist the corrosive power of the dungeon. General Oda. Urgent news. A ninja clad in light armor appeared not far away with near instantaneous speed, kneeling in the snow. Confirmed intelligence has arrived from the Great Xia Kingdom. A team named Lingfeng has successfully cleared the level 15 King's Dungeon Storm Altar for the first time, in just 18 minutes and 47 seconds. What? Oda Shinjen suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. 18 minutes and 47 seconds, King Ben. This efficiency has already exceeded the scope of ordinary geniuses. This means that the Great Xia dynasty may have achieved a key breakthrough in cultivating high-end combat power or cracking the dungeon mechanism. Any breakthrough, given the current global trend of rampant copying, could become a variable that influences the fate of a nation. Jealousy, fear, anger. A variety of emotions gnawed at his heart like venomous snakes. If the Great Xia Kingdom is allowed to continue to grow, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom will never have a chance to rise to prominence. It must be nipped in the bud. No matter who it is, they must die. He suddenly stood up, drew his 40-meter-long broadsword, and slashed fiercely at the spatial rift that had just opened in front of him. Baka! Boom! A purple blade of light swept across the sky, cleaving the most turbulent dark shadow in the mountain crevice to pieces. Pass on my orders. Oda Shinjen sheathed his sword and stood gazing at the temporarily calmed rift, his voice as cold as the snow on Mount Fuji. Find out all the information about the Spirit Wind team, especially their core methods for clearing the level. What Great Xia can do, Sakura swordsmanship must not lag behind. This rift must be severed by our own hands. In the United States, at the headquarters of Star Shield, in front of the holographic strategic sand table. There is no leader in the traditional sense here. Standing at the core is a powerful man wearing a tight-fitting suit with the stars and stripes pattern and a red cape, known as Captain Stars and Stripes. He is not a dictator. Behind and around him are complex holographic projections, with virtual figures representing major forces such as conglomerates, the military, and research institutions participating in the meeting simultaneously. Ladies and gentlemen, the intelligence on Great Xia has been confirmed. The Stars and Stripes captain's voice, processed with a voice changer, sounded calm and electronic. The Spirit Wind team is suspected to have extremely strong support or summoning class members, and their clearing efficiency exceeded the model's prediction by 70%. More noteworthy is that they obtained a city defense building blueprint rated as epic. In the holographic projection, a virtual human figure representing a certain military-industrial complex emitted a deep voice. City defense blueprints? What about specific performance data? Has the Great Xia government released any information about this? based on scattered intelligence and energy simulations. The light and shadow of a representative from the Academy of Sciences flickered. That's a turret, possibly with area of effect electric shocks, group slowing, and some kind of suppression capability against otherworldly creatures. If true, its strategic value, especially in dealing with the increasingly frequent copy leak incidents, will far exceed that of a mythical weapon of the same level. Captain America crossed his arms, his red cape fluttering even without wind. Therefore, we need to do two things. First, launch Project Raven and obtain the detailed technical parameters or samples of the blueprints at all costs. Second, accelerate our Fortress project and the Gene War God project. Now that Great Xia has made a breakthrough in defensive technology, we need to widen the gap in proactive offense and biological enhancement. Cooperation? We can talk about it, but it must be based on our technological advantage. Europa League, Holy City Cathedral. Inside the magnificent hall, sacred hymns filled the air. An angel with 6 wings on its back and radiating divine light floated silently in mid-air. Michael, the level 90 Seraphim, president of the Europa League. He slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes had no pupils, only a pure, pristine white. There was no anger, no jealousy. Only absolute rationality and cold-blooded calculation. The Spirit Wind Squad has produced a group of remarkable individuals in the Great Xia dynasty. Michael's voice was ethereal and sacred, echoing throughout the hall. He looked at the white-clad saintess kneeling below, holding a shield. Joan of Arc, I need you to get your hands on the video footage of their passage within 12 hours. Whether it's buying, stealing, or robbing. I need to know every skill they have, every movement they make, and every weakness they have. God does not allow there to be variables in this world that are beyond our control. The white-clad saintess bowed her head deeply, her forehead pressed against the cold floor. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 19 The Treasure Pavilion's Shura Field, the young lady announces her boyfriend, and young Master Song cracks up on the spot a true account. The top floor office of the Jiang group. Bang! A battle damage report, dozens of pages thick, was slammed onto the mahogany desk, the paper flying everywhere due to the force. Jiang Jingshan braced his hands on the table, his chest heaving violently. Useless. You're all useless. The roar echoed through the spacious office, making even the orchids in the corner tremble. 5 elite teams of level 30 were wiped out before they even saw the final stage of the boss. Did the nation's resources go to waste? He ripped open the top button of his collar and paced back and forth, his shoes stomping loudly on the floor. Yesterday, he made a solemn pledge to Xianyuan Wuji. 5 days. There are only 5 days left. If the first storm turret fails to be erected, not only will he lose his position as commander of the Alliance Army, but the entire Kyoto defense line will collapse once the Abyss Rift goes out of control. At that time, he was the eternal sinner of the Great Xia dynasty. Lu Yan stood beside the desk, her back ramrod straight, barely daring to breathe. Only after Jiang Jingshan had vented his first wave of anger did she step forward, pick up the report from the ground, and turn to one of the pages. Commander, the final boss of Storm Corridor, Storm Witch Celestine, is far stronger than we anticipated. Her wind and thunder dual-state domain mechanism is almost unsolvable. Within the domain, our team members' movements are severely restricted, attacks are difficult to hit vital points, healing pressure is enormous, and it is impossible to establish a stable output environment. She pointed to the data analysis chart above. I have already sent all the combat data to Dr. Chenxing Yuan's team. Lu Yan added that she was trying to find a glimmer of hope. Dr. Chen is an authority in rule analysis and data modeling, and I believe he will soon be able to provide more optimized tactical suggestions. What good is it if old man Chen just analyzes data in the lab? Jiang Jingshan stopped in his tracks, his brows furrowing into a deep frown, his anger flaring even more. I know his theory. It's all about rule hedging and energy nodes. The ideal model is perfect, but 9 out of 10 of them can't be implemented in real-world situations. By the time his optimal solution comes out, it'll be too late. You can't rely on those theorists. In critical moments, it's still the practical experts who come up with the best strategies. A figure flashed through his mind, and his gaze suddenly locked onto Lu Yan. Where's Tang Yin? Why didn't he come? If that kid can clear a level 15 king dungeon in 18 minutes, then a level 30 dungeon should be no problem for him either. While there's still time, we must get him to level up to level 30 as soon as possible. Lu Yan glanced at the communicator on her wrist. Mr. Tang called early this morning, saying he would accompany Miss to the treasure pavilion. What are you going there for? Jiang Dingshan frowned. Sir, you may not know this, but yesterday Mr. Tang obtained a pet egg in the dungeon and gave it to Mississippi. Today, he accompanied Miss to buy materials to hatch the pet egg. Jiang Jingshan was stunned for a moment, and then the rage on his furious face miraculously dissipated. This kid is quite dedicated. His lips curled up uncontrollably, and he couldn't hide his smugness. My precious daughter deserves a man like this. He suddenly remembered the VIP card Kong Xian had given him yesterday and immediately took it out of his pocket. It was a card made of pure gold, engraved with intricate runes. Send someone to deliver this card to Tang Yan immediately. Just say it's a small token of appreciation from Boss Kong, why not take it? Tell him to take whatever he likes, that old miser Kong Xian isn't short of money. Yes. Lu Yan caught the card with both hands, feeling its weight in her palms. This is not a card. This is the universal key to the Great Xia's top resource vault. I'll arrange it right away. Kyoto Treasure Pavilion. A magnificent building, like a towering pagoda, with its ancient eaves and brackets contrasting with the dazzling futuristic light screen, is full of contradictory yet harmonious beauty. Just as Tang Yan and Jiang Hanyue reached the door, a plump, middle-aged man dressed in a brocade tang suit appeared as if he had radar installed, rolling out from behind the counter. This person is Lu Changdong, the lobby manager of the Treasure Pavilion. Oh my! Isn't this Miss Jiang? Lu Changdong's face was covered in fat, resembling a flower, and he was so bent over that he almost wanted to bury his head in his crotch. What brings you here? It's truly an honor to have you here. After saying that, he quickly glanced at Tang Yan beside him out of the corner of his eye. Who is this young man? Yesterday, Boss Kong personally returned to the shop to give instructions to give special treatment to the young people around Jiang Hanyue. Could it be him? This person is very likely a core member of the Lingfeng team that caused a sensation in Kyoto yesterday by clearing the king's dungeon for the first time. He is indeed young and promising, with a calm demeanor, and his true character is completely unpredictable. This is an extremely important person, we must curry favor with them. This must be young Master Tang. I've long admired your name. Lu Changdong stretched out his hands, seemingly wanting to shake hands with Tang Yan, but then felt it was too abrupt and awkwardly rubbed his hands together in mid-air. My name is Tang Yan. Tang Yan ignored the other person's fawning manner and simply took out a list from his pocket and handed it over. We want these items, do you have them in stock? Lu Changdong accepted the list with both hands, his movements as respectful as if he were receiving an imperial edict. He glanced at it quickly. Pure Breath of Wind X30. Advanced Mana Potions X50. Crystal Powder 100. Goodness. All of them are rare items. Especially the Breath of the Wind, its price has skyrocketed recently due to the tense situation on the front lines, and even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. But the hesitation lasted only a fraction of a second in his mind. Yes. Definitely. If it's something Miss Jiang wants, I'll conjure it up for you even if I don't have it. Lu Changdong patted his chest to assure her, then turned and waved to the shop assistant in the distance. Go. Prepare everything on this list for me. Make sure it's in the best possible condition. Just then, a slightly exaggerated voice came from the doorway. Han Yu? It really is you. Tang Yan turned around. A young man, dressed in a full set of bright silver light armor, with a long sword that was more decorative than practical hanging at his waist, and with his hair slicked back, strode in. He was followed by two high-ranking followers, making quite a grand entrance. He is Song Hu, the youngest son of Song Xuanma, chairman of Song's pharmaceutical group. One of Jiang Hanyue's #1 suitors. He completely ignored Tang Yan standing next to him and rushed straight to Jiang Hanyue, a smile he thought was charming on his face. I was wondering why the magpies kept chirping when I went out today. It turns out they were hoping to run into you. Song Hu made what he thought was a very gentlemanly gesture, trying to take Jiang Hanyue's hand. What a coincidence, you're here to buy equipment too. What's on your mind? Pick whatever you like, it's on me today. Jiang Hanyue took a half step back without making a sound, perfectly avoiding his greasy hand, and her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Her body subconsciously moved half a step closer to Tang Yan. This subtle movement caused Song Hu's smile to freeze instantly, and he glanced at Tang Yan out of the corner of his eye. How dare a poor, penniless boy, without a single decent piece of equipment, stand beside Han Yu? Song Hu's heart was filled with disdain and contempt. Jiang Hanyue clearly sensed the unsettling scrutiny. She spoke slowly, her tone carrying a hint of cold indifference. No need, we'll buy it ourselves. Her refusal completely humiliated Song Hu. The surrounding shop assistants and other customers all cast curious glances at him, making him feel ashamed. Song Hu's smile stiffened. He glared at Tang Yan and asked through gritted teeth, "And who is this?" Before Tang Yan could speak, Jiang Hanyue took his arm and announced clearly, word by word, in a natural and intimate manner. "He is my boyfriend, Tang Yan." Boom! These 5 words exploded in Song Hu's mind like a bolt from the blue. Boyfriend? When did Jiang Hanyue get a boyfriend? He's been pursuing her for so many years and hasn't even touched her hand. What makes this country bumpkin who just appeared out of nowhere so special? Song Hu's face instantly turned a deep liver color, and a surge of anger mixed with jealousy and humiliation shot straight to the top of his head. He felt like he had become a huge joke. The gazes of the onlookers around him were like sharp needles, piercing his dignity. Lu Changdong, standing next to him, was completely dumbfounded. Boyfriend? Miss Jiang's boyfriend? His brain worked at lightning speed, instantly connecting all the information. The first clear of the king's dungeon, General Jiang Jingshan's attitude, Boss Kong Xian's special instructions, and now Jiang Hanyue's public announcement. Oh my god! This young Master Tang is 1,000 times, 10,000 times more important than I imagined. His attitude toward Tang Yan instantly changed from fawning to heartfelt reverence. Tang Yan himself was also taken aback. He could feel the soft touch on his arm and Jiang Hanyue's slight trembling. She was nervous. But more than anything, it's a resolute determination. Tang Yan's heart was not stirred much. He calmly analyzed the situation before him. It's been made public. That's fine. It saved a lot of unnecessary trouble. Although it would immediately create an enemy like Song Hu, it would also completely extinguish any thoughts of other flies. From a return on investment perspective, this is a worthwhile deal. More importantly, this gives Jiang Hanyue a strong sense of security. Thinking of this, he gently took Jiang Hanyue's hand in his own, using his body heat to give her a reassuring response. Feeling the warmth of Tang Yan's palm, Jiang Hanyue's stiffness instantly dissipated, and a warm current surged through her heart. To Song Hu, this scene was nothing short of adding fuel to the fire. Boyfriend? He practically spat out those words through clenched teeth, his eyes fixed on Tang Yan, bloodshot and seemingly spitting fire. How come I've never heard of it? His voice became shrill with extreme anger, completely losing its previous dashing demeanor. Hanyu, don't be fooled by this kid. Who is he? Which family does he belong to? What's his rank? What makes him so special? Chapter 20, thank you, young Master Song, for the 7 million. My entire meal is on the house. Tang Inkstone? I remember now, he's the member of the Spirit Wind team who cleared the King Dungeon for the first time. So it's this amazing person. No wonder he won Miss Jiang's favor. Being the first to clear the King's Dungeon is a feat that will go down in history. A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd, and the gazes directed at Tang Yan instantly changed. It was no longer a scrutiny of an ordinary person, but rather a display of awe and curiosity towards the strong. These comments were like red-hot iron rods, stabbing hard into Song Hu's ears. His family background and status, which he was most proud of, seemed somewhat pale in comparison to his hardcore achievement of first clear of the King's Dungeon. Humph. So what if I cleared a King Dungeon? I remember their captain's name is Lin Fan. The credit for the successful launch belongs to the captain. What does it have to do with him, a team member? What a lucky guy. They must have latched onto Lin Fan's coattails. He stared intently at Tang Yan, wishing he could tear him to pieces with his gaze. Kid, no matter what sweet words you used to deceive Hanyu, I'm giving you 3 seconds to get away from her right now. A man of humble origins is not worthy to stand beside her. These words caused Jiang Hanyue's body temperature to plummet. She abruptly stepped forward, shielding Tang Yan behind her, and coldly retorted. Song Hu, what I, Jiang Hanyue, do and who I'm with is none of your business. Hanyu, don't be angry. I wasn't talking about you, I just felt sorry for you. Being reprimanded so mercilessly by his beloved, Song Hu felt as if his heart had been ripped out. Associating with people of this caliber will only lower your status and make you a laughingstock in the entire city of Kyoto. After saying that, he stopped looking at Tang Yan and turned to look at Lu Changdong beside him, taking out a metal card that was flashing with a purple halo from his pocket. He held the card between 2 fingers and deliberately waved it in the air. Manager Lu, what did Hanyue pick out in the store? Just swipe my card. Song Hu raised his voice a few decibels to make sure everyone present could hear him. I can't stand seeing Hanyu worry about such a small amount of money. What he enjoys most is the envy and amazement he receives from those around him. This is the kind of pomp and circumstance that Song Hu should have. Lu Changdong stared at the gold card, his chubby face contorted in pain, and sweat was pouring down his face. Although the Song family cannot compare to the Jiang family, they are still a prominent and influential family in the capital, especially the Song family patriarch, Song Xuanma, who controls the lifeline of the city's pharmaceutical industry. He couldn't afford to offend either side. This young Master Song, the items that Miss Jiang and young Master Tang chose are quite expensive. Lu Changdong carefully chose his words, trying to give the other party a hint. This order will probably cost over 7 million gold coins. How many? Song Hu's hand holding the card jerked violently, and the card almost fell to the ground. 7 million, more than 10,000? His mind went blank, a complete void. Are you kidding me? Buying a few materials costs more than 7 million gold coins? His monthly allowance is only 2 or 3 million, and this will drain his savings of nearly 4 months. This card contains all the savings he had painstakingly accumulated over a long period, which he had intended to use to buy a sports car. The surrounding air froze instantly. All eyes were focused on his stiff fingers and the purple gold card. I made some boastful remarks just now in an attempt to show off, and now I'm in a real bind. More than 7 million. His heart was bleeding. But the moment he met Jiang Hanyue's icy gaze and the onlooker's stares, a surge of anger welled up inside him. No! We absolutely cannot lose face. If he backs down today, then Song Hu can forget about ever holding his head high in Kyoto's social circles again. Cough. He cleared his throat, tried to appear calm, and handed the card forward. Xiao Qian, swipe, card. The last two words were almost squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying a tragic and resolute tone. Tang Yan was genuinely startled when he heard this number. Of the 10 million Jiang Jingshan gave him yesterday, he spent over 3 million on skill upgrades, leaving him with just over 6 million. That's really not enough. He had thought these materials would be quite valuable when he left home, but he didn't expect them to be so expensive. Raising a pet can really cost money. Since someone is willing to step forward and be the sucker, why not take the opportunity? Song Hu, stay away here. Jiang Hanyue was about to refuse. Ah! Cold moon. Tang Yan reached out and gently pressed her shoulder, interrupting her. He stepped forward and, before Song Hu could react, snatched the gold card from his fingers. The movements were swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. He took the card, which still carried Song Hu's body temperature, and handed it directly to Lu Changdong. Manager Lu, what are you standing there for? Swipe your card. Jiang Hanyue looked at Tang Yan with confusion. Although she didn't understand why he did this, she chose to believe him because of his calm demeanor. Let him do whatever he wants. Looking at the card handed to him, Lu Changdong felt it was a hot potato and dared not take it. He subconsciously turned to Song Hu for final confirmation. What are you looking at me for? Didn't you hear me? Swipe. Song Hu was so angry that his chest heaved violently, and he almost roared out the words. He felt like he was being roasted over a fire, every second was torture. Okay. All right. After receiving Song Hu's affirmative answer, Lu Changdong felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He took the card and ran to the counter in a flash. Drop. The crisp sound of a successful card swipe echoed loudly in the lobby. Lu Changdong ran back with the card and receipt in his hand. Song Hu snatched his card back, his heart aching with pain. But he forced a smug expression onto his face. Kid, did you see that? I, Song Hu, have status, position, and plenty of money. He tapped his hands with the card repeatedly. Can you even compare to me? If Hanyu follows you, she will only suffer grievances and won't even be able to afford a few decent materials. Tang Yan watched with amusement as Song Hu put on a ridiculous act of pretending to be something he'd never been. This guy is really a character. I was just about to say something sarcastic to him. Sudden. A sharp, urgent screech of brakes came from the doorway. Immediately afterwards, a soldier in a crisp military uniform, armed with a rifle, strode into the hall. Those were General Jiang Jingshan's bodyguards. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The soldier ignored everyone and ran straight up to Tang Yan in full view of them. Snap. A standard attention salute. Mr. Tang. The commander has given orders. The soldier's voice was loud and powerful, making the entire hall buzz. He presented a pure black card with both hands. The card, made of some unknown material, was edged with a ring of tiny black diamonds that refracted a deep, unsettling light under the dazzling lights of the treasure vault. This is a supreme black gold card specially prepared for you by Chairman Kong Xian. The leader instructed that you can take anything you like in this treasure pavilion without paying. Boom! The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. The once prestigious purple gold card in Song Hu's hand now looked as cheap as a piece of plastic in front of that deep black gold card, which was as dark as the night sky. He opened his mouth wide, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets, staring intently at the man he had belittled in every way. When Tang Yan heard the soldier's report and saw the card inlaid with black diamonds, he was slightly taken aback. Black gold card? Was it specially prepared by Kong Xian? Was it delivered personally by Jiang Jingshan's bodyguard? This was completely unexpected. He had already gone along with the flow and made Song Hu the sucker, which made him feel very satisfied. Unexpectedly, there was an even bigger surprise. After a moment of surprise, he calmly took the card and said to the soldier, "It seems you've come at just the right time. It saved Chairman Kong a lot of money. He will be very happy to know that." After saying that, he pinched the corner of the card and casually twirled it between his fingers. He turned his head to look at Song Hu, who was completely frozen, and slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Then he turned to look at Lu Changdong, who was standing to the side, dumbfounded. "Manager Lu, you really have to thank young Master Song properly. After all, those 7 million can be considered his outstanding contribution to the annual revenue of the treasure pavilion." Yes. Young Master Tang is right. I will definitely convey young Master Song's generosity. Lu Changdong's back was almost bent at a 90-degree angle, and his eyes were full of sympathy as he looked at Song Hu. That's terrible. This is practically begging someone to slap you with their shoe. After listening to their conversation, Song Hu's face turned from liver-colored to purplish-brown, and finally to deathly pale. He was extremely embarrassed. He just begged and pleaded in front of so many people to pay for Jiang Hanyue's money, so it's probably impossible for him to get it back now. The only option is to accept defeat. Puff. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Jiang Hanyue couldn't help but burst out laughing. That soft laugh became the last straw that broke Song Hu's back. He felt all the blood rush to his head, and his vision went black. When Lu Changdong's gaze fell back on the black gold card in Tang Yan's hand, he trembled with excitement. As the lobby manager of the treasure pavilion, he certainly recognized the card. This is the legendary highest level of certification only a handful have been issued throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty. His gaze toward Tang Yan instantly shifted from awe to near fanatical worship. Young Master Tang. We'll pack and prepare all the materials you've selected right away. You can take them with you anytime. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Changdong, unable to suppress his businessman's instincts and curiosity, cautiously asked. Young Master Tang, if I may be so bold as to ask, you've purchased such a large quantity of precious incubation materials, could it be? Tang Yan glanced at Jiang Hanyue beside him and said in a natural tone. I was lucky enough to get a pet egg in the dungeon before. I was thinking of hatching it and giving it to Hanyue as a little gift. This is for Hanyue. These few words, though seemingly light and airy, caused Jiang Hanyue's eyelashes to tremble slightly, and stirred ripples in her heart. These words were nothing short of a lifeline for Song Hu. He seemed to gasp for air as if he were suffocating, and let out a sharp, piercing laugh. Keep bragging. Keep bragging. A pet egg? How many of those are there in the whole world? And you? A team member who just got lucky? He seemed to have completely gone mad, pointing his finger at Tang Yan. Who do you think you are? You don't even bother to draft this kind of lie. Song Hu, you're really annoying. Jiang Hanyue completely lost her patience. She didn't want to waste any more words on this madman. A thought crossed my mind. A stone egg, glowing with a bluish-green light, appeared out of thin air in her palm and floated silently. A pure and powerful aura of wind element instantly spread from her throughout the entire hall. Hiss. A collective gasp filled the hall. Everyone's eyes were completely drawn to the pet egg, their eyes filled with unbelievable shock. It really is a pet egg. Moreover, just by looking at the energy fluctuations and the extraordinary quality, you can tell that this is no ordinary item. Song Hu felt as if he had been punched in the face, and all the remaining words were stuck in his throat. His eyes were fixed on the egg, his face turning red and white in turns. At that moment, he felt like a complete fool. Tang Yan felt a surge of warmth in his heart as he watched Jiang Hanyue defend him without hesitation. It feels so good to have my wife protecting me. On the other side, Lu Qiangdong's eyes were already shining, and he was so excited that he almost knelt down to Tang Yan on the spot. He immediately recognized the astonishing potential of this storm hatchling. A divine artifact. This is absolutely a divine artifact. He was so excited that his whole body was trembling with fat, and he rubbed his hands together as he leaned closer. Young Master Tang. Congratulations. Congratulations. This pet egg has unlimited potential. In the future, if you are fortunate enough to obtain such treasures in dungeons again, please be sure to give priority to our treasure pavilion. We will definitely offer you acquisition terms that you cannot refuse. Chapter 21 Forbidden Library. You call this, which surpasses S-rank, a fragment? Faced with Lu Qiangdong's almost fanatical request, Tang Yan did not refuse, but simply nodded. If there are any gains in the future, the treasure pavilion will be given priority consideration. One sentence was like a shot of adrenaline to Lu Qiangdong, and his chubby face beamed with joy. He knew that investing in this benefactor would definitely be worthwhile. By the way, Steward Lu, Tang Yan continued, I would also like to take a look at skill books, preferably those related to lightning. His real purpose for this trip was to find a powerful lightning-type attack skill book. The Storm Affinity, talent in dungeon raids shouldn't be wasted. If he could find a powerful enough lightning-type skill, combined with the boost from his talent, his damage output would take a qualitative leap. This is the foundation upon which he finds his place in the world and protects those around him. Lu Qiangdong was taken aback, then pounded his chest loudly. Lightning skill books? Yes, of course. Ordinary skill books are not worthy of your status. I'll take you to a better place. Young Master Tang, please come with me. After saying that, he bowed and led Tang Yan and Jiang Hanyue into an inconspicuous side corridor instead of the usual spiral staircase. He pressed a specific sequence on a relief wall, and a hidden door quietly slid open, revealing a secret elevator with an antique interior but full of technological features. The three of them stepped into the elevator, and the doors slowly closed. Samhu, standing to the side, glared venomously at Tang Yan and Jiang Hanyue, who were leaving clinging to each other. His face burned with pain, and he felt as if the gazes of everyone present were like needles pricking his back. Today, not only did I fail to gain favor with Jiang Hanyue, but I also became a backdrop to highlight Tang Yan, and even lost several months' worth of pocket money. Jiang Hanyue, Tang Yan. I, Samhu, will repay this humiliation 100-fold in the future. He swore a solemn oath in his heart, and then, with his entourage, fled the treasure pavilion in a sorry state amidst a sea of sympathetic and mocking gazes. The remaining people in the hall watched the departing figures of the crowd after this farce, and were filled with mixed emotions. My God, I thought this guy was just a gigolo who lived off women. Who would have thought that not only does he have an incredibly powerful background, but his luck is also off the charts, even managing to get a pet egg in a level 15 King's dungeon. Luck alone isn't enough to get Chairman Khan's black gold card. This kid must have something special about him, we just can't see through him. Young Master Song has really lost face this time. Look at his face when he left, it was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Finally, the elevator came to a smooth stop, and the doors slowly opened. A space brimming with futuristic technology unfolded before Tang Yan's eyes. There are no traditional bookshelves here, only energy orbs emitting various colors of light floating in mid-air. Each sphere of light contains a sealed, extremely rare skill book, the phantom images of its pages appearing and disappearing in the light. Young Master Tang, look! Lu Qiangdong pointed to a ball of light surrounded by purple lightning, a hint of pride on his face. Inside the sphere of light, the phantom of a book flickering with electric light appeared. Skill book, Thunder Spear. Grade, S. Type, Active Skill. Effect, consumes 500 MP to instantly summon a lightning spear that locks onto a single target. This skill is instant cast, dealing 300% magic damage plus 500 lightning damage and inflicting a paralyze effect for 2 seconds. This skill ignores 30% of the target's magic defense. Learning requirements, level 50, 300 plus points in spirit attribute, and rank B or higher in lightning talent. Price, 30 million gold coins. S-rank skill, Spear of Heavenly Thunder, the king of single target burst damage, instant cast and lock on, ignores a portion of magic resistance. Lu Qiangdong's introduction was very enticing. The attributes of this skill book are indeed powerful enough to drive any lightning mage class crazy. He then pointed to another sea of lightning and fire. Skill book, Lightning Purgatory. Grade, A. Type, Active Skill. Effect, consumes 800 MP, creating a lightning inferno in a designated area 5-meter radius for 10 seconds. All enemy units within the area take 150% magic damage points of lightning damage per second. Learning requirements, level 40, spirit attribute 150 or higher, lightning talent rank C or higher. Price, 18 million gold coins. Rank A, Lightning Purgatory, a powerful skill for clearing large areas of damage over time, is an essential ability for mage team battles. Lu Changdong was giving a passionate introduction, but Tang Yan just glanced at it calmly, her brows furrowing slightly. These skills are indeed powerful. But it always feels like it lacks a domineering, world-destroying force. These are more like good skills in the conventional sense, with fixed power and limited growth potential, making it impossible to maximize the power of the Storm Affinity talent. What he wants is something with more growth potential, something more unique, or something with a higher ceiling. The key is that level requirement, which is like a threshold for him at level 16. All he wants right now is a skill book that he can use directly to level up. Lu Changdong was an extremely shrewd person, and he immediately noticed Tang Yan's subtle reaction. A thought struck him. This young Master Tang doesn't even look down on the S-rank, Thunder Spear? Just how high are his horizons? Considering Chairman Kong's sincerity in trying to befriend Tang Yan at all costs, and Tang Yan's mysterious background, a bold idea popped into Lu Changdong's mind. Young Master Tang, it seems that these conventional top-tier skills are not enough to satisfy you. He gestured for Tang Yan and Zhang Hanyue to follow him to the deepest part of the library. There were no orbs of light there, only an ancient stone platform covered in dust. On the stone platform, a dark animal hide scroll that looked tattered and had worn edges lay quietly. The scroll had no luster and no energy fluctuations, as if it were just a piece of junk forgotten in a corner. Young Master Tang, if what you seek is not power but possibility. Lu Changdong lowered his voice, speaking in a tone as if introducing something taboo. Well, perhaps we could take a look at this. He pointed to the roll of animal hide. A fragment? Zhang Hanyue looked at the tattered scroll with a puzzled expression. Lu Changdong nodded, his expression becoming serious. Fragment, the Thunder Emperor descends. He spoke slowly and deliberately. It was dropped 3 years ago in the level 70 warrior dungeon Thor's Fall. We mobilized all the appraisal masters and finally came to an amazing guess. When it is complete, its grade may exceed S grade, which is something outside our current understanding system. Surpassing S class. Jiang Hanyue's heart skipped a beat. She could sense a faint aura emanating from the scroll, violent and unstable, carrying a sense of destruction like that of ancient times. Lu Changdong continued. But it is incomplete, the learning conditions are unknown, and the energy structure is extremely unstable. In recent years, the Treasure Pavilion has invited no fewer than 10 S-level talent thunder magic geniuses to try to learn it by force. He paused, and the atmosphere became heavy. The result was the same, without exception. At best, your talent will be downgraded and your mental attributes will be permanently reduced. At worst, your career will collapse and you will become a useless person. It is a high-stakes gamble with a slim chance of survival, a ladder to the throne of gods, or perhaps a bottomless abyss leading straight to hell. That's why it's sealed here. It's both a treasure and a forbidden object. Zhang Hanyue's expression changed immediately after hearing this. The allure of surpassing S-class is great, but the price is too high. She immediately reached out and grabbed Tang Yan's arm, urgently trying to dissuade him. Tang Yan. No. It's too dangerous. We don't lack skills. A level and S level are good enough. There's no need to take this risk. Her eyes were full of worry, fearing that Tang Yan would get into trouble in his pursuit of power. However, at this moment, Tang Yan's eyes were fixed on the roll of animal hide. His calm eyes were burning with an unprecedentedly intense light. Fragments? Unstable? A narrow escape from death? These words, however, combined to form another word in Tang Yan's mind. A golden opportunity. His skill, turning trash into treasure, allows him to place a useless, low-quality, or damaged item material into the furnace to improve its quality, repair it, or transform it into other items of greater value. This volume, Fragment, The Thunder Emperor Descends, is practically a perfect creation tailor-made for him. What others see as a near-death experience is, to him, a huge treasure that is almost guaranteed to be won. Lu Changdong's heart skipped a beat when he saw Tang Yan's appearance. Could it be that he really dares to gamble? Then, Tang Yan said firmly, Manager Lu, I want this, Fragment, The Thunder Emperor Descends. Tang Ying Stone. Zhang Hanyue still wanted to stop her. Tang Yen turned her head, gave her a reassuring look, and whispered, "Trust me, I know what I'm doing." The confidence and composure in his eyes strangely soothed some of Jiang Hanyue's anxiety. She recalled the miraculous scene of Tang Yen using his skills to repair her father's weapon in the office, bit her lip, and finally stopped speaking. Because she knew this man wasn't the kind of guy who acted impulsively. However, her eyes remained fixed on Tang Yen, ready to deal with any unexpected situation. Lu Changdong was also taken aback by Tang Yan's decisiveness, and he confirmed it again. "Young Master Tang, are you sure? This thing is dangerous." "Sure." Tang Yan interrupted him, stepped forward, and reached out to pick up the cold and heavy tattered animal hide scroll. "This is it." Lu Changdong stood there, stunned, his heart filled with turbulent emotions. This young Master Tang is either incredibly arrogant, or he truly has a trump card that they can't even imagine. He prefers the latter. Chapter 22 SSS-rank Divine Skill. The Thunder Emperor's judgment is born. However, I need to fix it first before I can learn it. Tang Yen weighed the heavy roll of animal hide in his hand, speaking in a calm tone, as if he were simply saying that he was going to mend an old piece of clothing. "Repair?" Lu Changdong was completely stunned and asked a question instinctively. "How do I fix this?" They searched the entire Great Xia for enchanting masters and appraisal experts, but to no avail. In fact, they even lost several geniuses. Could it be that this young Master Tang is not only a combatant, but also a hidden high-level blacksmith? Yes. Tang Yen did not offer much explanation. With a thought, he mobilized the magic power within his body. Activate, turning waste into treasure. As 100 MP evaporated instantly, a strange wave rippled outwards from him. A low humming sound filled the air. Immediately afterwards, an ancient-looking illusory furnace with dark gold runes flowing across its surface appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. The furnace spewed out invisible flames, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly. Tang Yen released his grip. The lifeless tattered animal hide scroll seemed to be summoned by something, and with a whoosh, it flew up automatically and plunged straight into the furnace. At first, the furnace was deathly silent. Jiang Hanyue's heart leaped into her throat, and her hands involuntarily gripped the hem of her clothes. She wasn't afraid of failure, she was only afraid that Tang Yen would suffer a backlash because of this failure. Lu Changdong took 2 steps back, ready to activate the library's emergency defense barrier at any moment. Just then, something unexpected happened. Sizzle! A piercing electrical hum tore through the silence of the library. The tattered animal hide scroll trembled violently at the core of the furnace, and the ancient runes on its surface, which had long been blurred, now seemed to be infused with a violent life force, lighting up one after another. The light grew brighter and brighter, eventually transforming into blinding lightning. Crackling sounds. Countless tiny golden arcs of electricity burst forth from the furnace opening, exploding in the air, and the violent lightning elemental energy instantly filled the entire room. "Careful!" Lu Changdong gasped in shock, his chubby face turning deathly pale. This energy fluctuation was terrifying, completely beyond his understanding of skill books. He subconsciously raised his hand to activate the protective array, only to find that the entire library's magic circuits were completely disrupted by this electromagnetic field. Jiang Hanyue moved swiftly, about to rush towards Tang Yen. No matter what the taboo was, she absolutely could not watch Tang Yen get into trouble. "Don't come any closer." Tang Yan's voice came from the center of the lightning, still calm and composed, without the slightest panic. He stood in the eye of the storm, his clothes fluttering in the turbulent air, but his feet remained firmly planted on the ground. This is the domineering power of turning waste into treasure. Once inside the furnace, he gets to call the shots. Boom! A thunderclap, audible only to the spiritual realm, exploded in everyone's minds. The floating animal hide scroll disintegrated amidst dazzling lightning, transforming into countless golden rune fragments, which then rapidly reassembled and merged under the guidance of some mysterious rule. The whole process lasted about 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, the library returned to calm, as if the cataclysmic events that had just occurred were merely an illusion. The illusory furnace slowly dissipated. Tang Yen remained standing quietly in place, and in the air in front of him, a brand new skill book was floating. It was no longer a tattered animal hide scroll. The book's icon is complex and profound, as if it contains the ultimate truth of the universe, and it radiates a unique 7-colored gilded light, making it extremely noble. Skill Book, Thunder Emperor's Judgment. Grade, SSS. Type, Active Skill. Effect, consumes 800 MP, cooldown, 120 seconds, instantly summons divine lightning from the heavens to deliver a devastating judgment on all enemy targets within a 100-meter radius, dealing 120% magic damage and inflicting a 5-second paralysis effect. Passive effect, Mark of Judgment. Any of your attacks has a chance to apply a judgment mark to the target. Once 3 stacks are accumulated, the next Thunder Emperor's Judgment will guarantee a critical hit and execute the target. This effect is guaranteed to trigger on targets with less than 20% health. Learning requirements, none. SSS-rank. No learning requirements. It has a wide range AoE attack, and also comes with a passive ability that grants a chance to stack and guarantee a critical hit. This isn't just a skill, it's a map-clearing artifact, a death warrant for bosses. Combined with the Storm Affinity talent he plundered, the power of this skill will be further amplified to a terrifying degree. With it, the leveling process ahead will be a massacre. Looking at the new skill that radiated 7-colored divine light, Tang Yan took a deep breath, and a surge of heroic spirit welled up in his heart. This is the result he wanted. Repair. He actually repaired that tattered scroll. Lu Changdong stared at the skill book that radiated a divine light, stammering and completely dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes hard, unable to believe what he was seeing. This is a dead end that has plagued the treasure pavilion for years and ruined countless geniuses. Having managed the Forbidden Library for so many years, he had witnessed far too many brilliant minds fail and perish before this incomplete scroll. But Tang Yan just casually summoned a furnace, stood there for a dozen seconds, and it was done? And look at the quality of that light. 7-colored gilded gold. That's a mythical quality that surpasses S-class and exists only in legends. Lu Changdong felt that his worldview was collapsing and being rebuilt. No wonder President Kong Xian gave away that supreme black gold card without hesitation. It turns out the president already knew about this person's extraordinary abilities. This isn't just having extraordinary abilities, it's practically supernatural power. Lu Changdong's gaze towards Tang Yan changed. It was no longer about looking at a potential benefactor, but about looking at a living deity. He trembled all over, a mixture of excitement and awe. As long as he can cling to this powerful figure, Lu Changdong's status in the treasure pavilion will definitely rise to a higher level. Call. Zhang Hanyue let out a long breath, feeling all the strength drain from her body. My heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was finally at ease. Seeing that Tang Yan was unharmed and even more unfathomable, her eyes reddened slightly, but she couldn't help but smile. This man always manages to create miracles. From clearing the king's dungeon to repairing the forbidden fragments. It seemed as if there was nothing in this world that he couldn't do. As she watched Tang Yan's tall and straight back, a feeling of admiration grew wildly in her heart, mixed with a deeper love, filling her entire being. This is the man she chose. Powerful, mysterious, and omnipotent. Tang Yan didn't notice the shock on the two people's faces. He reached out and gently grasped the floating skill book. Ding! Do you wish to learn the SSS-rank skill, Thunder Emperor's Judgment? Study! With a thought, the skill book, radiating a terrifying aura, transformed into a stream of light and pierced into his brow. Success in your studies. A massive flow of information instantly flooded his mind. It was the law of thunder, the true meaning of destruction. He felt every cell in his body cheering, as if he could summon a sea of thunder with just a thought. Manager Lu. Tang Yan looked at Lu Changdong, who was still in a daze, and spoke calmly as if nothing had happened. I've already chosen to learn this skill book, so I hope it hasn't caused you any trouble. Lu Changdong snapped out of his daze, a shiver running through his body, his face plastered with an almost fawning smile. Young Master Tang's skill is truly divine. Today, I, Lu, have been greatly impressed. This incomplete book has been gathering dust here for many years, and it is its good fortune that you have been able to restore it. Since you have a black gold card, this skill book is a free gift, and young Master Tang can use it as he pleases. Joke. Lu Changdong would think it's worth it to give away an entire library to such a genius who can turn trash into treasure so easily. As long as he can establish a good relationship, even a little bit of food that slips through his fingers will be enough for him to live on for a lifetime. Tang Yan nodded. That's the benefit of strength. When you demonstrate sufficient value, the whole world will treat you kindly. Chapter 23, The Mythical Pet's value is unique across the entire server. Just then, a senior deacon from the treasure pavilion hurriedly entered the library through special access, approached Lu Changdong, and presented him with a jade box engraved with heat-preserving runes. Manager Lu, all the incubation materials that Mr. Tang previously requested have been prepared. Please take a look. The materials arrived just after Tang Yan acquired his new skill, a perfect timing. Tang Yan looked at the exquisite jade box and felt a surge of joy. This trip was a complete success. The incubation materials were all ready, and I unexpectedly obtained a potentially powerful SSS level skill. He said to Lu Chandong. Manager Lu, could we borrow a quiet room? I'd like Hanyue to hatch the pet egg here. Lu Chandong immediately agreed. Of course. Please follow me. The VIP room is absolutely quiet and private, and I guarantee that no one will disturb you. He now treats any request he makes to Tang Yan as a top priority and executes it accordingly. Just kidding, this is no ordinary benefactor, this is a stroke of good fortune, a creator of a legend. It is Lu Changdong's greatest blessing to be able to serve such a person. Soon, Lu Changdong led the two into an elegantly and luxuriously decorated VIP room, and then tactfully bowed and stepped aside, like a most loyal bodyguard. Tang Yan placed the jade box on the table and gently opened it. Inside the box, a pure aura of energy wafted out. Pure breath of wind X30, high-grade mana potion X50, crystal powder X100. Every material is of superior quality, radiating a soft glow. Take out the pet egg. Tang Yan said to Jiang Hanyue. Jiang Hanyue nodded and carefully took the blue pet egg out of her backpack. As soon as the pet egg appeared, it acted like a shark smelling blood, actively absorbing the energy from the materials inside the jade box. Streams of light flew out from the material and disappeared into the eggshell. The patterns on the eggshell became increasingly bright, and the entire egg began to tremble slightly, exuding a strong desire for life. As all the materials were absorbed, the pet egg's radiance reached its peak. Drip a drop of blood onto it. Tang Yan reminded him. Without hesitation, Jiang Hanyue forced a drop of bright red blood from her fingertip and gently placed it on the eggshell. The blood was absorbed instantly. Crack! A crisp cracking sound rang out. A crack appeared on the eggshell, and then the crack spread rapidly like a spider web. With a clear and melodious cry, a bluish-white light shot up from the eggshell, circled the room once, and finally landed lightly on the table. It was a peculiar fledgling bird, about the size of a pigeon. Its feathers are a gradient of bluish-white, with translucent wind elements condensing at the edges of its wings. Its pure blue eyes are like the clearest lake, full of agility and intelligence. The moment it appeared, an attribute panel automatically appeared in front of everyone. Wind Spirit Azure Phoenix. Type, Guardian Pet Unique bound to Jiang Hanyue. Level, 1. Quality, Myth. HP, 500 plus 100 per level. MP, 300 plus 80 per level. Attack, 30-50 wind attribute magic damage. Physical defense, 20, magic defense, 30. Speed, extremely fast flying unit, ignores terrain obstacles. Loyalty, 100 bound and will never decrease. Initial skills. Blessed by the wind passive, all friendly units within a 5-meter radius of Qinghuan prioritizing Jiang Hanyue gain plus 10% movement speed and plus 5% casting attack speed. Wind and lightning attribute skill damage is increased by 15%. Jiang Hanyue's effect is doubled. Wind barrier active, consumes 50 MP, 25-second cooldown, applies a shield to a designated friendly unit prioritizing Jiang Hanyue for 6 seconds, absorbing damage equal to pet level X50. While the shield is active, the target gains 20% slow resistance. Azure Feather Wind Blade active, consumes 30 MP, 10-second cooldown, fires 3-5 Azure Feather blades condensed from wind element, automatically tracking the nearest target within 5 meters, each blade dealing pet attack power 0.8 points of wind attribute damage. Wind Sense passive reconnaissance, sharing the pet's keen perception. Jiang Hanyue's detection rate against stealth and invisible units is increased by 30%, and her vision is enhanced during storms and gales. Note, levels 130 are the growth stage, levels 30-60 are the complete form, and levels 90 and above are the mythical form. Mythical quality. Jiang Hanyue was completely stunned. She had expected the pet egg dropped from this King of Kings dungeon to be excellent, but she never imagined it would be a legendary mythic quality egg. These attributes and skills are simply a top-tier support tailor-made for her, a mage. Tang Yan looked at the panel and was very satisfied. This little guy has a lot of potential. In particular, the passive skill, Blessed by the Wind, not only provides Jiang Hanyue with a 30% increase in wind and thunder attribute damage, but also allows Jiang Hanyue to enjoy a 15% boost. This is such a pleasant surprise. His Thunder Emperor's Judgment, combined with this passive skill, will increase its power once again. After successfully hatching, the little blue phoenix tilted its head and looked at Tang Yan, then flew affectionately to Jiang Hanyue's side, gently nuzzling her cheek with its tiny head and emitting a series of melodious chimes like wind chimes. Jiang Hanyue felt the cool touch on her shoulder and the unreserved affection, and an unprecedented softness and warmth welled up in her heart. She reached out her finger and carefully touched the little guy's feathers. "Your voice is so beautiful, like the wind singing among the clouds. From now on, shall we call you Cloud Song?" The little guy seemed to understand, and flew around her happily, letting out a series of clearer chirps, as if in response. Tang Yan watched the scene from the side, a slight smile appearing on his face. Yungu, a very nice name. He could tell that Jiang Hanyue genuinely liked this little guy, which made him feel that all the preparations were well worth it. Standing a little distance away, Lu Qiangdong watched the entire process without blinking, especially when the panel displaying the mythical quality flashed by at the end. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. The impact today was just too great. First came the black gold card, then the repair of the forbidden scroll that no one could train, and now I've witnessed the birth of a mythical quality pet. This Tang Yan isn't just a promising talent, he's a monster who keeps creating miracles. He now had only one thought: no matter what, he had to serve this young master Tang well. After the matter was settled, Tang Yan took Jiang Hanyue and Yungu, who was perched on her shoulder, and prepared to leave. "Manager Lu, we apologize for disturbing you today. The matter has been settled, so we'll take our leave now. Young Master Tang, you're too kind. It's an honor for Treasure Pavilion to serve you and Miss Jiang." Lu Qiangdong bent over at a 90-degree angle, his face flushed. He escorted the two to the entrance of the Treasure Pavilion until their figures completely disappeared around the street corner. Only then did Lu Qiangdong suddenly straighten up and pull out his communicator. His fingers trembled slightly from excitement, and it took him several tries to press the correct number. The call was connected. He shouted into the communicator in an almost roaring tone of ecstatic joy. "Boss! Great news! Fantastic news! Chapter 24, Leveling up to 30 in 3 days. A devilish mission from my father-in-law." The top floor of the Jiang Group headquarters. Tang Yan and Jiang Hanyue had just stepped out of the teleportation elevator when they bumped into Jiang Jingshan, who was already waiting there. He paced back and forth, his usual military composure now masked by an barely concealed anxiety. Upon seeing the two, he strode forward, his gaze immediately falling on the ethereal blue-white bird perched on Jiang Hanyue's shoulder. Jiang Jingshan paused in his steps. He was a man of great stature, and he could tell at a glance that this fledgling was no ordinary bird. The pure wind element fluctuations and the innate noble aura it exuded far surpassed anything he had ever seen. Such pure energy. This pet. Jiang Hanyue didn't speak, but with a thought, she directly shared the attribute panel of Yungu. Jiang Jingshan eagerly approached for a closer look, but when the two gleaming golden characters, quality, mythical, came into view, this high-ranking official, who had seen many storms, froze on the spot. He stared intently at the ridiculously luxurious initial attributes and skills, his mouth slightly agape and his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Mythical pets. He had only seen a description of this thing in the archives of the Great Xia dynasty. It was a strategic entity capable of influencing the course of a battle. Jiang Jingshan has been a man of many talents for half his life. What treasures haven't he seen? But a living, mythical pet, this is truly unprecedented. The next second, he suddenly turned his head to look at Tang Yan, and his large, fan-like hand slapped heavily on Tang Yan's shoulder with a smack. "Good. Good lad." Jiang Jingshan burst into laughter, his laughter filled with barely suppressed excitement and admiration. "Your methods are truly extraordinary. I have complete peace of mind with Hanyue following you. This is no longer a surprise, this is a shock." He was still worried about the turret blueprint, but in the blink of an eye, his daughter had a mythical pet by her side. Just how many tricks does this kid have up his sleeve? Tang Yan let him pat her without moving an inch. This is exactly the result he wanted. The deeper Jiang Jingshan's approval is, the more resources he can mobilize, and the wider his path to becoming stronger will be. The more investment from one's father-in-law, the better. He calmly replied, "Just lucky. However, I also made some other gains in the treasure pavilion." Jiang Jingshan asked curiously, "Oh? What good stuff did that old Foxconn Xian give you?" "A skills book." Tang Yan said it casually. SSS-rank, called Thunder Emperor's Judgment. Its effect is to summon divine thunder to attack all enemies within a radius of 100 meters, and it also comes with a stacking critical strike finishing effect. The air in the office seemed to freeze instantly. The smile on Jiang Jingshan's face disappeared inch by inch, replaced by extreme horror and frenzied shock. SSS-rank. Radius of 100 meters. Kill. Each of these words was like a heavy hammer, striking his heart hard. As a top professional, he knew all too well what this meant. This isn't a skill, it's a mobile catastrophe. It's a walking divine punishment. He originally thought Tang Yan's potential was a gold mine, but now he realizes it's a whole plane's worth of divine crystals. This excited and thrilled him even more than receiving 10 blueprints for the storm turret. The future of the Great Xia dynasty may truly rest on the shoulders of this young man. After a brief moment of euphoria, Jiang Jingshan's seasoned instincts instantly calmed him down, and an unprecedented seriousness enveloped his entire being. He grabbed Tang Yan and said in a deep voice, "Come with me." He led the two men quickly into the adjacent strategic conference room. At his command, the main screen in the conference room lit up instantly, displaying not business reports, but a huge map of Great Xia. On the map, around the coordinates representing major cities, countless tiny red dots are flashing and spreading, like a plague that is spreading. In one corner of the screen was Xian Yuan Wuji's weathered face, his latest battle report marked in bold, blood-red font. The copy erosion is accelerating, and the whole world is in chaos. Within our Great Xia, there are also clear signs. Although it is currently only a sporadic outbreak that has been promptly contained, it is like an anthill on a dam. Jiang Jingshan pointed at the red dots, his voice extremely heavy. Once this becomes a reality, the monsters from the instance will flood our city. Building the storm turret is no longer a matter of planning ahead, but an urgent matter. His finger pressed heavily on a level 30 dungeon marker on the map. Its core material, the heart of the storm, is currently only known to drop from the final boss of the level 30 King's dungeon, Storm Corridor. After saying that, he turned around and, in an unquestionable commanding tone, gave Tang Yan an almost insane task. "I'll give you 3 days. Within 3 days, you must reach level 30, then lead a team to clear Storm Corridor and bring back the heart of the storm." In 3 days, I went from level 16 to level 30, and I still need to clear a King's dungeon. This sounds like a fantasy to anyone. Before Tang Yan could react, Jiang Jingshan continued to explain seriously. The biggest challenge is not the leveling speed, but the bottleneck of leveling from 29 to 30, the profession trial. That's a personal instance that determines your career future. It's extremely difficult and will generate unique challenges based on the characteristics and potential of each class. He looked at Tang Yan and spoke slowly and deliberately. Your profession, Master of all things, is unique in the world. This means that there is no information about your trial, no strategy guide, and we cannot give you any advice. You have to rely on yourself to make your own way. If you fail the trial, your level may drop, all your basic attributes will be permanently reduced by 10%, and there will be a cooldown period of up to 7 days. We can't wait 7 days. So you only have one chance. The consequences of failure would be unimaginable. The entire conference room was deathly silent. Tang Yan, however, felt no pressure whatsoever. 3 days? Professional trials? This was actually the best news for him. Only under extreme pressure can extreme growth be achieved. His current, Thunder Emperor's judgment, is the strongest guarantee for leveling up. What others saw as a perilous ordeal was, in his eyes, a hidden treasure chest. The more unique the trial, the richer the reward upon completion. This is the only way for him to protect Jiang Hanyue and her child and quickly climb to the top of the world. He slowly raised his head, his eyes showing no hesitation whatsoever. I understand. I will get the heart of the storm in 3 days. Lin Fan's team has regrouped and is waiting downstairs. Jiang Jingshan's tense body relaxed slightly, feeling very gratified, and then he said, "They will fully cooperate with you. The goal is to level up quickly in the Lava Cavern dungeon, which is between levels 18 and 25. Tang Yan nodded, said nothing more, and turned to walk out the door. Time is now his most scarce resource. After arranging things for Tang Yan, Jiang Jingshan rubbed his temples and prepared to handle other official business. On the other side, Jiang Hanyue stood still, her gaze following Tang Yan's departing figure until the heavy soundproof door slowly closed. Her heart seemed to clench slightly as the door closed. To complete his mission, to protect her, and to fulfill that promise for the future, Tang Yan charged alone into the most dangerous front. A strong sense of resentment and turmoil instantly overwhelmed her. She didn't want to be a burden that needed to be carefully protected. Since the accident, her father, out of excessive worry, has kept her under constant protection and no longer allows her to enter high-risk instances. She had also felt lost and submissive, but now she could no longer bear this feeling of powerlessness. She turned abruptly to face her father, whose brow was furrowed, and said firmly, "Dad, I want to upgrade too." "Nonsense." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingshan refused sternly without even thinking. "Given your current condition, how can you go to such a dangerous place?" His worries were palpable. His daughter's safety was an inviolable bottom line for him. "I'm not being willful." Zhang Hanyue stepped forward, and Yungu on her shoulder seemed to sense her emotions, raising its head and letting out a clear cry, with a gentle breeze flowing around it. "My level has been stuck at 25 for too long. Tang Yan is going to face the level 30 King's dungeon. I need strength, at least. I can't hold him back." Her eyes shone brightly. "I also want to reach level 29 as soon as possible and complete my own professional trial." She paused, her tone softening slightly, but her resolve remained unwavering. "I know he'll worry about me, but..." She gently stroked Yun Ji's smooth feathers. "Now that I have Yunj, it's not just a partner, but also a powerful ally. I use it to level up, which helps it grow faster." Jiang Jingshan looked at the unwavering determination in his daughter's eyes, then at the charismatic mythical pet on her shoulder, and the stern rebuke he was about to utter suddenly caught in his throat. He remembered his daughter's stubbornness and understood her desire not to be a burden at this moment. This determination even moved him somewhat. "Never mind, daughters are beyond their father's control once they grow up." Jiang Dingshan shook his head, his tone softening. "If you want to go, then go. But you must promise me that you will never leave the group and act alone. Safety is the top priority. If anything goes wrong, retreat immediately." Chapter 25, Bring them all over, I'm in a hurry. Shiyan Peak in the northern suburbs. Dark red rocks were exposed, the air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur, and hot white smoke occasionally spewed from cracks in the ground. A military off-road vehicle, kicking up dust, came to a sudden stop on the gravel beach halfway up the mountain. The car door opened, and a wave of heat hit us. Tang Yan jumped out of the car, and instantly felt a scalding heat on the soles of her feet. The enormous cave entrance ahead resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous beast ready to devour its prey, its dark red light emanating from its depths and distorting the surrounding air beyond recognition. Instance, Lava Cave. Recommended level, 1825. This is the leveling spot designated by Jiang Jingshan. Lin Fan and the others followed closely behind and got off the car. None of them were in good condition. Even though they were a battle-hardened elite team, they dared not be careless in the face of such a harsh environment and extremely strong monsters in the dungeon. The monsters here have completely different attributes and mechanics. Tang Yan, this dungeon has 3 levels. The first level is filled with ordinary monsters, namely level 18 lava baby lizards and level 19 lava giant turtles. They are social monsters, and once you aggro them, more than a dozen of them will attack at once. They have high attack and high agility, making them very troublesome. The environment inside is inherently poisonous, and it will deduct 10 health points per second. Although it's not much, it can be troublesome over time. While checking the equipment, Lin Fan quickly explained the precautions. Let's grind monsters on the first floor first, level up to 20, and then we can consider moving to the next floor. Taiju is in charge of tanking monsters, Shanshan controls the field, Lingdong cuts through the back row, and you deal damage in the middle. Pay attention to your positioning and don't step on the lava. After receiving the mission, Lin Fan had already prepared a complete strategy guide for the dungeon. Although the task assigned by the leader is heavy, according to his approach, the level should be raised quickly. After listening to Lin Fan's tactical arrangements, Tang Yan already had different plans in mind. His goal was clear, to reach level 30 in 3 days. To achieve this goal, conventional monster killing methods are too inefficient. Since the monsters on the first floor live in groups, it is the perfect stage for the Thunder Emperor's judgment. He first had everyone pull the monsters, then summoned a rock warrior to tank in front, and then used Thunder Emperor's judgment to clear the field. His current magic damage is 490 points. With the addition of the 120% magic damage from Thunder Emperor's judgment, a single strike will deal nearly 600 points of damage, plus a 5-second paralysis stun. Although it can't kill a level 18 normal monster instantly, it's enough to cripple it. More importantly, the Rock Warrior can provide an absolutely safe environment for dealing damage, and the Immortal Guardian's invulnerability mark is an absolute guarantee. Upgrade efficiency can definitely be maximized. It also allows us to test the true power of SSS level skills. Captain Lin, the plan needs to be adjusted. Tang Yan said. There's no need to grind in a set way. Since the monsters on the first floor live in groups, luring them together will be the most efficient. He glanced at the crowd and continued. Taiju and Lingdong, once you go in, you're in charge of luring the monsters. Try to pull as many of the monsters inside as possible. Shanshan, don't worry. Once the monsters have gathered enough, just follow my instructions and attack the area where the monsters are most concentrated. Lin Fan, you and I will work together to protect Shan Shan and deal with any stray monsters that might slip through. This instruction surprised Lin Fan. Focus on attracting monsters? That's too risky. If the monsters are not gathered together or the number exceeds the limit, the whole party will be wiped out. Even if Tang Yan can summon rock warriors, the warrior's attack power is limited, and it will take time to clear such a large number of monsters, during which the healing pressure will be very high. Tang Yan, this is too risky. Gathering too many monsters, what if? Lin Fan tried to persuade him. Believe me. Tang Yan interrupted him, her tone calm but unquestionable. Do as I say. This is the fastest way for us to get through the first level. Seeing Tang Yan's calm demeanor, Lin Fan swallowed back what he was about to say. He remembered the 90 War Terracotta Warriors and the mark of invulnerability in the King of Glory dungeon, and gritted his teeth. All right. I'll do as you say. Taiju, Lingdong, move out. Although Wang Taiju was also apprehensive, he had an almost blind trust in Tang Yan and roared, just you wait and see. After everyone filed in, the view suddenly darkened, then was illuminated by the flowing lava river, turning it a brilliant red. As soon as everyone regained their footing, a line of negative status notifications popped up due to the fire and poison effects of the dungeon terrain. The group began to suffer continuous damage that deducted 10 health points per second. Seeing this, Tang Yan quickly released a momentum rising like a rainbow skill. An invisible wave spread out, and the burning discomfort on everyone's bodies instantly disappeared, as a warm current began to slowly restore their health. Looking down along the narrow, winding rock passage ahead, the rock walls on both sides are covered with dark red lizards, so densely packed that it makes one's scalp tingle. Lava Baby Common. Level, LV 18. Health points, 4500. Skills, Fiery Bite, Group Hunt. Immediately afterwards, Tang Yan dared not pause for even a moment. He raised his hand again, and the familiar magical waves rippled outwards. Immortal Guardian. As soon as the words were spoken, the ground began to tremble slightly, and a rock warrior, made entirely of thick rock and engraved with ancient runes, rose from the ground. Then came the second statue, the third statue. Despite having witnessed it once before, seeing this almost conjured up summoning again still filled Lin Fan and his companions with an overwhelming sense of awe. Then, taking advantage of the moment when Tang Yan was summoning the rock warrior, Lin Fan whispered. Don't just stand there, start luring the monsters. Okay. Wang Taiju roared, raised his shield, and charged out, delivering a shield bash to the rock wall. Bang! Hiss hiss hiss. The swarms of lava lizards on the rock face were startled, their scarlet eyes snapping at the sight, and they instantly erupted in a frenzy. Ling Dong's figure transformed into a blur, appearing deep within the passage on the other side. His dagger slashed across several lone baby lizards, generating a string of hatred points, before he immediately withdrew and flew away. The entire first level of the cave was completely thrown into chaos. Hundreds of lava baby lizards surged in from all directions, their sharp hisses merging into a sonic wave that almost pierced eardrums. The ground trembled violently as they ran, and the resulting red wave swept towards the group's location. Holy crap! So many! Wang Tieju's scalp tingled at the sight of the overwhelming tide of monsters. This number was 10 times more than he had expected. With the monster wave less than 50 meters away from them, Lin Fan's muscles tensed, ready to rush forward and intercept it at any moment. Just then, Tang Yan made a move. He slowly raised his right hand, and a destructive golden lightning bolt was frantically gathering and expanding. Thunder Emperor's Judgment. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder exploded overhead. It didn't come from the cave entrance, but was generated directly on the cave's dome. Blinding golden lightning tore through the darkness, transforming into a giant electric net that crashed down. Crackling sounds. The golden waterfall of thunder instantly submerged the surging wave of monsters. Chapter 26 Humanoid Nuclear Bombs to clean up the ground, you call this support? The instant the lightning engulfed everything. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, and all the hundreds of lava baby lizards stopped their commotion. 730. 670. 601. Huge damage numbers appeared like a waterfall cascading down from above their heads. After the blinding lightning, the once ferocious lizard horde was now all paralyzed on the ground, their bodies charred black and emitting blue smoke. Their health bars had all dropped a little, and a conspicuous paralyzed status icon hung above their heads. The entire cave fell into a deathly silence. Only the loose rocks on the rock face were still falling in a rustling sound from the tremors. Bai Shanshan's hand holding the staff trembled violently, her knuckles turning blue from excessive force. As a mage, she knew better than anyone how terrifying the energy that had just erupted was. That wasn't ordinary elemental magic. That pure aura of destruction, that oppressive force that transcends the rules, is a power that no mortal can control. That was divine punishment. What kind of skill is this? Wang Taizhu remained frozen in place, shield in hand, like a comical sculpture. My mind is a complete mess. One move? Just one move? These are hundreds of level 18 elite monsters. Even when their squad goes all out, they still have to be careful when pulling monsters, controlling them, and dealing damage. A slight mistake could lead to a total wipeout. As a result, this group of monsters was almost wiped out instantly? Lin Fan's Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty. Just yesterday, he thought he had seen through Tang Yan's strength a special professional with heaven-defying support skills and summoning abilities. But now, reality has slapped him hard in the face once again. This is hardly a support role. This is clearly a humanoid nuclear bomb disguised as a support unit. How did this person acquire such an outrageous skill in just one day? What are you spacing out for? Tang Yan's calm voice broke the frozen silence. He glanced at the monster's status bar. The paralysis duration had 3 seconds left. Take advantage of the moment and output it quickly. Before he finished speaking, the 90 rock warriors surrounding him moved. Rumble. The heavy footsteps crushed the charred ground. Under Tang Yan's mental control, these tireless rock golems formed an insurmountable wall, crushing towards the twitching lava baby lizards in front of them. The giant rock fist was raised high and slammed down with a whooshing sound. Bang! 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 The dull thuds of punches landing on flesh echoed one after another. The paralyzed lava lizard was completely unable to resist and could only let these rocky lumps ravage its body. Ha! Oh! Oh! Let's do it! Lin Fan suddenly came to his senses, roared, and charged forward with his long sword. No matter how shocked I am, my priority right now is to finish off the enemy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to level up. Kill them. Wang Taizhu also realized what was happening, removed his shield, put on the thunder hammer, and charged into the monster horde with a roar. Ling Dong's figure flashed, and the dagger transformed into a death scythe, precisely slicing across the throats of the bloodied baby lizards. Bai Shanshan took a deep breath, waved her staff, and burst fireballs exploded among the monsters. Fighting? No, this is not a fight at all. This was a one-sided massacre. In less than a minute, dozens of monsters with low health in front of them turned into countless experience points flying everywhere. Slaying the lava baby lizard grants plus 180 experience points, equipment growth blessing plus 30%. The system notification sounds were so dense they formed a continuous line. At this moment, the lava baby lizard in the back finally recovered from its paralysis. Hiss. They let out angry hisses and struggled to fight back. But they discovered in despair that they were already surrounded by the heavy rock warriors. No matter how much they bit and rammed, the stone golems, though losing blood, remained firmly in place, giving them no chance to break free. Meanwhile, the few humans hid behind the terracotta warriors, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Frustrating. This is so frustrating. The 120-second cooldown period passed in the blink of an eye. Tang Yan raised his right hand again. Sizzle. Terrifying lightning once again gathered on the cave ceiling. The lava baby lizards below seemed to sense the aura of destruction, and their hiss was tinged with fear. Thunder Emperor's Judgment. Boom. The golden, thunderous waterfall cascaded down once more, mercilessly cleansing this sinful land. The monster horde, which had just regained its mobility, was once again paralyzed and immobilized for 5 seconds. They are like livestock kept in a slaughterhouse. A copper wall and an iron barrier blocked the way in front, and divine thunder from the heavens struck from behind. Their only fate is to become experience points. With the almost frenzied coordinated attacks of Lin Fan and his 3 companions. Just 5 minutes. This wave of monsters, which would have wiped out any team of the same level, was completely slaughtered. The charred corpses scattered on the ground slowly dissipated, leaving behind only materials and equipment that shimmered alluringly in the reflection of the lava. Slaying the lava baby lizard grants 180 experience points. Boom! Boom! Several golden beams of light exploded one after another on Tang Yan's body. The pleasant feeling brought about by the upgrade made him squint his eyes. Congratulations on reaching LV-17. Congratulations on reaching LV-18. One wave of monsters, and I leveled up twice. That's efficiency. Tang Yan clenched his fist, feeling the surging magic power within his body, and brought up his personal panel. Name, Tang Yan. Level, LV-18 3625,000. Occupation, ruler of all things. HP, 1720-1720. MP, 2650-2650. Physical damage, 310. Magic damage, 530. Physical defense, 406. Magic defense, 203. Speed, 326. Physical fitness, 172. Spirit, 265. Strength, 155. Armor, 203. Agility, 163. Omitted here. Free attribute points, 20. Quite impressive data. In particular, magic damage has exceeded 500. With the SSS level strategic clearing skill, Thunder Emperor's Judgment, combined with the absolutely safe output environment created by Immortal Guardian, the monster killing efficiency has indeed undergone a qualitative change. If it weren't for the slow respawn rate of monsters in the dungeon, which required a long wait, he felt that he wouldn't even need 3 days to accumulate enough experience to reach level 30. Of course, he knew that there was an unknown class trial level between levels 29 and 30, and that was the real challenge. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, Wang Taizhu, Bai Shanshan, and Ling Dong were completely dumbfounded. They stood blankly in the empty passageway, looking at the scattered debris on the ground, and then at the gleaming Tang Yan standing there. Lin Fan's hands were trembling slightly. He originally thought that this mission was to assist Tang Yan and take on some of the offensive and defensive pressure. But what about now? Tang Yan single-handedly handled crowd control, main AoE damage, and frontline damage mitigation. What the four of them did just now was rush in and finish off the monsters that were paralyzed by electricity. This isn't helping at all, it's more like filling the quota, or rather, leeching experience points and shouting 666. This isn't a team, it's Tang Yan carrying those 4 burdens all by himself. Captain, what's next? Wang Tiezhu's voice was extremely dry, as if he had swallowed a handful of sand. He looked at Lin Fan, only to find that Lin Fan was also looking at Tang Yan. The authority and confidence that Lin Fan usually exuded as the team leader were completely gone from his face at this moment. Instead, their faces were filled with admiration. Lin Fan swallowed hard and quickly walked up to Tang Yan. Tang Yan, what's the next move? At this moment, the command of the team was handed over silently. In this world where might makes right, whoever has the biggest fist is the one who holds the truth. Tang Yan's fists were clearly much bigger than theirs. Simple. Tang Yan slowly raised his hand, pointing straight to the darkness at the end of the passage, and said with a firm look in his eyes, "Lure all the monsters on this entire floor over here." Chapter 27. I'm not just a pretty face. I'll be the main attacker. On the southwestern border of Kyoto, an armed helicopter bearing the emblem of the Jiang group slowly landed on an open ground. The hatch opened, and Jiang Hanyue, dressed in an ice blue combat robe with her long hair blowing in the wind, stepped out with a cool and aloof expression. The small, bluish-white bird Yungu on her shoulder gently preened its feathers. In the distance, an ancient banyan tree stands tall, its canopy blocking out the sun. In the center of its trunk, a dark green teleportation vortex slowly swirls. It is the entrance to the level 25 to 29 dungeon Dark Jungle. 4 sharp-looking guards followed closely behind Jiang Hanyue, like shadows. They were the group's top combat forces that Jiang Jingshan urgently deployed. Captain Raymond, a heavily armored Holy Shield Knight. Pastor Sumu, staff in hand, scanned her surroundings. Rhodes the Berserker, a burly man, gripped a giant axe tightly in both hands. The shadow dancer Ellie is lithe and agile, with a dagger concealed in her sleeve. All 4 of them were from the class of 29. They were all preparing to pass their individual, professional trials. At Jiang Jingshan's command, they were urgently mobilized. Raymond walked at the front with a solemn expression, knowing the importance of this mission. He had heard about the Dawn organization's kidnapping of the young lady last time. He knew all too well the methods of his boss, the divine general of Jinyue. Before setting off, he had already made up his mind that he must not let the young lady lose a single hair. "Miss, this way please." Raymond lowered his center of gravity and gestured for Jiang Hanyue to proceed, but his body remained positioned to shield her from any possible sneak attacks. Jiang Hanyue nodded slightly. She raised her hand to gently stroke the blue phoenix on her shoulder and stepped towards the ancient banyan tree that blocked out the sky. The group of 5 stepped into the teleportation vortex. The eerie green light instantly engulfed them. As light and shadow shifted, the 5 people instantly appeared at the edge of a boundless primeval forest. This public instance space, known as the Dark Jungle, has an internal structure that resembles an open ecosystem rather than a traditional dungeon. Centered around the safe camp at the entrance, it radiates outwards with several main paths leading to different ecological areas such as the Poison Swamp, the Giant Tree Root System, the Shadow Riverbank, and the Misty Hills. The further away from the entrance, the higher the monster level and density, and the richer the resources, but the danger also increases exponentially. At this time, a large number of professionals seeking to form teams or resell materials had gathered around the safety camp. The sounds of hawking, forming groups, and cursing mingled together, creating a cacophony as loud as a pot of boiling water. "A level 25 fire mage to lead the team, and we need a healer, anyone who can heal will do. Buy dark flowers, high price, as many as you can get. Damn it, the professional trials are too insane. I failed twice in a row and now I'm locked out of levels for 7 days. I can't live like this anymore." The arrival of Jiang Hanyue and her group instantly brought the bustling market to a standstill. The originally crowded people instinctively stepped aside to make way for the 4 fully armed level 29 elites and the elegant, icy blue figure with a divine bird perched on his shoulder. Holy crap! This guard lineup, they're all high-level elites. Who's that woman in the middle? What's that on her shoulder? A pet? That sheen. I've never seen anything like it before. That's Jiang Hanyue, the eldest daughter of the Jiang group. I've seen her at Kyoto Academy. The Jiang family's daughter? No wonder she's making such a big fuss, bringing 4 top-tier bodyguards to grind for money? As expected of a wealthy family. Sha, what's so great about them? They're just relying on their families. We work our butts off to form random teams, while they just bring their own money and have bodyguards clearing the way. Exactly, look at that delicate skin, what kind of fighting power could she possibly have? She's probably just here to gain experience. What are you all so sour about? If you're so capable, why don't you be born into a better family? But, that bird on her shoulder is really a bit eerie. It doesn't look ordinary at all. Even the most extraordinary things rely on external forces. Unlike us, if we fail, we have to suffer through 7 days of cooling down. Among the crowd, many players cast envious and jealous glances. Especially those players sitting on the outer rocks, looking dejected. Most of them were level 29, and had just failed in their individual, professional trials. According to the rules, if you fail the trial, your level will be locked for 7 days. During this period, you will not be able to gain any experience points and can only enter dungeons to farm materials and earn some hard-earned money. Looking at Jiang Hanyue's dazzling, top-tier equipment, and then at the top-notch henchmen beside her who were clearly there to protect her, a sense of envy spread through the crowd. Jiang Hanyue remained expressionless, ignoring the gossip around her. She had seen that kind of gaze far too many times since she was a child. The cries of the weak are not worth her attention for even a second. Looking at the dense jungle ahead, her eyes momentarily glazed over. Dark jungle. A month ago, right here, she was relentlessly pursued by assassins from the Dawn organization. She was poisoned, her magic power was depleted, and she was left looking like a stray dog. That was the darkest and most desperate moment of her life. It was at that moment that she stumbled into that man's territory. Tang Dynasty Inkstone. The name flashed through her mind, stirring a strange flutter in her heart. She subconsciously raised her hand and gently pressed it against her flat stomach through her robe. There, a tiny life was being nurtured. It was also an unbreakable bond between her and that man. Tang Inkstone. Jiang Hanyue silently recited in her heart. That man always manages to create miracles in desperate situations, whether it's repairing mythical equipment or achieving that astonishing record of clearing the game. He is getting stronger at a terrifying rate. If she were still standing still relying on her family's protection and being a hothouse flower, what right did she have to stand beside him? What ability do they have to protect this child? Young miss? Seeing that Jiang Hanyue hadn't moved for a long time, Raymond cautiously called out to her. I know the distribution of monsters deep in the jungle by heart. We will control the aggro, and you just need to use your skills to finish them off from behind. This method is the most reliable and safest nanny-style leveling method. Jiang Hanyu snapped out of her daze, the tenderness in her eyes instantly vanishing, replaced by an icy resolve. Last time it was prey. This time, she is the hunter. No need. Jiang Hanyua's voice was cold and clear, carrying an undeniable air of authority. I won't be a pretty face. Raymond, you guys are in charge of drawing monsters and controlling the field. I'll handle the damage output. Raymond was taken aback by what he heard and instinctively wanted to dissuade him, but the words caught in his eyes when he met Jiang Hanyua's unusually resolute gaze. An inexplicable pressure made him swallow his words of dissuasion. This young lady seems even stronger than rumored, and combined with that unfathomable mythical pet, Raymond suddenly felt that perhaps he should trust her judgment. He finally responded in a low voice. Yes, Mississippi. At the same time, he secretly gave his teammates a wink, signaling everyone to be on high alert and ready to react at any time. Walk. Jiang Hanyua lightly tapped the ground with her staff and took the lead in walking towards the path leading to the poisonous swamp. Chapter 28 Young Miss? No, please call me the Queen of Control. The group followed Jiang Hanyua out of the safe zone and stepped into the poisonous swamp. The ground was covered with piles of decaying leaves, which emitted a nauseating, musty smell, and the air was so thick it seemed as if water could drip from it. Almost at the same time, Yun-gu, perched on Jiang Hanyua's shoulder, gently flapped its wings and let out a clear, low cry. Buzz! A soft, pale blue halo quietly spread out from it, enveloping Jiang Hanyua and her 4 guards within a 5-meter radius. The blessing of the wind passive has been triggered. The system notification sounded in the minds of the 5 people almost simultaneously. Raymond, the Holy Shield Knight who was leading the way, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His heavy alloy plate armor, weighing over 100 pounds, now felt as light as a thin shirt. The sluggishness that had accompanied my heavy-duty profession for years disappeared, replaced by an urge to run. My agility. Raymond instinctively gripped the giant shield in his hand, swinging his arm faster than usual. He opened the status bar in surprise. Movement speed plus 10%. Attack speed plus 5%. 2 simple lines of data made this battle-hardened level 29 elite knight gasp in shock. This is not just a numerical increase. In high-level battles, a 10% increase in movement speed often determines whether you can dodge a boss's fatal blow, while a 5% increase in attack speed means how quickly you can build aggro. Normally, this level of group buff can only be maintained for a few seconds when a high-level support class activates their ultimate skill. But now, is this just a persistent passive state? It's not just about speed. The priest Sumu, who was at the back of the group, suddenly spoke up. She raised her staff, and holy light gathered at her fingertips with astonishing speed. Casting speed has also increased by 5%. For magic-based classes, this is equivalent to having an extra top-tier epic item out of thin air. Sumu stared at the little bird on Jiang Hanyua's shoulder that was preening its feathers, and his throat felt a little dry. This pet's abilities are truly incredible. Berserker Rhodes excitedly swung his giant axe twice, creating a whistling sound. Awesome! I feel like I could split the swamp in 2 with an axe. Ellie, the usually taciturn shadow dancer, appeared and disappeared in the shadows. Although she didn't speak, the frequency of her dagger flipping increased significantly, clearly indicating that she was also surprised by this sudden and powerful buff. This is hardly the case of a spoiled rich girl being dragged along. This is clearly a mobile war totem. Jiang Hanyua quietly felt the power surging within her body. As the pet's owner, she enjoys double the buffs. The 20% movement speed bonus made her ice blue robes flutter in the wind, as if she could ride the wind away at any moment. The 10% increase in casting speed further endows her, as an ice mage, with terrifying burst potential. Jiang Hanyua felt a warm feeling in her heart as she experienced the changes in her body, all thanks to everything Tang Yan had done for her. She should cherish this friendship and truly make herself stronger. Only in this way can the 2 of them stand side by side. Keep going. Jiang Hanyua didn't linger. She lightly tapped the ground with her staff, and frost paved a white path through the mud. Raymond snapped out of his daze, quickly composed himself, and raised the giant shield again. Everyone, maintain formation. The most dangerous thing in the poison swamp is a sneak attack the monsters here. Hiss. Before he finished speaking, a very faint whooshing sound suddenly burst out from the bushes on the left. The sound was extremely faint, blending into the rustling of leaves in the wind, and would be completely undetectable to anyone without exceptionally keen hearing. But the moment the sound rang out, Yungu moved. Chirp! The little creature let out a short, sharp cry and flapped its wings sharply. Wind spirit response triggered. A cyan weather vane suddenly lit up above a clump of withered grass 10 meters to the left. It was a system-mandated highlight. The air in the previously empty patch of withered grass suddenly distorted. The outlines of several large monsters, with dark green camouflage patterns, were clearly visible. The Stinger Lurker. Level, 25. HP, 9,500-9,500. Attack, 500. Defense, Physical 120, Magical 180. Skills, Mimicry and Camouflage, Paralyzing Poison Sting. These monsters look like scorpions magnified 100 times, their stingers gleaming with a chilling, eerie blue light, poised to strike. If they weren't marked beforehand, their camouflage would blend almost perfectly into their environment. Watch out! It's an infiltrator. Raymond's expression changed drastically. The first attack from this monster was always a critical hit, and it also carried a high amount of paralyzing toxin. If a cloth-armored class is ambushed, they'll be badly injured, if not killed. Just as he was about to activate Charge to draw aggro, a streak of icy blue light passed over his head. Ice rings. Because she shared the skill, Wind Spirit Sensing, with Yungu, Jiang Hanyue had already discovered these lurking individuals a step ahead of everyone else. Just as they were gathering their strength to unleash their venomous stings, she anticipated their attack and gently pressed her staff forward. Snap! Centered on the marked lurking creatures, the swamp within a 3-meter radius instantly froze. The white, frigid air, like exploding fireworks, instantly transformed that area into a desolate, icy wasteland. 3 Stinger Lurkers, who had just leaped up to launch a sneak attack, were frozen in mid-air, maintaining their menacing pouncing postures. The ice layer spread over their carapace, effectively sealing off their deadly poisonous stings. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Jiang Hanyue had already finished chanting her second spell. Ice Spike. A sharp ice spike shot through the air and struck one of the lurking creatures precisely in the head. 1800. A rather substantial damage number popped up. Her talent is Absolute Zero, which allows all her ice spells to have stronger freezing and slowing effects. Combined with the buffs from the Cloud Song set, the damage effect is quite good. After Jiang Hanyue froze the poison stingers, Raymond's voice rang out. Rhodes, the one on the left flank is yours. Ellie, finish off the enemy on the right. Sumu, keep an eye on their health, I'll handle the frontal pressure. As a top-tier Holy Shield Knight, his on-the-spot command ability is beyond doubt. The moment he finished speaking, his burly figure shot out like a cannonball, his giant shield in front of him, and he activated Shield Slam, slamming into the frozen lurker in the middle. Bang! 1,500. The ice shattered, and the lurker was knocked backward, staggering and momentarily stunned. On the left, Rhodes followed up with a maniacal laugh, unleashing a powerful cleave slash. 2,800 critical hit. At the same time, a dark figure appeared silently behind the last lurker, and Ellie's dagger flashed, piercing straight into the gap in the monster's carapace. Backstab. 3,500. The battle instantly intensified. From being ambushed to counterattacking, and then to launching a full-scale counterattack, the entire process took only 2 or 3 seconds. The stingers broke free from the ice, hissing angrily as they lashed out with their stingers, attempting to retaliate. But teamwork has already begun. Jiang Hanyue plays a key role in controlling the battlefield and finishing off enemies. Raymond's massive shield was held in front of him like an insurmountable mountain. His superb parry blocked most of the poisonous sting attacks. Occasionally, some attacks would slip through, but Sumu would promptly apply Holy Light Shield and Recovery to neutralize them. Rhodes and Ellie, meanwhile, kept attacking the monster's sides and moving around. The battle lasted for about half a minute. After Raymond smashed the last lurker's head with a powerful hammer of justice, the swamp returned to silence, leaving only a few monster corpses slowly turning into specks of light. Kill a Stinger Lurker, experience points plus 280. Your pet Cloud Song has gained 140 experience points. A series of system notifications flashed by. Your pet Cloud Song has leveled up. Current level, 2. Chapter 29 Forbidden Medicine of the Underworld. A deadly kill from the land of cherry blossoms. On the outskirts of the dark jungle, in a shady, secluded corner of a mountain valley. Several men dressed in black, tight-fitting combat suits huddled in the shadows of a crevice in the rocks. The man in the lead had a hideous scar across his face and was staring intently at the enormous ancient teleportation tree in the distance. He was a remnant of the Dawn organization, codenamed Wild Dog. After the failed attempt to kidnap Jiang Hanyue, the entire organization was swiftly wiped out by Jiang Jingshan, with only a few managing to escape and eventually seek refuge with the forces of the Sakura Kingdom. Mr. Miyamoto, it's confirmed. The stray dog withdrew its gaze and turned to the short man beside it, dressed in a black, tight-fitting night suit. That bitch Jiang Hanyue brought 4 bodyguards in, all of them top-tier level 29 professionals. The man known as Miyamoto is none other than the leader of a high-ranking spy team from the Sakura Kingdom, who has infiltrated Great Xia, and is a level 50 divine shadow ninja. He didn't answer when he heard what the stray dog said. He was holding a photo in his hand, which showed Jiang Hanyue with a cool and aloof demeanor. Top of the line? Miyamoto snorted coldly, and with a forceful rub of his fingers, the photograph crumbled into dust between his fingers. In front of the samurai of the Great Sakura Empire, the top-tier Chinese are a joke. He pulled an encrypted intelligence document from his pocket and casually tossed it to the stray dog. The intelligence report clearly showed the outline of a tattered blueprint, with several bright red characters next to it: Storm Convergence Turret. That old scoundrel Jiang Jingshan has this thing in his hands. This thing can deal a devastating blow to the monsters of the abyss. Once it is mass-produced, the northern defense line of Great Xia will be impregnable, which is a fatal threat to the Empire's grand plan. Wild Dog picked up the intelligence report, glanced at it, and his hand trembled. City defense level blueprints. No wonder Japan issued a strict order this time. What we need to do is very simple. Miyamoto smiled sinisterly. Capture Jiang Hanyue and force Jiang Jingshan to hand over the blueprints. That old man dotes on this daughter the most, he'd give her his life if it meant it. The stray dog swallowed hard, looking troubled. But, sir, this instance is restricted to levels 25 to 29. The lowest level among us brothers is level 36, so we can't get in at all. The power of rules cannot be defied. Forcibly entering will only result in being directly eliminated by the dungeon's rules. Rule? A mocking smile appeared on Miyamoto's face. He reached out and pulled a black wooden box from thin air. Open. A nauseating stench instantly filled the air. The box contained dozens of test tubes neatly arranged, the liquid inside displaying an eerie, ghostly green color and constantly bubbling. This is. The stray dog instinctively took a half step back, feeling fear in its heart. Netherworld degradation medicine. Miyamoto picked up a vial of medicine and shook it gently. Produced from the Yomi Hirasaka dungeon, refined from decaying flowers. Drinking it will forcibly lower your level by 10 levels for 24 hours. The wild dog's pupils suddenly contracted. Downgrade drug. This drug is absolutely prohibited in Dacia, and being found in it is a capital offense. Of course, there is a price to pay. Miyamoto added casually. All attributes will be temporarily reduced by 20%. After the effects wear off, there will be a permanent loss of 5 levels of experience, and your class foundation may suffer minor damage. This is hardly a minor injury. This is clearly ruining your future. For professionals, a damaged foundation means being unable to make any further progress for the rest of their lives. Wild Dog's henchmen began to stir, some even trying to turn and run away. Baka! Miyamoto suddenly roared. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire area. The aura of a level 50 expert pressed down like a mountain, making everyone's knees go weak and almost causing them to kneel on the ground. This medicine was originally prepared to deal with that annoying spirit wind squad from the Great Xia Kingdom. Miyamoto's words revealed an arrogance that was ingrained in his very being. Great Xia doesn't need so many so-called talents. Only our Sakura swordsmanship is the true path of kings. Now, for the sake of the turret blueprints in Jiang Jingshan's possession that can create a weapon to fight against the abyss monsters, the plan must be changed. It's worth it to exchange Jiang Hanyue for the Empire's absolute advantage in the future. He placed a row of netherworld demotion medicine on the stone. For the Great Cherry Blossom Empire. Without any hesitation, the dozens of Japanese spies behind him picked up the medicine, tilted their heads back, and drank it all in one gulp. Ugh! A piercing scream instantly shattered the silence of the mountain valley. The dozen or so spies convulsed violently, and strange black patterns appeared on their skin, as if countless insects were crawling under their skin. The ranking numbers above their heads began to plummet under the horrified gazes of the crowd. LV-39, LV-35, LV-30. Ultimately, they all stopped between 28 and 29. They collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, their energy greatly diminished, but their fervor remained undiminished. Wild Dog and his men were completely stunned by this madness. For the sake of the mission, they were willing to destroy their own foundation. Miyamoto's cold gaze swept over them. Now, it's your turn. He pushed the medicine forward. Drink it. Once you have the blueprints, the Empire will grant you endless riches and glory. If you dare to back down, I'll send you to meet Amaterasu right now. The Wild Dog looked at the bottle of eerie green poison, then at Miyamoto's hand resting on the hilt of his sword. There was no other choice. Either way, death is inevitable. Taking a gamble might offer a chance of survival. Damn it, let's go all out. The stray dog grabbed the medicine, uncorked it, and tilted its head back to gulp it down. Glug. The pungent, putrid liquid burned down my throat and into my stomach. Ugh. The next second, the stray dog let out a piercing scream. His veins bulged all over his body, and it looked as if countless insects were wriggling under his skin. Black mist gushed out from his 7 orifices. The excruciating pain caused him to curl up on the ground, convulsing, his fingernails scratching bloody marks into the rocks. A full minute passed before the screams gradually subsided. The Wild Dog staggered to its feet, its face as pale as paper, but its eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty red light. Although the attributes have decreased, the combat awareness and skill proficiency brought by the high level are still there. It's more than enough to slaughter a few level 29 sheltered flowers. Very good. Miyamoto nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze to the other remnants of dawn behind the Wild Dog. Soon, a series of screams echoed through the valley. 10 minutes later. A suicide squad of 30 pseudo-level 29 elites has been assembled. Listen carefully. Miyamoto's gaze swept over the assassins behind him. Wild Dogs, first wave, your men go first. Attack Jiang Hanyua's guards with all your might, deplete their skills, potions, and buffs. As soon as the guards are in disarray, that ice mage will be a lamb to the slaughter. The second wave will be carried out by you, the Empire's most elite Shadowstream assassins. Be careful and make sure no one escapes. In dungeons, if a player dies, they will be forcibly teleported out, losing some experience points. If Jiang Hanyua's guards are killed and the information is leaked, things will become complicated. Therefore, Miyamoto only had one requirement for everyone. Remember, stay alive. As long as we bring the person back to Japan, the blueprint will be ours. I'm here waiting for your good news. Hi! The assassins roared in unison, their eyes filled with a frenzied killing intent. Chapter 30 Lava Purgatory, the Frenzied Upgrade Train. The second level of the lava cave. Boom! A thick bolt of golden lightning tore through the cave ceiling one last time. The air was filled with a suffocating smell of burning and the odor of ionized ozone. As far as the eye could see, hundreds of ferocious, magma-covered level 22 lava behemoths transformed into countless stars and vanished. Defeat the lava behemoth to gain 260 experience points. Equipment growth blessing plus 30%. The system notification sounds were as frequent as a torrential downpour, flooding the screen. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling golden light shot into the sky from Tang Yan's body. Congratulations on reaching LV24. Level, LV24 31 20 50,000. Tang Yan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and clenched his fist. The feeling of that surge of power is truly captivating. He brought up the panel and glanced at it. 5 hours. It jumped from level 18 to level 24. If word got out about this rate of advancement, it would probably cause an earthquake throughout the entire Kyoto professional gaming community. Lin Fan and the others followed Tang Yan out of the dungeon and back into the SUV. They all slumped into their chairs, panting heavily, but with silly grins on their faces. During those 5 hours, the only thing this so-called elite team did was mechanically lure the monsters over, stand behind Tang Yan, watch the golden lightning descend, and finally go up to pick up the dropped items. He barely broke a sweat. Lin Fan's current level is 23. Just before entering the instance, he was only a level 17 warrior anxious about reaching level 20. Am I dreaming? Wang Taizhu sat cross-legged on the ground, staring blankly at the glaring LV-23 on his attribute panel. This isn't leveling up. Bai Shanshan's staff hung limply on the ground, her originally exquisite makeup appearing somewhat dazed from the prolonged shock. This is practically exploiting a bug. She muttered to herself, looking at Tang Yan's back as if she were looking at a monster in human skin. At first, when she saw the earth-shattering lightning, she would scream and get excited. Now, she would reflexively back away, find a comfortable position, and wait for her experience bar to surge. I'm numb. Completely numb. while everyone was still immersed in this unreal ecstasy. A sudden cell phone ringtone broke the silence of the empty cave. Tang Yan took out his phone, and two words appeared on the screen: Lu Yan. He pressed the answer button. Hello. Mr. Tang, what level are you? Lu Yan's voice was as crisp and efficient as ever, as if she were conducting a routine check. 24. Tang Yan's words are concise and to the point. There was a noticeable 2-second pause on the other end of the phone. His breathing became somewhat rapid. 24? Lu Yan raised her voice a little. 5 hours, 9 levels gained? Even if the Jiang family used all their resources to force it, they could not achieve such an exaggerated speed. Not bad. Lu Yan quickly adjusted her emotions, took a deep breath, and seemed to be calming herself down. I have some news for you. Not only are you working hard to level up, but the young lady has also gone to the leveling spot. Tang Yan's previously calm expression froze instantly. What? Where did Hanyue go? The dark forest southwest of Kyoto. Lu Yan answered truthfully. Okay. I understand. Tang Yan's voice suddenly turned cold, and he felt inexplicably uneasy. He had heard of the dark jungle. It was a public instance for levels 25-29, with complex terrain, teeming with poisonous insects and ferocious beasts, and because it was a public area, it was often frequented by outlaws who would kill and rob. Jiang Hanyue, that silly woman, must have been afraid he would worry, which is why she didn't tell him. Tang Yan could completely understand her mentality of always being protected and also eagerly wanting to become stronger. But this world is never as simple as just killing monsters and leveling up. Who can guarantee that nothing unexpected won't happen in such a chaotic place? Especially Jiang Hanyue's current physical condition. Although it was still early pregnancy and wouldn't have much impact on the pregnancy, as the father of the child, a nameless sense of anxiety lingered in his heart. If his wife wants to become stronger, then of course he has to be the one to guide her. And has the Dawn organization truly been eradicated? That's still an unknown. After a moment's thought, Tang Yan said with unwavering certainty. Arrange for a plane to come over later, I want to go too. But your level? Lu Yan hesitated for a moment. There are level requirements for the Dark Forest. Although Tang Yan levels up quickly, he hasn't reached level 25 yet. You don't need to worry about that, just do as I say. Tang Yan interrupted her directly, pressing the hang-up button heavily with his finger. Beep. The call ended. Tang Yan put away her phone, turned around, and calmly said to Lin Fan. Captain Lin, the break is over, and the plan has changed. I want to go straight to the 3rd floor, kill the boss, and level up to 25 as soon as possible. The joyful atmosphere inside the car, which had just been due to the rapid increase in level, instantly froze. Lin Fan was unscrewing a bottle of stamina potion when his movement froze in mid-air. He looked at Tang Yan's expressionless face and his heart skipped a beat. Aren't you going to grind on the 1st floor? Following the previous rhythm, repeatedly refreshing the 1st and 2nd layers is the most efficient and least risky method. This is also the safest way to level up. Too slow. Tang Yan uttered 2 words. The experience gained from the 1st and 2nd floors was too little. He didn't have time to wait for the refresh, so he might as well just take down the boss, which would give him a lot more experience. Tang Yan spoke these words casually, but to Lin Fan and the others, they were like a thunderclap. Too slow? 5 hours to level up from level 18 to level 24, and you still think that's slow? What exactly is this person trying to do? Lin Fan's mind was a little foggy. The 3rd floor? Wang Tieju's face was filled with disbelief. Brother Tang, we can't go to that place. The monsters there are all undead creatures that can't be killed, and the boss guarding the gate is the Lava Lord. I heard that 1 sip of lava can melt a tank. Bai Shanchan and Ling Dong also showed fear on their faces. The 3rd level of the lava cave is a notorious forbidden area among professionals. It's not that they can't beat it, it's that it's simply impossible to beat. Going in is a waste of medicine and time, it's pure torture. Tang Yan, the monsters on the 3rd floor have a resurrection mechanism, and the poison gas inside is extremely corrosive. Our antidote. Lin Fan tried to analyze the situation from a tactical perspective to calm him down. Keep up. Tang Yan didn't give him any chance to explain, and directly opened the car door and stepped out. Those 2 words, carrying an irresistible weight, struck Lin Fan's heart heavily. Lin Fan froze, his mouth opened and closed, but he ultimately swallowed back all his words of persuasion. He recalled the phone call he had just received, and the young lady that Lu Yan had casually mentioned. Although I don't know the relationship between Tang Yan and the young lady, I can tell from the tense nerves he showed after hanging up the phone. This man is in a hurry. He was going to a place to meet someone very important. What stood in his way was the level 25 requirement. Therefore, he chose to break down the door in the fastest and most reckless way. Anyway, haven't we created enough miracles by following this man? What's so special about a mere level 25 lava boss? Lin Fan clenched his fist, turned around, and gave a deep order to Wang Taizhu and the other two, who were also stunned. Everyone, check your antidotes, prepare to enter the instance. Chapter 31 10-meter giant hammer warning show, the lava lord's opening roar. The group followed Tang Yan back into the lava cave. This time, they did not stay on the first floor. Immortal Guardian. Tang Yan raised his hand, and magic surged forth. Rumble. The ground trembled, and stone warriors rose from the ground, quickly forming a moving wall that firmly protected the 5 people in the center. Tang Yan remained expressionless as he led his team straight through the newly spawned swarms of lava baby lizards that hadn't yet had time to react, heading towards the entrance to the second level. Ignore it. Complete disregard. These monsters, which ordinary players would have to deal with carefully, didn't even qualify as experience points in his eyes at this moment. Soon, they passed through the second level and stood before the entrance to the third level, which emitted an ominous dark red light. A wave of heat, so intense it seemed to ignite the air, swept over us. Lin Fan and the others immediately felt difficulty breathing and a needle-like burning sensation on their skin. Morale soared. Tang Yan raised his hand again, and a gentle wave spread out, instantly dispelling the discomfort on everyone's bodies and slowly restoring their life points that had been eroded by the fire poison. Under the protection of the rock warriors, the group stepped into the third level. On the ground, dark red lava rivers crisscross, with huge bubbles rising and bursting from the riverbed from time to time, spewing out deadly sparks and poisonous mist. Just then, several skeletons scattered along the lava river suddenly began to tremble. Click, click. They rose from the ground, their bones piecing together to form skeletal soldiers wielding bone knives, and marched toward the invaders. Sulfur skeleton soldiers. Level 23. HP 7,500. Attack 400. Defense, physical 100, magical 150. Skill. Poison cloud spread, releases a continuously expanding poison cloud, dealing 200 points of poison damage per second and reducing healing received by 20% within it. Immortality, after death, if the skeleton comes into contact with underground magma, it will consume the power of the magma to resurrect infinitely. That poisonous mist surrounding the skeleton soldiers is absolutely disgusting. Wang Taizhu held up his shield and muttered in a deep voice. That's nothing, the most annoying thing is immortality. Sweat beaded on Lin Fan's forehead as he stared intently at the ever-reorganizing army of skeletons ahead. According to intelligence, only by shattering the soul fire within their skulls can they be completely annihilated. Complete annihilation? Tang Yan frowned as he overheard their conversation. There were hundreds of monsters. We had to knock them on the head one by one. By the time we finished, it was too late. He had to level up to 25 as quickly as possible and then go to the dark forest. He couldn't wait even a second longer. The poison gas emanating from those skeleton soldiers can be completely purified using the Morale Soars skill. Then, by using the group paralysis effect of Thunder Emperor's Judgment, they created an excellent opportunity for Lin Fan and his team to focus their fire and shatter the soul flame. If done properly, clearing out these skeletons shouldn't take too much time. After thinking about this, Tang Yan calmly said, "Everyone, step back." He raised his hand, and a gentle wave spread out. Morale is soaring. The burning pain on everyone's bodies instantly subsided, and the continuous blood loss was offset by a warm current. Without pausing, he continued. Rumble. 90 rock warriors rose from the ground and, under his will, formed a thick wall, standing between the troops and the skeleton army. Then, he slowly raised his right hand, and destructive golden lightning began to gather in his palm. Thunder Emperor's Judgment. Boom! A golden waterfall of lightning crashed down from the cave ceiling, instantly engulfing the yellow poisonous mist and sea of skeletons in front of it. 880. 815. 790. A series of damage numbers jumped wildly. Tang Yan is LV24, and her magic damage has reached 590 points. This attack is a level more powerful than before. All the skeleton soldiers froze in their movements, their bodies crackling with electricity, and they were all paralyzed for 5 seconds. Now! Tang Yan quickly shouted. All ranged attackers, attack their heads. Lin Fan, Ling Dong, flank them and shatter those soul flames. Dry. Lin Fan was the first to react. He transformed into a whirlwind, bypassing the defensive line formed by the rock warriors, and his longsword precisely slashed at the head of the nearest skeleton soldier. Click. 1550. A ball of eerie blue flame shattered instantly. The skeleton soldier struggled for a moment, then completely disintegrated, turning into a pile of charred bones that could not be reassembled. Efficient. It's that simple. Wang Taizhu was overjoyed at the sight, put away his shield, picked up his warhammer, and followed. Bai Shanchan's fireballs rained down one after another, accurately striking the paralyzed skulls. Tang Yan instantly took control of the battle rhythm. The rock warriors were responsible for intercepting the charge, Thunder Emperor's judgment was responsible for crowd control and reducing health, and Lin Fan and his three companions became the most efficient finishers, specializing in the final kill. The Undead Legion, which was originally enough to trap any level 23 team, has now become an efficient massacre. Defeat the Sulfur Skeleton Soldier, experience points plus 280, equipment growth blessing plus 30%. 10 minutes later, the last skeleton soldier turned to ashes. The entire third level was devoid of any living creatures. At the end of the passage, a huge pool of lava appeared before them, its water churning and bubbling. A terrifying pressure, far exceeding that before, emanated from the bottom of the pool. Boom! The entire magma pool suddenly exploded. A colossal creature, over 10 meters tall, burst forth from the lava, carrying with it a cloud of magma. Its body was covered in molten lava, outlining solid muscle contours, and it carried a massive warhammer made of obsidian. Lava Lord Grom Boss. Level, LV 25. HP, 78,000. Attack, 950. Defense, Physical 180, Magical 220. Skill. Lava Slam, slam in the direction of the current target, dealing high physical damage and leaving a trail of burning damage 80 fire damage per second. Volcanic Eruption, a crater will randomly spawn under the player's feet, erupting after 2 seconds, causing 500 points of fire damage in an area and knocking the player back. Earth Levy Eruption Berserk Skill, when the boss's health drops below 10%, the ground cracks open, continuously spewing lava and dealing 1000 damage to everyone. The Lava Lord's 10-meter tall body exuded an unparalleled sense of oppression, causing the ground to tremble slightly with every step. 78,000 HP. 950 attack power. Lin Fan's Adam's apple bobbed, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his hand holding the long knife. This data is not much weaker than that of the former king-level storm ruler. Damn it, how am I supposed to fight this? One hit from its hammer and I'm dead. Wang Tieju's face turned pale when he saw the obsidian warhammer that was bigger than his entire body. This is not even in the same league. Bai Shanchan and Ling Dong also looked grave. This was beyond their ability to handle. However, Tang Yan's face showed no extra emotion. His goal has always been the same, to reach level 25. The Lava Lord boss in front of him was just the last stumbling block he had to get rid of before he could see Jiang Hanyue. As for how to fight? His greatest advantage is his ability to summon tireless and fearless rock warriors. We can use sheer numbers to wear down this boss, even if it takes a little longer, as long as he gets the crucial upgrade experience. Chapter 32, Earth Leyline Eruption leads to stillbirth, teammates rejoice and scavenge for trash. Just as everyone was stunned, the massive body of Lava Lord Grum began to move, and with each movement, the ground trembled. Scatter! Don't try to fight it out. Lin Fan roared and instinctively rolled backward. Don't panic. Tang Yan took a step forward. Just treat it like a large wooden stake. After saying that, he raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and made a fist in the air towards the arrogant lava giant. Surround it. Rumble. Behind him, the 90 silent rock warriors took heavy steps, not to charge, but to form a layered encirclement, pressing towards Lava Lord Grum. Their goal is not to attack, but to build a cage with their own bodies. Grum let out a deafening roar, sensing the provocation of the stones. He raised his massive obsidian warhammer high, carrying with it a cloud of lava, and slammed it down on the rock warriors at the front. Lava Slam. Boom. 1150. A huge damage number appeared. The stone warrior at the very front had its chest explode instantly, and its health bar dropped by more than half. But it didn't break. A faint, guardian mark, glowed on its body, allowing it to withstand a fatal blow that could have instantly killed any level 25 tank. We held on. Wang Tieju's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. That's what makes the Rock Warrior so terrifying. With the G Guardian mark as a protective layer, it truly gives you peace of mind. At this moment, more Rock Warriors surged forward, layer upon layer, tightly wedging Grom's limbs and waist, restricting his movement in the most clumsy way. Grom swung his warhammer wildly, each strike taking away most of a warrior's health, but there were too many warriors. As soon as one fell, 5 more took its place, effectively trapping the lava demon in place. Stop looking and get to work. Tang Yan offered a reminder, and lightning surged in his palm. Sizzle! A golden bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking Grom precisely on his exposed head. 890. Grom froze, his already sluggish movements halting for a moment. Paralysis effect triggered. Let's do it! Don't waste the opportunity Tang Yan created. Lin Fan was the first to react. He glanced at the faint, guardian mark on his body, and the fear in his heart was replaced by a surge of fervor. With immunity from death, what am I afraid of? If he doesn't seize this opportunity to drive wooden stakes, his title as team leader will truly become meaningless. Kill! Wang Taizhu also charged forward with a roar, his shield pressed firmly against Grom's knee. Ling Don's figure flashed, and he jumped directly onto the boss's back by stepping on the rock terracotta warrior's body, stabbing the dagger fiercely into the back of the neck. Bai Shanshan's fireballs never stopped since the boss's damage couldn't touch her, she just needed to throw them into the mob. In an instant, various skill effects exploded around the lava pool. Grom was beaten and howled in pain, trying to fight back, but was firmly pinned down by the rocks surrounding him. Its Lava Strike, which is powerful enough to instantly kill squishy characters, cannot deal full damage due to the limited range of motion. A few stray sparks occasionally landed on Lin Fan and his companions, but were instantly negated by Tang Yan's abnormal, morale soars, healing effect. This isn't fighting a boss. This is death by 1,000 cuts. Time passed second by second. Grom's health began to drop at a visible rate. 50%. 30%. 10%. Roar! When his health dropped to the critical point, Grom let out a heart-wrenching roar. Its entire body erupted with magma, forming a towering pillar of fire that shattered all the surrounding rock warriors. The ground of the entire cave began to shake violently, and huge cracks spread across the surface, from which scorching magma gushed forth. Oh no! It's going to go berserk. Lin Fan's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted. Quickly retreat! It's a full-screen ultimate attack, Earth Ley Line Burst. Even if the Lava Lord's health drops below 10%, it still has nearly 10,000 health points. Moreover, this skill is a full map AoE attack, dealing 1,000 damage per second for 10 seconds. The crowd simply couldn't withstand it. Retreat? Where to retreat to? Wang Taizhu looked at the ever-expanding cracks beneath his feet and despairingly realized that the entire cave was within range of the attack. This is a dead end. Unless you kill it before it unleashes its ultimate attack. Just as everyone was panicking and preparing to die, Tang Yan took a step forward and went straight to a position less than 10 meters away from Grom. He looked up at the sky-covering warhammer, then calmly raised his right hand, palm facing Grom's enormous heart. Skill activated. Endless plunder. Buzz. An invisible hand of rules, ignoring the laws of physics and the boss's berserk resistance, directly reached into Grom's body and grabbed him hard. Looting successful. You have stolen 200 points of spirit from Lava Lord Grom. Target is in a state of extreme weakness, all attributes decrease by 15% for 30 seconds. Grom's ability Ley Line Burst has been interrupted. Puff. Grom's warhammer, which he had raised high, seemed to suddenly lose its support and droop limply, instantly cooling the boiling magma. The terrifying aura that threatened to destroy everything vanished, replaced by an extremely weak and listless feeling. The forced stripping of one's spiritual attributes is a devastating blow to any living being. Tang Yan felt a surge of immense, cool energy flow into his body through his arm and rush to his head. The original 265 points of spirit attribute instantly soared to 465 points, and the magic damage skyrocketed to 930 points. Tang Yan clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying magical power within his body that was almost overflowing. What are you standing there for? He glanced back at his teammates who were still in a daze. Kill. A single, simple word, yet it carries an irresistible authority. Lin Fan and his companions shuddered, only then realizing that the surrounding lava had stopped spewing and the boss had stopped roaring. That terrifying full-screen ultimate move was actually forced back by Tang Yan? Before the dazed feeling of escaping death had subsided, an even stronger shock overwhelmed their minds. They had only caught a glimpse of this skill that interrupts the boss's spellcasting when they were conquering the King Dungeon. The situation was extremely critical at the time, and Tang Yan used a similar method to forcibly interrupt the final boss's devastating chant that could have wiped out the entire party. That time, they felt more relief at surviving the ordeal and amazement at the skill's effectiveness. But this time, their feelings were completely different. Grom had accumulated terrifying energy enough to change the terrain and wipe out the entire team, but just before it was about to erupt, it was abruptly interrupted by Tang Yan using some unknown rule. It's not about resisting, it's not about avoiding, it's about killing it before it even starts. This is simply the ultimate nightmare for all bosses that rely on casting time and charging up to unleash powerful skills. At this moment, Tang Yan raised his right hand again, and this time the lightning gathered in his palm was more dazzling and violent than ever before. What he needs to do now is maximize his output. Boom! 2178. Critical hit. A terrifying 4-digit damage exploded from above Grom's head. The lightning startled Lin Fan and his companions from their shock, and they seized the opportunity to unleash their most powerful skills at the same time. Blood Rage Slash. A powerful blow to justice. Shadow Strike. Fireball. Boom! With a final, unwilling howl, the massive body of Lava Lord Grom collapsed with a crash, turning into countless specks of light that scattered equipment and materials across the ground. Defeat Lava Lord Grom boss to gain 18,000 experience points growth blessing plus 30%. Congratulations on clearing the Lava Cavern level 3. A golden beam of light illuminated Tang Yan's body. Congratulations on reaching LV25. Finally, it was done. Tang Yan let out a long breath, not even glancing at the huge corpse lying on the ground, and walked towards the teleportation portal at the end of the cave. Exploded. So many epic items. Looking at the light covering the ground, Wang Taizhu was so excited that he was incoherent and his mouth was practically watering. The group was so excited they were practically dancing with joy, and they were about to rush over and touch the corpse. Watching Tang Yan's departing figure, Lin Fan was stunned and couldn't help but call out. Tang Yan? You're not distributing equipment anymore? This is an epic item one piece can sell for millions. He just left like that? He didn't even glance at it. Here you go, it's all yours, you can have it. Tang Yan's voice echoed in the cave, but he had disappeared. Lin Fan and the others were completely petrified. On the other hand, for a monster like Tang Yan, this level of equipment is indeed no different from trash. Chapter 33 The Dragon Trapping Barrier Activated. The Shadow Stream's deadly hunting moment. Deep in the dark jungle, in the heart of the poisonous swamp. Frost Spear. Jiang Hanyue waved her staff. 3 crystal clear ice spears shot out in a triangular formation, accurately embedding themselves in the back of a giant swamp crocodile that was spewing poisonous mist. Put. The tough crocodile skin was pierced as easily as paper. 2,200. 2,200. The giant crocodile let out a miserable cry as its massive body was flipped over by the kinetic energy carried by the ice spear and slammed heavily into the mud. Just as it tried to turn over, a thick layer of frost quickly covered its entire body, freezing it into an ice sculpture. Broken. Jiang Hanyue parted her red lips slightly and uttered a single word. Yungu and Yungu worked in perfect harmony, flapping their wings together. Azure Feather Wind Blade. Several cyan wind blades roared out and slashed fiercely at the ice sculpture. Click. The ice sculpture shattered. The giant crocodile transformed into shattered ice and specks of experience points scattered across the ground. Slay the swamp crocodile and gain 450 experience points. The whole process was smooth and efficient, without any unnecessary delays. This. Raymond stood to the side holding his shield, but he seemed somewhat superfluous at this moment, having originally intended to go up and tank the monster. He glanced at the broken ice on the ground, then at his young mistress. That's incredible. Is this still the pampered young lady who needed to be closely protected? This output capability and crowd control combo are even more terrifying than many established mages. Just then, a sweet, pink smoke suddenly mixed into the originally eerie green miasma and began to spread rapidly. Something's not right. Priest Sumu, who was at the back of the group, immediately noticed something was amiss. She waved her staff, and a barrier of holy light enveloped everyone as she shouted, "This is a high-level muscle-softening powder. Everyone hold your breath. Before the words were finished, dozens of dark figures leaped out from the tall treetops and from the depths of the muddy swamp. Leading the attack was Wild Dog, whose face was scarred and whose eyes gleamed with a vengeful red light. He led the remaining remnants of Dawn and launched the first wave of attacks. In this instance, death will only result in being teleported out, with a loss of some experience points. At this moment, they did not seek to kill the enemy, but only to exhaust Jiang Hanyue and the 4 top guards around her supplies and skills at all costs. Protect the young lady! Raymond roared and slammed his massive alloy shield into the ground, activating Shield Wall to block the front of the team. Jingle bells! Countless poison arrows and daggers struck the shield, sending sparks flying. But then, one of the assassins threw a scroll that was flashing an eerie green light onto the shield. High-efficiency corrosion-resistant scroll. Sizzle! A pungent, acidic smell filled the air, and Raymond's epic shield was instantly corroded, leaving pits and its durability dropping at an alarming rate. Raymond's heart was bleeding. This was a treasure he had bought with all his savings. On the other side, the berserker Rhodes roared and swung his giant axe, just as he cut down an enemy, when suddenly his foot tightened. 3 fearless assassins suddenly leaped out of the mud and grabbed his legs tightly. Then, a blinding red light shone from their bodies. Oh no! It's a self-destruction. Rod tried to break free, but it was too late. Boom! 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 3 violent explosions rang out, and Rhodes was blown to pieces, his body flying backward, his health bar dropping by more than half in an instant. Rhodes! Pastor Sumu exclaimed in surprise and was about to step forward to treat the patient. Faced with this sudden and chaotic attack, Jiang Hanyue remained unusually calm. She remained completely calm. Yungu on her shoulder let out a clear cry and hovered in the air. A flowing wind barrier was precisely placed on Sumu, who was about to move, preventing the team's only healer from being focused and killed by the hidden enemies. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Hanyue slammed her staff heavily onto the ground. Ice wall! Buzz! A thick, towering ice wall rose from the ground, instantly separating most of the enemies charging from those on the flanks, greatly relieving Raymond's pressure. The battlefield was forcibly divided. Well done, miss! Raymond was greatly encouraged. With their level advantage, superior equipment, and Jiang Hanyue's precise control of the battlefield, this well-trained squad began a difficult counterattack. The battle lasted for nearly 5 minutes. When the last Dawn assassin reluctantly turned into white light and disappeared, the battlefield finally returned to calm for the time being. Raymond leaned on his cratered shield, panting heavily. Rhodes also drank an expensive instant recovery potion, but his face remained pale. Sumu and Ellie both consumed nearly 70% of their mana. Although they survived the surprise attack without serious injury, everyone's condition deteriorated significantly, and all potions and key skills went on cooldown. However, they didn't even have a chance to catch their breath. Slap! 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 A chilling applause suddenly rang out from the shadows not far away. A dozen or so figures slowly emerged from the distorted air. They were all dressed in matching black night clothes, and each of them exuded a bloodthirsty aura of ruthless killing. Although their level display above their heads was LV-29, the terrifying aura that came from crawling out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood was something that ordinary professionals could not possess. When Raymond saw the cherry blossom and cloud patterns embroidered on their clothes, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. People from the shadow stream of the Sakura Kingdom? How could you possibly get in? There are level restrictions here. The leader of the assassins did not answer his foolish question, but just smiled contemptuously and casually tossed an ancient array plate from his pocket. The array plate landed and was activated instantly. Buzz! A visible black light curtain shot into the sky, like an inverted giant bull, completely enveloping and sealing off the space within a radius of 100 meters. All transmission reels and communication signals were isolated. This is a strategic level item developed by the Sakura Kingdom at great cost, the Dragon Trapping Barrier. This shattered Raymond's last shred of hope. It's over. This is a complete trap. First, use cannon fodder to wear down their fighting strength, then use a barrier to cut off all their escape routes, and finally, the rail kill. Kill. The leader of the assassins uttered only one word. The battle erupted instantly. Although they were all level 29, the combat experience and skill proficiency of this group of Shadow Stream assassins completely overwhelmed Raymond and the others. In the instant the battle began, just as the shadow dancer Ellie was about to slip into the shadows, an assassin appeared behind her like a ghost, his dagger slicing through the air silently. Throat slit. Ellie groaned, staggered, lost her fighting ability, collapsed to the ground, her body began to go numb, and she completely lost her ability to fight. Ellie! Court death! Rhodes' eyes turned bloodshot as he roared and charged forward. But the other assassin simply sidestepped to avoid his charge, and at the same time tripped over his feet, his short knife plunging into Rhodes' waist. 3,200. A terrifying critical hit occurred. Rhodes' massive body crashed to the ground, turning into specks of starlight. Raymond tried to come to the rescue, but was held back by 3 assassins. His proud shield defense skills were full of flaws in front of them, and he could only parry in a sorry state, constantly adding new wounds to his body. The lead assassin never once glanced at the guards, he had only one target. Jiang Hanyue. His movements were like a ghost, directly dodging Raymond's desperate charge. The poisoned dagger in his hand drew a black line in the air, aiming straight for Jiang Hanyue's throat. That's too fast. Jiang Hanyue was so close that she didn't even have time to chant any spells. At this critical moment, Yungu, perched on Jiang Hanyue's shoulder, let out a mournful cry. Its small body suddenly lunged out, blocking Jiang Hanyue's path. Azure Feather Wind Blade. A blade of wind shot out from Yunji's mouth and struck the dagger. Bite. The dagger was deflected for a moment, but Yungu was also knocked away by the recoil and crashed heavily into Jiang Hanyue's chest. It used its own body to bite Jiang Hanyue 0.1 seconds. But it was this 0.1 second delay that gave Jiang Hanyue her only chance to survive. She twisted her body to one side with all her might, trying to escape. She knew that she was no match for these guys at her current strength. However, the assassin would never give her that chance. Sizzle! The assassin lunged forward, his sharp dagger slicing through her robes and leaving a wound on her snow-white arm, from which black poison rapidly spread throughout her body. A sharp pain shot through Jiang Hanyue, who groaned and staggered back a few steps before crashing heavily into a huge ancient tree behind her. Chapter 34: A 3-minute race against time. Jiang Jingshan's ruthless methods. A sharp pain shot through Jiang Hanyue, who groaned and staggered back a few steps before crashing heavily into a huge ancient tree behind her. The assassin lunged forward and swung out 2 black chains. Whoosh! The chains, like living venomous snakes, instantly coiled around Jiang Hanyue's limbs. A strange energy fluctuation emanated from her, and the wisp of magical power she had just gathered within her body instantly dissipated. Anti-magic chains. A specially made item designed to deal with magic-based classes. The black toxins on the wound on my arm had spread, causing waves of dizziness and weakness. With her magic sealed and her body corroded by toxins, she completely lost the ability to resist. But Jiang Hanyue's face still showed no sign of pleading or fear, only a cold and resolute expression. Chirp! The blasted away Yungu let out a mournful cry. Ignoring her injured wings, she took flight again, gripping Jiang Hanyue's shoulder tightly. She opened her small mouth at the assassin and let out a series of angry cries. The assassin leader finally looked at the little bird with disgust, reaching out to crush it. Don't touch it. Jiang Hanyue mustered her last bit of strength, turned her body to the side, and used her back to shield Yungu. The assassin leader stopped moving, looked at the cold glint in Jiang Hanyue's eyes, and let out a sneer. A clay bodhisattva crossing the river can barely save itself, yet it has the leisure to care about a hairy beast. He withdrew his hand and gestured to the person behind him. Take away. The resurrection point outside the dark jungle instance. Buzz. A flash of white light. Berserker Rhodes fell to the ground in a sorry state. Vomit. The intense dizziness made him kneel on the ground and vomit repeatedly. The weakened state caused by the death penalty temporarily reduced all his attributes by 50%, making it difficult for him to even stand. But he didn't care about any of that. He stumbled and pulled out his communicator, his fingers trembling violently with fear and anger. He dialed Lu Yan's number. Secretary Lu. Secretary Lu. The moment the call connected, he roared with all his might. The young lady is in trouble. In Japan. Ah! Before he could finish speaking, several dark figures suddenly rushed out from the side and delivered a heavy punch to the back of his head. Rod's vision went black, the communicator flew out of his hand, and he collapsed limply to the ground. The lead stag dog stepped on Rod's back, picked up the communicator from the ground, and crushed it. Damn it, those Japanese assassins are such idiots, they actually let one of them slip through the net and report back. He spat, his face full of displeasure. Boss, what do we do now? A remnant of the Dawn faction asked anxiously. What can we do? The news must have already spread. and the Jiang family's reinforcements will arrive soon. The wild dog kicked the unconscious Rod and yelled at his men. Get out of here immediately. Leave Kyoto. Although Miyamoto ordered them to wear down the enemy, he did not send them to their deaths. The mission is now in its final stages, and these cannon fodder will only be sent to their deaths if they stay here. Go, you stray dogs, where else can you run to? At this moment, Miyamoto emerged from behind a large tree, fiddling with a black remote control device in his hand, showing no fear on his face. The person has been captured. As long as we take her away, it will be a victory for the Sakura Kingdom. Do you think you have anywhere left to run? Upon hearing Miyamoto's voice, the stray dog abruptly stopped in its tracks. He felt a sudden panic, but he really didn't know where else he could escape to. The matter seems to be nearing its end, so a couple more minutes won't make a difference. We might as well wait until the very end. As long as we can return to the land of Sakura with Miyamoto, then all will be well. Jiang Group, top floor conference room. Lu Yen froze on the spot, holding her phone. The piercing scream and abruptly stopped cry for help that came through the communicator just now left her feeling cold all over. She immediately called back, but all she heard was a cold, busy tone. The signal was blocked. She tried to contact Zhang Hanyue again, but the call still wouldn't go through. Something's happened. Lu Yan's mind went blank for a moment, and she no longer cared about any rules. She pushed open the heavy conference room door in front of her. Bang! The loud noise interrupted the ongoing top-level meeting of the group. The dozens of senior executives in the meeting room all stared in astonishment at the door. Jiang Jingshan sat in the main seat, his brows furrowed, about to reprimand him. Commander! Lu Yen quickly walked to his side, lowered her voice, and said rapidly in a trembling tone. Something's happened to the young lady. Rhodes just sent back a message mentioning Sakura country and then went missing. Jiang Jingshan's hand holding the pen suddenly paused. Click. That expensive, specially made fountain pen was broken in his hands. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him, and the temperature in the entire conference room seemed to drop to freezing point instantly. All the senior executives dared not utter a sound. They had never seen their leader display such a terrifying expression. That wasn't anger. That was a murderous intent that wanted to devour anyone in its path. The land of cherry blossoms. Jiang Dingshan slowly stood up and threw the broken pen on the table. As shrewd and calculating as he was, he instantly understood the crux of the matter. Kidnapping Jiang Hanyue? No. Their goal was that blueprint. Storm Convergence Turret. That was a core secret of the Great Xia's northern border defense line. If it fell into the hands of the Sakura Kingdom or was destroyed, the consequences would be unimaginable. These bastards actually dared to use his daughter as a bargaining chip. Who else is over there? Jiang Jingshan's voice was eerily calm. Mr. Tang. Lu Yen immediately retrieved the information and quickly reported. Mr. Tang has reached level 25. According to the location I just got, he is heading towards the dark forest at full speed and should reach the edge of the instance in about 3 minutes. 3 minutes. A glimmer of hope flashed in Jiang Jingshan's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by deeper worry. Since the Sakura Kingdom dared to directly kidnap someone in the instance, the person they sent must be the elite of the elite, the most elite of the most desperate. Although Tang Yan was an unparalleled genius, he was, after all, just one person. Can he really do it? No, we can't put all our hopes on one person. Jiang Jingshan suddenly stood up. At that moment, he was no longer a shrewd business tycoon, but an angry lion whose wrath had been provoked. He surveyed the entire room and, in an unquestionable tone, issued the highest level war order since the establishment of the Jiang Group. Whether he can make it or not. Pass on my order, immediately mobilize all high-level professionals in Kyoto to seal off the entire southwestern border of Kyoto. Surround all exits of the dark forest. First team, all level 29 elites, enter the instance immediately and conduct a thorough search. Find them. His voice echoed in the conference room, carrying a chilling and murderous aura. Second wave, deploy outside the instance. I don't care what methods you use, if you see anyone from the Sakura Kingdom teleporting out, kill them without mercy. Kill without mercy. These 4 words made all the executives present gasp in shock. This is no longer a simple conflict, it is a blatant provocation against a country's bottom line. Commander. A military liaison officer who was listening in was shocked and quickly stood up to dissuade him. This is absolutely unacceptable. This would cause the most serious diplomatic incident ever. Killing a professional from another country in the real world is tantamount to declaring war. We should try to arrest and convict them first. Jiang Jingshan slowly turned his head and stared coldly at the liaison officer. He spoke slowly and deliberately, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. If they dare to touch my daughter, I'll show them what war is. Let's start the war. Whatever the consequences, I, Jiang Jingshan, will bear them all. Chapter 35 Pacemaker? This is a funeral dirge. Tang Yan sat in the rear cabin of the helicopter flying towards the dark jungle, with a blue light screen floating in front of him. The experience gained from the Lava Lord battle, combined with the completion rewards, propelled him directly to level 25. The personal panel data has also undergone new changes. Name, Tang Yan. Level, LV 2547 2065,000. Occupation, ruler of all things. HP, 2070 2070. MP, 5000. Physical damage, 370. Magic damage, 1000. Physical defense, 476. Magic defense, 238. Speed, 396. Physical condition, 207. Spirit, 500. Strength, 185. Armor, 238. Agility, 198. Omitted here. Tang Yan was very satisfied with the MP value of 5000. Even if a level 25 mage allocates all points to spirit, their MP will only be around 1500 at most. He now has more than 3 times the number of mages of the same level. This is also thanks to the 200 points of spirit attribute plundered from Grom, which brought his magic damage to the level of 1000. Mr. Tang, we will reach the entrance to the dark forest in 1 minute. The driver's report came through his headset. Tang Yan turned off the panel, imagining what Jiang Hanyue's expression would be when she saw him. Is it happiness or surprise? Just then, the communicator in his arms rang. It's Lu Yan's number. As soon as the call connected, an anxious shout came from the other end. Tang Yan. Something terrible has happened. Miss was ambushed by spies from the Sakura Kingdom in the dungeon and may have been captured by them. Lu Yan quickly recounted what had happened in Jiang Jingshan's plan. Then, she instructed over the phone, if you get there first, just try to stall them, and then delay her? Tang Yan interrupted her directly. Are you telling me to watch her suffer inside? But your level is only 25. The opponents are probably all assassins trained by the Japanese. We don't know exactly how many there are, and they may also be carrying special combined attack formations. Tell Uncle Jiang. Tang Yan said something into the communicator. Shelp it up properly, don't let a single fly get out. As for the people inside, I will kill them all. After saying that, he hung up the phone and casually tossed the communicator onto the chair. Hearing the busy tone from the receiver, Lu Yan slumped into her chair. That's insane. He's completely gone mad. A lone person facing the unknown? This isn't saving lives, it's sending people to their deaths. After the helicopter came to a stop, Tang Yan stepped off the plane and looked at the ancient banyan tree in the distance that blocked out the sky, and the eerie green teleportation vortex at the base of the tree. He ran inside without hesitation. His expression was icy, and he had only one thought in his mind: anyone who dared to touch his woman would have no chance of survival. He wasn't unaware of what Lu Yan meant, nor was he arrogant or impulsive. He knew his cards very well. He still had a hidden trump card he hadn't used. Emperor Engine. As long as you have enough MP, make good use of the 3 seconds of absolute control from the Emperor Engine to save Jiang Hanyue first and ensure her safety. The rest are just a bunch of chickens and dogs waiting to be slaughtered. Buzz. The moment I stepped through the portal, a cacophony of voices rushed towards me. Tang Yan did not linger in the safe zone for a moment, and immediately flew away to the true entrance of the dark jungle. 4 paths appeared before them, leading to the poisonous swamp, the giant tree roots, the Shadow River, and the misty hills, respectively. Tang Yan didn't know which road Jiang Hanyue was on, but he knew that this group of people had to pass through here if they wanted to get out. So he stopped, stood in the middle of the muddy fork in the road, and raised his hand. Skill activated, Immortal Guardian. Rumble. The ground began to shake violently, and 90 rock warriors, each 3 meters tall, emerged from the mud with a roar, like a silent torrent of steel. With heavy steps, following Tang Yan's will, they blocked each intersection, forming an impenetrable stone wall. Just then, a rustling sound came from deep within the path of the poisonous swamp. The leader of the assassins held a dagger to Jiang Hanyue's back and forced her to walk out quickly. He stopped abruptly as soon as he turned the corner. He stared in disbelief at the massive army of stone statues that had suddenly appeared and blocked all their paths. Jiang Hanyue also looked up, and when she saw the familiar figure standing at the front of the stone wall, her originally ashen face instantly lit up with joy, but it was immediately covered by deep worry. Why is he here? How could he possibly be a match for these monsters all by himself? Following Jiang Hanyue's gaze, the leader of the Sakura Kingdom assassins noticed the man standing alone at the front of the army. When he saw the glaring LV-25 above Tang Yan's head, he was first stunned, then let out an extremely arrogant laugh. Is Great Xia out of people? Sending a level 25 guy to his death? He pointed at Tang Yan and laughed so hard he almost fell over. Kid, are you kidding me? You think you can stop our Shadow Stream elites with a bunch of rock toys? Splash! As soon as he finished speaking, 30 assassins dressed in black night clothes appeared from the shadows of the trees behind and on both sides, forming a huge encirclement that completely surrounded Tang Yan. Tang Yan remained expressionless and didn't even glance at them. He simply placed his right hand lightly on his chest. Thump! A muffled, loud bang suddenly exploded in this space. It's like the first heartbeat of an ancient behemoth awakening. Thump! The second sound caused the water on the ground to bounce up. Emperor Engine, activated. An invisible wave, centered on Tang Yan, swept across a radius of 100 meters in an instant. The air condensed. Rule rewriting. The assassin leader, who had been laughing wildly, suddenly stopped. A fear originating from the depths of his soul, like an icy tide, instantly overwhelmed his reason. That wasn't physical oppression. That was an absolute crushing defeat from the level of life itself. What is this? The leader was horrified to discover that his body was trembling uncontrollably. My legs felt weak, and my knees bent involuntarily. It wasn't just him. The 30 elite assassins around them, who had killed countless people, were now like rabbits that had seen their natural enemy. Clang! Someone dropped their dagger to the ground. Thump! Some people could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure, and they knelt down, burying their heads deep in the soil, their bodies convulsing violently. In just 3 seconds. Except for Jiang Hanyue. All the assassins from the Sakura Kingdom present knelt on the ground. Faced with this domineering will of a king. All living beings. They are all ants. Chapter 36. 3 seconds to decide the fate, from desperation to counterattack, all because the boss was enraged. 3 seconds. The whole world seemed to have been muted. Time and space both froze under this domineering will. Those 30 elite assassins from the Shadow Stream were brimming with murderous intent just a moment ago, but now they felt as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them, their knees slamming heavily into the muddy ground, unable even to lift their heads. Their proud killer instincts proved as fragile as a sheet of paper in the face of this power. Fear. An uncontrollable fear that comes from the deepest part of the soul. This is an absolute crushing on a life level, the instinctive trembling of an ant looking up at a god. Ha! The assassin leader made incomprehensible hoarse sounds from his throat. He wanted to resist, to stand up, but every muscle and every cell in his body was trembling and screaming wildly, refusing to obey his brain's commands. What kind of power is this? What kind of monster is this? His mind went blank, with only this thought remaining. On the other side, Raymond, Sumu, and Ellie, who were closely following Jiang Hanyue, were also completely stunned. Raymond leaned on his tattered shield, his mouth agape enough to fit a fist. What did he see? In an instant, just an instant, the top assassins who had driven them to the brink of defeat and slaughtered their teammates knelt down in perfect unison. It's not defeat, it's not surrender, it's prostration, it's submission. Sumu nearly dropped her staff. Looking at the figure standing alone in front of the army of stone statues, she felt her worldview being shattered. As a shadow dancer, Ellie naturally possesses an exceptionally high sensitivity to subtle sounds. After she clearly felt the pressure released by Tang Yan, she almost knelt down for a moment, but fortunately the skill was not hostile to her. However, it also filled her with immense fear. Jiang Hanyue stared blankly at Tang Yan as well. She was bound by chains, and the poison on her arms was still spreading, but at this moment, all the pain and despair were washed away by the absurd and shocking scene before her eyes. She knew in her heart that Tang Yan was very strong, but she never expected that his strength would exceed the limits of the rules. The mere sound of a heartbeat was enough to rout these top assassins. Tang Yan ignored the assassins kneeling on the ground. His gaze swept over everyone and landed on Jiang Hanyue. Seeing her torn robe, the glaring black poison mark on her snow-white arm, and the forced determination on her face, an indescribable heartache instantly gripped his heart. Immediately following was a surge of murderous intent. Anyone who dares to hurt his woman. Court death. Tang Yan's mind stirred. Rumble. The 3 seconds of absolute control were not over yet. Upon receiving the order, the 90 rock warriors marched with heavy steps, like a tidal wave, smashing through all the surrounding dead trees and rocks, forming an impenetrable circular barrier around Jiang Hanyue, protecting her tightly at the very core. Immediately afterwards, Tang Yan issued another instruction. Buzz. Each rock warrior shone with an earthy yellow light, and a series of guardian marks were instantly applied to Jiang Hanyue and the trembling little blue phoenix in her arms. All of this was done in just 3 seconds. The terrifying pressure that had enveloped the entire area suddenly vanished. Huff, huff. The assassin leader sprang to his feet, drenched in cold sweat. He stared at Tang Yan in terror, as if he were looking at a demon that had crawled out of hell. What kind of sorcery is this? He let out a hysterical scream. Fear had been replaced by extreme madness. Kill him. Kill him at all costs. At his command, the 30 assassins, who had just recovered from their trembling, flashed a resolute will to die in their eyes. They are Suicide Squad's fear is acceptable, but the mission must be completed. Swish. 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 30 people launched a simultaneous shadow attack, with countless poisoned daggers transforming into a sky full of black specks of light, shooting towards the only enemy in the field from all directions. Tang Yan neither dodged nor avoided. He currently has 2,000 MP left, enough to unleash all his skills. In his eyes, these elite assassins were nothing more than walking experience packs and equipment stores. He needed to torment these bastards to vent his anger. Then, he slowly raised his right hand towards the sky. The Thunder Emperor's judgment. Boom! The sky was torn apart at that moment. Without warning, dense golden lightning descended from the dark clouds, instantly transforming a 100-meter radius around Tang Yan into a thunderous inferno. Each bolt of lightning carried an aura of world-destroying power, precisely locking onto every hostile target. 1850. 1850. The speed and mobility skills that assassins pride themselves on seem utterly laughable in this sea of lightning. As the lightning struck, nearly half of their health bars were instantly depleted. Even more terrifying, a strong sense of paralysis spread throughout their bodies. Everyone was once again plunged into a state of intense paralysis lasting 5 seconds, rendering them unable to move. While everyone was still in shock, Tang Yan did not stop. He turned to look at the wounded behind him. With a flick of his right hand, a golden halo instantly spread out. Morale is soaring. Warm golden light shone on Jiang Hanyue and her 3 guards. Plus 350. Plus 350. The green treatment numbers were jumping wildly above their heads. Jiang Hanyue felt a warm current flow through her body, and the cold, lingering toxins that were like a bone-deep infection quickly melted away in the face of this domineering life force. The health bar, which had been almost depleted, began to recover at a visible speed. The depleted mana pool began to replenish itself. That healing speed. Pastor Sumu looked at his hands in disbelief. She is a professional therapist. But she discovered that Tang Yan's casual skill healed twice as much as her full-power Holy Light heal. It can even restore mana. What's the point of having a pastor then? I'm unemployed. I'm completely unemployed. The 5-second period of paralysis is fleeting. Although not all of the assassins died, they were left barely alive. After all, he was a level 29 elite assassin, whose health and resistance far exceeded those of ordinary people. Baka Yoru. The assassin leader broke free from his paralysis and stared at his charred subordinates on the ground, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. It's over. It's all over. If the mission fails, going back will mean certain death. Rather than suffer a torturous death, I'd rather take someone down with me. He suddenly pulled a scarlet pill from his pocket and swallowed it in one gulp. Ghost in God pill. Burn your health points in exchange for a temporary surge in attributes. Roar. The leader let out a superhuman roar, his muscles bulging wildly and bursting through his nightclothes. His skin turned bright red, and his speed doubled. He transformed into a streak of red blood, ignoring the surrounding rock warriors that blocked his way, and charged straight at Tang Yan. To catch the thief, first catch the king. As long as this summoner is killed, those rock golems will collapse on their own. Careful. Jiang Hanyue had just regained some strength when she saw the scene, and her heart clenched tightly. That was a desperate strike from a level 29 elite assassin. Too fast. So fast that even the afterimage was not visible. However, Tang Yan remained standing in the same spot, not even lifting his eyelids. Just as the blood shadow was about to touch Tang Yan's throat. Bang! A golden shield of light appeared on Tang Yan's body. It was the rock mercenary's skill, Guardian Mark, which could block one fatal attack in a critical moment. When the dagger pierced the golden light shield fiercely, sending up a string of dazzling sparks. But that's all. The immense recoil force traveled along the dagger and struck the assassin leader. He was thrown back several steps by the impact and landed hard on his backside. How is this possible? The leader's face was filled with despair. His life-burning attack couldn't even break through a light shield? Just how many insane skills has this guy learned? Chapter 37. Stop fighting, I surrender. How about I give you my underwear? Tang Yan slowly turned around and looked down at the leader who was paralyzed on the ground. It looked like watching an ant trying to shake a big tree. That's it? Just two simple words. It was even more brutal than two loud slaps, landing directly on the leader's face. Humiliation. A blatant humiliation. The leader's face, which had been flushed red, instantly turned a deep purplish red. His chest heaved violently, and a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat, unable to be spat out or swallowed. He was a top assassin of the Shadow Stream, a level 29 elite assassin, and this was a fatal blow earned by burning his life points. So you couldn't even break their shield? What's the point of fighting? Chirp! A clear, melodious cry rang out. Rejuvenated, Yungu flew out of Jiang Hanyue's arms and hovered above Tang Yan's head. Blue wings scattered starlight. The wind's favor. Tang Yan immediately felt his body lighten, and the already violent lightning element within him became even more active with the support of the wind element. Spell damage increased by another 15%. He looked at the wounded assassins around him, his face expressionless, only indifferent. Since we're here, then leave everything behind. Anyone who dares to mess with his woman will have to pay some interest. He raised his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air towards the group of assassins who were still barely clinging to life. Endless plunder. Buzz. A strange fluctuation swept across the entire area in an instant. The next second, the system notifications in front of Tang Yan's eyes were flashing wildly. Plunder successful. Obtained 3 advanced concentrated life potions. Looting successful. Obtained item potential corrosion scroll X1. Plunder successful. Gained agility attribute +5. Looting successful. Item obtained, high-level antidote X3. Looting successful. Obtained equipment, Shadow Bracers rare. Plunder successful. Obtained. At the same time, the assassins were horrified to discover that their equipment had suddenly vanished into thin air. Someone's dagger was gone, and they were holding nothing but air. Some people's leather armor was missing, revealing their rib-like chests underneath. Some people even lost their shoes and were walking barefoot in the mud. The most terrifying thing is that they feel their bodies suddenly become incredibly weak, as if they have been hollowed out. The assassins, who were barely able to stand, now collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way. Weakened state. All attributes decreased by 15%. My knife. Where is my knife? My power is being lost. A devil. He's a devil. Panic spread through the crowd. If the lightning they had just witnessed filled them with fear, then the looting they were now experiencing filled them with despair. This is not a fight at all. This is a one-sided massacre and looting. The assassin leader felt a chill run through him. He looked down. The epic night walking outfit that he was wearing had vanished without a trace. All over the body. All that was left was a pair of big shorts printed with a red sun. A gust of wind blew. It's chilly. Ah. The leader's mentality completely collapsed. Killing someone is nothing more than a beheading. They're even stealing clothes? Is this even human? Are these the professionals of Great Xia? So shameless. That's shameless. Tang Yan looked at the backpack, which was full to the brim, and nodded in satisfaction. Even though it's all trash, every little mosquito is still a treat. You can take it back, break it down, and exchange it for some materials. At this point, the cooldown of the Thunder Emperor's judgment skill was ready. He looked again at the leader who was only wearing underwear, and dazzling lightning once more gathered in his palm. All right. The robbery is over. Now, I'll send you on your way. Under the lightning, Tang Yan's cold and stern face appeared more terrifying than the demons of the deepest hell in the eyes of the assassin leader. The leader's lips trembled as he watched the impending thunderbolt, only one thought remaining in his mind. When did such a monster appear in the Great Xia dynasty? Sizzle! Golden lightning crashed down. There was no suspense whatsoever. The 30 assassins on the field, along with their leader who was only wearing underwear, instantly transformed into a sky full of starlight and disappeared into the dark jungle. The teleportation portal outside the instance. Buzz! The light flickered. 30 figures tumbled out in a disheveled state. Although dying in a dungeon only results in losing a level and becoming weak, it doesn't actually kill you. But the pain of being struck by lightning still lingers in my nerves. The leader lay on the ground, panting heavily. Alive. He's still alive. As long as there is life, there is hope. Click. The sound of the bolts being pulled back in unison. The leader suddenly looked up. Dozens of dark gun barrels were pointed directly at their heads. The area was already completely surrounded by fully armed troops. Not far away, the bodies of Miyamoto and the stray dog lay cold on the ground, each with a bloody hole between their eyebrows. Jiang Jingshan's reinforcements have arrived. An officer waved his hand coldly. Kill. No nonsense. There was no trial. Day. Flames spewed out. The dense barrage of bullets created a metal storm. The group of assassins, who had just escaped from the dungeon and were in an extremely weakened state, were riddled with bullets before they could even scream. Inside the instance. With all the enemies gone, the air around us finally felt less oppressive. Under Tang Yan's control, the rock warriors slowly sank into the ground. Jiang Hanyu leaned against the ancient tree, her body slowly sliding down the trunk. Once the tense nerves relax, a huge feeling of fatigue washes over you like a tidal wave. She watched the figure walking towards her. Backlit. Tall and upright. The scenes from just now kept replaying in her mind. Suppressing the entire scene in 3 seconds. One strike instantly kills all enemies. This man is really reliable. Tang Yan walked up to her and squatted down. Hanyu, it's all right now. His tone was calm, yet it conveyed a reassuring power. Jiang Hanyu looked at him. All the pretense of strength that had been there all along was shed at this moment. She is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family and a genius mage revered by thousands. But just a moment ago, she was just a girl who almost got killed. If Tang Yan hadn't arrived in time. I don't even want to think about the consequences. Tang Inkstone. She called out softly, her voice trembling slightly. Then, disregarding the mud and wounds on her body, she suddenly threw herself into Tang Yan's arms. She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She buried her face in his chest. A warm body temperature was felt. It's true. He is still alive, and I am still alive. Tang Yan's body stiffened for a moment. Then, he raised his hand and gently patted her back. He didn't speak. At this point, any language is superfluous. Seeing this, Raymond and the others, who were not far away, wisely turned around and began to clean up the battlefield. While Sumu was healing the injured roads, she secretly glanced over here with a maternal smile on her face. A long time passed. Jiang Hanyu finally lifted her head from Tang Yan's embrace. Her face still had a faint blush, but more than anything, it was filled with the relief of surviving a disaster. She looked at Tang Yan's face, which was so close to hers. This is the man she chose. He is also the father of the child in her womb. Thanks. All my words can be summed up in these 2 words. Tang Yan looked at her and suddenly smiled. Why are you being so polite with me? He stood up and helped Jiang Hanyu up. Let's go out and get some rest first. This commotion has been quite big. I reckon things are in complete chaos outside. Jiang Hanyu nodded, straightened her disheveled robes, and resumed her aloof and elegant demeanor. But when she looked at Tang Yan, there was an unprecedented tenderness and dependence in her eyes. Chapter 38 Explosion. Mythical level plunder, invisible mage emerges. As the light faded, a cacophony of voices mixed with the pungent smell of blood assaulted the senses. Tang Yan took Jiang Hanyu's hand and stepped out of the black vortex. Instead of the familiar entrance to the dark forest, what greeted their eyes was a scene of carnage. Dozens of corpses were neatly stacked under the huge ancient banyan tree, their blood pooling into streams that stained the moss on the ground red. These people were dressed in uniform black night clothes or the uniforms of the Dawn organization, and each of them had a precise bullet hole between their eyebrows. Their deaths were gruesome. The heavily armed soldiers stood solemnly around them, their dark gun barrels pointing in all directions, creating a chilling atmosphere that seemed to freeze the air. Outside the perimeter of the instance, a group of freelance professionals who had been forcibly expelled huddled in a corner, their faces pale. They witnessed the massacre firsthand. There were no warnings. There were no negotiations. The moment those men in black appeared, they were met with the roar of heavy machine guns. Vomit. Several professionals with poor mental fortitude couldn't help but bend over and vomit. That's too ruthless. Has the Jiang family gone mad? Someone's teeth chattered, and they muttered under their breath. The people next to him immediately covered his mouth, their faces filled with terror. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Can't you see the gun barrels over there are still hot? Luckily we didn't say anything sarcastic in there, otherwise we would be the ones lying there now. Several professional gamers who had previously complained about the clearing out of the area now felt a chill run down their spines, their underwear soaked with cold sweat. This is the foundation of a top-tier power. In the face of absolute power, the so-called rules are a joke. They're out. Upon seeing the familiar figure, Lu Yan quickly approached, her high heels stomping through the muddy, bloody water, but she paid no heed. His gaze swept quickly over Jiang Hanyue, and only after confirming that she only had some superficial injuries did his tense shoulders relax. Then, she looked at Tang Yan. The man was completely unharmed, not even his clothes were covered in dust. Mr. Tang. Lu Yan tried her best to control her voice. The situation inside. It's all done. Tang Yan's tone was flat. There were 30 in total. You guys probably finished them off when they came out. Lu Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. 30 elite assassins. Less than 10 minutes. Total annihilation? Moreover, judging from Tang Yan's condition, he didn't even breathe heavily. Is this even human? Get in the car first. Tang Yan ignored her shock and pulled Jiang Hanyue toward the specially made bulletproof SUV. It's too noisy here. The black SUV started up and, escorted by the military, roared away from the dark jungle like a long steel dragon. Inside the train carriage, the barrier rises, blocking the driver's view in the front seat. Tang Yan leaned back in the leather seat, his personal control panel appearing before his eyes. This time, not only did he rescue Jiang Hanyue, but the benefits brought by the final, endless plunder, also put him in a good mood. The backpack was filled with equipment and materials looted from the assassins. 2 epic-level daggers, more than 20 sets of rare-level leather armor, and countless high-level poisons, antidotes, and special items. These items alone, if thrown on the black market, could fetch at least a few million. But that's not the point. Tang Yan focused his attention on his talent bar, where a new talent he had plundered from the group of assassins had appeared. Talent, Shadow Stealth Rank A. Shadow Stealth. In shadow or dark environments, you can actively enter stealth mode, increasing movement speed by 30% and guaranteeing a critical hit on your next attack. Stealth is broken upon the first strike. Tang Yan's heart skipped a beat. Invisibility. This is the core divine skill of an assassin. For him, a full-time player, this would mean a qualitative change at the tactical level. Imagine it. A mage who can become invisible, has high burst damage, can summon a large army, and can even buff teammates with all attributes. The enemy was still searching the entire map for that squishy mage to try and take down the backline, but the mage had already stealthily sneaked up behind them and immediately unleashed a close-range, Thunder Emperor's Judgment. That scene. That's absolutely brutal. Tang Yan's lips curled up slightly. The skill slots are currently full. If you want to learn new skill books, you can only continue to upgrade and expand the slots, or replace some low-level skills. However, every skill of the Master of All Things is extremely precious. If you want to make Shadow Stealth a core part of your tactics, you'll have to wait until you reach level 30 and expand your skill slots. He went to the treasure pavilion to find a high-level control skill book. Combined with his stealth talent, he could manipulate even a king-level boss of the same level. Beside, Jiang Hanyue watched Tang Yan quietly the whole time. She watched him close his eyes to rest, noticing the faint smile on his lips. The carriage was quiet, with only the occasional soft breathing of Yungu. Jiang Hanyue's fingers twitched. Previously, she was the high and mighty eldest daughter of the Jiang family, used to being protected and used to casting spells from the back. But today, when that man stood in front of her and unleashed thunder to blast all her enemies to smithereens, a certain line of defense in her heart completely collapsed. More than just gratitude. It was a dependence and worship that had never been seen before. There was still a trace of unwillingness. She didn't want to be just a protected vase. She wanted to stand beside him, not behind him. Jiang Hanyue reached out and gently covered Tang Yan's hand. Tang Yan opened his eyes and turned his head to look at her. What's wrong? Tang Inkstone. Jiang Hanyue turned her hand and clasped his fingers together, their fingers intertwined, the warmth of her palms transferring between them. I want to become stronger. It's no longer about becoming stronger for the sake of family reputation. Rather, it was so that he could keep up with this man's pace. Tomorrow, I will continue to enter the dungeon to level up. Jiang Hanyue's voice wasn't loud, but it was unusually firm. Tang Yan looked at the light in her eyes. That's something called ambition. Very good. He didn't want his woman to be a useless person. Okay, I'll support you in whatever you want to do. Tang Yan gripped her hand tightly in return. This time, I will personally lead the team. Jiang Group Headquarters. Bang! Jiang Dingshan slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacup to jump 3 inches high. Good. 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 He looked at the battle report sent back by Lu Yan and said good 3 times in a row, his face trembling with bulging muscles. One person wiped out the entire elite squad of the Sakura Kingdom's Shadow School. This record is comparable to anything he achieved on the border battlefield back then. This kid is a fucking genius. Jiang Jingshan laughed heartily, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothed out. He had previously worried whether Tang Yan could withstand the attack from the Japanese assassins. Now it seems the ones who should be worried are those brats from Japan. Sir, should we send someone to cover up the news of the annihilation of the Japanese spies? The intelligence officer next to him whispered. The Bear Country and the Lighthouse Country have already been inquiring about the specific situation of the Spirit Wind team. This time, Mr. Tang used thunderous methods to suppress 30 elites in the Dark Forest. If the news gets out, will it be detrimental to him? Lock down my ass. Jiang Dingshan snorted coldly, sat back down in his chair, and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Pass on my message. Anyone who dares to lay their claws on the Jiang family again will suffer the consequences. Furthermore, notify the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that we wiped out a group of illegally invading terrorists in our own instance, and demand an explanation from the Japanese. Ask them why their elite assassins were dressed in night clothes on our Great Xia territory. Chapter 39 One Man Against a Nation? An emergency meeting of major powers. Kyoto, the Hall of the Professionals Guild. Several professionals who had just returned from the Darkwood dungeon were surrounded by a group of people. Really? Just one person? Why would I lie to you? I saw it with my own eyes. The man who spoke took a big gulp of beer, his hands still shaking. You didn't see that scene. 30 top assassins from Japan couldn't even touch the hem of that Tang Yan's clothes. They were all turned into charred remains. 30? All elites? Nonsense. The leader was supposedly a top assassin from the Shadow Stream, a level 29 master. And what happened? He was stripped down to his underwear and died a gruesome death. A collective gasp of astonishment filled the air. The name Tang Yan has become a sensation in Kyoto's professional gaming community tonight. Previously, I only knew that he was a newcomer favored by the Jiang family. Looking at it now, this is hardly a newcomer. This is clearly a monster in human skin. The next morning, an intelligence document marked top secret was placed on the desks of the highest commanders of various countries. Bear Country, Siberian ice field. The temperature inside the underground command room was extremely low, but it couldn't suppress the anger in Xiong Yuan's heart. Bang! He punched a hole in the alloy tabletop. 30 shadow assassins, all wiped out? Xiong Yuan grabbed the report, his eyes wide as saucers. And it was done by one person? That kid named Tang Yan? The intelligence officer opposite him wiped the cold sweat from his brow and answered tremblingly. Yes, General. Based on the evidence at the scene, the battle lasted no more than 5 minutes. Moreover, the enemy seems to possess some kind of large-scale lightning-based destructive skill, as well as plundering capabilities. 5 minutes. Shom Yuan released his grip, and the report fluttered to the ground. He plopped down in the chair, his fleshy face twitching twice. He could understand if it were a veteran powerhouse like Xinyuan Wuji making a move. But a newcomer who has just debuted? This is not just a matter of talent. This is a strategic level threat. The Great Xia already had the blueprints for the storm turret, and now this monstrous thing has appeared. If we let him grow up. Shom Yuan grabbed the communicator and roared. Pass on my order. Mobilize all our spies in Great Xia. I need to know everything about this Tang Yen. Especially his weaknesses. I won't be able to sleep until I find out. The Lighthouse Nation, Star Shield Headquarters. In front of the giant holographic projection, data streams were frantically flooding the screen. Red alert boxes kept popping up. Target, Tang Dynasty Inkstone. Combat Strength Assessment, Extremely Dangerous Revised. Potential Threat Level, S. Captain Stars and Stripes stood in the data stream, his red cape motionless. Gentlemen, it seems our model is faulty. Synthesized electronic sounds echoed in the empty hall. I originally thought he was just a lucky guy, or a front put up by the Jiang family. But now it seems he is a knife. A knife that can pierce the sky. Beside them, a virtual image of a representative from the Academy of Sciences flickered. The equipment of all 30 elite assassins has vanished, which matches the description of the plunder trait. If this ability were used on strategic facilities or mythical level equipment, the consequences would be unimaginable. Captain Stars and Stripes raised his hand to interrupt him. The Raven program must be accelerated. Notify the agents lurking in Daxia to obtain his blood sample or skill data at all costs. If they cannot be used by me. He paused for a moment, his voice cold and hard like metal. Then start the cleanup process. Europa League, Holy City Cathedral. The sound of the pipe organ echoed through the dome. Michael hovered in midair, his 6 wings radiating a soft glow. He held a thin piece of paper in his hand, on which were only 2 lines of text. Tang Yen, occupation unknown. Battle record, solo kills of 30 level 29 assassins. Interesting. Michael waved his hand casually, and the piece of paper turned into ashes. He looked at Joan of Arc kneeling below. Daxia always manages to surprise us. First it was Xinyuan Wuji, and now it's this Tang Yen. God said, do not let heresy take control of the state. Joan of Arc lowered her head even further. Your Majesty, should I handle this? No rush. Michael turned around and looked at the huge statue deep inside the church. Right now, he's just a pawn. I want to see how much chaos this piece can cause on the board. Keep digging deeper. His past, his preferences, his weaknesses. God needs to be omniscient to be omnipotent. Sakura Country, Shadow Stream Headquarters. This is a Japanese garden hidden deep in the mountains and forests, usually quiet and serene. But today, this place is filled with an atmosphere of violence. Baka! A roar startled the birds in the bamboo forest into flight. Inside the house, an elderly man dressed in black samurai attire was kneeling on the tatami mat. The expensive rosewood low table in front of him had been cleaved in 2 with a single stroke, the cut as smooth as a mirror. He is the true master of the Shadow Stream, Miyamoto Musashi. The Miyamoto killed by Tang Yen was his most prized disciple and the future successor of Shadow Stream. The communicator only has a busy tone. Even his last words were never sent back. Completely annihilated. An entire elite squad, cultivated with countless resources, represents the foundation of Shadow Stream and the basis for their international standing. Now it's all gone. Moreover, they were wiped out completely by a newcomer from Daxia, like killing chickens. The Jiang family even used the corpses as evidence to pressure the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Shame. This is an unprecedented humiliation for the great Sakura Empire in the past century. The Jiang family. Tang Yen. The veins on Miyamoto Musashi's hand, gripping the hilt of his sword, bulged and his knuckles turned white. He wished he could rush to Daxia right now and tear that kid named Tang Yen to pieces. But he couldn't. Jiang Jingshan, that madman, has already sent troops to the border. Going there now would be suicide. He suppressed his anger and dialed an encrypted number. The holographic projection lights up. Oda Shinjin's figure appeared on the opposite side, with Mount Fuji covered in snow in the background. General. Miyamoto Musashi gritted his teeth, his voice sounding as if squeezed from the depths of his throat. My disciples, and the elite of the Shadow Stream, have all perished. That Tang Yan must die. On the other side of the screen, Oda Shingen sat cross-legged in the snow, with his long sword lying across his knees. Compared to Miyamoto Musashi's fury, he appeared unusually calm. I see. Miyamoto-kun, put away your anger. Anger will make you lose your mind and expose your weaknesses. Oda Shingen slowly opened his eyes. Those were eyes devoid of any emotion, like two bottomless, dry wells. This kid has already made his mark. Conventional methods won't be able to kill him. Since he's within the Great Xia territory, we can't take action against him. Then let him figure it out himself. Miyamoto Musashi was taken aback. What does the general mean? Oda Shingen reached out and caught a falling snowflake. The World Dungeon Championship is about to begin. At that time, the top geniuses from all countries will enter the same special instance space. There is no Jiang family army there, and no legal constraints. It's either life or death. With a flick of his wrist, the snowflakes were instantly pulverized by the sword energy. I will arrange everything. At that time, it won't just be Tang Yan. I want to completely break the backbone of this generation of Great Xia in that instance. Wait for my news. Chapter 40. Don't be afraid, I only use 2 cheat codes. The next morning. Sunlight streams through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows in the top floor office of the Jiang Group headquarters. Ready? Tang Yan straightened the collar of Jiang Hanyue's robe. Jiang Hanyue nodded. The shadow cast by yesterday's life or death crisis had dissipated, replaced by a do-or-die determination. She wanted to become stronger and keep up with this man. As soon as the two stepped out of the office, Lu Yen came to greet them. She hadn't slept all night, and her eyes were bloodshot, but she was very excited. The plane is in position and ready to take off for the dark jungle at any time. Lu Yen paused for a moment, then added. Furthermore, the commander has ordered that, starting from this morning, the entire area within 10 miles of the dark forest is designated as a military restricted zone. Any unauthorized unit or individual is prohibited from entering. Tang Yan stopped in her tracks. Military restricted area? Should a public instance area be directly sealed off by the army? Jiang Jingshan's protective nature is truly taken to the extreme. This is no longer a simple clearing out, it's a declaration of his bottom line to everyone, especially to Japan. Although it might seem like an overreaction, I have to admit, it felt pretty good. An hour later. Entrance to the dark jungle. The once noisy and crowded open space is now eerily quiet. Armored vehicles formed a ring around the entire area, with heavily armed soldiers stationed every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps, their dark gun barrels pointing outwards. The grim atmosphere silenced even the birds in the forest. Only the black vortex leading to the dark jungle remained, still slowly turning. This most popular upgrade zone in the capital of Great Xia has now become Tang Yan's private hunting ground. After a helicopter came to a stop. As soon as Tang Yan and Jiang Hanyue got off the plane, 3 figures swarmed over like flies to blood. It was Raymond, Su Mu, and Ellie. These 3 people were originally sent by Jiang Jingshan yesterday to protect Jiang Hanyue, but now they all look like fanatical starstruck fans, their eyes filled with admiration for Tang Yan. Mr. Tang. Raymond jogged over, his heavy alloy plate armor clanging loudly. This level 29 elite Holy Shield Knight, who was usually stern and unsmiling, now had a fawning smile on his face and was carrying 2 huge marching backpacks. I've brought all the supplies, you and Miss can go in empty-handed. Not to be outdone, Pastor Su Mu pushed Raymond aside. Mr. Tang, I'll be in charge of pulling the monsters. I have Holy Light Mark, so pulling the monsters will be a breeze. Come on, you short-legged priest, you can't even run as fast as a monster. The shadow dancer Ellie emerged from the shadows, toying with a dagger in her hand, and looked at Tang Yan with a face full of admiration. Mr. Tang, leave the scouting and monster gathering to me, and I'll make sure you can use your skills comfortably. The 3 of them couldn't sleep all night after returning home last night. The thought of that terrifying SSS-level lightning skill and those obedient stone golems made them tremble with excitement. Being a leg accessory for such a big shot is an opportunity that many people would dream of. If a big shot reveals even a little something between their fingers and offers just a few pointers, their career path can be greatly broadened. Even if you're just a laborer pulling monsters, you're still working for the gods. Tang Yan nodded as he looked at the 3 elites who were eager to do the dirty and hard work. Having someone do it for you saves you effort. Today his goal is clear, to reach level 29 and then take on the personal career trial, and he must be at his peak. Set off. Tang Yan's words are concise and to the point. The group of 5 crossed the blockade, entered the dark jungle, and arrived at the monster zone. Chirp! Yun-gu, perched on Jiang Hanyue's shoulder, let out a clear chirp. A soft, pale blue halo quietly spread out from it, instantly enveloping all 5 people. Before Raymond and the others could react, another, even more powerful and profound force erupted from Tang Yen. The golden aura of Warsong unfolded silently, perfectly overlapping with the azure favor of the wind. The blessing of the wind passive has been triggered. The resounding battle song passive has been triggered. All attributes plus 15%. Movement speed plus 10%. Attack speed plus 5%. 2 system notification sounds rang out in Raymond, Sumu, and Ellie's minds almost simultaneously. What, fuck? Raymond, the Holy Shield Knight who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and couldn't help but swear. He opened his status bar in disbelief. This. Raymond looked at his hands in astonishment. Strength, agility, physique. The numbers on all the attribute panels were jumping wildly. It's not just an increase in numbers, but a comprehensive upgrade. He had already witnessed Yun-ji's buffs, and this time, with the added 15% all-attribute amplification from Tang Yen, it was equivalent to giving each of them 2 or 3 more top-tier epic equipment pieces. And it's a permanent effect. This state. Sumu's hand holding the staff was trembling slightly. She was a pastor, and therefore most sensitive to changes in circumstances. Casting speed, mana regeneration speed, and even the clarity of perception have all been greatly improved. The Holy Light spell, which originally required 2 seconds to cast, can now probably be cast instantly. This is hardly a game of grinding. This is like cheating. Ellie, the usually taciturn shadow dancer, moved slightly in the shadows, clearly indicating that she was also experiencing great inner turmoil. The 3 of them looked at Tang Yen with a gaze that was no longer just awe, but also mixed with a kind of fanatical worship. Following this kind of person, even a pig can take off. Tang Yen showed no reaction to the shock of the others. Yun-ji's passive ability and his battle song stacked together, which can make monster killing efficiency even faster. However, with Jiang Hanyue by his side, safety is the top priority. So he raised his hand, and the magic within him began to surge. Immortal Guardian. As 600 MP points were consumed, the ground began to tremble slightly. The soil churned and the rocks crumbled. Under the horrified gazes of Raymond and his companions, 1, 2, 3, a total of 90 burly warrior terracotta warriors made of rock slowly rose from the ground and silently lined up around the group. As soon as these rock warriors appeared, 6 earth and yellow rune marks flew out from their bodies and landed precisely on the heads of the 5 people and the bird. You have gained the Guardian mark, lasting for 2 minutes. Raymond stared blankly at the heavy-looking icon in his status bar. First, there were 2 top-tier group halos, and now everyone has an immunity card? This is fucking. He felt that his previous 20-plus years as a professional had been a complete waste of time. With this powerful figure around, let alone a dark forest, he dares to roam freely even in the most dangerous places. Wherever the young lady goes in the future, will she need any guards? Anyone who dares to touch her is asking for trouble. Chapter 41 Everyone takes off. This is such a cheat code, even a dog would shake its head in disbelief. Raymond looked at the long string of glittering golden buffs in his status bar and felt like he was floating on air. He felt that he was no longer a person, but a mobile war fortress. His usually calm and collected heart, befitting a paladin of the shield, was now pounding so hard it felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. Fear? It does not exist. All he wants now is to find a bunch of clueless monsters and test the power of his divine armor. He raised the massive alloy shield, took a heavy step forward, and let out a deafening roar at the dark thicket ahead. Grandsons! Grandpa's here! His roar instantly activated the Holy Shield Knight's signature skill, Taunt Roar. The invisible sound waves, like shock waves, spread out in a fan shape. Hiss! Roar! The entire jungle looked as if a hornet's nest had been stirred up. The venomous spiders, shadow leopards, and swamp crocodiles that had been lurking in the bushes, under dead trees, and in the mud were instantly enraged. Their scarlet eyes locked onto Raymond, and they roared as they charged out from all directions. They were a dark, dense mass, an astonishing number. A quick glance revealed at least 40 or 50 of them. Each one is a level 25 elite monster. If an ordinary squad were to see such a display, their first reaction would be to turn and run for their lives, without even a thought of resistance. But Raymond didn't back down. Instead, he became so excited that his face turned red, and he slammed his shield to the ground. Boom! The solid ground was smashed into a shallow crater, and he shouted at the top of his lungs as he faced behind him. "All set, Mr. Tang." After shouting, he was so excited that he was trembling. "I've never fought such a lucrative battle in my entire life." He didn't need to remind them at all. The moment the monsters were gathered together, Tang Yan slowly raised his hand. Golden lightning crackled and popped in his palm. The Thunder Emperor's Judgment. Boom! A loud bang. The originally dark jungle sky was instantly illuminated by extremely dazzling lightning. A dozen or so thick golden lightning bolts, like punitive spears, descended from the heavens, tore through the air and struck the area where the monsters were most concentrated with the force of destruction. There were no screams. There was not even a struggle. The only sounds were the scorching sound of electricity passing through flesh and blood, and a series of densely packed damage numbers floating up. 1,250. 1,320. 1,500 critical hit. The group of level 25 elite monsters, who had just been baring their fangs and waving their claws, couldn't even touch Tang Yan's clothes before losing nearly half their health in Thunder Purgatory. Their bodies were emitting black smoke as they were all paralyzed for 5 seconds, frozen in place and unable to move. Everyone had already witnessed the power of this thunder before, but now, with the double aura amplified, seeing this earth-shattering scene again still made their hearts pound wildly. That's incredible. This power has completely exceeded their understanding of professional skills. Don't just stand there, hurry up and finish him off. Tang Yan's calm voice rang out at the right moment, breaking the silence of the group. The remaining few people snapped back to their senses, suppressed their shock, and immediately began to finish off the attackers. Ice Spike. Jiang Hanyue pointed her staff forward, and a sharp ice spike shot out, accurately hitting the head of a shadow leopard and freezing it into an ice sculpture. Raymond roared and charged into the monster horde, his shield raised, smashing a venomous spider's carapace with a shield slam. Ellie's figure transformed into a ghostly black line, weaving through the stiff horde of monsters. With each swing of her dagger, she took away a fragile life. Even Yungu, perched on Jiang Hanyue's shoulder, let out a clear cry, flapped its wings, and countless cyan wind blades shot out, launching an indiscriminate attack on the monster horde. Slaying a highly venomous spider grants plus 280 experience points. Killing the Shadow Panther grants 350 experience points. Your pet Cloud Song has gained 175 experience points. A wave of monsters was pulled in and cleared in less than 3 minutes. Tang Yan's experience bar visibly increased slightly. The efficiency is astonishing. And so, with their first perfect teamwork, the entire team transformed into a highly efficient and terrifying killing machine. Raymond was responsible for using the widest range of Taunt Roar to pull in hordes of monsters, while the Rock Warrior was responsible for surrounding them. Tang Yan's Thunder Emperor's Judgment is responsible for clearing the area and maintaining control. Jiang Hanyue, Ellie, and Raymond were responsible for finishing off the monsters with low health. As for Priest Sumu, he was completely relegated to the role of a support staff member. Apart from occasionally throwing out a damage skill, he had nothing to do at all, because under the double protection of Soaring Morale and Rock Warrior, no one lost any health. 5 hours later. Deep in the dark jungle. As the last massive, decaying Lord-level corrupted Treant collapsed with a mournful cry of despair, it finally came crashing down. Its enormous body transformed into countless specks of light and dissipated into the air. Bite. A crisp and pleasant system notification sounded simultaneously in the ears of Tang Yan and Jiang Hanyue. 2 dazzling golden beams of light shot into the sky, enveloping them. Congratulations! You have reached level 29. Tang Yan and Jiang Hanyue's levels remained steadily at level 29. Yungu on Jiang Hanyue's shoulder was also bathed in the light of the upgrade. It was a size larger than before, and the color of its feathers was more gorgeous. The wind elements on the edge of its wings condensed into solidified cyan crystals. Its attribute panel has also undergone a complete transformation. Wind Spirit Azure Phoenix. Type, Guardian Pet Unique bound to Jiang Hanyue. Level, 25. Quality, Myth. HP, 3,380. MP, 2,700. Attack, 270-290. Physical Defense, 116, Magic Defense, 174. Speed, extremely fast flying unit, ignores terrain obstacles. Looking at these luxurious attributes, even Tang Yan couldn't help but nod in approval. At level 25, it has over 3,000 HP and nearly 300 attack power. Its growth potential is simply terrifying. It truly lives up to its legendary quality. If it can evolve into its complete form in the future, it will definitely be a great help. Although Raymond and his two companions hadn't changed their levels, they couldn't stop smiling as they looked at the loot scattered all over the ground and the huge amount of experience they had gained. The gains from these 5 hours are equivalent to half a month of their usual arduous training. Tang Yan ignored the fallen objects on the ground and instead looked at the brand new system notification box in front of him. It was a letter burning with golden flames. Player level 29 detected, meeting the prerequisites for the special class master of all things. The personal trial dungeon is now open. Difficulty, unknown. He extended his finger and gently tapped it. A panel exuding endless majesty and an ancient aura slowly unfolded before him. Professional trial, master of all things limit break trial. Objective, enter the trial dungeon, the land of the end solo and complete the quest. Reward, all attributes plus 100, and the exclusive talent heart of all things. Chapter 42 The Only Trial, Reverse Completion. Jiang Group Headquarters, Strategic Conference Room. An eerie silence filled the air. Jiang Jingshan glanced at the electronic clock on the wall, then at Tang Yan standing in front of him, whose clothes were neat and whose hair was not messy. He gave us a 3-day deadline. As a result, this kid only took a day and a half to level up from level 16 to level 29 with full experience, and even managed to level up his mythical pet to level 25. This can no longer be described as genius. This is a monster. Jiang Jingshan took a deep breath, turned around and walked to the safe. After undergoing triple iris verification, he took out a sandalwood box. The box is opened. Inside lay an ancient talisman emitting a pale golden glow. Take it. Jiang Jingshan handed the talisman to Tang Yan. This is a mind-stabilizing talisman. The class trial dungeon has special rules. Apart from your own equipment, you are prohibited from bringing any potions, scrolls, or auxiliary items. This talisman is specially made and can withstand one mental shock. This is the most help I can give you within the limits of the rules. Tang Yan took the talisman. It feels warm to the touch. It can be directly stored in the storage space. Thank you. Jiang Jingshan waved his hand, his expression not becoming more relaxed because of Tang Yan's rapid advancement, but rather becoming more solemn. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, his back to the two people. You must remember that the trials of ordinary professionals are mostly about challenging their own reflection or completing certain operations under specific conditions. But the profession of master of all things is unique in the world. If there is no path that no one has walked before, it means there is no guide or reference. Jiang Jingshan turned around and looked directly at Tang Yan. The system-generated trials may completely defy common sense and even target the weaknesses of your profession for a fatal blow. You know the consequences if you fail. It's not just a reduction in attributes, but also a waste of time. Every second now is crucial to the production of that storm turret blueprint. Tang Yan nodded. I know. The more unknown the trial, the more amazing the reward often is. He was determined to obtain that talent, the heart of all things. Jiang Hanyue, who had been standing to the side, suddenly stepped forward. She reached out and carefully straightened Tang Yan's slightly disheveled collar. Don't worry about me. Jiang Hanyue's voice was soft, yet steady. She gently placed her other hand on her flat stomach. Once you go in, I will immediately begin the Ice Mage class trial. Tang Yan looked at her. Your body. I have Yungu. Jiang Hanyue interrupted him, and the blue phoenix on her shoulder nuzzled her cheek at just the right moment. Its current attributes are quite good. With it protecting me, an ordinary professional trial can't hold me back. I don't want to always stand behind you. I want to meet you at the summit. This woman. Soft on the outside, strong on the inside. Tang Yan didn't try to persuade her anymore, but simply reached out and gently patted the back of her hand. Good. Be safe. After saying that, without further hesitation, he directly opened the letter burning with golden flames on the system panel. Enter the land of the end class trial instance? Yes. Space distortion. A pitch-black vortex appeared out of nowhere and instantly swallowed Tang Yan's figure. The feeling of weightlessness was fleeting. The hard gravel beneath my feet felt like it was falling on sand. Tang Yan opened her eyes. What came into view was a dark and oppressive world. The sky was broken, like a piece of gray glass that had been smashed. Countless black cracks stretched across the horizon. There was no sun, only pale light seeped through the cracks. The land was barren and cracked. Broken, rusty weapons were scattered everywhere, and tattered battle flags fluttered in the deathly wind. An aura of decay and despair washed over us. Welcome to the land of the end. Current area rules: consumables cannot be used, communication with the outside world is impossible, and pain perception is locked at 100%. The cold, impersonal system notification echoed across the desolate wasteland. Immediately afterwards, dark red light seeped from the cracks in the sky, converging into a huge line of text. Phase 1, Survival. Mission objective: survive for 30 minutes under the siege of the Old Souls. Countdown begins, 29:59. Survive? Tang Yan stared at the two bloody characters. Is the system treating him like a support class that needs to barely survive? 2. According to the panel of Master of All Things, although he is versatile, he has no specialization and may be classified as mediocre in the system's judgment. The optimal solution for this kind of survival task is usually to find cover, use the terrain to trap monsters, or keep moving and kiting to get through the half hour. But he doesn't need it. Snap. The ground began to shake violently. Countless withered, grayish arms emerged from the cracked soil. Soil flew everywhere. One after another, undead warriors, clad in tattered armor and wielding broken swords and spears, crawled out. Their eyes burned with eerie green flames, and their throats emitted sickening roars. The souls of the past. Level 30 Enhanced Elite. Health points 10,000. Characteristics: tireless, travels in large groups, and possesses extremely high hatred towards the living. Densely packed. Looking around, there were at least 1,000 of them. This number of level 30 enhanced elite monsters, placed in an outside dungeon, would be enough to wipe out a full squad of level 25 elite monsters. No wonder it's called the Land of the End. If an ordinary person came in and just saw this scene, their mentality would probably collapse by half. Tang Yan stood still, without moving an inch. Want to kill him? Perfect. He also complained that finding monsters one by one was too troublesome. Since the mission is to survive for 30 minutes, if he kills all the monsters, then no one can threaten his survival. This logic makes perfect sense. Tang Yan raised his hand without the slightest hesitation. Immortal Guardian. As this thought crossed his mind, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble slightly, and halos of earthy yellow light spread out from him. Boom! 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 The ground cracked open, and terracotta warriors made of rock crawled out from underground, surrounding him tightly at the very center, forming an impregnable mobile fortress. Guardian Mark activated. A layer of pale yellow light shield instantly covered Tang Yan's entire body. The indestructible and solid feeling instantly boosted his confidence. The roaring, charging souls of the past crashed violently against the shield wall constructed of rock warriors. Bang! 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 Bone fragments flew everywhere. The broken sword in the ghost's hand struck the rock, sending up a few sparks and leaving a shallow white mark. In contrast, the rock warrior, with each swing of its stone hammer, could smash a soul backward, its skeleton shattering. This is the positional warfare capability of the Master of All Things. One person can form an army. Tang Yan stood calmly inside the protective circle. He slowly raised his right palm towards the sky. The Thunder Emperor's Judgment. Boom! The originally gloomy and oppressive sky was suddenly torn apart by dazzling golden light. The divine thunder from the heavens has arrived as summoned. The thick, golden lightning bolts, like the lash of God, slammed into the densely packed pile of dead souls with destructive force. Lightning exploded. The electric arc leaped wildly in the dry air, instantly covering an area with a radius of 100 meters. 920. 880. 1850 critical hit. 950. The densely packed damage numbers rose up like a red waterfall. These level 30 enhanced elites, each with 10,000 health points, started to lose health. There was no instant sale. After all, it's an undead creature with high defense that's a level above you, so it's unrealistic to expect to wipe it out with just one hit. But that's enough. The paralysis effect from thunder is triggered. Large numbers of the dead, their bodies billowing black smoke, stood frozen in place, their previously fierce attack instantly halted. Crush them. Tang Yan gave the order. The rock warriors marched forward with heavy steps, like bulldozers. The stone hammer fell. 175. 180. They don't deal much damage, but they are numerous and tireless. Several undead souls, recovering from paralysis, attempted to retaliate, their claws tearing at the rock warriors. 450. 500. Seeing the rock warrior's health bar drop rapidly, Tang Yan snapped his fingers. Morale is soaring. Roar! An invisible roar of the soul spread out from him. The green life energy, like sweet rain, instantly filled the entire venue. Plus 300 restore. Plus 300 restore. The rock warrior's recently lost health has been upgraded. That's really shameless. As long as Tang Yanlan has enough energy, once the cooldown is over, this rock legion will be immortal. What was originally a desperate survival mission has now turned into a one-sided massacre. It's only a matter of time before we pass the first hurdle. Chapter 43: A Comeback from the Brink. What you couldn't replicate is my true trump card. 20 minutes later. Time seemed to be stretched out infinitely. Tang Yan stood still, without moving an inch, his mana value remaining above 90%. As the last old soul was completely purified in the golden lightning and vanished into a handful of ashes, the blood-red countdown in midair finally reached 0. Phase 1, Survival, completed. Settling the review. Review, perfect. The second phase of the trial is about to begin. The cold, impersonal system notification tone had just faded. Snap. A crisp cracking sound rang out. The entire gloomy world was suddenly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The next second, the scene before my eyes changed rapidly, and the desolate battlefield disappeared. Instead, there is a huge black and white checkerboard square that stretches as far as the eye can see. The square is surrounded by towering, transparent walls, completely sealing it off as an absolute cage. Phase 2, Transcendence. Mission objective: defeat the Mirror of Truth. The system notification sound became sharp and piercing. As the notification tone ended, a blinding white light suddenly shone in the center of the square, condensing into a human-shaped ball of light. The light slowly faded away. A man appeared there. He was dressed in the exact same clothes as Tang Yan, and his build, height, and even the indifferent calm on his face were as if they were carved from the same mold. Tang Yan looked at that self. Mirror of Truth. Level, 30. Occupation, ruler of all things. HP, 50,000 50,000. MP. Skills, Rising Morale Fake, Immortal Guardian Fake, Thunder Emperor's Judgment Fake. 50,000 health points. This is a standard boss template. The string of question marks representing mana was even more chilling. This means that the opponent's MP is either enormous or has an incredibly fast, almost limitless, regeneration rate. It also perfectly replicated all the core skills he used in the first stage. How do we fight this? This is not a trial, this is an execution. There was no opening statement, nor any hesitation. Just as Tang Yan was stunned, the Mirror of Truth opposite him moved. It slowly raised its hand. Tang Yan's body moved faster than he thought, and almost subconsciously, he made the exact same movement. The two were perfectly synchronized, as if they were looking in a mirror. Immortal Guardian. The earth began to tremble beneath Tang Yan's feet, and a yellowish-brown halo spread out. One by one, rock warriors emerged from the black and white checkerboard pattern. 3 minutes, 90. This is his current limit. However, the mirror image on the other side simply pressed its hand onto the ground casually. Boom! 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 The black and white checkerboard pattern is breaking apart madly. One after another, larger, reinforced rock warriors with metallic sheen on their rock armor crawled frantically out of the ground. Their number is more than twice that of Tang Stone's. 200 statues in total. The dark mass instantly occupied half the square, and the oppressive feeling created by their sheer number was enough to suffocate any intruder. Cheating! This is blatant cheating! Before Tang Yan could even recover from the terrifying difference in numbers, the mirror image opposite seemed to have a subtle, mocking smile on its face. It raised its hand again. Tang Yan's heart skipped a beat. Really? The Thunder Emperor's Judgment. Boom! A thunderstorm even more terrifying than the one that had struck the wasteland descended. The golden lightning pillars were no longer a dozen or so, but dozens or even hundreds, as thick as giant spears of gods, crashing down from the sky, covering an area almost twice the size of Tang Yan's skill. Tang Yan's pupils shrank to a single point as he immediately controlled his 90 rock warriors to form the tightest shield formation, while simultaneously casting all the G Guardian marks onto himself. Boom! Lightning engulfed everything. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but destructive white light and violent arcs of electricity. Tang Yan's terracotta warrior formation, covered by the mirror image's devastating thunder and fire, was as fragile as paper, and a huge gap was instantly torn open. More than 30 rock warriors were instantly reduced to rubble, not even lasting a second. Guardian Mark, triggered. A thick shield lit up on Tang Yan's body, negating the damage that would have instantly killed him. Even so, the escaping electric arc still caused him to shudder violently, and his health dropped slightly in an instant. 450. A fierce battle. No, this is no longer a hard-fought battle. This is a one-sided crushing defeat. The mirrored legion of rock warriors, like a black tide, marched heavily toward him. The mirror image itself stood behind the undead legion, coldly watching Tang Yan, who was struggling to escape, like a ruthless war machine. Then, Tang Yan used the move, Thunder Emperor's Judgment, which stopped the rock army that was walking towards him for less than a second. A skill he was extremely familiar with was unleashed by his opponent, yet its effect was far superior to his own. Morale is soaring. A green halo bloomed within its legion, instantly restoring the health of the warriors who had just been affected by the escaping electric arcs to full. Tang Yan stood there, stunned. No solution. This guy's skills are even better than his. He could only rely on his few remaining war terracotta warriors to fight desperately, while using his agile movements to dodge awkwardly on the chessboard. 1 minute later, the mirror image was cooled down. Boom! Several more rock warriors succumbed to the lightning strike and were shattered. The Guardian Mark on Tang Yan's body was constantly being triggered, broken, and regenerated. His health bar fluctuated like a roller coaster, almost being depleted several times. If this continues, death is inevitable. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed by despair, a flash of insight suddenly struck his mind. He remembered. The mirror image used pseudo-skills such as Immortal Guardian and Thunder Emperor's Judgment, which were simply perfect copies of the skills he had used in the first level. This means that it only replicates the skills that it sees or the skills recorded by the trial rules. He still has 2 skills left unused, Endless Plunder and Emperor's Engine. It seems that the key to breaking this deadlock lies in these 2 skills. Chapter 44. Your army is not bad, it'll be mine in the next second. A single thought flashed through Tang Yan's mind in a split second. He wants to win. We must not only win, but win decisively. If a mirror image can cheat, then so can he. The skill Endless Plunder is inherently the most unreasonable. Watching the 200 dark, reinforced rock warriors surge forward like a tide, and seeing himself in the distance raise his hand again, preparing to chant the next earth-shattering, Thunder Emperor's Judgment. Tang Yan smiled. It was a cold smile that revealed how one could turn the tide when facing absolute disadvantage. His heart skipped a beat. Thump! That wasn't a normal heartbeat, it was the roar of a terrifying engine that had been dormant for a long time being ignited in an instant. Emperor Engine. An invisible, terrifying pressure that cannot be described in words swept across the entire area, centered on Tang Yan. This is neither a mental shock nor a magical effect. This is an absolute suppression that originates from life, from the soul, and from the highest level of rules. It is the Emperor's judgment of his subjects, and the Creator's decree to his creations. Buzz. Just as the lightning in the palm of the Mirror of Truth reached its peak and was about to be released, the entire world formed by the black and white chessboard came to a complete standstill at that moment. The 200 imposing, heavily stepping reinforced rock warriors abruptly stopped, their massive bodies frozen in place, the metallic luster on their armor dimming. The gesture of the aloof Mirror of Truth raising his hand, and the indifferent calm on his face, all froze completely. It, and everything it created, fell into a state of absolute trembling and surrender for 3 seconds. This is a devastating blow from the genuine to the counterfeit. A logical collection generated by system rules has encountered an unmanageable logical bug in the face of a true emperor. 3 seconds. Only 3 seconds. Tang Yan did not retreat, nor did he seek cover. He moved. In the instant the entire world came to a standstill, his body transformed into an arrow released from a bow, rushing straight towards the Mirror of Truth that was still maintaining its spellcasting motion without the slightest hesitation. 100 meters is a distance that passes in the blink of an eye. When the distance between him and the mirror image is compressed to within 10 meters. Tang Yan raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and grabbed the face that looked exactly like his own. Endless Plunder. A dark, ghostly light erupted from his palm, transforming into greedy tentacles that instantly pierced the mirror image's body. A plundering operation is underway against the Mirror of Truth. Plundering in progress. Target is in a trembling state, resistance greatly reduced. Plunder successful. You have plundered the core skill lifelink pseudo from the Mirror of Truth. Target is in a state of extreme weakness, all attributes decrease by 15% for 30 seconds. System notification sounds flooded the screen. It's done. Isn't lifelink pseudo just about gaining control of the summon creature rock warrior? Unexpectedly, he managed to steal this core skill. In other words, all the rock warriors on site belong to him. Marvelous. As soon as the skill was stripped away, the 3-second stun period also ended, and the Mirror of Truth regained its mobility. But its original indifference and coldness were broken for the first time. A kind of data fluctuation resembling panic and chaos appeared on its face. It has lost control of the 200 reinforced rock warriors. That is the foundation upon which it crushes Tang Inkstones, and the core of its powerful template as a boss. Now, this key is in Tang Yan's hands. Stand up. Tang Yan tried to give a simple instruction in his mind. Rumble. The 200 reinforced rock warriors, who had just recovered from their trembling state, suddenly shuddered. Instead of continuing their charge towards Tang Yan, they turned around in unison, a full 180 degrees. The dark, rocky face, the enormous stone hammer and sword gleaming with metallic luster, were all pointed at their former master, the Mirror of Truth. The balance of power was reversed in an instant. The mirror seems to want to regain control, but it faces the absolute rule suppression from the Emperor Engine and the unreasonable deprivation from endless plunder. It can't do that. Tang Yan stood behind the terrifying legion of 200 enhanced war terracotta warriors, looking at the lone himself not far away. He snapped his fingers. Crush it. Roar. 200 enhanced war terracotta warriors, like an army of demons granted a royal decree, charged toward the Mirror of Truth with a ruthless, all-conquering momentum. This is the true meaning of one person forming an army. The mirror image attempted to retaliate, raising its hand to unleash a spell. But what awaited it was an overwhelming barrage of stone hammers and giant swords. Bang! Bang! Boom! With just one round of concentrated fire, Mirror's magical shield shattered instantly, and he was slammed into the black and white chessboard squares by countless heavy attacks. 1,200. 1,150. 1,300. A dense array of damage numbers floated up from above its head. Without the protection of the Warrior Legion, this boss with 50,000 HP was nothing more than a target with a lot of HP in Tang Yan's eyes. Tang Yan didn't even need to get close. He stood leisurely at a distance, watching his new troops gang up on the poor guy. The mirror image struggled to get up from the ground, still trying to unleash its skill. Tang Yan raised his hand. The Thunder Emperor's Judgment. Boom! A golden bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the mirror image precisely. The accompanying paralysis effect caused its raised arm to fall limply. Perfect control and seamless integration. What followed was a predictable and righteous brawl. Tang Yan brought the essence of the kite style to its extreme, occasionally adding a lightning bolt or casting a momentum rising buff on his warrior legion to maintain their health. 10 minutes later. With a final, unwilling cry, the perfect Mirror of Truth finally had its health bar emptied after being repeatedly trampled and hammered by more than 200 rock warriors. Its body transformed into countless white specks of light, completely shattering and dissipating. Phase 2, Transcendence, completed. Settling the review. Review, excellent. The final trial is about to begin. The cold, impersonal system notification sounded again. The words had barely left his mouth. Snap. The entire black and white checkerboard plaza began to shake violently, and cracks spread out from beneath our feet. The scene changes again. The chessboard collapsed, and the square disappeared. Tang Yan found himself in an endless, empty starry sky. All around was deep darkness, dotted with distant stars. Just then, 3 beams of light, reaching to the heavens and the earth, descended suddenly from the dark dome without warning, forming a triangle that trapped Tang Yan firmly in the very center. The beam of light on the left is milky white. Amidst the light, a forging hammer and a thick legal code floated. The aura was vast and gentle, exuding a sacred sense of establishing order and creating all things. The beam of light on the right was as black as ink. Inside was a constantly rotating black hole, with a blood-dripping blade vaguely visible floating within it. Domineering and fierce, it seems to want to devour everything in the world. Just getting close to it will make your skin feel like it's being pricked with needles. The central pillar of light is dazzling platinum. A crown, a scepter. Majestic, lofty, possessing an absolute power that inspires awe and reverence. Third stage, the crown of domination. This is the final decision. Please choose a path that will determine your future career advancement. Left side, creation, the path of the craftsman and the sage. Right side, plunder, a path of destruction and devouring. Central, domination, the path of kings and commanders. Warning, once a road is selected, it cannot be changed. Chapter 45, only children make choices, I want them all. A loud system notification exploded in Tang Yan's mind. Tang Yan stood still. He looked at the 3 gifts from God in front of him, gifts that would drive any professional mad. Even if an ordinary person obtains any one of these, it would be enough to dominate a region in the chaos of the future. Creation can forge divine weapons, plunder can lead to limitless growth, and command can raise an army as vast as the undead calamity. Whichever you choose, it's a ticket to the top. But Tang Yan didn't move. His expression was indifferent. It even carried a hint of coldness. Choose? A sneer broke the deathly silence of the starry sky. Only children make choices. The question presented by the system, seemingly a gift, is actually a form of emasculation. Choosing creation means giving up the growth potential of plunder and the control of domination. If you choose domination, your own combat strength will become a weakness. What kind of ruler of all things is this? All things means encompassing everything. To rule over, that is, to govern everything. Since the job title is like this, it means these 3 paths are an inherent part of his being. Giving him a choice is like making him cut off his own arms. Tang Yan lifted her foot. He neither went to the left nor to the right. He walked straight to the center of the 3 pillars of light. That was the eye of the storm, a vacuum where 3 rules mutually exclusive each other. Please make a choice as soon as possible. Countdown, 59. The system's urging became more urgent. Tang Yan ignored it. He stood at that intersection and slowly opened his arms. The dormant professional instincts within him began to operate wildly. An extremely crazy idea took shape in his mind. Since the system doesn't want to give it, then he can take it himself. Since the rules do not allow taking 3 paths at the same time. So he smashed those 3 roads, mixed them together, and paved a new road. What I want, you can't give me. Tang Yan stared into the void, his tone frighteningly calm. So I'll come and get it myself. Boom. The moment the words left his mouth, Tang Yan moved. He turned around abruptly, his right hand forming a claw, and grabbed hard at the dark plundering beam of light on his right. Endless plunder. Buzz. A dark, eerie light erupted from his palm, transforming into countless greedy chains that instantly pierced the dark pillar of light. The power of rules that originally represented destruction and devouring has now become the object of plunder. The black pillar of light trembled violently, and the rotating black hole inside seemed to be provoked and wanted to retaliate. Come over. Tang Yan gave a low shout. The suction power in the palm of the hand surged. No matter what your rules are, in the face of endless plunder, everything is a resource. The black energy flow, like a river bursting its banks, was forcibly extracted from the pillar of light and poured wildly into Tang Yan's right arm. Immediately afterwards, Tang Yan waved his left hand, pointing to the milky white creation beam of light on the left. Turn waste into treasure. This skill is usually used to deal with junk equipment. But in Tang Yan's logic, anything that cannot be used by him is a waste. Since it's scrap, it can be recast. The milky white beam of light emitted a mournful cry. The originally sacred and inviolable rules of creation were forcibly judged as materials to be processed at this moment. It began to disintegrate and liquefy, turning into the purest energy elixir, which Tang Yan forcibly drew over and collided with the black energy in his right hand. 1 black and 1 white. Destruction and creation. 2 completely opposite forces clashed violently in front of Tang Yan's chest. Sizzle. Tang Yan's clothes instantly ripped apart. Countless fine cuts appeared on the skin surface, and the blood evaporated before it could flow out due to the high temperature. Pain. Heart-wrenching pain. It's like someone is holding 2 saws and sawing his bones at the same time. But he didn't even frown. The physical pain will only make him more lucid. One last step is needed. These 2 forces are too violent, a king is needed to suppress them. Tang Yan suddenly looked up, staring intently at the golden light in the very center that represented rule. Thump! Thump! My heart is pounding. The dormant engine was ignited. Emperor engine. Boom! An invisible, domineering will erupted from Tang Yan's center. This is not a request. This is an imperial edict. Kneel down. Tang Yan squeezed out 2 words through his teeth. The towering golden pillar of light momentarily froze before this imperial pressure originating from the soul level. Immediately afterwards, click. Cracks appeared on the surface of the light beam. The crown and scepter inside seemed to mourn, as if they had encountered a true monarch and had to lower their noble heads. The golden fragments of rules collapsed and were forcibly captured by the Emperor engine, turning into golden shackles that were slammed into the black and white energy vortexes. Warning! Violation detected. Warning! Energy overload. Warning! A serious logic conflict has occurred in the trial. A glaring red alert flashed across Tang Yan's retina. The entire starry sky began to tremble violently. The transparent platform beneath our feet is riddled with cracks and could collapse at any moment. The system had clearly never seen such a madman before. Others come to be tested as if they are facing a multiple-choice question. This guy tore up the exam paper and even wanted to beat up the teacher who set the questions. A terrifying repulsive force descended from the void. That's the system's underlying elimination mechanism. It aims to eliminate this rule-breaking virus. Tang Yan was covered in blood, yet he laughed unrestrainedly. He felt the force of annihilation. But he made the right bet. The profession of master of all things dares to use this name, so it will never be bound by such low-level rules. Just as the power of annihilation was about to touch Tang Yan's brow. Bite. A crisp notification sound rang out. That wasn't a cold, mechanical sound, but a much grander, more ancient vibration. Detection detected, master of all things ultimate privilege verification. Verification successful. Special operations are permitted. Rules being rewritten. The red alerts that filled the sky disappeared instantly. The annihilating force, powerful enough to crush Tang Yan into dust, stopped a centimeter away from the tip of his nose and then dissipated obediently. The 3 beams of light shattered completely. Black, white, and gold. The 3 colored energy torrents, freed from their restraints, surged wildly into Tang Yan's body. Tang Yan's body became a giant furnace. He is reinventing himself. Bones are remodeling, muscles are healing after tearing, and golden specks of light flow in the blood. Every cell was cheering, greedily devouring this enormous and unbelievable power. A few minutes later, the storm has subsided. The starry sky returned to deathly silence. Tang Yan stood on the broken platform. All the wounds on his body have healed. His previously sharp and assertive aura completely subsided. At this moment, he looks no different from an ordinary person. But if you look closely, you'll notice that the light around him is slightly distorted. His presence was so great that even the universe itself feared him. Break down barriers and reach the only path. Final stage passed. Evaluation, Dominator highest level. The system's voice sounded again. This time, that aloof indifference disappeared. Instead, there was an almost declarative solemnity. The level lock has been lifted. Congratulations! You have reached level 30. Chapter 46 Unrestricted Class Power UPS, wearing plate armor and wielding a staff, the master of all things has no weaknesses. As a golden light flashed across Tang Yan's body, his level successfully increased to 30. Immediately afterwards, a series of system notifications flooded his screen like a waterfall. Congratulations on passing the trial of the profession, overlord of all things breaking limits. Rewards for completing the level are being distributed. Basic reward, permanent plus 100 points to all attributes. Tang Yan's heart skipped a beat. All attributes plus 100. For ordinary professionals, each level up grants an additional 5 points to each of the 5 basic attributes, for a total of 25 points. This one reward is equivalent to all the basic attribute growth an ordinary person would gain by painstakingly leveling up 20 times. It's simply unbelievable. Core rewards are being distributed. Congratulations! You have acquired the exclusive talent, Heart of All Things. They've arrived. This is the biggest goal of this trial. Tang Yan immediately opened the talent details. The Heart of All Things. Effect 1. All laws return to 1, ignores all rules, restrictions, and requirements of equipment, skills, and items. Effect 2. Mana source, mana regeneration speed plus 50%, all skill cooldown time reduced by 20%. Effect 3. Dominant intimidation, when casting any skill, there is a 20% chance to trigger double casting, i.e., casting a skill once, causing 2 separate hits damage. This effect does not consume additional mana. Tang Yan's breath caught in his throat for a moment. Powerful. That's incredible. The concept of all methods returning to one means that he can wear the most robust paladin plate armor, wield the most powerful mage staff, and simultaneously learn the assassin's stealth and the thief's lockpicking skills. He will become a truly versatile professional with no weaknesses. The source of magic and the domineering pressure further amplified his combat endurance and explosive power to a terrifying level. 50% mana regeneration, 20% cooldown reduction, plus 20% spell critical strike chance. From this day forward, he will be a tireless mobile turret capable of unleashing double the damage at any time. The surprises aren't over yet. The professional trial has been detected as a perfect completion. You will receive an additional skill ascension reward. Randomly selecting from your existing skills. Drawing complete. The life skill turning waste into treasure has been selected and is undergoing an upgrade. Ascension complete. You have mastered the new derivative skill, Replica of Everything. A brand new skill icon appeared in his skill bar. The original concept of turning waste into treasure has not disappeared. This is an additional new skill. Replicating Everything. Type, active skill. Effect, consumes 1000 MP, allows you to perfectly duplicate a non-unique item, equipment, skill book, blueprint, material, etc. Restriction, the level of a replica item cannot exceed the caster's level plus 10. Cooldown time, 50 minutes. Tang Yan was completely stunned. Copy. The value of this skill is immeasurable. This means unlimited resources. With an SSS level skill book, given enough time, he could arm a legion with outrageously luxurious skills. A rare blueprint, such as the storm turret, can be copied countless times and given to different craftsmen to build simultaneously. Wealth, power, strength, this skill is the key to all of that. It seems his trial this time was worthwhile. Not only did they acquire a great talent, but they also gained a terrifying skill that could change the entire world order. All rewards have been distributed. Transferring. The starry sky before my eyes shattered completely. Jiang Group Headquarters, Strategic Conference Room. Time seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Jiang Jingshan stood with his back to the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a steaming cup of tea in his hand. He had just brought it to his lips but hadn't had a chance to take a sip yet. Buzz. The air suddenly trembled. There was no warning whatsoever. A figure appeared in the center of the conference room. Tang Yan opened her eyes. A terrifying pressure, which had just been acquired and had not yet been fully contained, silently spread out from him. This isn't a skill, it's pure, life-level domination. Snap, snap. A sickening cracking sound rang out. The special bulletproof glass in the conference room, which was supposed to withstand rocket-propelled grenades, suddenly developed fine spiderweb-like cracks. The cracks spread rapidly, as if the person had been struck hard by an invisible hammer. Jiang Jingshan noticed something was wrong and suddenly turned around. He spotted Tang Yan standing there immediately. Then, his movements froze. He saw the professional badge slowly rotating above Tang Yan's head. That wasn't any color I'd ever seen before. Instead, it was a deep, dark purple that seemed to devour light, with a faint golden halo around the edge of the badge, exuding mystery and nobility. He had never seen it before, nor had he ever heard of it. Smack! Jiang Jingshan loosened his grip, and the expensive purple clay teacup slipped from his hand, crashing onto the polished floor and shattering into pieces. He didn't even bother to look at the shards on the ground. He was frozen in place, staring intently at Tang Yan. What exactly did this kid go through in there? Why was the aura emanating from him so powerful that even he felt a chill run down his spine? Tang Yan glanced at the cracked glass in the window and took a deep breath. The roaring, emperor engine, within his body gradually subsided, and the terrifying pressure that distorted space also receded into his body. He straightened his cuffs and said slowly, "Sorry, I couldn't control myself." You? Jiang Jingshan asked excitedly, "Did it work?" Tang Yan nodded. "It's a success." "Well." Jiang Jingshan said good twice, his usually serious and rigid face now flushed with barely suppressed excitement. "It's done." Tang Yan successfully passed the professional trial, and it seems that his strength has improved considerably. So the next level 30 King dungeon should be no problem. Just as Jiang Jingshan was feeling happy, the temperature in the conference room plummeted. A completely different and powerful aura appeared out of nowhere. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped, and a chilling cold instantly swept through the entire room, even causing a thin layer of white frost to condense on the table. A slender figure slowly materialized beside Tang Yan. It was Jiang Hanyu as she came out too. Her aura also underwent a dramatic change. She wore an ice blue mage's long dress, and her originally black hair had turned silver white, hanging down to her waist. If she was aloof before, she is now an iceberg that never melts. Noble, dignified, and inviolable. Chapter 47 Father-in-law, don't panic, this is just routine operation. The temperature inside the conference room had dropped to freezing point, and even breathing produced a cloud of white mist. But the moment he saw Tang Yan, that seemingly unyielding iceberg melted. Jiang Hanyu walked over quickly, without even glancing at her father, Jiang Jingshan, who was standing beside her, ready to open his arms to welcome his daughter. She walked straight up to Tang Yan, and her silver white eyes, which had been devoid of any emotion, revealed a warmth she had never shown before the moment they met Tang Yan's face. She looked him up and down, making sure there were no injuries on his body, before her tense shoulders relaxed slightly. It's approved. Her voice was clear and crisp, like the clinking of jade stones. Although it still carried a hint of the coldness that came with her profession, her tone was exceptionally gentle. Tang Yan looked at her long hair, which was originally jet black but had now turned silvery white, and his heart stirred slightly. He reached out and gently tidied the slightly messy strands of hair at her temples. It was icy to the touch, like touching a piece of fine, cold jade. How are you feeling? Tang Yan asked softly. Very strong. Jiang Hanyu didn't waste any words. She slowly raised her right hand. There were no incantations or complicated hand gestures. It was just a thought. Click. A pure, even pale blue, ice crystal instantly condensed in her palm. It wasn't just ice, it was more like the extreme cold law compressed to its limit. My talent has advanced. Jiang Hanyu looked at Tang Yan, slightly raised her chin, and spoke with a tone that she only showed in front of him, like a little girl asking for praise. Absolute zero. All ice-based skills deal double damage and inflict a freeze effect, ignoring 30% of the target's frost resistance. At this point, she paused slightly, and the terrifying ice crystal in her palm instantly shattered, transforming into countless fine ice needles that hovered silently in midair, each needle tip gleaming with a deadly cold light. Furthermore, any target I freeze will take 50% more physical damage. Hiss. Jiang Jingshan, standing to the side, gasped, feeling a sharp pain in his gums. Ignoring resistances and doubling damage, this is already the ceiling for magic-based damage output. The result could also provide physical classes with a vulnerability bonus of up to 50%. This was practically tailor-made to complement Tang Yan's high damage output style. One is responsible for controlling the entire arena with extreme cold and increasing vulnerability, while the other is responsible for devastating, thunderous attacks. With these two together, in a dungeon of the same level, which boss could withstand the combined attack of this husband and wife? Jiang Jingshan looked at the perfect couple before him. The man was tall and imposing, with an unfathomable aura, like a lurking dragon. The woman was aloof and stunningly beautiful, with extraordinary talent, like a queen in the snow. What more could you want? The Jiang family's ancestral graves aren't just emitting green smoke anymore, they're practically spewing fire. Only. Cough. Jiang Jingshan coughed heavily, trying to make his presence known in this space filled with pink bubbles and ice crystals. Hanyu, your hair color. Jiang Hanyu turned her head and glanced at Jiang Jingshan. That gentleness vanished without a trace, and he returned to being that icy aloofness. Occupational characteristics can't be changed back. Jiang Jingshan was choked by this short sentence and almost couldn't catch his breath. Okay. You're strong, so you're right, you're good looking, so whatever you say is correct. He now understands that his daughter has completely fallen into this kid's hands. Now that both of them have successfully reached level 30 and completed their job advancement, the next plan must be put on the agenda. Now that everything is ready, let's get down to business. Jiang Jingshan put away his joking expression, walked to the main seat and sat down. His entire aura changed, and he regained the dignity of the Jiang family's leader. Next up is the level 30 King Dungeon Storm Corridor. We have only one goal, to defeat the final boss, Storm Witch Celestine, and obtain the Heart of the Storm. But before you go, Tang Yan, you must improve your skills. Jiang Jingshan knew very well that although Tang Yan was strong, his skill levels were generally low, and he was only holding on by relying on his abnormal professional characteristics. When facing a level 30 boss in a high-level dungeon, the skill level advantage is very obvious, and the difference brought by each level is huge. He clapped his hands. Secretary Lu Yan, who had been waiting outside the door, pushed the door open and entered, followed by 2 security personnel carrying 2 heavy silver metal cases. The box was opened. On the left are rows of shimmering skill stones, piled up like a small mountain, radiating an alluring glow. On the right is a black and gold savings card. Here are 50,000 skill stones and 30 million in cash. Jiang Jingshan waved his hand with an air of magnanimity, his face radiating confidence as if he had everything under control. Don't hold back, max out all your core skills to level 30. In his view, this resource was enough to completely revamp any professional skill panel and even equip several elite squads. Tang Yan looked at everything Jiang Jingshan had prepared for her and felt very gratified. The objective of this instance is Heart of the Storm, but for him personally, the greater reward lies in the final boss, Storm Witch Celestine. That's a king-level boss. Using endless plunder to loot at once will yield unimaginable profits. Therefore, skill levels must be maxed out. He then stopped being polite, picked up his savings card, and deposited 30 million into his account. He then walked directly to the box and placed his palm on the pile of skill stones. A large number of skill stones detected. Begin enhancing skills? Yes. With a thought, Tang Yan selected the core combat skills, Resounding Battle Song, Soaring Morale, Endless Plunder, Thunder Emperor's Judgment, Immortal Guardian, and Emperor's Engine, and began to upgrade them simultaneously. Buzz! In an instant, a blinding light burst forth from beneath his palm, illuminating the entire conference room. Jiang Jingshan nodded in satisfaction, picked up the hot tea his secretary had just served, and prepared to leisurely witness the birth of a top-tier expert. In Tang Yan's skill bar, the levels of each skill began to jump rapidly. LV5, LV10. LV15, LV18. LV22, LV25. The amount of gold coins and skill stones is being consumed at an alarming rate, the numbers blurring into a blurry afterimage. Jiang Jingshan's smile grew wider and wider. However, just when all skills were upgraded to an average level of 24. Buzz! The light went out. The pile of 50,000 skill stones, which was as big as a small mountain, was completely turned into powder, leaving not a trace. Tang Yan withdrew his hand and glanced at the somewhat awkward panel. He turned to look at Jiang Jingshan, his voice calm. It doesn't seem like enough. Puff. Jiang Jingshan suddenly spat out the mouthful of hot tea he had just taken a sip of. His eyes widened, and he almost jumped out of his chair. 50,000? Even with 30 million, a normal profession would only require 20,000 to 30,000 coins to max out all skills. What kind of money-devouring profession is this? Chapter 48: The Power of Money. My father-in-law, with tears in his eyes, spends money to overwhelm the server. You. Jiang Jingshan was completely stunned. He had lived half his life and seen all sorts of storms, but today he had truly opened his eyes to the world. The skill judgment of the all-encompassing ruler is quite special. The cost of each level is 3 times that of ordinary professions. Tang Yan explained. His tone was calm, without the slightest embarrassment, as if he were stating an objective fact. There's nothing we can do, that's the amount they want. 3 times. Jiang Jingshan suddenly stood up from his chair and paced back and forth in the conference room, muttering to himself. 3 times, what a fine 3 times, all the accumulation of the Jiang family over the years isn't enough to fill your skill bar? Having already invested so much, how can we possibly give up halfway? That's sunk cost. Lu Yan. Jiang Jingshan's heart was bleeding, but a fierce look appeared on his face. He slammed his hand on the table and ordered. Go! Go and get another 20,000 skill stones, and another 20 million. Now! Immediately! Right now! Lu Yan, standing to the side, stiffened for a moment, but her excellent professionalism prevented her from showing any extra emotion. She simply bowed her head and replied. Yes, sir. She turned and left, her steps quickening slightly compared to usual. In the conference room, Jiang Jingshan sat back heavily in his chair, picked up his teacup, and gulped down a large mouthful. He now understands that investing in tanging stones cannot be measured by common sense. This kid isn't human at all, he's a bottomless pit in human skin. 10 minutes later. Lu Yan returned with 2 security personnel. This time, instead of using a box, she pushed over a specially made alloy cart piled high with skill stones that shimmered with various colors. After Tang Yan absorbed the last batch of resources like a whale swallowing its prey, a dazzling golden light burst forth from his body. That was a phenomenon signifying the mastery and perfection of one's skills. The light faded. Tang Yan stood still and stretched his neck. The feeling of power overflowing almost gave him the illusion that he could tear space apart with his bare hands. Total cost, 65,000 skill stones, 49 million gold coins. This is not just about accumulating strength, but also about the violent aesthetics of money. In this world, the poor rely on mutation, while the rich rely on technology. And he wants them all. Tang Yan opened the new skill panel. A row of neat LV-30s, radiating a breathtaking dark gold luster. Resounding battle song passive, level, LV-30. Effect: when on the battlefield, all friendly units within 100 meters of you will automatically receive a 25% boost to all attributes. 25%. A quarter of the attributes are improved. This is equivalent to giving everyone in the team an extra set of top-tier equipment out of thin air. Moreover, it's a passive aura that lasts forever and cannot be dispelled. As long as he's standing, his teammates are like gods. Let's look at the next one. High Morale Active, Level, LV-30. Effect: unleashes an exhilarating roar, instantly dispelling all negative status effects on all friendly units within 100 meters, and continuously restoring 20% of their total maximum health and mana over 5 minutes. Cooldown, 35 seconds. Moving Spring Water. Combined with the 20% cooldown reduction from the Heart of All Things talent, the actual cooldown time is less than 30 seconds. As long as he has enough mana, his teammates will have a hard time dying. What satisfied him most were the next few core divine skills. Endless Plunder Active, Level, LV-30. Effect: launches a plunder attack on a group of targets within a 30-meter radius, with a 50% chance of successfully stealing anything, such as items, attributes, or even talents. After a successful plunder, the target will suffer a 25% weakened state for 2 minutes. There is a 50% probability that the range will expand to 30 meters and the duration of weakness will be extended. This is an absolute killer in team battles. One hit on a group of elite monsters can not only strip them naked, but also cause them to collectively suffer from kidney failure. Immortal Guardian Active, Level, LV-30. Effect: summons one rock warrior every second for 3 minutes. The Guardian mark applied by the warrior lasts for 2 minutes, negating one fatal attack and generating a shield equal to 20% of maximum health. The life-saving skill has been enhanced again, now available once per second. Given a few minutes to warm up, he can raise an immortal puppet army. Each puppet has 1 life. Thunder Emperor's Judgment Active, LV-30. Effect: deals 180% magic damage and inflicts 30 seconds of paralysis. Passive: after stacking 3 layers of Judgment Mark, a critical strike execute is guaranteed, always triggers on targets below 30% health. The kill threshold has been raised to 30%. For a king-level boss with hundreds of thousands of HP, this 30% is the line between life and death. Finally, there was the trump card that made even the mirror image of truth tremble. Emperor Engine Hidden, LV-30. Effect: releases a kingly aura field radius 300 meters, causing all units to be mentally stunned and enter a 30-second state of trembling and submission, regardless of level requirements. A range of 300 meters, absolute control for 30 seconds. This is the true, absolute strength of the Emperor Engine. Tang Yan turned off the control panel and let out a long sigh. That's the power of spending money. 6 skills, each of which is a god-tier skill on its own. Now everything is focused on one person. This feeling is great. Finished? Jiang Jingshan's voice rang out from the side. He had already sat back down in his chair, with a fresh cup of tea in his hand, but he hadn't drunk it. It's over. Tang Yan nodded. How was the effect? Very strong. Tang Yan didn't explain much, only saying 2 words. Jiang Jingshan did not ask any further questions. He trusted his judgment and believed in the impact of those tens of millions of dollars. He raised his hand and waved it lightly. Now that my skills are maxed out, let's make up for the last weakness. Seeing this, Lu Yan quickly picked up a pre-prepared alloy box and placed it on the table. The moment the box was opened, 6 pieces of equipment radiating a dark red light were neatly arranged inside, each exuding powerful magical energy. This is the level 30 mage set I prepared for you, the Apocalypse Epic set. Tang Yan's attention was immediately drawn to it. His current equipment is still the level 10 Heavenly Craft set that he wore to save his life. Although it's good, its attributes are far from keeping up with his current strength. Now take a look at this set of equipment. Apocalypse Set, Level 30, Epic Red. Apocalypse Helmet, Spirit plus 120, Mana plus 1500. Apocalypse Necklace, Spirit plus 90, Mana Regeneration Speed plus 50%. Apocalypse Battle Robe, Armor plus 60, Constitution plus 50, Spirit plus 40, all elemental resistances plus 20%. Apocalypse Belt, Constitution plus 80, Health plus 1000, Mana plus 800. Apocalypse Boots, Agility plus 60, Spirit plus 30, Movement Speed plus 40%. Apocalypse Scepter, Spell Damage plus 1200, Spirit plus 100. Luxury. These two words are the only way to describe it. The attributes of each piece of equipment perfectly match his needs. Without any hesitation, Tang Yan immediately began changing clothes. The heavenly craftsmanship set on their bodies was removed piece by piece. Instead, there is this dark red armor that exudes an aura of destruction. With the last helmet on. Buzz. The 6 pieces of equipment resonate with each other. A red halo exploded beneath Tang Yan's feet, then quickly receded into his body. Set bonuses activated. Apocalypse Epic Set Bonus 6/6. All attributes plus 20, Spirit plus 80. Law Resonance, spell range increased by 20%, buffs and healing effects increased by 10%. Chapter 49. Everyone stand up. I, the ruler of all things, have no common sense. Tang Yan clenched his 5 fingers and grasped the dark red Apocalypse Scepter. The gem at the top of the scepter flashed, and a surge of powerful magic flowed down his arm and into his body, making the blood in his veins seem to boil. Strength. Pure and brutal numerical stacking, it is virtually invincible. After changing his clothes, Tang Yan opened the attribute panel and added all 25 free attribute points he gained from leveling up from level 25 to 30 to his spirit. A brand new, breathtakingly luxurious attribute panel was displayed before everyone. Name, Tang Yan. Level, LV 3012 2090,000. Occupation, ruler of all things. HP, 5730 5730. Mobile phone, 12650 12650. Physical damage, 560. Magic damage, 2050. Physical defense, 786. Magic defense, 471. Speed, 812. Physical condition, 437. Spirit, 1025. Strength, 280. Armor, 393. Agility, 338. The mana pool has exceeded 10,000. The spirit of breaking through 1,000. The panel has over 2,000 magic damage. Is this the data a level 30 professional should have? Even for a pure mage with all points allocated to spirit, at this level, being able to break 1,000 spell damage is considered top tier. And he doubled it. Not to mention its ridiculously high health and dual resistances. This is no monk. This is clearly a heavy tank disguised as a mage. This attribute. Jiang Dingshan glanced at the panel data shared by Tang Yan. He opened his mouth, but all the words of encouragement he had prepared got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. After a while, he picked up his teacup and took a big gulp to barely suppress the absurd feeling in his heart. In the end, all the words can be summed up in 2 words. Monster. Zhang Hanyue, standing to the side, fixed her gaze on Tang Yan. His dark red armor made his already tall and imposing figure appear even more slender and aloof. She gently smoothed her silver hair, a barely perceptible glint flashing in her eyes. This is the man she chose. They're so strong it's unreasonable. Jiang Jingshan recovered from his shock, put down his teacup, and regained some of his commander-in-chief's dignity. Everything is ready. You and Hanyue should adjust your state first. We'll set off once Lu Yan has organized the data for the level 30 King's Dungeon. Since the hardware is already overflowing, there's nothing to worry about. Just run them over. After hearing this, Tang Yan glanced at his current skill list. As you level up to 30, a new slot will be unlocked in your skill bar. He recalled the A-rank talent he had stolen using Endless Plunder during his battle with the assassins from the Sakura Kingdom, Shadow Stealth. Shadow Stealth, in shadow or dark environments, you can actively enter stealth mode, increasing movement speed by 30%, and your next attack will always deal critical damage. This is an extremely powerful assassin talent. If you don't use it in conjunction with the corresponding assassin skills, and just use it to run away or play hide and seek, it's a complete waste. He needs a powerful burst skill to complement this talent and deliver a fatal blow. This will become his hidden trump card to deal with the Storm Witch, and even stronger enemies in the future. Uncle Jiang, Tang Yan said, looking at Jiang Jingshan, who was drinking tea to calm his nerves, I'd like to go to the treasure pavilion. Jiang Jingshan put down his teacup and asked in confusion, what are you going to the treasure pavilion for? Your equipment is already top of the line, and we've prepared all the potions and scrolls for you. I want to learn an assassin's skill book. Puff. Jiang Jingshan spat out the mouthful of tea he had just taken a sip of. He didn't bother wiping the tea from the corner of his mouth, staring wide-eyed at Tang Yan as if he were looking at a fool. What did you say? An assassin's skill book? Jiang Jingshan's tone changed. He felt that Tang Yan must have leveled up too quickly and confused himself. Tang Yan, have you gotten confused while leveling up? Your main skills are magic attacks. Even if you are the master of all things and have high attribute stats, class barriers still exist. Jiang Jingshan earnestly advised him, fearing that his precious child might ruin himself through excessive training. Skill books for different professions have strict incompatibilities. If a mage tries to learn an assassin's skills, not only will he be unable to cast them, but he might even damage his meridians due to energy conflicts. This is common sense. Even Jiang Hanyue, who had been standing to the side, frowned slightly, a hint of confusion in her silvery white eyes. Tang Yan remained calm. Common sense? He smiled gently, a smile that carried a hint of calm confidence. Uncle Jiang, the master of all things, has no common sense. After saying that, he immediately demonstrated the effects of the professional talent he had just acquired, Heart of All Things. The Heart of All Things. Effect 1. Unity of all laws, ignores all class restrictions and attribute requirements for equipment, skill books, and items. Quiet. A deathly silence. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze. Jiang Jingshan stared at the line of text, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. As a level 89 berserker and the guardian general of the Great Xia Kingdom, he has seen countless geniuses and god-level talents in his life. But this unity of all laws directly shattered the worldview he had built up over decades. Ignoring restrictions? Ignoring requirements? What does this mean? This means that as long as Tang Yan is willing, he can use a priest's staff to heal people in his left hand, a warrior's greatsword to kill people in his right hand, or a knight's plate armor, and use an assassin's ghost step. This is a true full-time worker. A perfect war machine. You. Jiang Jingshan pointed at Tang Yan, his fingers trembling, and couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. A surge of color rushed to his face, not from anger, but from extreme excitement. Finally, he slammed his hand on the table, the force of which made the teacups on the table jump. He grabbed the communicator on the table, dialed the internal phone number of the treasure pavilion, and roared into the receiver. Lu Qiangdong. This is Jiang Jingshan. Immediately. Right now. Send all the S-rank assassin-specific skill books from the treasure pavilion to the strategy room. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Jingshan was panting heavily, and the way he looked at Tang Yan had completely changed. He originally thought Tang Yan was just a powerful magic damage dealer, a future top-tier artillery unit. Now it seems that this kid is simply a weapon of war with unlimited potential. With the shadow stealth talent, coupled with top-tier assassin burst skills. A monster with 10,000 HP and 10,000 MP, capable of tanking and healing, able to unleash devastating attacks, and able to stealthily appear behind you at any time to deliver a fatal blow? Jiang Jingshan suddenly felt a little sorry for the storm which was about to face Tang Yan. This isn't like going to a dungeon. This is clearly a purchase of goods. Chapter 50, the mage Wanlan uses a backstab, and the damage numbers terrify the god of war. Less than 10 minutes. The conference room door was suddenly pushed open, and Lu Qiangdong's obese body squeezed in, panting heavily. He was carrying a heavy metal box in his arms, his face covered in sweat, and when he looked at Tang Yan, his awe was ingrained in his very bones. General Jiang. General Jiang. Here's what you wanted. Lu Qiangdong placed the box on the table and opened it with trembling hands. A chilling aura, mixed with the stench of blood and death, swept over us. 4 or 5 skill books lay quietly in the box, each radiating a unique S-rank aura, with ominous black mist swirling around their covers. You choose for yourself. Jiang Jingshan's voice was a little hoarse. He waved his hand, signaling Lu Qiangdong to step aside. His attitude towards Tang Yan has completely changed now. If before it was about valuing talent and making investments, then now it's about witnessing a miracle. Tang Yan didn't say anything, but reached out and picked up the first book. Shadow Assassination Array creates 3 illusory clones to annihilate enemies within range. Flashy and gaudy. This clone skill may seem flashy, but in reality, the damage is spread out and it is easily detected by bosses with high perception. He put it down and picked up the second book. Death Dance enters a high evasion state upon activation. Each successful evasion guarantees a counterattack. This is a god-tier skill for agile assassins, but they don't need to dodge. With over 5,000 HP and several hundred armor, even if he stood still and let monsters hit him, they might not be able to break through his defenses. Tang Yan's fingers traced over the skill books, finally stopping on the book with the cover as black as ink in the corner. The title itself has a bloody feel to it: Netherworld, Instant Hell Kill. The moment my fingertips touched the cover, a chilling killing intent crept into my palm. Skill book, Netherworld Instant Death. Grade, S. Class restrictions, Assassin, Shadow Dancer, Killer. Effect, consumes 300 MP, instantly teleports behind the target maximum distance 50 meters, and launches a fatal attack considered a back attack, dealing damage equal to attack power spell power, highest value 150%. Special effect, if activated while in stealth, damage is doubled and a critical hit is guaranteed, and the target is inflicted with the fear status for 2 seconds. Learning requirements, class, Assassin or Shadow Dancer, agility, 500 or higher. His fingers paused. The highest value is taken for either attack power or spell power. This attribute is practically tailor-made for him. Even if a level 30 ordinary assassin maxes out strength and is equipped with top-tier gear, their attack power will only be around 500 to 600 at most. But his current spell damage is 2050. If combined with the guaranteed critical hit effect of Shadow Stealth, and considering the doubled damage while in stealth, 2051.52 critical hit coefficient. The damage from this strike will likely be astronomical. Let alone squishy characters of the same level, even tanky warriors can be taken down with a single strike. This is it. Tang Yan picked up the black skill book. Jiang Jingshan leaned over to take a look at the attributes, and his eyebrows instantly furrowed. Instant kill? That's a typical single target burst attack, extremely reliant on stealth and backstabs. You're a mage, even with stealth talent, without dagger mastery or agility bonus, how are you going to land it? Before he could finish speaking. Smack! Tang Yan clasped his hands together and slapped the skill book directly onto his forehead. Without hesitation. Without hesitation. There wasn't even time for Jiang Jingshan to react. Jiang Hanyue subconsciously took a step forward, a hint of nervousness flashing in her silvery white eyes. Learning skills outside one's profession is a big no-no. At best, it will cause a reversal of magical power. At worst, it will damage the mind and turn the person into an idiot. However, the anticipated energy conflict did not occur. The S-rank skill book transformed into a black stream of light and smoothly entered Tang Yan's body. It's like a drop of water merging into the ocean. Ding! The heart of all things talent has been detected. The occupational restrictions have been removed. Congratulations on learning the S-rank skill, Netherworld Instant Kill. Tang Yan opened her eyes. A deep, dark shadow seemed to appear in the depths of his pupils, and his entire demeanor underwent a subtle change in that instant. The original pure magical pressure now carried a chilling sharpness. You've learned it? Lu Chandong opened his mouth wide, his chin almost hitting his feet. He had worked at the treasure pavilion for so many years and had never seen anyone learn skills so easily and comfortably, overcoming professional barriers. He didn't even burp. Jiang Jingshan's teacup stopped in mid-air as he stared at Tang Yan, as if trying to see through the young man. How are you feeling? Very good. Tang Yan clenched his fist, feeling the new power circuit within his body. It was different from the ferocity of thunder, and different from the agility of wind. That was a rule of pure killing. Jiang Jingshan looked at Tang Yan's composed expression, his whole body leaning back in his chair, like a new recruit who had just run 10 kilometers, only able to catch his breath. Your profession is truly unreasonable. He struggled for a long time, and only managed to utter this one sentence. When a mage learns an assassin's ultimate skill, there is no rejection reaction, and it doesn't even require prior weapon mastery. If this gets out, those assassin masters who have spent their entire lives practicing daggers and calculating attack speed thresholds will probably be lining up to jump off rooftops. Is this the terrifying aspect of the ruler of all things? It combines the advantages of all professions and has no weaknesses. That's practically cheating. Jiang Hanyue looked at Tang Yan, her usually cold face showing an almost blank expression for the first time. She always thought she knew Tang Yan's strength well enough. But each time, this man pushes the boundaries of her understanding. A mage's damage output, a tank's survivability, and an assassin's burst damage. A perfectly hexagonal warrior. Tang Yan did not respond. Reason? Might makes right. A high number is the only truth. This is the logic of the ruler of all things. At that moment, a heavy metallic knocking sound came from outside the door. Come in. Jiang Jingshan sat up straight, regaining some of the majesty of a divine general. The conference room door opened. 3 refreshed figures walked in. Raymond was walking at the very front. This guy's already muscular physique now resembles a moving small mountain. The standard plate armor he wore had been replaced with the dark gold Titan's bulwark set, with a shield wider than a door panel and shimmering with an earthy yellow aura. Class, Temple Bulwark Second Job Advancement hidden. This is an advanced branch of the Holy Shield Knight, sacrificing some offensive capabilities to maximize defense and taunt. As long as he's still standing, his teammates won't die. Behind him, Sumu, dressed in a pure white priest's robe, held a scepter inlaid with a gem of light. Class, Radiant Priest Rare Second Job Advancement. With overflowing healing output, along with powerful dispel and buff effects, it's the ultimate support that all DPS classes desperately want to rely on. Ellie, who came in last, made almost no sound. If you don't look closely, you might even miss her presence. She was shrouded in a light gray mist, her original leather armor replaced by a close-fitting Shadow Walker suit, and 2 reverse grip daggers emitting a faint blue light. Class, Phantom Dancer Rare Second Job Advancement. High burst damage, high mobility, and a unique illusion control technique that is difficult to defend against. Commander! Mr. Tang! Miss! The 3 of them bowed in unison, their spirits completely different from yesterday. That confidence came from a surge in strength. It's also the confidence that comes from following the right people. Jiang Dingshan nodded in satisfaction. This is the foundation of the Jiang family, and also his investment in Tang Yan. Upgrading the equipment for these 3 sparring partners is so that Tang Yan can have less to worry about in dungeons and deal more damage. Have you gotten used to the equipment? Jiang Dingshan asked. Reporting, General. We've adapted. Raymond patted his chest armor, making a dull thud. This Titan bulwark is so awesome. I feel like I could carry an armored vehicle and run away. That's good. Jiang Jingshan stood up and walked to the huge tactical map. Now that everyone is here, let's get ready, pack our supplies, and set off immediately. Chapter 51 The Elemental Army Strikes, The Trial of Hurricane and Thunder. Dantenmatsu, the highest peak of the Himiko mountain range in eastern Kyoto. The helicopter rotors whipped up a fierce wind that howled incessantly, making people's clothes flutter loudly. At the summit of the mountain, a massive black vortex, like a scar on the universe, was silently spinning, the surrounding space filled with fine cracks visible to the naked eye, radiating a chilling energy fluctuation. This is the entrance to the level 30 King's Dungeon Storm corridor. Tang Yan and the others stepped off the plane and stood in front of the vortex. A violent aura mixed with gale and lightning rushed towards them. Instance detected, Storm Corridor King Tier. Recommended level, LV30 LV35. Warning, this instance has an extremely high death rate. Enter with caution. Clearance time limit, 30:00. A blood-red warning popped up before everyone's eyes, and the invisible pressure made Raymond, Sumu, and Ellie's breathing quicken. Although they had just upgraded their weapons and greatly increased their strength, they still couldn't suppress the sense of awe that came from the depths of their souls when facing the legendary King's Dungeon. Is this the entrance to the King's Realm? Just standing here makes me feel like I can't breathe. Sumu gripped the radiant scepter tightly, his palms sweating profusely. As a radiant priestess, she possessed the keenest perception of energy, and what emanated from the vortex ahead was pure destruction. Don't be nervous. Our current equipment and level are no worse than those of the national teams. Raymond cheered himself up, placing the massive Titan's barrier shield in front of him. The heavy metallic texture gave him a sense of security. But he knew in his heart that this was just self-comfort. Ellie didn't speak, but her body instinctively blended into the shadows, a natural reaction when faced with a huge threat. Jiang Hanyue stood beside Tang Yan, her silver hair fluttering gently in the wind. Her expression was calm, but the hands that gripped the ice crystal staff tightly betrayed the turmoil in her heart. Let's go. Tang Yan's voice broke the tense atmosphere. Without wasting any words, he strode forward and was the first to approach the black vortex that exuded an ominous aura. Jiang Hanyue immediately followed. Raymond and his 2 companions exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and followed suit. Now that we've decided to cling to this powerful figure, there's no reason to back down. After a dizzying moment, when their vision cleared again, the five of them found themselves in an aerial corridor suspended in the storm. The corridor, made of broken ancient rocks, is about 20 meters wide. On both sides are bottomless, pitch-black abysses, where countless bolts of lightning dance like silver snakes, emitting deafening roars. Above the gloomy sky, huge cyclones slowly rotated, and the gale-force winds stung our faces like knives. Welcome to the Storm Corridor, King's Hall. Timer begins. A giant hourglass phantom appeared in mid-air, and golden grains of sand began to fall slowly. Countdown, 30:00. At the same time, an even more terrifying pressure than that experienced in the storm altar suddenly descended. You have been affected by the storm suppression effect, which reduces all attributes by 15% and movement speed by 15%. Hold. Raymond cursed, feeling as if two mountains were pressing down on him, making even the simple action of raising his shield incredibly difficult. On his attribute panel, all the values turned a glaring red, as if a large portion of them had been cut off out of thin air. My casting speed is at least 30% slower. Sumo exclaimed in surprise, feeling that the flow of magic power within her body had become sluggish. This isn't over yet. Chirp. Yungu, perched on Jiang Hanyue's shoulder, let out a weak cry. It flapped its wings, and a pale blue halo spread out, attempting to counteract the oppressive force. The blessing of the wind passive has been triggered. The resounding battle song passive has been triggered. The golden halo around Tang Yan, which granted a 25% boost to all attributes, also silently unfolded at the same time. The two forces combine, one positive and one negative, waxing and waning. The attributes that had been suppressed to the bottom rebounded instantly, not only offsetting the 15% reduction, but even surpassing the previous level by a large margin. Raymond felt the heavy pressure on his body dissipate, and an explosive power surged through his limbs and bones once again. He stretched his body and felt like he could kill a bull with one punch. This feels so amazing. Raymond was dumbfounded when he saw his attribute panel showing an increase instead of a decrease. He thought he would be facing a tough game from the start, but he ended up having a winning game right from the start? Is this the power of a double top-tier aura? They completely turned the idea of dominating the game from the start into the King of Glory stage into a joke. Don't get too excited yet. Tang Yan's voice was calm. He did not relax in the slightest because of this advantage. He knew very well that the difficulty of the King of Glory dungeon was far more than this. He raised his hand, and the magic within him began to surge. Immortal Guardian. At his command, the solid rock corridor beneath his feet began to tremble violently. Boom! 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 One after another, rock warriors, each 3 meters tall, rose from the ground. 3 minutes later, 180 stone figures appeared steadily before everyone's eyes. They stood silently on either side of the procession, forming two impregnable mobile walls that firmly protected the 5 people in the very center. After upgrading Immortal Guardian to level 30, not only does its height change, but its attribute panel also receives a significant boost. Rock Terracotta Warriors. Level 30. HP 4,500-4,500. MP 1,200-1,200. Attack power 380 physical. Physical defense 220. Magic defense 180. Movement speed, slow but steady, can execute simple commands such as hold, follow, charge to a point. Tang Yan felt reassured as he watched the changes in the rock warrior. Immediately afterwards, streaks of earth and yellow, guardian marks, flew out from the terracotta warriors and landed precisely on each person. You have gained the guardian mark, lasting for 2 minutes. Raymond looked at the familiar invulnerability icon in his status bar, and then at the dense, endless rock legions on both sides. He suddenly felt that all he might need to do today was shout 666. Roar! Just then, a strong wind gathered at the front of the corridor. Dozens of elemental creatures made of pure air currents roared in, without a fixed shape, holding sharp blades formed from wind, blocking their path. Hurricane Element. Level 30. HP 30,000-30,000. MP 8,000-8,000. Attack 500 Wind Attribute Magic. Skills: Rapid Fire Wind Blades, Whirlwind Pull. At the same time, behind those hurricane elements, several sentinels made entirely of lightning and wielding lightning spears appeared, their bodies flashing with dangerous electric light. Thunder Sentinel. Level 32 Elite. HP 80,000-80,000. MP 30,000-30,000. Attack 800 Lightning Magic. Skills: Chain Lightning, Static Field. Chapter 52 Rock Lightning Rod Array activated. Frost slows down Thor's wrath. It's a high-risk combination mentioned in the strategy guide. Ellie's voice came from the shadows, tinged with seriousness. The hurricane element's attacks have a knockback effect, which will disrupt formations. The Thunder Sentinel's chain lightning poses a huge threat to our densely packed formation. Once hit by the chain, our backline is doomed. I'll hold them back. Raymond roared and instinctively raised his shield to draw all the monster's aggro to himself. Need not. Tang Yen spoke calmly, at the same time making a thought. Click, click, click. The 30 rock warriors in the front row instantly received the command and marched forward with neat and heavy steps, like a moving rock wall, actively crushing towards the monster horde. Whoosh whoosh. The opposing hurricane element reacted immediately, unleashing a barrage of wind blade barrage that rained down on the rock-formed bodies of the warriors. 150. 145. 162. A series of insignificant damage numbers appeared above the terracotta warrior's head. While Tang Yan's own wind and lightning resistance cannot be shared, the war terracotta warrior itself, being a rock creation, has a natural reduction in damage from wind elemental attacks. This defensive power. Raymond's eyelids twitched as he watched. These summoned creatures seemed to be tankier than him, the main tank. At that moment, the Thunder Sentinels in the distance also raised their spears. Sizzle! A blinding chain of lightning shot out from the spear tip, striking precisely a warrior in the front row. 480. A high damage number pops up. Immediately afterwards, a flash of lightning appeared, and he leaped onto the second terracotta warrior. 475. The lightning flashed again, striking the third terracotta warrior. 460. After 3 jumps, the lightning chain's energy was completely depleted, while the rock warrior's thick health bar only dropped by a small fraction. Using summoned creatures as lightning rods. Sumu muttered to herself, feeling that her tactical skills were being reshaped by Tang Yan in an extremely brutal way. Just then, Tang Yan's voice rang out again. Cold moon. Jiang Hanyue understood. She raised her staff, a cold glint flashing in her silver eyes. Frozen path. An extremely cold aura spread from beneath her feet, and a crystal-clear path of frost instantly unfolded on the solid rock corridor, leading directly to the feet of the monster horde. Those hurricane elements at the forefront slipped, their movement speed suddenly decreased, and they were covered with a thick layer of slowing frost. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Hanyue raised her staff again. Snowstorm. Above the sky, massive ice clouds gathered, and countless snowflakes mixed with sharp ice crystals roared down, covering the entire area in front. 850. 880. 1700. Critical hit. With the absolute zero talent, this mage's signature AoE skill displayed devastating power. Hurricane elements were swept up in the hurricane, causing health bars to drop rapidly at a visible speed, and layers of freeze effects to be applied to the body, making movements extremely sluggish. This is the young lady's strength? Raymond looked at the icy hell and stammered. He knew the young lady was strong, but he didn't expect her to be this strong after advancing to the next level. However, this is not the end. Tang Yan watched as the monster horde was perfectly contained in place, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward. It's time to clear the area. Golden lightning began to gather in Tang Yan's right palm, crackling and popping. That familiar, destructive aura, seemingly capable of tearing the sky apart, descended once more. It's coming. Raymond swallowed subconsciously, his grip on the shield tightening. He would never forget the terrifying scene in the dark forest where a barrage of divine lightning struck, turning 30 elite assassins into charred remains. Now, this scene is about to be replayed before his eyes. The Thunder Emperor's Judgment. Tang Yan calmly uttered 4 words. Boom. Above the sky, dark clouds gathered, and a huge vortex of lightning appeared out of nowhere. The next second, dozens of golden lightning bolts, thicker than buckets, like divine punitive spears, struck precisely into the monster horde covered by the blizzard with unparalleled power. Lightning flashed and ice and snow intertwined. Destruction and freezing danced together. The entire storm corridor trembled violently under this terrifying force. 4,050. 4,120. 8,300. Critical hit. 4,200. A series of densely packed, almost blindingly bright 4-digit damage numbers rose wildly from the monster's head like a red waterfall. Those hurricane elementals with as much as 30,000 health points had their health bars punctured like popped balloons, instantly emptying without even letting out a scream, turning into countless data points amidst the symphony of lightning and ice. Those level 32 elite Thunder Sentinels with as much as 80,000 HP also had a tough time. More than half of their health bars evaporated instantly, their bodies emitted charred smoke, and they were paralyzed by the powerful paralysis effect of the lightning, unable to move. The entire group, except for Tang Yan and Jiang Hanyu, fell into a deathly silence. Raymond's mouth was agape, his mind completely blank. He stared intently at the injury statistics, feeling as if there was something wrong with his eyes. 4,000 damage? 8,000 on a critical hit? He stammered, his voice trembling. This is fighting level 30 elite monsters in a king-level dungeon? Am I seeing things? This damage is outrageous. He himself, a level 32 temple bulwark, with all damage reduction skills activated, would still lose 1 or 2,000 health points from a single lightning chain strike from a Thunder Sentinel. As a result, Tang Yan's group skill dealt at least 4,000 base damage. This is just the base damage. Sumu nearly dropped the scepter in her hand. She looked at Tang Yan's back, her eyes filled with confusion. She's a pastor, and she's most sensitive to numbers. She quickly did the calculations in her mind. Tang Yan's base spell damage is 2050, and the max level of Thunder Emperor's Judgment provides a 180% spell damage bonus. 2050 times 1.8 is equal to 3,690. In addition, there's Yun Ji's 15% lightning damage increase and the 10% buff from the Apocalypse set. The final damage figure was exactly a little over 4,000. His injuries were calculated, Sumu murmured to herself, but then she fell into deeper confusion. That's the logic. But who the hell can stack spell damage to over 2,000 at level 30? Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Even Ellie, who had been hiding in the shadows, could not remain calm at this moment. Looking at the elite monsters struggling in the lightning, and then at the pitiful few hundred points of attack power on her dagger, she began to doubt her profession for the first time. Her vaunted burst damage and single target kills were like child's play compared to Tang Yan's devastating area of effect bombardment. Chapter 53, 2,000 spell damage is nothing. 4,000 base damage, 8,000 critical hit damage. Don't just stand there. Tang Yan's calm voice brought everyone back to their senses. Ellie, finish off the low health enemies. Yes. Ellie snapped out of her shock. She stopped thinking about those messy things, her body transforming into a ghostly black line as she instantly rushed into the group of paralyzed Thunder Sentinels. Backstab. Deadening. Put. 2,500. 2,800. The sharp dagger pierced the Thunder Sentinel's heart with pinpoint accuracy, unleashing a series of high-damage critical hits. With the vulnerability effect from Jiang Hanyue's ice-type skills, Ellie's damage output was greatly enhanced, making it easy for her to finish off these low-health elite monsters. Defeat the Hurricane Elemental to gain 500 experience points. Defeat the Thunder Sentinel and gain 1,200 experience points. Your pet Cloud Song has gained 600 experience points. A series of system notifications flashed past Tang Yan. The experience gained from playing King of Glory is indeed abundant. The first wave of monsters alone caused his experience bar to visibly increase significantly. From pulling the monsters to clearing the area, the whole process was smooth and efficient, taking less than a minute. This is over? Raymond stared at the empty corridor, still somewhat bewildered. He felt that all he did from beginning to end was shout at the start and then nothing more. He barely even raised his shield the entire time. This monster clearing efficiency is even faster than clearing normal dungeons. Sumu said with a wry smile. She had prepared a whole host of healing and dispelling skills, but she didn't use a single one of them. The team continued its advance. After passing through the first narrow corridor, the space ahead suddenly opens up. They arrived at an even larger circular platform, in the center of which stood a massive storm obelisk, covered with ancient runes. Powerful wind and thunder forces gathered around the obelisk, forming a visible energy shield. Around the obelisk, 3 monsters, even larger and more terrifying than the Thunder Sentinels they had encountered before, stood in a triangle, guarding the area. They have no physical form, but are entirely composed of raging wind elements and leaping lightning, wielding giant battle axes formed from the power of wind and lightning. Storm Aggregator. Level, 33 Elite Gatekeeper. HP, 200,000. MP, 70,000. Attack, 1100 mixed damage. Skills: Summon Thunderclouds, Wind Pressure Aura. Watch out. It's a Gatekeeper Elite, a Storm Convergence. Ellie's voice was more solemn than ever before. The guide says that this thing's Wind Pressure Aura is extremely annoying, as it greatly reduces our movement and attack speed. In addition, it can summon thunderclouds to launch indiscriminate area of effect bombardment, making it very troublesome. 200,000 health points, 1,001 attack points, plus a powerful crowd control aura. These stats are almost on par with the final bosses of some regular dungeons. All three of them coming at us at once? How are we supposed to fight that? Raymond felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the three huge creatures. He felt that his Titan's bulwark shield was probably no different from a wooden plank in front of these monsters. I'll give it a try first. Ellie gritted her teeth, preparing to use her high mobility to restrain one of them. Stand still. Tang Yan spoke again, stopping his teammates from acting impulsively. He stared at the three storm aggregates radiating a terrifying aura in the distance, his face expressionless. In his eyes, these three so-called elite gatekeepers were nothing more than three wooden stakes with high health. He took a step forward and walked alone to the front of the line. Mr. Tang? Raymond looked at him, puzzled. Tang Yan didn't turn around, but simply said, "Just watch." After saying that, he raised his right hand and gently grabbed at the three storm aggregates in the distance. Endless plunder. Buzz. An invisible, eerie fluctuation, which only Tang Yan could sense, swept across the area in front of him in an instant, centered on him. A dark, ghostly light erupted from his palm, transforming into three greedy tentacles that, disregarding spatial distance, pierced directly into the bodies of the three storm aggregates. 50% probability of looting. Judgment begins. Plunder successful. You have plundered the skill Wind Pressure Aura from the storm aggregate. Plunder successful. You have plundered 60 points of physical defense from the storm aggregator. Plunder successful. You have plundered 50 points of magic defense from the storm aggregator. All three targets are now in a state of extreme weakness, all attributes reduced by 25% for 2 minutes. A series of system notifications flashed across Tang Yan's screen. It's done. Although you only stole one skill and one attribute, the most crucial thing is the 25% group weakness effect. Almost the instant the plunder was successful, the three storm aggregates in the distance, which had been so menacing, suddenly shuddered. The wind pressure aura that had been so real around them vanished without a trace in an instant. The air on the entire platform became noticeably cleaner. Ha! The halo's gone? Ellie, who had been intently watching the battlefield, immediately sensed something was wrong. She stared blankly at the three big guys, then looked at her status bar. There were no negative effects. What's going on? Why aren't they activating their halos? Raymond was also completely bewildered. He was prepared to charge forward despite the huge slowdown, but the opponent's debuff just disappeared on its own? Sumu's eyes widened even more. She rubbed them hard, thinking she was seeing things. The strategy guide clearly states that the Lu Wind Pressure Aura is the passive skill of the Storm Aggregator. It will exist throughout the entire battle and cannot be dispelled. It is the core annoying mechanic of this monster. But now, the mechanics are gone before the battle even starts? The three looked at each other, and finally, without prior agreement, turned their gaze to Tang Yan, who was standing at the very front. Tang Yan slowly lowered his hand, his face still displaying the same calm and undisturbed expression. Right now, they're just three sandbags with a bit more health. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Raymond and the other two instantly understood what was happening, and their hearts skipped a beat. It's him again. It's that same unreasonable tactic of eliminating the enemy's capabilities at the root. This actually works? Looking at the three storm aggregates whose auras had greatly diminished, Raymond felt his worldview being refreshed once again. He now seriously suspects that the strategy guide Lu Yen gave them before was a pirated book. Why are those life or death mechanics described in the strategy guides treated like child's play by Tang Yan, who easily solves them? Stop spacing out, let's finish this quickly. Tang Yan didn't want to waste too much time on these minor monsters. With a thought, the 90 rock warriors that had been waiting in the wings, like a gray tide, charged towards the three storm aggregates with heavy steps. Roar! The storm conglomerates roared angrily, wielding their wind and thunder battle axes and slashing fiercely at the rock warriors charging at the front. Boom! 650. 700. The attack power of 1100 was reduced by 25%. This damage is negligible to the tough, resilient rock terracotta warriors. Moreover, Tang Yan's backhand treatment has caught up. Morale is soaring. The green healing numbers above the warrior's head jumped wildly, and the slivers of health that had just been lost were instantly restored to full. What are we waiting for? Charge! Raymond finally reacted. He roared and charged forward like a cannonball, holding the Titan shield. The eldest brother has already fed me to my mouth, it would be unreasonable not to eat. Shield slam. Boom! Raymond slammed his shield into the leg of a storm aggregator, the massive impact causing the giant to stagger. 1800. A considerable damage number popped up. Cool. Raymond was flushed with excitement. With the 25% all-attribute aura from Tang Yan, he felt that every attack he made was full of power. Jiang, Hanyue and Ellie immediately followed suit and began attacking. Ice spikes, wind blades, and poison daggers' various skill effects instantly engulfed the three storm aggregates. The battle unfolded with an overwhelming one-sided victory. The three powerful elite gatekeepers, having lost their core control aura and been inflicted with group weakness, became completely passive targets for attack. Although the thunderclouds they summon can still cause some area damage, for a team where everyone has an invulnerability mark and has Sumu and Tang Yan as double healers, that little bit of damage is no different from scratching a scald. Chapter 54, From Beginner to Meeting in 10 Minutes. A group of overpowered players were standing before the Storm Witch's throne. 5 minutes later. With a final, unwilling cry, the last storm aggregate collapsed, its massive body disintegrating into countless specks of light. The path to the final boss room has been completely cleared. Defeat the storm aggregator to gain 5,000 experience points. The wealth of experience caused everyone's experience bar to jump significantly. Raymond leaned on his shield, panting heavily, his face a mixture of excitement and disbelief. It's over? He glanced back at the enormous hourglass in midair. Less than 10 minutes had passed. In 10 minutes, from entering the instance to defeating all the mobs, I stood before the final boss without shedding a drop of blood. If this gets out, the entire professional community in the Great Xia Kingdom will be in an uproar. I feel like I'm dreaming. Sumu murmured. I heard that when those main vanguards came in before, these three elite gatekeepers alone wiped them out 7 or 8 times. That's because they don't have Mr. Tang on their team. Ellie's voice came from the shadows, her tone filled with undisguised adoration. The three of them looked at Tang Yan again, their expressions completely changed. It's no longer about having a strong teammate or a leader worth following. That's like looking at a living god. A god who can manipulate the rules and turn the impossible into the possible. Tang Yan ignored his teammates' shock and focused his gaze on the huge storm obelisk in front of him. As the three elite gatekeepers fell, the energy shield on the obelisk's surface slowly dissipated, revealing a massive gate of light behind it, composed entirely of wind and thunder power. Beyond the portal lies the final area of this instance, the throne of the Storm Witch Celestine. Take a break, replenish your resources, and prepare for the boss battle. Tang Yan said calmly. Although he had an easy time playing the first few rounds, he knew in his heart that the real test was just beginning. A level 35 boss with 500,000 HP is definitely not comparable to these mobs. He must be in top form to face this battle. It's not just for the heart of the storm, but also to get the most valuable wool from that storm witch. After resting, all 5 of them were back to their peak condition. Tang Yan glanced at the hourglass. There were still 20 minutes left, more than enough time. Walk. He spoke succinctly, taking the lead and stepping through the light gate formed by the power of wind and thunder. The view before me suddenly opened up. This is an enormous circular throne room with a dome that seems to reach the top. It is engraved with intricate star charts, and countless storms and lightning bolts flow between the star charts, creating an apocalyptic scene. In the very center of the hall, a throne made of black crystal stood tall. A figure sat quietly on the throne. She had long, cascading silver hair, skin so pale it was almost translucent, and features so exquisite they resembled the most perfect creation of a god. She wore a magnificent long dress woven from storms and thunder, the hem of which moved without wind, exuding a breathtaking energy. She slowly opened her eyes. Those were a pair of emotionless, purely lightning-filled, vertical golden pupils. A single glance was enough to send shivers down Raymond's spine and the others' spines. Storm Witch Celestine. Level, 35 King. HP, 500,000 500,000. MP, 300,000. Core mechanics, wind and thunder dual states, elemental resonance. Skills, Thousand Winds Tear, Thunder Prison, Call of the Storm, and Thunderous Lament. This is a king-level boss? Raymond stared at the figure sitting on the throne, his throat going dry. With 500,000 health points, just seeing that number is enough to make any challenger feel despair. Not to mention the terrifying aura emanating from her that seemed capable of freezing one's soul. Her sense of oppression was even stronger than that of Chief Jiang. Ellie's voice trembled slightly. She had never felt such pure and powerful strength from anyone before. Everyone be careful, stick to the plan. Tang Yan's voice pulled everyone back from their shock. His face remained calm, but his mind was already racing with calculations. The core mechanic of this boss is the wind and thunder dual state. Wind-like movement, high speed, low physical defense. Lightning form, high burst damage, low magic defense. It will forcibly switch forms and unleash a full-screen AoE attack every time it loses 25% of its health. The area will also periodically generate unstable eyes of wind and lightning scorch marks, which can cause explosions and wipe out the entire party if not handled properly. This is a boss that severely tests a team's ability to coordinate and handle mechanics. For ordinary teams, every step must be calculated precisely. One wrong move and the whole game is lost. But for Tang Yan, these complex mechanisms, in fact, gave him more room to maneuver. Battle begins. At Tang Yan's command, Celestine on the throne moved. Her figure blurred instantly, transforming into a streak of azure light that hovered in mid-air, entering the wind state. Feel the wrath of the wind, mortal. Her icy voice echoed in the hall. The next second, she raised her slender arm and waved gently in the direction of the team. Tear apart by 1,000 winds. Swoosh. 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 Dozens of tangible cyan wind blades traced deadly trajectories in the air, shooting towards the 5 people from all directions like homing missiles. I'll do it. Raymond roared and slammed the massive Titan shield into the ground, activating the core defensive skill of the temple barrier. Holy light protection. A golden hemispherical shield instantly enveloped the 5 people. Jingle bells. Countless wind blades crashed into the shield, creating a series of ripples, but they couldn't advance an inch. But Raymond's face turned deathly pale instantly. He felt an irresistible force coming from the shield, which made his hands go numb and his health bar drop a little. Such high damage! Raymond cried out in horror. This is just the boss's basic attack, and it's already close to breaking through his defenses. Terracotta warriors, form ranks. Tang Yan had a thought. The Rock Warrior Legion, which had been waiting in the wings, sprang into action instantly. Centered on Raymond, they surrounded him in layers, forming a massive, impenetrable rock fortress. More wind blades came, but they were all blocked by the fearless rock warriors with their bodies. 750. 800. Damage numbers floated up from above the terracotta warriors' heads. The reduced physical defense presents a perfect opportunity for physical damage dealers to unleash their attacks. Tang Yan calmly gave instructions. Ellie, Raymond, go all out. Clear. Ellie vanished from her spot in an instant, and the next second, she appeared like a ghost behind Celestine, who was suspended in mid-air. Phantom Raid. The dagger, gleaming with a deadly cold light, plunged viciously into the boss's back. Put. 3,500. Critical hit. An astonishing damage number popped up. Celestine in her wind form has extremely low physical defense, making her exceptionally vulnerable to the burst damage of a top-tier assassin like Ellie. Raymond seized the opportunity, peeking out from the gap in the shield wall and hurling his warhammer. The Hammer of Sanctions. 1,500. While the damage wasn't as high as Ellie's, it was still considerable. Celestine let out a sharp screech, clearly enraged by the 2 ants. With a flap of her wings, she moved at high speed through the air, dodging subsequent attacks. At the same time, slowly rotating cyan vortexes began to appear on the floor of the entire hall. Unstable Eye of the Storm. The mechanism is here. Everyone, watch your step. Don't let the boss's skills hit the Eye of the Storm. Tang Yan immediately reminded him. However, Celestine acted too quickly. With a flash, she unleashed another barrage of 1,000 winds tear, several of which flew precisely toward an unattended, unstable Eye of the Storm. Chapter 55 Mechanism? Just stomp and you're done. Creative ways to break through the impasse under the crushing force of wind and thunder resistance. Oh no! Sumo exclaimed in surprise. Once the wind blade hits the Eye of the Storm, it will trigger a large-scale explosion. At this critical moment, a figure bravely faced the deadly wind blades. It is a Tang Dynasty inkstone. He actually stepped out of the protective circle of the rock warrior and used his own body to intercept the boss's skills. Tang inkstone. Jiang Hanyue exclaimed in surprise, her heart skipped a beat. Bang! Bang! Two wind blades struck Tang Yin squarely. 380. 400. Two insignificant damage numbers appeared. With the 50% wind and lightning resistance from Storm Affinity, Celestine's attacks were like tickling him. The entire group fell into an eerie silence once again. Raymond stared at the damage numbers floating above Tang Yan's head, then looked at his own health bar, which had just dropped by over 1,000, and was completely bewildered. Is he, a main tank, even more fragile than a mage? Is there any justice in this world? Is there no law left? Ignoring his teammates' shock, Tang Yan deliberately used his body to trigger the eye of the storm that was about to explode. The moment he stepped on the eye of the storm, it didn't explode. Instead, it turned into a wisp of soft blue smoke and dissipated. You have triggered Unstable Eye of the Storm, reducing Storm Witch Celestine's wind resistance by 10% for 15 seconds. So, you can play it like this? Looking at Tang Yan, Ellie felt that her understanding of tactics had been broadened once again. Actively stepping into the trap with your body can not only avert the crisis, but also inflict a debuff on the boss. What kind of abnormal resistance and deep understanding of the mechanism would be required to do that? Don't just stand there, unleash your power. Tang Yan's voice came through. As if waking from a dream, everyone immediately seized this precious 15-second window of opportunity to unleash all their skills. Celestine's health bar began to decrease slowly at a visible rate. 95%. 90%. 80%. The moment the boss's health drops below 75%. Celestine suddenly let out a painful scream, and the wind element in her body began to go berserk. A devastating shockwave swept outwards from her and spread throughout the entire hall. The impact of form transformation. A full-screen instant-kill AoE attack. Guardian Mark. Almost the instant the shockwave spread, the Guardian Mark on everyone lit up simultaneously, and golden shields enveloped them. Boom! A devastating energy swept through, shattering the shields, but everyone was unharmed. Raymond and the others looked at their empty shield bars with lingering fear, a chill running down their spines. If it weren't for Tang Yan's immunity mark, they would have been wiped out in that instant. The light faded. Celestine slowly descended from the sky. The long dress she wore, woven from storms, had transformed into a black bodysuit made of lightning, and she now held a long whip made of pure lightning. She entered the thunder state. Now, taste the thunder. When Celestine landed, the magnetic field of the entire hall changed. A pungent ozone smell filled the air, and countless tiny electric arcs leaped wildly across the ground, forming a crackling static field. You have been affected by the static field, increasing your attack interval by 30%. Raymond and Ellie suddenly felt their movements become incredibly sluggish. Every time they swung their weapons, it felt like they were sinking into mud, causing them indescribable discomfort. Physical damage dealers, retreat. Magic damage dealers, prepare to unleash your attacks. Tang Yan immediately issued the order. Celestine in her lightning form will have significantly reduced magical defense, which is exactly the time for him and Jiang Hanyue to put on a show. Celestine's lightning whip drew a graceful arc in the air, its tip precisely pointing at Priest Sumu at the back of the group. Thunder Prison. A purple lightning rune instantly formed beneath Sumu's feet. Sumu, get out of the way. Raymond roared. Sumu's face turned pale, and she hurriedly rolled to the side. 2 seconds later. Boom! A thick, purple bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the spot where she had just stood, leaving a charred crater, from which countless electric snakes spread outwards. That was close. Sumu patted his chest, still shaken. However, this is just the beginning. Celestine's whip danced wildly in the air like a venomous snake, and one after another, thunder prison spells randomly generated on the field, forcing everyone to constantly move and dodge. At the same time, charred marks began to appear on the ground. Lightning strike scorch marks. The mechanism is back. Ellie dodged while shouting a warning. This time it's a scorch mark from a lightning strike, we can't let ice-type skills hit it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hanyue immediately stopped singing. She looked at the scorch marks from the lightning strikes all over the ground and was at a loss for what to do. Most of her skills are area of effect attacks, making it difficult to accurately avoid these scorch marks. Hanyu, cast your skill at the boss's feet, ignore the scorch marks. Tang Yan's voice came through. Jiang Hanyue was taken aback, but out of absolute trust in Tang Yan, she did not hesitate at all and immediately released the spell she had prepared. Frost Nova. An extremely cold energy exploded outwards from Celestine's center. 4,500. 6,200. Critical hit. A terrifying damage number floated up above the boss's head. Celestine in her thunder form was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of Jiang Hanyue's ice-type turret. However, at the same time, the aftershocks of Frost Nova inevitably touched a lightning scorch mark at Celestine's feet. Buzz. The scorch mark suddenly lit up, and an unstable energy began to gather. It's going to explode. Raymond gasped and instinctively reached for his shield. Just then, Tang Yan moved. His figure left an afterimage in place before instantly appearing next to the scorched mark that was about to explode. He didn't use any skills, he simply lifted his foot and gently stomped on the scorch mark. Sizzle! The lightning energy within the scorch mark seemed to find an outlet, transforming into a gentle current that burrowed into Tang Yan's body from the soles of his feet before vanishing without a trace. You withstood the energy of lightning scorch mark. Storm Witch Celestine's lightning resistance is reduced by 10% for 15 seconds. Raymond's raised shield froze in mid-air, and he was completely petrified. Su Mu and Ellie were completely dumbfounded. Stepping on a landmine? Not only did it not lose any health, it also knocked away the mine and incidentally applied a vulnerability debuff to the boss. What kind of insane skill is this? This? Mr. Tang, isn't he afraid of electricity? Su Mu stammered. He has the Storm Affinity talent, which gives him high resistance to wind and lightning. Jiang Hanyue explained softly, but she was equally shocked. She knew Tang Yan had high resistance, but she didn't expect it to be so high that it could completely ignore the boss's mechanics. This isn't dungeon crawling, it's like strolling around with an invincible cheat. Now! Focus fire! Tang Yan's voice rang out again. With the double vulnerability debuff stacked, Celestine became more vulnerable than ever before. Tang Yan and Jiang Hanyue no longer held anything back. The Thunder Emperor's Judgment. Rapid ice cone shots. Boom! 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 Golden lightning and icy blue crystal cones shone brightly, like the most dazzling fireworks, exploding wildly on Celestine's body. 5,500. 5,200. 11,000. Critical hit. A series of 5-digit damage numbers left Raymond and his two companions completely numb. They have given up thinking. Just watch as the boss's health bar plummeted at a rocket-like speed. 70%. 60%. 50%. The moment Celestine's health dropped below 50%, she let out another shriek, preparing to unleash her second form transformation impact. However, just as the energy in her body reached its peak and was about to explode, Tang Yan's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Shadow stealth. He blended completely into the shadows, his aura completely concealed, as if he had never existed. Chapter 56, 30,000 Staff's Backstab. Storm Witch suffers instant death. Where are they? Raymond was taken aback, not seeing Tang Yan being protected by the Guardian Mark. The next second, a dark shadow appeared silently behind Celestine, like a ghost. Celestine was at the crucial moment of unleashing her skill and was completely unable to react. Tang Yan's figure emerged from the shadows, the Apocalypse Scepter in his hand now resembling a deadliest dagger. Netherworld instant kill. He transformed into a black lightning bolt, instantly closing in on the boss's back. At the tip of the scepter, a chilling, dark energy gathered, and it pierced deep into the scepter. While in stealth, damage is doubled. Backstabs are guaranteed to be critical hits. The spell power is set to the highest value. All the conditions converged perfectly at this moment. Put. A terrifying damage number, which made the entire instance pale in comparison, slowly floated up from Celestine's head. 31,500. 31,500. A single, decisive strike, that's what makes instant death so terrifying. Furthermore, due to the excessive damage, it directly interrupted Celestine's form transformation impact, which she was channeling. Celestine's body stiffened after her skill was interrupted, and she fell into a brief state of paralysis. But Tang Yan did not stop there. As he delivered this devastating blow, his other hand had already silently pressed down on the boss's back. Endless plunder. Plunder successful. You have plundered the talent Storm Body S rank from Storm Witch Celestine. Storm body is tier. Your body is composed of the essence of wind and lightning, granting you immunity to all wind and lightning control effects below level 30. Your wind and lightning skill damage is permanently increased by 25%, and there is a 10% chance that your skills will not consume mana when cast. Target is in a state of extreme weakness, all attributes decrease by 25% for 2 minutes. It's done. His attention was entirely focused on the system notification he had just received. It grants immunity to basic crowd control, increases skill damage, and also has a chance to reduce mana consumption. This S-rank talent is more precious than any epic equipment. Combined with his existing Storm Affinity talent, his control over the wind and thunder elements has reached an unbelievable level. At this moment, the entire team had completely fallen silent. Raymond, Sumu, and Ellie stood like three statues, staring blankly at the damage number that floated up from Celestine's head, a number so long they thought they were seeing things. 30,000? One cut? Is this a fucking mage? At this moment, the worldviews of the three were completely shattered. Silence. A deathly silence. Raymond, Sumu, and Ellie stood there dumbfounded, mouths agape, eyes wide as saucers, their minds completely blank. What did they see? A mage suddenly became invisible, then teleported behind the boss, and used a staff to deal over 30,000 damage. This is more than the combined output of the three of them in half a day. Moreover, it also interrupted the boss's full-screen instant kill ultimate move. Raymond felt his brain wasn't quite up to the task. He looked down at the warhammer in his hand, then at the staff in Tang Yan's hand, and fell into deep self-doubt. He always thought that mages were just fragile characters hiding in the back casting spells. But this one in front of me can turn invisible, teleport, has a burst damage higher than an assassin, is tougher than a tank, can grant himself invulnerability, buff the whole team, and also act as a commander and mechanism handler. Sumu, pinch me, I feel like I'm hallucinating. Raymond said blankly. Sumu ignored him, she just stared intently at Tang Yan, muttering to herself. Assassin mage. Assassin mage. I didn't know mages could be played like this. She felt as if a door to a new world was slowly opening before her. Ellie, on the other hand, had a bitter expression on her face. Looking at her pitiful attack power on her panel, and then thinking about Tang Yan's devastating attack just now, she suddenly felt very tired. She had painstakingly practiced backstabbing and bone scraping techniques for over 20 years, but it didn't hurt as much as a mage poking her with a staff. Even if I practice my whole life, I might never be able to deal that kind of damage. The difference between people is truly greater than the difference between a person and a dog. Jiang Hanyue stared blankly at Tang Yan as well. Although she had overestimated the man's abilities as much as possible, each time he managed to redefine her understanding in an even more outrageous way. The mage is playing the role of an assassin, and he's doing it so well. Looking at Tang Yan's tall and straight back, the emotion of admiration in her heart was almost overflowing. What are you all standing there for? The boss is weakened, keep attacking. Tang Yan's voice, like a thunderclap, exploded in everyone's minds. The three of them jolted awake and snapped back to their senses. They then noticed that Celestine's status bar had a glaring, extremely weak icon, and the lightning around her body had dimmed considerably. Dry! Raymond roared, suppressing all his wild thoughts, and raised his shield again. Whether it's a mage or an assassin, as long as you follow the boss, you'll get the benefits. Celestine, who had been stunned by Tang Yan's combo, finally recovered from her shock. She let out a furious shriek, but because all her attributes were reduced by 25%, even her voice sounded weak. She re-entered the Yi wind form, attempting to use high-speed movement to create distance. However, all of this was in vain in front of Tang Yan. Cold Moon, Ice Wall, block her movement. Clear. Jiang Hanyue slammed her staff heavily onto the ground. Buzz. 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 Three thick, towering ice walls rose from the ground, forming a shape, instantly blocking all of Celestine's escape routes. Beautiful. Tang Yan exclaimed. Celestine slammed her head against the ice wall with a thud and was forced to stop. Now! Everyone, focus fire! At Tang Yan's command, the Rock Warrior Legion, which had been eagerly awaiting their turn, swarmed forward like sharks smelling blood, surrounding Celestine. Stone hammers, stone fists, and stone swords rained down on the boss. Although the damage wasn't high due to the high physical defense of the wind form, its sheer number made it a force to be reckoned with, causing Celestine to scream in pain. Tang Yan and Jiang Hanyue showed no mercy whatsoever. One summons thunder, the other calls for ice and snow. Lightning and frost raged wildly in the confined space. Celestine's health bar began to drop at an even faster rate than before. 40%. 30%. 20%. The entire battle scene had completely devolved into a one-sided brawl. Raymond only needs to stand on the outside and occasionally use taunt to draw the boss's aggro and prevent her from attacking the ice wall. Sumu only needs to heal the rock warriors with the lowest health every now and then. Ellie couldn't even find a chance to intervene and could only watch helplessly from the sidelines. Chapter 57: How to Kill the Storm Witch with a Stone Walkthrough. This dungeon is so boring. Raymond looked at the boss that was submerged in the skill effects and couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt like a moviegoer, not even a minor character. There was absolutely no sense of participation. Yes. Sumu nodded in deep agreement. I feel that my role is just to make up the number of people and activate Mr. Tang's loud battle song. Ellie didn't speak, but her complicated expression said it all. Others fight tooth and nail, getting wiped out in the King of Glory dungeon. When it came to them, it turned into a boring stand-up attack. All of this is because of that man. That monster who embodies the advantages of all professions and doesn't follow any logic. 10%. When Celestine's health dropped to the last 10%, she suddenly let out an extremely shrill scream. Children of wind and thunder, offer your lives to forge my final lament. Her energy began to surge wildly, and the entire throne room trembled violently. Warning! Storm Witch Celestine is about to unleash Final Dawn, Thunderous Lament. Break through the Wind Rune and Thunder Rune on her within 30 seconds, or you will be instantly killed. A blood-red warning popped up in front of everyone. 2 enormous, ancient runes, one blue and one purple, appeared on Celestine's body. The Cyan, Wind Rune, exudes a sharp aura and has extremely high resistance to magic damage. The purple, Thunder Rune, is wrapped in raging lightning, making it almost immune to all physical attacks. Berserk skill! Ellie exclaimed. Physical attackers use wind, magic attackers use lightning. Quick! We don't have much time. Raymond, Ellie, you two go and fight the wind runes. Tang Yan immediately gave the order. Han Yu and I will use the lightning rune. Sumu, keep an eye on everyone's health. With clear division of labor, everyone immediately got to work. Raymond and Ellie transformed into 2 streaks of light and rushed toward Celestine's left. The Warhammer and dagger, carrying immense force, slammed heavily onto the wind rune. 1,200. 2,800. Critical hit. The rune has extremely high defense, but fortunately, it doesn't have much health. On the other side, Tang Yan and Jiang Hanyue also began to unleash their fury on the Thunder Rune. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Celestine's golden vertical pupils suddenly locked onto Tang Yan. While channeling her ultimate skill, she forcibly diverted some of her attention to activate another skill. The Call of the Storm. Call. More than a dozen level 30 hurricane elementals and thunder sentinels appeared out of thin air beside Tang Yan and Jiang Hanyue, charging forward fearlessly in an attempt to interrupt their spellcasting. Oh no! It's summoning minions! Sumu was shocked and hurriedly tried to go forward to help. It's too late. The monsters were about to rush towards him, and Thunder Rune still had half of his health remaining. If interrupted, the consequences will be dire. At this critical moment, a cold glint flashed in Tang Yan's eyes. A swarm of flies, daring to be so insolent in front of me? Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Just as the dozen or so fearless elemental creatures were about to rush towards Tang Yan and Jiang Hanyue and interrupt their final attack, they realized that the creatures were about to attack. Raymond and Ellie, who were far away, were extremely anxious, but they were tightly bound by the wind runes and had no way to break free. Sumu was sweating profusely with anxiety, as her healing techniques were completely ineffective against these incorporeal elemental beings. It's over. A thought arose simultaneously in everyone's mind. However, in that moment of despair, Tang Yan moved. No, he didn't move. He simply lowered his hand, which had been pressed against his chest. Thump! A deafening roar, deep and resonant yet seemingly capable of piercing the soul, suddenly exploded in the space. It's like the first heartbeat of an ancient behemoth awakening from its slumber. Thump! When the second sound rang out, the entire floor of the throne room shook violently. Emperor Engine, activated. An invisible, terrifying pressure that cannot be described in words swept across the entire area from Tang Yan's center, like a tsunami. The air condensed. Rule rewriting. The dozen or so elemental creatures that had been charging forward with such ferocity and menacing a moment ago came to an abrupt halt. The wind and thunder flowing over them seemed to be held still by an invisible hand. In their empty eye sockets, the once raging elemental fire is now replaced by instinctive fear and trembling. Not just them. Raymond, Ellie, and Sumu, who were in the distance, also felt an irresistible and terrifying pressure emanating from the depths of their souls. That wasn't physical oppression. That was an absolute crushing defeat from the level of life itself. It is the instinctive submission of ants when they look up to a god. Raymond's warhammer clattered to the ground, his legs buckled, his knees buckled involuntarily, and he almost collapsed to his knees. Sumu and Ellie were in no better shape. Their faces were deathly pale, their bodies were trembling violently, and even breathing had become extremely difficult. They looked at the man standing in the eye of the storm in horror. At this moment, he was no longer a strong teammate. He was a king. An emperor who rules over all things and whose words become law. Even the Storm Witch Celestine, who was channeling her world-destroying ultimate attack, showed a hint of fear for the first time in her proud golden vertical pupils. She felt the energy within her body trembling and surrendering uncontrollably. In just 30 seconds. It was as if the entire world was filled only with the sound of Tang Yan's heartbeat. Faced with this domineering will of a king. All living beings are but ants. Now, smash it. Tang Yan's voice broke the deathly silence. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable magic, awakening Raymond and the other two from the terrifying state of their suppressed souls. Jiang Hanyue was the only one who was unaffected. The oppressive aura of the Emperor Engine will automatically avoid targets that Tang Yan considers one of his own. She looked at the elemental creatures frozen in place like sculptures, then glanced at the man beside her, her silvery white eyes sparkling with a strange light. Without any hesitation, she unleashed her strongest spell, which she had prepared beforehand, at the lightning rune that was also frozen in place. Ice Age. Click. The thunder rune shattered instantly. Almost simultaneously, Raymond and Ellie on the other side also reacted, using all their strength to unleash their final skills on the wind rune. Click. Wind rune shattered. Both core runes were destroyed simultaneously. Celestine's world-destroying ultimate attack was forcibly interrupted at the last moment. Puff! She spat out a mouthful of blood composed of pure energy, and her massive body fell helplessly from the air, crashing heavily to the ground, where she remained in a state of weakness and stiffness for 10 seconds. It's over. Tang Yan looked at the boss lying on the ground, barely alive, and calmly pronounced her death sentence. He was too lazy to even use Thunder Emperor's judgment anymore. It was just a thought. Crush her. Dozens of rock warriors, who had been waiting in the wings, surged forward like a black legion of death. Stone hammers and stone fists, with their cold and merciless force, rained down on Celestine's delicate body. 150. 175. 180. It doesn't cause much harm, but it's extremely insulting. The once invincible Storm Witch is now like a rag doll, surrounded and repeatedly tormented by a group of stone golems. Final. In the complex gazes of Raymond, Sumu, and Ellie, a mixture of awe, fear, and numbness lingered. Celestine's health bar was completely depleted. She let out a weak, unwilling cry, and her enormous body transformed into countless golden specks of light, vanishing completely. The entire throne room fell silent again. Only Tang Yan remained, standing there quietly, like the sole ruler of this world. As Celestine's figure completely disappeared, a series of huge golden system notifications exploded like fireworks in the center of the entire throne room. Congratulations to the Lingfeng team for successfully clearing the level 30 King's Dungeon, Storm Corridor, for the first time. Completion time, 28 minutes and 12 seconds. A new record has been set. First completion experience plus 50,000 per person, gold plus 10,000 per person. All members received the exclusive title, Storm Dominator. Attributes, all attributes plus 10, wind and lightning resistances plus 20%. Chapter 58, all members receive a golden upgrade Tang Yan, unlimited supply of Stormheart. Boom! 5 dazzling golden beams of light descended from the sky, landing precisely on each person, like a warm tide washing over their limbs and bones. The sheer thrill of gaining experience points and leveling up instantly made everyone let out a satisfied groan. Everyone instantly reaches level 31. You won? Raymond looked at his rapidly increasing experience bar and the gleaming Storm Dominator title in the status bar, feeling like he was dreaming. 28 minutes. I cleared the level 30 King's Dungeon. They also got the first call. If word got out, he could brag about it for the rest of his life in the tavern. We really did it. Sumu covered her mouth, her eyes slightly red. She had once thought that she would never have the chance to set foot in the king's dungeon again in her life, let alone get the honor of being the first to clear it. Ellie leaned against the wall, looking at the pair of daggers in her hands that still gleamed coldly, a relieved smile playing on her lips. Although she didn't contribute much throughout the battle, being able to personally participate in and witness such a miraculous battle was an unparalleled honor for her, an assassin who pursued the ultimate. Tang Yan ignored his teammates' excitement. Just then. Rumble. The ground began to shake violently. Where Celestine had fallen, an altar made of pure energy slowly rose up. On the altar lay a huge treasure chest radiating a 7-colored halo, and a fist-sized heart that constantly flickered with blue and purple light. First clear treasure chest. And Heart of the Storm. Raymond's voice trembled slightly. All eyes instantly focused on the two objects radiating divine light, and everyone's breathing became rapid. This is the real big deal. Mr. Tang, please drive. Raymond readily stepped aside, his tone full of unquestionable trust. Sumu and Ellie nodded in agreement, without any objection. Without Tang Yan, they wouldn't even be able to get past the first wave of monsters. He's the only one qualified to do so. Tang Yan didn't stand on ceremony. He stepped forward, first putting the Heart of the Storm into his backpack, and then placed his hand on the treasure chest. Click. Treasure chest opened. Several dazzling beams of light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire throne room as bright as day. You have opened the first clear treasure chest in Storm Corridor. Obtained, Stormcaller Armor Blueprint. Obtained, Storm's Fury Necklace Epic. Obtained, Skill Book, Thor's Hammer S-rank. Obtained, Heart of the Storm. A huge array of items floated in mid-air, each radiating a tempting glow. Storm Arbiter Armor Blueprint, Quality, Epic Red, can be used to forge a top-tier level 35 Warrior Knight set. Storm's Fury Necklace Epic, Strength plus 80, Agility plus 80, 15% chance to trigger Chain Lightning on attack. Skill Book, Thor's Hammer S-rank, Warrior Knight exclusive. Summons a giant Thor's hammer to smash the target, dealing massive physical and lightning damage and inflicting a stun effect. Storm Absorption Belt Epic, when using a single healing spell, there is a chance to trigger a healing ripple around the target, restoring a small amount of health to other nearby teammates. Raymond's eyes widened at the sight of the series of rewards. Especially the armor design blueprints and the S-level skill book, they were practically tailor-made for him, the Temple Bulwark. This. He was so excited that he couldn't speak. Raymond, the blueprints and skill book are yours, Tang Yan's voice came through. With a flash of light, the blueprints and skill book flew directly in front of Raymond. Raymond caught it in a fluster, feeling like he was dreaming. Ellie, here's the necklace. Another beam of purple light flew toward Ellie. Sumu, here's the belt for you. It can greatly enhance your treatment results. His main objective for this raid was Heart of the Storm, and the other equipment was optional. As long as he wants it, Jiang Jingshan will arrange everything perfectly for him. After the distribution was completed, everyone had a great deal to show for it. Raymond was so excited that his face turned red, and he wished he could kneel down before Tang Yan on the spot. Sumu and Ellie were also filled with gratitude. They were well aware that the value of these things was enough to propel them to the top of their respective career paths. All of this was bestowed upon Tang Yan. Mr. Tang, this is too valuable, Raymond wanted to decline. Take it. Tang Yan waved his hand. A team can't be strong just because I'm strong. What he needs are strong teammates who can keep up with him, not a bunch of useless people who just shout 666. Investing in your teammates' growth with things you don't need yourself is the most worthwhile choice. Upon hearing this, Raymond said nothing more, but nodded heavily, keeping this kindness firmly in his heart. At the entrance to the instance, a huge stone tablet stands silently. Lu Yan stared intently at the line of golden characters that had just appeared at the top of the stone tablet, her knuckles turning white from gripping the communicator too tightly. 28 minutes and 12 seconds. Breaking the record. Moreover, it was a fault like crushing. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her rapidly beating heart, and dialed the number. Commander, we've cleared the checkpoint. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a hearty laugh. At the Jiang family base, in the operations conference room, the group had just returned by helicopter and entered the room. The heavy door was then pushed open. Jiang Jingshan strode forward to greet him, his usually stern and cold face now beaming with a wide smile. Good. 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 He said good 3 times in a row, each step making a thud on the floor. I knew it. You guys could do it. You didn't disgrace the Jiang family. Raymond snapped to attention, gave a perfect military salute, and stood tall with his chest puffed out. Reporting, sir. I have successfully completed my mission. At this moment, all the fear and setbacks he had suffered in the dungeon vanished, leaving only a surge of pride. Being able to get a top position in the company by following Tang Yan is something he can brag about for the rest of his life. Jiang Jingshan patted Raymond's shoulder heavily, almost making the burly man stumble, then looked intently at Tang Yan standing to the side. Where is the heart of the storm? This is the main event. Records are just empty titles, materials are the real combat power. Without saying a word, Tang Yan took out a fist-sized crystal from his backpack. Blue and purple light intertwined and flowed inside the crystal, and the sound of wind and thunder could be faintly heard. The air in the entire conference room seemed to become tense. Jiang Jingshan stretched out his hands, his movements as gentle as if he were cradling a newborn baby. Those massive hands, capable of tearing steel apart with bare hands, were now trembling slightly. It really is it. He stared intently at the crystal in his hand, feeling the terrifying energy contained within it. Great! With this, construction on the first storm turret of Great Xia can finally begin. Jiang Jingshan looked up at Tang Yan, his eyes almost overflowing with admiration, as if he could already see the magnificent turret standing on the border, constantly spewing thunder and storms, blasting countless monsters into dust. He said excitedly, Tang Yan, you have made a tremendous contribution to the country this time. Whatever reward you want, just say the word, as long as I, Jiang Jingshan, can afford it. But then, the ecstasy on his face slowly faded, turning into a heavy sigh, and a deep regret appeared on his face. Unfortunately, there's only one. Materials of this caliber are usually only guaranteed to drop on the first clear. The drop rate will definitely be ridiculously low if I try again later. Even if Tang Yan were to work himself to death in the dungeon, he might not be able to get one even after a month. If we could build a few more turrets, even just 3, we could form a crossfire network and completely block the beast tide in the north. Jiang Jingshan shook his head, banishing that unrealistic fantasy from his mind. One should not be too greedy. Having even one is already a pleasant surprise. The atmosphere in the meeting room was somewhat somber. Raymond and the others sighed as well. They had personally experienced the dungeon and knew how difficult the boss was. Trying to get materials by relying on luck was simply a pipe dream. Just then, a calm voice suddenly rang out. Uncle Jiang, what if I told you that I could have as much of this as I wanted? Chapter 59, The Terrifying Value of Unlimited Replication Epic Materials Reduced to Assembly Line Products. The moment those words were spoken, the air in the entire conference room froze. Jiang Jingshan's excitement and regret froze together, forming an extremely strange expression. He stared blankly at Tang Yan, thinking he was hallucinating. What did you say? He picked at his ear and asked uncertainly. Raymond, Sumu, and Ellie were also taken aback. As many as you want, we have them all. What kind of insolent and lewd words are these? That's a core loot dropped by a king-level boss. It's not a cabbage growing by the roadside. Only Jiang Hanyu stood quietly beside Tang Yan, a knowing glint in her silvery white eyes. Really? This man always manages to turn the impossible into the possible. Seeing the stunned reactions of everyone, Tang Yan didn't keep them in suspense. I said, as long as the basic materials and mana are sufficient, theoretically, this thing can be replicated infinitely. Infinite copying? These 4 words were like a heavy hammer blow, slamming into Jiang Jingshan's forehead. He felt his worldview was collapsing. In this data-driven world, the production of items is subject to strict rules and restrictions. In particular, each piece of this high-grade material is a condensation of the energy of heaven and earth, possessing uniqueness and being unreplicable. This is common sense. It is an ironclad rule. Tang Yan, you can't joke like that. Jiang Jingshan's smile vanished, and his expression became extremely serious. This concerns national strategic planning and cannot be taken lightly. Tang Yan didn't explain, he just raised his right hand. A strange silver light began to condense in his palm. That was his professional skill, replicating everything. Although this skill has a cooldown, consumes a lot of resources, and cannot duplicate unique items. However, while the heart of the storm is rare, it does not possess the unique attribute. It just has a low drop rate. This gave Tang Yan an opportunity to exploit the loophole. Give it to me. Tang Yan pointed to the heart of storm in Jiang Jingshan's hand. Jiang Jingshan handed it over subconsciously. Tang Yan grasped the crystal, and his magical power instantly poured out. Activate, replicate everything. Buzz. As 1000 MP points evaporated instantly, a wave of energy, even more dazzling and profound than when he was repairing the fragments, rippled outwards from him. An ancient-looking, illusory furnace with dark gold runes flowing across its surface appeared out of thin air before everyone. The furnace fire was no longer an invisible, illusory flame, but burned with a 7-colored, gilded divine light, causing the surrounding space to distort violently. What is this? Jiang Jingshan's pupils shrank sharply. From that illusory furnace, he sensed a terrifying power originating from the level of rules that made even him tremble. Raymond and his 2 companions instinctively took 2 steps back, their faces filled with horror. Tang Yan ignored the shock of the crowd. He reached out and gently tossed the Heart of the Storm aside. Whoosh! Heart of the Storm was released from his hand, transforming into a streak of light that plunged straight into the furnace. The 7-colored divine light inside the furnace surged instantly, completely enveloping the heart. A semi-transparent progress bar appeared above the furnace. 0%, 10%, 30%. The progress bar wasn't climbing quickly, but every tick tugged at the heartstrings of everyone present. 10 seconds later. The light faded. Tang Yan opened his palm. 2 identical storm hearts lay quietly in his palm. The same color. The same energy fluctuations. Even the direction of the surface texture is exactly the same. Clang. Raymond's shield fell to the ground with a dull thud, but he didn't notice. Sumu covered her mouth and let out a short gasp. Really, copied? Jiang Jingshan rushed forward, grabbed the 2 hearts, and examined them closely. Look left and look right. Look up and look down. They even mobilized their own detection skills. Heart of the Storm epic material. Heart of the Storm epic material. Exactly the same. There is no difference. This. Jiang Jingshan was incoherent, and his finger pointing at Tang Yan was trembling. He's lived this long, killed more monsters than he's eaten rice, what kind of big scene hasn't he seen? But this illogical scene completely shattered his understanding. This is hardly a skill. This is practically the authority of the creator. If this strategic resource could be mass-produced. Jiang Jingshan dared not think any further. That means that the defense capabilities of the Great Xia will experience a qualitative leap. This means that the lives of countless soldiers can be saved. This is my skill, replica of everything. Tang Yan spoke up at the right moment, interrupting Jiang Jingshan's brainstorming session. The cooldown time is a bit long, about an hour. He spoke these words casually, but the combination of 1 hour cooldown time and infinite replication created a storm in the conference room that was more terrifying than the energy contained within the heart of the storm itself. Jiang Jingshan's hands trembled as he held the 2 identical storm hearts. He felt that he was not holding 2 pieces of material, but the fate of the Great Xia Kingdom for the next few decades. 1 hour. He took several deep breaths, his chest heaving violently, trying to force himself to calm down with his iron will. But it was no use, the violent factors in my blood were boiling, and my heart was pounding like a drum. He looked at the young man in front of him, who had a calm expression as if he had only done a trivial thing, and his heart was in turmoil. What kind of monster is this kid? The ability to infinitely replicate strategic grade materials is beyond the realm of mere talent, it's a feat only a god could accomplish. Jiang Jingshan's mind raced. Since the Heart of the Storm can be copied, the turret blueprint can definitely be copied as well. What's a 1 hour cooldown time? It can be replicated 24 times in 24 hours a day. What about a month? What about a year? As long as there are enough materials, he can turn the entire northern defense line into a thunder fortress. At that time, whatever abyssal rifts or beast tides come, they will all die. He had only hoped to build more turrets to form a crossfire network, but he never expected that this wish would be realized so quickly and so easily. This enormous shift from aspiration to reality brought a dizzying sense of happiness to Jiang Jingshan, a seasoned and valiant general who had fought for half his life. Great! Great! Jiang Jingshan slapped his thigh and shouted excitedly, startling Raymond, who was standing next to him. Raymond, Sumu, and Ellie were still in a state of shock and had not yet recovered. Their brains had completely shut down, and they couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Replicating epic-level materials? This is beyond their understanding of the world. They looked at Tang Yan with awe in their eyes, as if they were looking at a god walking among mortals. Lu Yen. Jiang Jingshan shouted excitedly. Immediately go and collect all the materials in the warehouse that can be used to build turrets, thunder-patterned steel ingots, magic crystals, refined mithril, rune dust. Take a complete inventory. If it's not enough, immediately go to the treasure pavilion and get more. Bring as much as you can. Bring it all. He now has only one thought, to maximize the value of Tang Yan's ability at all costs. Yes, sir. Lu Yen was also quite startled by this sudden turn of events, but her excellent professionalism allowed her to react immediately, quickly accept the order, and leave. She knew that a massive project, one that could change the fate of the great Xia dynasty, was about to begin. Jiang Jingshan turned around, walked forward, patted Tang Yan on the shoulder, and said emphatically, Tang Yan, go back and get some rest. Once your skill cools down, duplicate some more materials tomorrow. This is a very important matter, so it's best not to let unrelated people know you have this ability. I understand, Uncle Jiang. Tang Yan nodded. Of course he understands. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Once this ability is exposed, he will immediately become the target of all forces in the world. Before you have enough ability to protect yourself, keeping a low profile is the best policy. However, demonstrating this ability to Jiang Jingshan was a result of his careful consideration. First of all, this is the best possible demonstration of his value. In Jiang Jingshan's mind, a support character who can repair epic weapons and a logistics god who can infinitely replicate strategic resources are completely different. The latter is enough to make Jiang Jingshan, and even the entire high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Kingdom, treat him like a national treasure, providing him with the highest level of protection and resources. Secondly, this is also for Jiang Hanyue and her unborn child. What he wanted was not just the Jiang family's approval, but also protection at the national level. With this achievement, anyone who wants to touch him will have to think twice about the consequences of making an enemy of the entire Great Xia. Finally, the construction of the turret would greatly alleviate the pressure on the northern border, which would also benefit him. Only with a stable rear base can he feel at ease exploring more dangerous dungeons and improving his strength more quickly. This is a benefit that achieves multiple goals. And you all, keep this secret. A ruthless glint flashed in Jiang Jingshan's eyes as he looked at Raymond and the others. Yes, sir. Just then, Lu Yen, who had just left, hurried back with a strange expression on her face. Commander. Lu Yen reported. Dr. Chunxing Yuan and Master Jia Ke from Kyoto Academy just sent a message, requesting that Mr. Tang and Miss Tang visit Kyoto Academy. Chapter 60, The Scholar's Worldview Crumbles, and the Blacksmith Trembles in Fear. These two old men? Jiang Jingshan frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. You're quite well informed. Why are you getting involved in this mess? He knew exactly what was going on. Chunxing Yuan, that old scholar, must have been completely baffled when he analyzed the data for clearing the King Dungeon. Now, he's probably come knocking on the door, wanting to study Tang Yan, this special case, in person. As for Jia Ke, needless to say, he was definitely eyeing his piece of junk and wanted Tang Yan to help him get rid of it. They're all up to no good. Jiang Jingshan muttered to himself that he now looked at Tang Yan as if he were looking at his own treasure trove, and felt that anyone who tried to get close to him was trying to steal something. He was about to refuse when Tang Yan spoke first. Uncle Jiang, since we have nothing else to do right now, why don't Hanyue and I go? Tang Yan had his own considerations. Jia Ke was a top-notch forging master in China with extensive connections. If I ever get any rare materials from dungeons in the future, I'll definitely need his help to craft them into equipment. Doing him a favor now will make things easier for you in the future. Chunxing Yuan, as a top figure in the erudite profession, has a far greater understanding of professions, skills, and even pets than ordinary people. Although Jiang Hanyue's newly acquired pet Yungu is of mythical quality, she still needs professional guidance on how to train it and plan its growth path. Let Chunxing Yuan take a look, maybe we'll find something unexpected. Establishing good personal relationships with these people at the top of the pyramid is an important step for him to gain a foothold in this world. This is not just about connections, but also about valuable access to knowledge and resources. Jiang Jingshan was stunned for a moment when he heard Tang Yan's words, but then he understood the key point. Although he is protective of his own, he is not unreasonable. Tang Yan's initiative to befriend these people will benefit his future development. All right. Jiang Jingshan's displeasure faded, replaced by a look of concern. You've been working hard these past few days, running dungeons and researching materials. Go ahead, and if there's nothing urgent after you see those two old men, take Hanyue back and get some rest. Tang Yan nodded, then looked at Jiang Hanyue. Jiang Hanyue naturally had no objections and quietly walked to his side. Half an hour later, at Kyoto Academy. This is the highest institution of learning for professional training in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, with a tranquil environment and a strong academic atmosphere. A series of technologically advanced buildings complement the simple and elegant garden landscape. Led by a college tutor, Tang Yan and Jiang Hanyue arrived at a private research room on the top floor with a wide view. In the research room, two elderly men with very different styles had been waiting for a long time. A man dressed in a scholar's robe, wearing frameless glasses, and exuding a refined and scholarly air, was none other than Chen Qingyuan, the vice dean of Kyoto Academy and a philosopher from the class of 78. The other one was slightly overweight, dressed in a craftsman's uniform that allowed for easy movement, and wearing a pair of special gloves. He was none other than Jiang, the level 60 forging master we had met before. Young friend Tang, Hanyu, you finally arrived. Upon seeing the two, Chen Qingyuan immediately greeted them warmly, but his gaze swept over Tang Yan like an X-ray, his curiosity and inquiry almost overflowing. Dr. Chen, Master Jia. Tang Yan greeted him politely. Please don't be shy, have a seat. Chen Qingyuan led them to the sofa and got straight to the point. Young friend Tang, the main reason I invited you here is that I am very curious about your combat data on clearing Storm Corridor, but... He pointed to a huge holographic projector next to him, which was displaying a bunch of data streams and model diagrams that were so complex they made one's scalp crawl. Based on my previous model analysis, with your team's configuration, the probability of clearing the king difficulty level is less than 0.1%. But you not only cleared it, you did it in less than half an hour, which completely overturns our existing dungeon strategy theories. Chen Qingyuan's words were filled with the rigor and bewilderment of a scholar. Therefore, I would like to ask you to show me your profession panel. Of course, if it is inconvenient, that is fine too. Although he said that, his longing betrayed him. For a polymath, nothing is more interesting than a brand new, unknown, and powerful profession. Tang Yan understood immediately this old man was just as rumored a true academic madman. However, he has no intention of hiding it. The hidden trump card, the Emperor Engine, must never be revealed. As for other skills, it's fine to show them off. Jiang Jingshan reminded him to conceal his true abilities, which was only for his enemies and ordinary people. However, for figures like Chen Qingyuan and Jiang who stand at the pinnacle of the Great Xia dynasty, only by appropriately displaying their strength can they gain the other party's genuine attention and investment. A genius with a few secrets will only attract prying eyes and trouble. However, a powerful partner capable of changing the rules and bringing huge benefits will receive the highest level of protection and cooperation. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Sure. Tang Yan walked to a piece of equipment used for occupational data testing in the center of the research room and placed his hand on it. Buzz. A beam of light was projected into the air, clearly displaying Tang Yan's attributes and skill panel to everyone. When those level 30 max level skills appeared on the light screen, the entire research lab instantly fell into a deathly silence. The refined and composed demeanor on Chen Qingyuan's face froze instantly. He stared blankly at the row of dark gold skill icons, his mouth unconsciously agape, his glasses slipping down to his nose. Resounding war song, LV30, 25% increase in all attributes, is this a moving idol? Morale soars like a rainbow, LV30, group dispel, and also provides continuous health and mana regeneration, cooldown less than 30 seconds? Endless plunder, 50% success rate, group weakness, this is simply a battlefield rogue. Immortal Guardian, 1 invulnerability mark per second. My god, how am I supposed to fight this? And this one. Thunder Emperor's Judgment. SSS-rank. 30% kill threshold. Chen Qingyuan's voice trembled. He felt that the professional cognitive system he had built up over the decades had been shattered at this moment. The strategy model for Storm Corridor that he had spent 3 days and 3 nights building with his entire research team was just a pile of waste paper in the face of these ridiculously powerful skills. Data analysis and tactical simulations are all bullshit. With such skills, what strategy do we need? Just push straight through and you're done. Overturn everything and start over. Chen Qingyuan muttered to himself in a daze, and his eyes changed completely as he looked at Tang Yan. It's no longer about looking at a special sample, but rather like looking at a living embodiment of rules. Although Jiang, who was standing next to him, did not understand these complex skill data, seeing Chen Qingyuan's distraught appearance, he knew that Tang Yan's strength was probably 100 times more terrifying than he had imagined. He secretly swallowed, relieved that he hadn't really offended the young man. Chapter 61 Yungu, A Shame on a Mount? Dr. Chen encounters an academic Waterloo. Just as Chen Qingyuan was questioning his life, Yungu, perched on Jiang Hanyue's shoulder, seemed to sense her emotional fluctuations, chirped softly, and nuzzled her cheek with its little head. This cry instantly drew Chen Qingyuan's attention. His gaze fell on Yungu, and his scholarly spirit burned brightly once more. A pet of mythical quality. Chen Qingyuan's eyes lit up instantly. He took 3 steps at a time and walked up to Jiang Hanyue as if he had discovered a new continent. Hanyu, may I have the opportunity to observe your pet more closely? Jiang Hanyue glanced at Tang Yen, and seeing him nod, she agreed as well. Chen Qingyuan immediately activated his scholar skill, and a soft light enveloped Yungu. It has an extremely high affinity for wind, and its body contains pure life energy and storm power. Its bloodline is very ancient, seemingly inheriting the legacy of an ancient divine bird. As Chen Qingyuan observed, he quickly recorded the data while muttering to himself. Looking at the growth curve, before level 30, it mainly strengthened support abilities, such as Wind's Blessing and Wind Barrier. But at level 30, it will have its first bloodline awakening, with a very high probability of learning a powerful area of effect attack skill, making up for your weakness of strong single target burst damage and weak group output. Once it reaches level 60 and reaches its full potential, its size will increase dramatically, and its flight ability and speed will experience a qualitative leap. If properly nurtured, it may even become your exclusive flying mount after level 90. At that time, you will truly be a sky mage. Chen Qingyuan became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he could already see Jiang Hanyue riding the divine bird Qingyuan, freely unleashing frost and storms in the sky. However, his words displeased Yungu. Chirp! Yungu suddenly flew up from Jiang Hanyue's shoulder, letting out a sharp cry at Chen Qingyuan. Her wings flapped, creating a small whirlwind that ruffled the old doctor's hair. It is protesting. This divine bird is a noble guardian beast, not your mount. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Yun Ji's protest instantly made the tense academic atmosphere in the research room somewhat awkward and funny. Jiang Hanyue quickly reached out and let Jingu land back on her arm, gently stroking its soft feathers to soothe the proud little creature. Sorry, Mr. Chen, it doesn't seem to like the word mount. A rare, helpless smile appeared on Jiang Hanyue's usually cold face. It's alright, it's alright. Having a personality means you're intelligent, which is a good thing. Chen Qingyuan was not angry at all, on the contrary, he became even more excited. He adjusted his glasses, which had been blown askew, and looked at Yungu with even more fervent eyes. This shows that its bloodline retains a very strong sense of autonomy and dignity. Such a pet will only have a higher potential for growth in the future. Chen Qingyuan rubbed his hands excitedly. Hanyu, if you don't mind, I'd like to observe and record data on Yungu regularly. In return, I can tailor a perfect growth plan for it, including the most suitable food, training methods, and even guidance for skill acquisition at each stage. These words stirred something within Tang Yen. Although he knew that Yungu had great potential, he really had no idea how to cultivate her. As a polymath, Chen Qingyuan is an absolute authority in this field. Receiving his professional guidance will undoubtedly be a huge help to Yun Ji's growth. Then thank you very much, Dr. Chen, Tang Yen replied on Jiang Hanyue's behalf. You're welcome. It's my honor to be able to study such mythical creatures. Chen Qingyuan received a satisfactory answer and stepped aside contentedly to organize the data he had just recorded, muttering professional terms such as bloodline awakening and wind and thunder dual system mutation to himself. The world of academic fanatics is just that pure. At this moment, Jiang, who hadn't said much, finally found an opportunity to interject. He cleared his throat, rubbed his hands together nervously, stood up from the sofa, and walked over to Tang Yen. Young friend Tang. Jiang's tone was much more respectful than when he was in Jiang Jingshan's office last time, even carrying a hint of pleading. Tang Yen looked at him, already guessing 7 or 8 parts of what was going on, but still asked calmly. Master Jia, is there something you need? A fawning smile squeezed out of Jiang's chubby face, a stark contrast to his identity as a master blacksmith. Yes, do you remember what I told you before? I invited you here today to ask for your help in modifying the Titan iron. As Jiang spoke, he carefully took out a black metal box covered with complex sealing runes from his storage bag. As soon as the box appeared, the temperature in the entire research room seemed to rise a few degrees, and a heavy and oppressive atmosphere spread out. Chen Qingyuan, who had just been immersed in the world of academia, was immediately drawn to the box. He pushed up his glasses, strode over, and circled the box. What a treasure! This sealing box is made with the 8 directions dragon locking array drawn with sinking gold ink, which can prevent more than 90% of the energy from leaking out. Master Jia, you really went to great lengths to preserve this divine iron. Chen Qingyuan's praise caused Jia Ke to show a hint of heartache on his face. There's no way around it, this thing's energy is too domineering. Without this box to keep it under control, I can't sleep peacefully at night. He gave a wry smile, then handed the box to Tang Yan, his expression becoming extremely solemn. Young friend Tang, I witnessed your incredible skills at Chief Jiang's place last time. Especially when you repaired the earth-splitting roar, the ability to directly calm the raging energy and even reshape the rules of an object. I think your skills might be able to help me solve this problem. His goal was clear. Tang Yan needed to use that magical skill to calm down the raging energy inside the Titan iron and make it stable. He was absolutely confident that he could forge a masterpiece that would be remembered throughout history. He is willing to pay any price for this goal. After listening to Jia Ke's narration, Tang Yan's gaze fell on the piece of Titan iron. Jia Ke's request was exactly what he wanted. Although Titan iron is a top-tier divine material, its characteristics of violent internal energy and inability to fuse with other materials undoubtedly classify it as defective or damaged in the system's judgment. This perfectly matches the activation conditions of his skill, turning trash into treasure. If you throw this piece of divine iron into the turning waste into treasure processing furnace, there is a very high probability that the internal energy conflicts can be smoothed out, turning it into a perfect, pure, top-grade raw material. It's even possible that, like the previous restoration of the Earth-split Aurora, the quality of the materials could be elevated directly through the restoration, resulting in unexpected mutations. Helping Jia Ke with this favor would be extremely beneficial for him. First, it can make a master blacksmith owe someone a favor. This favor will be invaluable in the future. Whether it's crafting equipment or acquiring rare forging information, Jia Ke is a top-tier resource. Secondly, he himself was also curious about what kind of effect the turning waste into treasure skill would produce when processing top-tier materials. Each use is an exploration of the skill's potential. This is a sure thing, you can make a profit. Chapter 62 Mutation. The Heart of the Earth Dragon. However, Tang Yan did not agree immediately. He knew very well that help that was easily obtained was often not appreciated. Only by striking the right balance can the value of this favor be maximized. He pretended to ponder, his brows furrowing slightly, as if he were thinking about some difficult problem. Master Jia, this piece of divine iron of yours is indeed extraordinary. Tang Yan spoke slowly, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Its internal energy structure is even more chaotic and violent than the core runes of the last earth-shattering Rory. My skill, while capable of repairing and improving quality, is not omnipotent. I'm not entirely confident in dealing with materials of this caliber. Upon hearing this, Jia Ke's heart sank, and the hope that had just ignited on his face dimmed. Even Tang Yan finds it troublesome? Is this piece of divine iron truly destined to remain forever in the box, never to see the light of day? Chen Qingyuan, who was standing next to him, also sighed and said, Titan iron is the embodiment of the laws of the earth, and its violent energy is its nature. To change its nature is tantamount to reversing the rules, which is indeed extremely difficult. Just as Jia Ke was feeling disheartened, Tang Yan suddenly changed the subject. But Tang Yan looked at Jia Ke, her eyes hardening. Although I'm not entirely sure, I'm willing to give it a try for you. After all, being able to handle such a legendary divine material with my own hands is a rare experience for me as well. However, if we fail and the divine iron is damaged, please do not blame me, Master Jia. These words were spoken flawlessly. This demonstrated both the difficulty of the task and the sense of responsibility, while also preemptively absolving the company of any blame for the failure. Upon hearing this, Jia Ke's heart, which had sunk to the bottom, was instantly lifted again. It's not your fault. It's absolutely not your fault. Jia Ke waved his hands excitedly. Young friend Tang, I am already deeply grateful for your willingness to lend a helping hand. This piece of divine iron is useless in my hands anyway. Even if I fail, it will just return to dust. Please give it a try, and I will accept whatever the outcome may be. He is now placing all his hopes on Tang Yan. If he succeeds, he will have the opportunity to create his masterpiece. Having lost, he completely gave up on the idea. Okay. Tang Yan nodded and said no more. He walked to the open space in the center of the research room and extended his hand to Jia Ke. Jia Ke understood and quickly handed over the heavy piece of Titan iron. Tang Yan took the divine iron, feeling the heavy texture and violent energy pulse in his palm, and silently recited in his heart, turning waste into treasure. His mana was instantly drained by 100 points. Immediately afterwards, that crudely designed stone furnace reappeared out of thin air. With a whoosh, the Titan iron was sucked into the furnace by an invisible force. Clang! Clang! The furnace began to shake violently, making a sound even louder than when the greatsword was repaired last time, as if an ancient beast was about to break free of its restraints inside. The floor of the entire research room trembled slightly with the vibrations of the furnace. Jiang and Chen Xingyuan held their breath, their eyes fixed on the broken stone furnace, their hearts pounding in their throats. Just then, a dark golden light, more dazzling than ever before, suddenly burst forth from the crack in the furnace. Boom! The light instantly engulfed everything. The dark golden light came and went quickly. When the light faded and everyone's vision cleared, the simple stone furnace had vanished. Instead, there was a strange heart, about the size of an adult rabbit's head, floating in mid-air, with a dark golden color and covered with ancient dragon scale patterns. It is no longer the mineral form that was a mixture of metal and rock as before. It's pulsating. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat felt like a heavy, powerful blow to the hearts of everyone present. A power of the earth, heavier, more solid, and purer than the previous Titan iron, emanated from this heart. However, it was no longer violent. Instead, it was filled with a calm and majestic aura derived from the pulse of life. A brand new item panel slowly appeared before everyone's stunned eyes. Item name, Earth Dragon's Heart Mutant. Item quality, mythical colored. Item type, core forging materials special items. Material properties. 1. Dragon Vein Resonance, contains the pure power of the Earth Dragon's bloodline, which can perfectly fuse with materials of any attribute and has a certain probability of improving the quality of the final product. Forging success rate plus 50%. 2. Earth Guardian, equipment forged with this as its core will come with the Earth Guardian effect, passively generating a shield equal to 20% of the user's maximum health. 3. Rule Exemption, equipment forged using this as its core can be worn regardless of level requirements. Special use, can be absorbed directly. After absorption, the player will gain the special talent, Earth Dragon Vein, permanently increases Constitution attribute by 20%, gains 15% physical damage reduction, and is immune to all Earth-type control effects. Warning, the absorption process is extremely painful. Those without Dragon Bloodline or a Constitution below 1000 points have a 99% chance of exploding and dying. Description: this mythical core was created by the Titan Iron, which, under the catalysis of mysterious forces, returned to its original state and awakened the bloodline of the ancient Earth Dragon hidden within it. Silence. A deathly silence. The entire research room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The tension and anticipation on Jiang's face had long been replaced by utter blankness. He stared intently at the wordsmith color on the screen, along with the string of incredible attribute descriptions below. His lips trembled, and he made a hoarse sound in his throat, but he couldn't utter a single complete word. It mutated? Not only did it fix the flaws in the energy conflict, but it also directly upgraded the epic level, Titan Iron, to the mythical level, Heart of the Earth Dragon? Forging success rate plus 50%? Does it come with a built-in Earth Guardian effect? Can we still ignore wearable needs? This is not just miraculous skill, this is creation. This is turning lead into gold. Jiang felt that the worldview of forging he had painstakingly built up over the decades had been completely crushed into dust at this moment. His prized talent of precise control is utterly laughable, like a child's scribbles, in the face of this rule-modifying technique. Gulp. Chen Xingyuan, who was standing to the side, swallowed hard. As a polymath, his shock was even more profound than that of Jiang. What he valued was not the forging attributes, but the description of special purpose. Direct absorption to gain the Earth Dragon Vein talent? Permanently increase physical fitness by 20%? 15% physical damage reduction? Immunization against all soil-based control? This is a permanent talent. Chen Xingyuan's voice became shrill with extreme shock. This is no longer just changing a piece of equipment, it's directly changing a person's foundation. A person's destiny. The way he looked at Tang Yan could no longer be described as looking at a monster. This is a complex emotion that mortals feel when looking up at gods, a mixture of fear, awe, and fanaticism. What kind of profession is it that can create such a thing? Jiang Hanyue stood beside Tang Yan, looking at the slowly beating dragon heart, her clear silver eyes filled with shock. Although she was somewhat prepared for Tang Yan's abilities, each time, this man managed to push the boundaries of her understanding in even more incredible ways. At this moment, Tang Yan's heart was not at peace either. Looking at the attributes of the heart of the earth dragon, his heart was also stirred. He had anticipated that turning waste into treasure might improve the quality of materials, but he didn't expect the effect to be so dramatic. It jumps directly from epic to mythical, and gains so many overpowered attributes. The option that can be directly absorbed particularly appealed to him. The talent Earth Dragon Vein is practically a god-tier talent tailor-made for any frontline class. If he absorbs it himself, his survival ability will undergo a qualitative leap. However, he quickly suppressed the thought. First of all, the warning that 99% will die from body explosion is not a joke. His current physical attributes are less than a fraction of 1,000 points. Going up to absorb them would be pure suicide. Secondly, this thing belongs to Jiang. A gentleman loves wealth, but he acquires it in a proper way. He promised to help Jiang process the materials, so he couldn't go back on his word and take them for himself. In life, integrity is fundamental. More importantly, exchanging this heart of the earth dragon for the friendship of a master blacksmith and a continuous supply of top-tier equipment in the future is a much more worthwhile deal in the long run than keeping it for himself. Chapter 63, Copying Again. Mass production of mythical materials. Once Tang Yan understood this, her mind calmed down completely. He reached out and beckoned, and the heart of the earth dragon slowly flew into his palm. The heart felt warm to the touch, and each beat resonated with his pulse, as if it were a living being. Master Jia. Tang Yan's voice broke the silence of the research room as he handed the dragon heart to Jiang, who was still in a daze. I have successfully completed my mission. It seems, a slight change has occurred. Jiang's body trembled violently, as if he had been startled awake from a dream. His eyes instantly reddened when he looked at the mythical heart Tang Yan handed him. Changes, this is more than just a small change. Jiang's voice trembled as he stretched out his hands, his movements as devout as if on a pilgrimage, and carefully took the heart of the earth dragon from Tang Yan's hands. The moment his fingertips touched the dragon's heart, a pure and powerful force of the earth surged into his body through his arm. He felt as if his whole being was connected to the solid earth, and his mind was clearer than ever before. Countless inspirations about forging burst forth in his mind. Great! That's wonderful! Jiang held the dragon heart, his eyes brimming with tears of joy, like a child who had received a beloved toy. With it, I'm confident I can forge not only the epic Titan's grip, but also legendary or even mythical staffs. He stroked the delicate dragon scale patterns on the surface of the dragon's heart, feeling the steady and powerful pulse of life, and was completely immersed in immense joy. This young man not only helped him solve a difficult problem, but also gave him an opportunity to reach the highest level of the forging field. This kindness is too heavy. Jiang was excited for a long time before he gradually calmed down. Looking at the heart of the earth dragon in his hand, a deep sense of regret and reluctance appeared on his face. Alas, it's a pity, there's only one. He muttered to himself. This heart of the earth dragon is extremely valuable. He can use it to forge an unparalleled divine weapon. But this is the only one left. If only there were a few more. He can not only forge weapons for himself, but also try to use them to forge armor, and even challenge the legendary set. At that time, his name, Jiang, will truly resound throughout the entire history of forging. Once the thought arose, it grew wildly in his heart like weeds. He stared longingly at Tang Yan, his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but then he felt that his thoughts were too greedy and shameless, so he swallowed the words back down. After all, Tang Yan had already done him a huge favor, so how could he possibly ask for more? Just as Jiang was struggling with his inner turmoil, Chen Qingyuan, who had just recovered from his shock, suddenly spoke up. Old Jia, have you forgotten? Chen Qingyuan pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses gleaming with wisdom. He looked at Tang Yan and spoke, word by word. I remember, in Tang Xiuyo's job information panel, there seemed to be a skill that could copy items? Upon hearing this, Jiang's body suddenly stiffened. His eyes, which had become cloudy with excitement, suddenly burst forth with an astonishing light. Yes. Copy. How could he forget something so important? Tang Yan's skill was too dazzling. The miracle of turning trash into treasure directly overwhelmed his rationality, making him forget for a moment that among that row of abnormal skills, there was an even more outrageous and illogical existence. He suddenly looked up, staring intently at Tang Yan with an almost pleading gaze. That look in his eyes was like that of a drowning person grasping at the last straw. Young friend Tang. Jiang finally managed to squeeze out a few words. His voice was frighteningly dry and filled with disbelief and trembling. Your skill, can it really copy it? Tang Yan didn't answer immediately. He glanced at his status bar and saw that his mana was full and the cooldown of the replica of all things skill had just ended. If he can perfectly replicate the Heart of the Earth Dragon, I believe Jiang will treat him like a god in the future. This favor will no longer be a simple one, but an inescapable shackle, binding this master blacksmith tightly to his own chariot. Moreover, this matter is also beneficial to him. Jiang certainly couldn't use all the copied materials. What's left is yours, isn't it? Seeing Jiang's anxious expression, Tang Yan slowly spoke. It's possible, but copying materials might be very taxing on me. Young friend Tang, as long as you can successfully replicate it. Jiang patted his chest and said. From now on, just tell me what kind of equipment you want to forge. All rare materials and energy cores are at your disposal, and you can use them freely from my private treasury and with my access, without paying a single penny. I am your personal blacksmith. Tang Yan was very happy to see his confident expression. That's exactly what he wanted to hear. Now that he had achieved his goal, he held nothing back and stretched out his hand, then give it a try. Seeing Tang Yan's outstretched hand, Jiang quickly handed over the Heart of the Earth Dragon, his movements even more cautious than before. Tang Yan took the dragon heart, feeling its steady life pulse, and silently recited in his heart. Replicating everything. Buzz. 1,000 mana points were instantly drained, and an energy fluctuation even larger and more profound than when copying, Heart of the Storm, erupted. The illusory furnace with dark gold runes flowing across its surface reappeared before everyone. This time, the 7-colored, gilded divine light burning on the furnace was even more dazzling than before, causing the surrounding space to visibly distort, as if it could not withstand this terrifying power originating from the level of rules. Whoosh! The Heart of the Earth Dragon transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the furnace. The semi-transparent progress bar above the furnace reappears. 0%. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Jiang Hanyu watched the scene silently, a strange light flickering in her clear, cold eyes. She knew that from this moment on, Tang Yan's existence would completely overturn the world's perception. Time passed by, second by second. Each jump of the progress bar seemed exceptionally difficult and slow. 10%. 20%. This replication process took significantly longer than the last one. The illusory furnace trembled violently, as if engaged in a fierce and arduous struggle. Fine beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of both Jiang and Chen Xingyuan. They were even more nervous than if they were performing themselves. Finally, after almost a minute. Bite. A crisp notification sound rang out. The progress bar has finally reached 100%. The 7-colored divine light on the furnace suddenly receded, and then 2 identical dark golden rays flew out of the furnace and slowly hovered in front of Tang Yan. 2 Hearts of the Earth Dragon. The exact same dragon scale pattern. The exact same pulse of life. The exact same mythological halo. Chapter 64 Shocking. A mythical staff without rank. It was a success. He really succeeded. Oh my god. Chen Xingyuan could no longer maintain his scholarly composure. He ripped off his glasses and rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. A perfect replica of a mythical grade material. This is no longer a skill, this is a miracle. It is the true authority of creation. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Jiang was stunned for a few seconds, then burst into deafening laughter. He was laughing, and then tears started streaming down his face. Decades of long-cherished wishes and decades of bottlenecks have been easily broken by a young man in a way that he could not comprehend. He rushed forward and embraced the 2 warm dragon hearts, feeling the surging power, and trembled with excitement. Enough! Enough! With these 2, no, with this endless supply of dragon hearts, I will definitely be able to forge equipment that surpasses even mythical power. Jiang looked like a madman, staring at Tang Yan with a fanaticism in his eyes that seemed to devour Tang Yan. Young friend Tang. From today onwards, whenever there is anything I, old Jia, can do to help you, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. He has completely gone mad. The dignity of a forging master, the status of a senior, are all worthless in front of Tang Yan, who can infinitely replicate mythical materials. All he wants to do right now is cling to this incredibly powerful and influential figure. Tang Yan looked at Jiang, who seemed to have gone mad, but her face remained calm. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Master Jia, you flatter me, Tang Yan said casually. It was nothing at all. These words almost made Qinqing Yuan, who was standing next to him, choke on his breath. It was just a small favor. You call this a simple favor? Do you know that if word gets out about your small favor, it could make kings and gods all over the world go crazy for you? Just then, Jiang suddenly did something that surprised everyone. Holding one of the replicated, Heart of the Earth Dragon, he turned and rushed into the inner room of the research lab. No! I can't wait. I want to try it out right now and see what kind of things I can create with this dragon heart. His voice was filled with eager excitement. He needs to verify it immediately. To verify whether this replicated divine object possesses that miraculous power. Old Jia! You've gone mad! Qinqing Yuan shouted hurriedly. Forging requires a quiet environment and thorough preparation. You're being so impulsive, what if you fail? Failure? Jiang paused, turned around, and his face showed an almost manic confidence. With young friend Tang here, we can have as many materials as we need. What am I afraid of failing for? After saying that, he rushed into the private forging room inside without looking back, and then slammed the heavy soundproof door shut. In the research room, only Tang Yan, Jiang Hanyue, and Qinqing Yuan remained, looking at each other in bewilderment. Qinqing Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. This old guy has been obsessed with this his whole life. He was really shocked today and he's become a bit delusional. The three of them fell silent, and the research room was briefly quiet, with only the faint, muffled knocking sounds coming from the inner forging room. Everyone's heart was filled with anticipation. They all wanted to know just how amazing the first piece of equipment forged from this mythical, Heart of the Earth Dragon, would be. Time passed by, second by second. The atmosphere in the research room outside was rather quiet. Qinqing Yuan paced back and forth, glancing occasionally toward the inner forging room, his expression a mixture of anticipation and worry. He worried that Jiang, in such a state of heightened emotion, might make a mistake and cause the failure. Jiang Hanyue sat quietly on the sofa, gently stroking Yin Ji's feathers while silently watching Tang Yan. Her man always seemed to be creating one miracle after another, miracles that could shake the world, without her even realizing it. This feeling filled her with pride and peace. Tang Yan appeared the calmest on the surface, but he was also making plans in his heart. For Jiang, this forging process was an important product acceptance test. Replicating everything, are there any differences between the copied items and the originals? Will the effect be compromised in actual use? These all need to be tested through Jiang's practice. If successful, his plan will be perfectly closed. He will possess a skill that allows him to print money indefinitely, and a factory that can turn money into top-tier equipment. Just then. Boom! A muffled, loud bang suddenly came from the inner forging room, followed by a powerful, suffocating energy surge that swept out like a tsunami. The entire research lab shook violently under the impact of this energy, and cups on the table fell to the ground and shattered. It failed? Qinqing Yuan's expression changed, and his heart skipped a beat. This energy fluctuation is too much like the energy out of control during an explosion. Tang Yan and Jiang Hanyue also stood up, their brows slightly furrowed. However, before they could react. Squeak! The heavy, soundproof door to the forging room was suddenly pushed open from the inside by a tremendous force. Jiang charged out like a mad bull. He was soaked in sweat, his hair was disheveled, and his face was covered in black soot, making him look extremely disheveled. But his eyes were terrifyingly bright, burning with the flames of madness, ecstasy, and disbelief. In his hand, he held a newly made staff high. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the staff. It was a staff made entirely of dark gold metal, with a lifelike relief of a giant earth dragon coiled around its shaft, every scale on the dragon's body clearly visible. At the top of the staff is a constantly pulsating dragon heart that radiates a powerful light. An ancient, majestic, and powerful aura emanated from the staff, as if it were not a weapon, but a deity that suppressed the earth. The most eye-catching feature is the faint yet undeniable seven-colored halo surrounding the staff. That was the unique radiance of mythical quality. A brand new equipment panel is automatically projected into the air as Jacques raises his staff. Equipment name, Earth Dragon's Grip. Equipment level, 80. Equipment quality, mythical colored. Equipment type, staff. Physical attack, 3,800. Magic attack, 7,500. Additional attributes. Spirit plus 500. Constitution plus 300. All skill levels plus 1. Equipment effects Mythical. 1. Earth Guardian. The holder passively gains a shield equal to 20% of their maximum health. While the shield is active, the holder is immune to all crowd control effects. 2. Dragon's Roar. When activated, consumes 2000 MP to unleash a wide area Dragon's Roar, dealing Spirit X3 magic damage to all enemies within 50 meters and inflicting fear and armor break effects for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. 3. Titan Body. When casting a spell, the holder has a 20% chance to enter the titanized state, lasting 10 seconds. In this state, spellcasting cannot be interrupted, and all damage taken is reduced by 50%. Equipment requirements, no level requirement. Founder, Jiang. When the clear attribute panel was displayed in front of everyone, the air in the entire research room seemed to be sucked out. Chen Qingyuan's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit an egg. He stared intently at the terrifying attributes on the panel, especially the last 2 words, no level requirement. No. No level requirement? His voice was dry and hoarse, filled with incomprehensible shock. An 80-level mythical staff that ignores level requirements? What does that mean? This means that a level 1 professional can use it as long as they can lift it. What an incredible, heaven-defying attribute. This completely breaks the balance of the game rules. Magic attack 7500. Spirit plus 500. All skill levels plus 1. Chen Qingyuan read it aloud word by word, and his heart clenched violently with each attribute he pronounced. The attributes of this staff cannot be described as powerful, they are crushing. Any magic-based class that possesses this will experience a dramatic change in strength. Tang Yan was also amazed by the properties of this staff. He had expected it to be very strong, but he hadn't imagined it would be this strong. He was particularly tempted by the no-level entry. If he wields this staff, his Thunder Emperor's Judgment damage will explode, not to mention the terrifying buff of +1 to all skill levels. Chapter 65. Trading a divine piece of equipment for a brighter future. A worthwhile trade. Ha ha ha. I did it. I did it. Jacques laughed maniacally, clutching the staff, crying and laughing at the same time, looking like a madman. I did it. I, Jiang, have forged a true mythical weapon. He excitedly rushed to Tang Yan and shoved the staff into his hand. Young friend Tang. Look. Feel it. This texture. This energy. This perfect closed loop of rules. This is simply the most perfect work I have ever created. As soon as he held the staff, a heavy yet warm texture came over him. The dragon heart at the top of the staff seemed to resonate with Tang Yan's heartbeat, and a powerful force surged into his body through the staff. Tang Yan could clearly feel that his mental strength surged dramatically under the influence of this power. Nice one. This is definitely good stuff. Tang Yan made a judgment in an instant. Although he now possesses the Apocalypse set, his weapon is merely an ordinary epic scepter, which is practically worthless compared to the Earth Dragon's grip. If I could get it. A thought arose in Tang Yan's mind. He looked at Jiang and asked, Master Jia, would you be willing to sell this staff? Name your price. He's not short of money now. Jiang Jingshan is his solid backing whenever he wants. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. However, Jiang was taken aback when he heard this. The ecstasy on his face slowly faded, replaced by a seriousness and solemnity. Young friend Tang, you're slapping me in the face. Jiang's face darkened. This staff was forged using materials processed with your divine skill. Without you, even Titan iron would be nothing but scrap metal, let alone the heart of the Earth Dragon. It can be said that you are the true creator of this mythical equipment, while I, Jiang, am at best just a craftsman responsible for its assembly. Jiang took a deep breath, looked at Tang Yan, and said, word by word, I cannot sell this staff to you. I want to give it to you. This is both a way of repaying your kindness today and the best way for me, as a craftsman, to give my work to its true owner. Deliver? Tang Yan was stunned. He didn't expect Jiang to say that. A mythical weapon with no level requirement is so valuable that its worth cannot be measured in money. It is no exaggeration to call it priceless. Jiang actually wanted to give it to him directly? Master Jia, this is too valuable, I can't accept it, Tang Yan said instinctively. You must take it back. Jiang's attitude was unusually firm. He held Tang Yan's hand tightly, preventing him from returning the staff. Young friend Tang, if you feel bad about it, just consider it another favor I, Jiang, have to ask you for. Jiang's eyes burned with fervor. I have only one request. Please, in the next few days, help me duplicate more, Heart of the Earth Dragon. Upon hearing this, Qin Xingyuan, who was standing next to him, almost dropped his glasses. Do you want to copy more? Does this old madman think he's buying cabbage at the market? That's a mythical material. It's a dragon's heart. But Jiaku didn't care about other people's reactions at all. He stared intently at Tang Yan and spoke very quickly, as if afraid that Tang Yan would refuse. As long as the materials are plentiful, I, Jiaku, guarantee that I can forge you a complete Mythic Titan set that is no less powerful than this staff within 7 days. At this point, Jiaku became excited, as if he could already see that glorious future. Moreover, as long as the quantity is large enough, I have enough room for error to try. I can still try to achieve that legendary set resonance effect. Set resonance. Upon hearing these 4 words, even Jiang Hanyue, who had never understood forging, turned her head slightly. In this world, equipment is divided into individual pieces in sets. Individual pieces have high stats, but no additional bonuses. While the individual stats of a set piece may be slightly lower, once you collect the entire set, it will trigger additional set bonuses. As for mythical set resonance, that's just a legend that exists only in theory. It is said that once triggered, it can influence the rules of heaven and earth, granting the wearer near divine power. But that's too difficult. Not only do all pieces of equipment need to be of mythical quality, but their core materials also need to be of the same origin, and the forging techniques must be perfectly matched. The slightest mistake and it becomes a waste product. Therefore, no one has ever dared to try it. Because no one can afford to waste so many mythical grade materials and experiment with them. Besides tanging stones. For Jiaku, this deal was a high-stakes gamble that risked his entire career, and also the only stepping stone to the throne of the master craftsman. As long as Tang Yan agrees, he will have unlimited access to top-tier materials to accomplish an unprecedented feat. Even if the final product belongs to Tang Yan, Jiaku will still be remembered in history as the greatest blacksmith of the Great Xiao dynasty. This reputation is more valuable than anything else. Looking at Jiaku's face, which was filled with longing and madness, Tang Yan thought to himself. Copy 1, Heart of the Earth Dragon, consumes 1000 MP, cooldown is 1 hour. It's just a matter of drinking a few bottles of blue potion and sitting there spacing out for a while. Cost? Almost 0. And what about the returns? A complete set of mythical level equipment, possibly even with the legendary resonance effect. This is not just an improvement in strength, but also a strategic level of deterrence. With this equipment, his survival rate and margin for error will increase exponentially in the following operations. This is not a multiple choice question at all. This is an easy question. Good. Tang Yan agreed without hesitation. I promise you. Upon hearing this word, Jiaku's tense body instantly relaxed, and a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. I will provide you with enough, Heart of the Earth Dragon, within 3 days. Tang Yan held up 3 fingers and waved them in front of Jiaku. Enough until you're sick of it. Use it until you feel like throwing up? Jiaku murmured the same sentence repeatedly, his facial muscles twitching slightly with extreme ecstasy. He could almost see a small mountain made of earth dragon hearts lying before him, ready for him to take. The scene was so extravagant that he, a master forger who had spent his entire life meticulously calculating every penny for a rare material, almost fainted from happiness on the spot. He nodded vigorously in response. No problem. No problem. As long as there are materials, it's worth it even if I, this old body, die from exhaustion at the forging table. Since Master Jia is so sincere, then I won't stand on ceremony. Tang Yan turned around and looked at Jiang Hanyue, who had been standing quietly to the side. Jiang Hanyue felt his gaze, raised her head, and looked up with a hint of confusion in her silvery white eyes. He reached out, gently took Jiang Hanyue's hand, and pulled her to his side. Then, he looked at Jiaku again and said, word by word. However, I have one condition. In return, I hope Master Jia can help me and Han Yu each forge a set of divine equipment. As soon as Tang Yan finished speaking, Jiang Hanyue trembled almost imperceptibly. Her silver eyes were fixed on Tang Yan's profile, and an indescribable warmth quietly spread through her heart. Even when this man secured such incredible benefits for himself, the first person he thought of was still her. Tang Yan's promise was like a shot of adrenaline, piercing Jiaku's heart. Good. 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 Jiaku exclaimed good 3 times, rubbing his hands excitedly. Young friend Tang, rest assured. I, Jiang, will dedicate my life to serving you alone. I'll take care of your and Miss Jiang's equipment. He no longer sees Tang Yan as some kind of master, but rather as the god of wealth he will worship for the rest of his life. Chen Qingyuan, standing to the side, could only shake his head with a wry smile as he watched this dramatic scene. He knew that from this day forward, the forging industry in the Great Xia Kingdom, and even the world, would be completely changed because of this young man. He couldn't even imagine the terrifying energy that would be unleashed when a supplier who could provide an unlimited supply of mythical materials and a blacksmith master with godlike skills who had entered a mad state combined. The matter was settled, and everyone was happy. Tang Yan accepted the incredibly powerful Earth Dragon's grip, and in return, he promised Jiang that he would provide him with at least 20 Earth Dragon's hearts within 3 days. This number made Jiang so excited that he almost knelt down before Tang Yan on the spot. 20. That's enough for him to forge 2 complete sets of mythical great armor, and there's still some left over to conduct various experiments. Having reached this win-win agreement, Tang Yan did not intend to linger any longer. He had achieved all his goals for this trip. He not only found a top-notch growth consultant for Yungu, but also reserved a complete set of future mythical equipment for himself and Jiang Hanyue. It can be said that we have gained a lot. Master Jia, Dr. Chen, we've troubled you all today, so we'll take our leave now. Tang Yan bid farewell to the two of them. Take care, young friend Tang. Take care. Jiang personally escorted the two to the door of the research lab. I'll be waiting for your good news in 3 days. Chen Qingyuan also saw him to the door. He looked at Tang Yan and said solemnly, Young friend Tang, I need some time to organize and deduce the growth plan for Yungu. I will give you the detailed plan for the first stage in 3 days. Thank you for your help, Dr. Chen. After bidding farewell to the two powerful figures who were completely impressed by him, Tang Yan left Kyoto Academy with Jiang Hanyue. Chapter 66 From Embrace to Copy Machine, Tang Yan's Shining Moment. By the time we returned to Longjingbei Villa, it was already getting late. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows into the spacious and bright living room, bathing everything in a warm golden hue. Yungu, perched on Jiang Hanyue's shoulder, returned to familiar surroundings after a day of confinement. It chirped joyfully and spread its wings, circling and dancing in the living room, its bluish-white figure tracing graceful arcs. Jiang Hanyue walked to the sofa and sat down. She had experienced a lot today and felt a little tired. Especially when she saw Tang Yan use those unconventional methods one after another, her mind was greatly shocked. She looked at Yungu frolicking in the air, then at Tang Yan changing his shoes in the entryway. A hint of tenderness and dependence, which she herself was unaware of, flickered in her cool eyes. Tang Yan changed her shoes and looked up, only to meet Jiang Hanyue's gaze. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to carry a different kind of feeling. Tired? Tang Yan walked to her side, sat down naturally, and reached out to pull her into his arms. Jiang Hanyue did not resist, but obediently leaned against his chest, feeling the familiar and powerful heartbeat, and the unique and reassuring scent of his body lingering around her nose. Yeah, a little. She responded softly, her voice carrying a hint of languidness. You scared me again today. Upon hearing this, Tang Yan looked down at the woman in his arms. Under the lights, her usually aloof and stunningly beautiful face appeared somewhat soft due to fatigue. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her snow-white skin shone with an ivory-like luster under the light, making her breathtakingly beautiful. I thought you were used to it. Tang Yan chuckled softly, his fingers running through her cascading silver hair. I can't get used to it. Jiang Hanyue shook her head, rubbing her cheek against his chest like a kitten seeking shelter. You always exceed my expectations. I'm always wondering where your limits are. My limit is you and the child. Tang Yan's voice was deep and gentle. He lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. This kiss was devoid of any lust, containing only pure cherishing and affection. Jiang Hanyue's heart was instantly filled with a warm feeling. She closed her eyes, savoring this rare moment of tenderness and tranquility. The storms and changes in the world seemed irrelevant to them at this moment. This embrace is her safest haven. Tang Yan held her in his arms, feeling the soft, warm body against his skin, and a sense of peace settled over him. Since transmigrating to this world, he has been constantly on the move, fighting, and frantically improving his strength. All for the sake of having the right to hold my woman in my arms and enjoy a moment of tenderness, just like I do now. Looking at Jiang Hanyue's exquisite sleeping face, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. To protect this beauty, he was willing to stand against the world. Are you hungry? I'll go arrange it. Tang Yan asked softly. I don't want to move. Jiang Hanyue closed her eyes and spoke in a muffled voice. Then lie down and wait for me. Tang Yan carefully laid her down on the soft sofa, covered her with a thin blanket, and then got up and went to the kitchen. Soon, the sounds of chopping vegetables and the aroma of food filled the kitchen. Tired from flying, Yungu quietly landed on the sofa armrest, tilting its little head and using its pure blue eyes to quietly guard its sleeping owner. In the living room, the last rays of the setting sun gradually faded, and night fell. A warm and cozy room. The next day, as the first rays of dawn shone into the room, Tang Yan had already woken up early and walked into the villa's private training room. He has a very important task today. First, we must fulfill our promise to Jiang Jingshan to replicate the blueprints for the Heart of the Storm and Storm Convergence turret. Secondly, it is to fulfill the promise made to Jia Ke to replicate the Heart of the Earth Dragon. The cooldown time for replicating everything is 1 hour, and there are 24 hours in a day, so theoretically it can be replicated 24 times. Tang Yan sat down cross-legged, adjusting himself to his optimal state. Then, he picked up the bluish-purple Heart of the Storm that Lu Yan had given him in advance. Replicating everything. The illusory furnace reappeared, and replication began. An hour later, the second Heart of the Storm appeared in his hand. Then came the third, the fourth. Tang Yan is like a tireless assembly line worker, mechanically and precisely repeating this process. After he finished copying the sixth Heart of the Storm, he didn't stop and took out the design blueprint for the Storm Convergence turret. This epic blueprint also lacks the uniqueness attribute and can be completely copied. Several hours later, Tang Yan, who had been busy from morning till night, finally finished processing the 6 Storm Hearts and 6 turret design blueprints. Looking at them neatly arranged in front of me, I felt a great sense of accomplishment. He immediately contacted Jiang Jingshan to tell him the good news. After a full 10 seconds of silence, Jiang Jingshan spoke in a voice that was barely containing his overwhelming joy. Okay. You wait, I'll send someone over to get it right away. Half an hour later, Lu Yan drove to the villa herself. When she saw the 6 hearts radiating thunderous power and the 6 blueprints flowing with purple light, even with her professional expertise, she couldn't help but gasp, and her hand holding the specially made alloy case trembled slightly. She knew what kind of storm these 12 items would unleash on the northern border. After seeing Lu Yan off, Tang Yan didn't rest and immediately began the second task. He took out the mythical quality, Heart of the Earth Dragon. Compared to the epic Heart of the Storm, replicating Heart of the Earth Dragon is much slower and more difficult. Each replication takes nearly an hour and is also more mentally taxing. But Tang Yan didn't care at all. He was like a sophisticated machine, working tirelessly. 1, 2, 3. In the following period, Tang Yan almost completely locked himself in the training room, except for necessary rest and meals. Finally, after 2 days of perfect replication, it was evening on the third station. 36 slowly beating Hearts of the Earth Dragon were neatly arranged in front of Tang Yan. 16 more than the 20 promised to Jia Ke. He looked at the fruits of his labor and breathed a long sigh of relief. Each one here represents a piece of mythical equipment from the future. Next, we need to deliver the goods to Jia Ke, and then wait to receive our exclusive divine gear. Chapter 67 Northern Storm, 5 Thunder Towers. Early on the third day, Tang Yan brought 36 freshly forged Hearts of the Earth Dragon to Kyoto Academy once again. When Jia Ke saw the 36 dragon hearts radiating a mythical aura and pulsating slowly, the master forger's eyes widened instantly. Like a wolf starved for 3 days seeing a Manchu Han imperial feast, he pounced forward without regard for his image, tightly embracing the dragon hearts in his arms, his face showing a look of infatuation and ecstasy, muttering incessantly. A miracle, a miracle. Tang Yan looked at him like this, feeling both amused and exasperated, and said, Master Jia, these 11 are for forging Titan God armor for Hanyu and me. As for the rest, consider it my payment to you, and you may use it as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Jia Ke abruptly raised his head, his old face flushing red. He knew that Tang Yan was giving him face. Even if you need to craft 2 sets of equipment, you wouldn't need that many dragon hearts. Tang Yan is indirectly supporting him. Young friend Tang, you. Jia Ke was so moved that he didn't know what to say. Master Jia, you're too kind. Tang Yan waved his hand. I only have one request, the quality of the equipment must not be lower than that dragon grip staff. Don't worry. Jia Ke patted his chest and said. With so many materials for me to practice on, if I can't make 2 sets of divine equipment that surpass it, I'll eat this forge right here and now. Within 3 days at most, I will ensure that you and Miss Jiang are dressed in the most prestigious mythical suits in the entire Great Xia, no, the entire world. Having received Jiake's assurance, Tang Yan left Kyoto Academy without lingering and felt relieved. Next, he just needs to wait patiently and plan his upgrade path. The Great Xia Kingdom, Northern Border Defense Line, Command Center. This is the front line against the invasion of the abyssal rifts, and the atmosphere is always so solemn and heavy. In front of the huge war sand table, Jiang Jingshan, dressed in military uniform, listened coldly to the battle reports from the various fortresses on the front line. He had originally planned to come to the north after the storm convergence turret was completed. Yesterday, Xian Yuan Wuji gave a last-minute notice that he would be leading a group to conquer the level 90 dungeon, Guishu Hanyuan, in the Eternal Frozen Land. He was then summoned at the last minute. Reporting, Divine General. The energy fluctuations in Rift number 3 are intensifying, and a large number of level 35 corrupted spiders have appeared in Area A7. Requesting fire support. Report. Hill 9 has been attacked by a swarm of gargoyles. The defensive shield's energy has dropped to 40%, and repair personnel are urgently needed. Report. The supply line has been cut off by the stealth demon, and the C4 team has lost contact. One bad news after another arrived, making the atmosphere in the command center extremely oppressive. Jiang Jingshan frowned, issuing a series of orders in an orderly manner, mobilizing troops, and filling gaps in the defense lines. But he knew in his heart that this was just a drop in the ocean. The erosion of the Abyss Rift is becoming increasingly severe, and the level and number of monsters are constantly increasing, putting more and more pressure on the defense line. The Great Wall, built with the blood and flesh of the soldiers, is already on the verge of collapse. Just then, the heavy alloy doors of the command center were pushed open. Lu Yan led a fully armed guard team and strode in. In her hand, she carried a specially made silver alloy briefcase. Commander! Lu Yan approached Jiang Jingshan, stood at attention and saluted, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. As expected, we have accomplished our mission. All 5 turrets have been completed and are ready for use. Jiang Jingshan instantly shifted his focus from the sand table to the box. His breathing also became heavy. He waved his hand, signaling all irrelevant personnel to leave. When only he, Lu Yan, and a few trusted generals remained in the command center, he stepped forward and personally opened the alloy box. The moment the box was opened, 5 dazzling purple beams shot into the sky, illuminating the entire command center in a dreamlike purple light. Inside the box, 5 cards lay quietly. The card depicts a menacing and imposing turret surrounded by arcs of electricity and storms. This is the finished card of the Storm Convergence turret. Jiang Jingshan mobilized over 100 experts from the military's top engineering institute. Working tirelessly for 2 days and 2 nights, they finally succeeded in producing 5 finished turrets from the 6 sets of materials provided by Tang Yan. One of the sets was kept as a backup for future use. Jiang Jingshan stretched out his calloused hands and carefully picked up one of the cards. The card felt cold and heavy in my hand. Storm Convergence turret card form. Quality, Epic Red. How to use at the designated location to instantly construct a permanent Storm Convergence turret. Note, once the turret is built, it cannot be moved. It really turned out. A one-eyed general behind Jiang Jingshan looked at the card and said in a hoarse voice. He was a veteran who had lost his left eye and right arm on the northern battlefield. He had seen countless life and death, and his will was as firm as a rock. But at this moment, his single eye was filled with tears. The other generals in the command center also had tears in their eyes. They knew better than anyone what those 5 thin cards meant. That means the lives of countless soldiers can be saved. That means their defenses, which they have held for 10 years, will truly become impregnable. Great! Great! Jiang Jingshan clutched the card tightly, his tiger-like eyes filled with tears. He suddenly turned around, facing the sand table, and roared with all his might. Pass on my orders. Targets, the 5 most heavily fortified salients on the northern defense line: Eagle's Sorrow Cliff, Soulbreak Valley, Blackrock Outpost, Windwailing Ridge, and the Meat Grinder, Area A7. I'm going to go there myself and nail these 5 Thunder Grandpas to these 5 places. I'm going to make those scum who crawled out of the abyss taste what it's like to be struck by lightning. His voice echoed in the command center, filled with boundless domineering power and long-suppressed rage. Half a day later. Northern Frontier, Area A7. This is the most dangerous area of the entire defense line, because it faces the largest abyssal rift and is constantly bombarded by massive numbers of monsters, earning it the nickname Meat Grinder from the warriors. At this moment, countless hideous, corrupted spiders spewing green venom are crashing against the energy shield defenses like a tidal wave. Behind the defensive line, the soldiers were pale-faced, desperately unleashing their skills to repair the crumbling shields, but everyone knew that it was only a matter of time before the line was breached. Just when everyone felt hopeless. Boom! A military hovercraft, braving a barrage of monster attacks, forcibly landed behind the position. The hatch opened, and Jiang Jingshan, clad in heavy armor, strode out. Divine General. The Divine General Jinyue is here. When the soldiers on the position saw Jiang Jingshan, their spirits lifted, as if they had found their pillar of support. Without wasting words, Jiang Jingshan walked to the front of the position, looked at the endless black tide of demonic spiders, and a ferocious sneer appeared on his face. He took out the Storm Convergence Turret card from his pocket. Soldiers, keep a close watch on me. Today, I'll show you what technology and ruthless skills really mean. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the card in his hand down hard into the open space in front of him. The card transformed into a purple streak of light in the air. The moment of landing. Rumble. The earth trembled violently, and a huge magic circle suddenly unfolded around the card. Countless arcs of electricity and runes intertwined and rose within the magic circle. Immediately afterward, to the astonishment of the warriors, a colossal tower, 30 meters tall, forged entirely from lightning-patterned steel ingots, its surface engraved with countless mysterious runes, and its cannon muzzle gathering terrifying lightning power, rose from the ground. The Storm Convergence turret is now complete. Buzz. The core crystal at the top of the turret suddenly lit up, and an invisible wind pressure field instantly spread out, covering the battlefield within a radius of 200 meters. All the corrupted spiders shrouded in wind pressure suddenly slowed down, as if they were stuck in a quagmire, with their movement and attack speeds dropping significantly. Chapter 68. 3 hours later, a private jet will pick me up to meet the number 1 of Great Xia. Fire! Jiang Jingshan looked at the erected turret and roared loudly. As if receiving a command, the turret's menacing muzzle instantly burst forth with a blinding light. Sizzle! A terrifying chain of lightning, thicker than a bucket, suddenly shot out from the cannon's muzzle and slammed into the densest swarm of spiders. Boom! The dozen or so demonic spiders that were directly hit by the lightning chain were instantly blasted into charred remains by the terrifying electrical energy. But the lightning chain did not disappear. Instead, it bounced and leaped wildly through the spider swarm. Each ejection takes the lives of several demonic spiders. With a single strike, nearly 100 corrupted spiders were reduced to ashes. The entire battlefield fell silent. All the soldiers who were struggling to hold on stared blankly at the colossal tower that stood like Thor and the horrific results it had caused, their minds completely blank. 1 second later. Oh! We won! We won! The deafening cheers echoed through the sky. And this is just the beginning. Over the next hour, the same scene played out simultaneously at Eagle's Sorrow Cliff, Soul Break Valley, Blackrock Outpost, and Wind Cry Ridge, the 4 most dangerous fortresses in the north. The 5 Storm Convergence turrets, like 5 anchors, were firmly pinned to the northern defense line. They spewed thunder and storms, frantically reaping the lives of abyssal monsters, and forcefully stabilizing the originally precarious battle line. The entire north was in an uproar. Kyoto, Longjingwan Villa. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Tang Yan leaned back on the sofa, holding a glass of chilled sparkling water in her hand, her fingertips lightly tracing lines in the air. A semi-transparent attribute panel unfolded in front of him. His gaze lingered on the talent he had forcibly extracted from the final boss, the Storm Witch, in the level 30 King dungeon using the Endless Plunder skill. Storm Body S-rank. Effect: your body is composed of the essence of wind and thunder, granting you immunity to all wind and thunder control effects below level 30. Your wind and thunder skill damage is permanently increased by 25%, and there is a 10% chance that your skills will not consume mana when cast. Powerful. That's really strong. Tang Yan took a sip of water, the cool liquid sliding down his throat, slightly cooling his brain, which was feverish from excitement. While the increased damage and the chance to avoid mana costs are good, what he really values is the immunity to control. In this world, being controlled means death. Many high-damage, squishy characters die under a chain of control effects, dying in frustration before they can even unleash their skills. With this, he can basically walk sideways when facing enemies of the wind and thunder element. He looked toward another talent. Storm Affinity Rank A. Effect: Wind and Lightning Resistance plus 50%, Wind and Lightning Skill Damage plus 30%, Casting Speed plus 20%. When these two are combined, the damage bonus of wind and thunder spells reaches as high as 55%. Its resistance is ridiculously high. If you take the equipment bonuses into account, his lightning spell damage has reached a point where it's incomprehensible. Pity. Tang Yan turned off the panel and shook his head with some regret. He has only learned one SSS level skill, Thunder Emperor's Judgment, and his lightning type output is already maxed out. If one could learn another powerful wind spell to complement these two talents, that would be true dual cultivation of wind and thunder, capable of destroying heaven and earth. But his skill bar was already full. Although the Master of All Things is powerful, he cannot break through the limitations of the rules. To unlock new skill slots, you'll have to wait until level 50. Looks like I need to hurry up and level up. Tang Yan put down her water glass, pondering her plans for tomorrow. Call Raymond, Su Mu, and the others to run level 35-40 dungeons. Just as Tang Yan was making plans for the next steps, a video call suddenly popped up on his personal communicator. He glanced at the screen. It's Jiang Jingshan. He quickly sat up straight and answered the video request. Swish. A beam of light was projected out. The scene depicts not Jiang Jingshan's spacious and bright office. Instead, it was a scorched wasteland filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. The background noise was filled with the cacophony of shouts of battle, the roars of monsters, and the deafening booms of heavy artillery. Jiang Jingshan's resolute face appeared in the center of the screen. Although he looked tired, his eyes shone brightly. Tang Ing Stone. Jiang Jingshan's voice came through the communicator, so loud that it made the entire villa buzz, filled with uncontrollable excitement and gratitude. You've done a great job, kid. As he spoke, he abruptly turned the communicator's view. Tang Yan's gaze pierced through the screen, landing on the breathtaking scene on the distant battlefield. A monstrous tower, 30 meters high, stood at the forefront of the position. Blinding lightning gathered at the muzzle, constantly spewing out chains of lightning as thick as buckets, blasting the surging black monsters into dust. Under the protection of that thunder turret, the soldiers who had been struggling and exhausted on the defensive line were now erupting in thunderous cheers. Watching this scene, Tang Yan could feel the fervent emotions brought about by the tremendous transformation from despair to hope, even through the screen. A surge of indescribable pride welled up within him. The sense of accomplishment from using one's own abilities to change the course of a war and save countless lives is something that no amount of money or equipment can match. The turret looks pretty good. Tang Yan exclaimed in sincere admiration. Haha, it's more than just good. Jiang Jingshan's loud laughter rang out again as he turned the camera back to his face, which was covered in gunpowder. This is all thanks to you. Kid, on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of brothers in the north, thank you. He paused, his smile fading slightly, and his expression became extremely solemn. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. The Holy Throne Xianyuan wishes to see you. The Throne of Xianyuan? Xianyuan Wuji? The name exploded in Tang Yan's mind. The supreme guardian deity of the great Xia kingdom, the man who exists only in legends and suppresses the fate of the nation. He wants to see me? Tang Yan put down his water glass and asked in confusion. Yes, the Holy See is currently inspecting the defenses in the north. Jiang Jingshan continued, his voice low but carrying an undeniable weight. He asked me to tell you that if you have time, he hopes you can come to the north. He wants to talk to you in person. To the north? Did you see Xianyuan Wuji? Tang Yan's mind raced. This is a tremendous opportunity, but also an unpredictable test. Going there means he will truly come into contact with the core of the world's highest power. He can learn more about the secrets of this world, such as the truth about the Abyss Rift, the true power structure of various countries, and even higher-level power systems. This information is crucial for his future development. With the approval of this Supreme Guardian, his safety will be guaranteed at the national level, and no one will dare to touch him easily anymore. However, it is also fraught with unknown risks. What exactly is the attitude of the legendary Xianyuan Holy Throne towards me? Is it pure goodwill and appreciation? Or is it that they harbor a deeper sense of apprehension and a desire for control over their incredible ability to infinitely replicate strategic materials? In the presence of an being of that level, all one's secrets might be exposed. Don't worry. Jiang Jingshan seemed to see through Tang Yan's concerns and said in a deep voice. The Holy Throne Xianyuan is a very easy person to get along with. You have made such a great contribution to the great Xia dynasty, he will only reward you and will never do anything to harm you. Moreover, the reason I sent you to the north is to let you see for yourself what kind of enemy we are fighting. Understanding the true nature of this world will be of immense benefit to your future growth. Jiang Jingshan's words dispelled Tang Yan's last bit of hesitation. Risks and opportunities coexist. But for him, in order to gain a foothold in this perilous world and protect himself and those around him, he cannot forever hide in a safe haven. He must take the initiative to confront the truth of this world. Moreover, he genuinely wanted to see for himself what the so-called abyssal rift was all about. Good. Tang Yan nodded, giving an affirmative answer. When should I go? The sooner the better. Jiang Jingshan said immediately. I've arranged a private jet to pick you up from the villa in 3 hours. You should get ready first, kid. The wind in the north is much colder than in Kyoto. Chapter 69. From the northern frontier to a dungeon trap, the global defense drama triggered by 5 turrets. The next day, news of 5 cannon towers standing in the northern border of Great Xia spread like wildfire, causing a worldwide uproar. Bear Country, Siberian Icefield, Underground Command Center. Bare-chested Xiong Yuan slammed his fist into the holographic projection in front of him, shattering the image that was playing footage of the northern turrets firing. Damn it! They actually made it! Xiong Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was full of jealousy and irritability. That terrifying chain of lightning, that wide area group slow, that extra damage to abyssal monsters. Every special effect was like a red-hot steel needle, piercing his heart. The Xiong Kingdom's icefield defense line has been subjected to attacks from bizarre beasts in the far north for many years, resulting in heavy casualties. If he had such a magical artifact, the pressure on the defensive line could be reduced by at least half. How many fewer soldiers could be killed? What gives the people of Daxia the right to do so? Just because they were lucky? This is unfair. This is so unfair. Where is Xian Yuan Wuji? Xiong Yuan roared at the intelligence officer in front of him. Have you gotten in touch with him? I want to speak to him myself. General, the signal is constantly busy, the intelligence officer replied tremblingly. Waste. Xiong Yuan slammed the communicator to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Keep taking the orders. Tell him we're willing to add another 30% to the ice core crystal or from last time. No, 50%. As long as he's willing to sell us a turret. The Lighthouse Nation, Star Shield headquarters. In the huge circular conference room, Captain Stars and Stripes quietly watched the latest report on the combat capability assessment of the Great Xia Northern Border Defense Line on the holographic screen. In the report, the bar chart representing the threat level surged by a full 30% in just half a day. Gentlemen, we seem to have underestimated the determination and efficiency of Great Xia. The synthesized voice of the Stars and Stripes captain echoed in the empty conference room, sounding somewhat cold. The 5 epic-level city defense turrets were all deployed within a day. This shows that they not only have the blueprints, but also have the capability for mass production. In the holographic projection, a virtual human figure representing the military-industrial complex flickered and emitted a deep voice. Mass production? That's impossible. The core materials required for that level of strategic weapon must be extremely rare, even unique. How could they possibly assemble 5 sets in such a short time? Unless the representative from the Academy of Sciences interjected, they have mastered some kind of technology that can replicate rare materials. The moment this speculation was made, the entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. Replicating rare materials? This is even more terrifying than building an epic turret. This means that, theoretically, the Great Xia could possess unlimited strategic resources. Who would possess such ability? The Stars and Stripes captain broke the silence. Reporting to the captain, according to the information we have, it's a kid named Tang Yan. Tang Yan, it's that kid again. It seems that Great Xia has indeed produced a remarkable fellow. Captain, should we initiate the elimination procedure? Before he fully matures, let's use all our undercover agents in Great Xia, at any cost. Madness. The Stars and Stripes captain interrupted him coldly. Haven't we learned our lesson from Japan? Tang Yan is definitely being protected like the apple of Jiang Jingshan's eye by Xian Yuan Wuji. Making a move within the Great Xia territory would be nothing more than suicide. The World Dungeon Championship will begin in 5 days. Great Xia will definitely send him to participate. Once he leaves the protection zone, he will be our prey. His voice turned cold and hard. Contact our friends in Japan. The test subjects they sent last time were very good. Our Gene Warrior project has already shown initial results. We hope they can send more suicide soldiers over. In the competition, any means are permitted. I need them to capture Tang Yan by any means necessary, regardless of life or death. Sakura Country, Shadow Stream Headquarters. Dressed in a black samurai outfit, Miyamoto Musashi knelt before a low table that had been split in two, closing his eyes to rest. A ninja in black appeared behind him like a ghost and knelt on one knee. Lord Miyamoto, intelligence on the northern border of Great Xia. Miyamoto Musashi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with a chilling killing intent. Explain. The Great Xia dynasty has successfully built and deployed 5 epic-level turrets, making the northern defense line impregnable. The blueprints and core materials were provided by Tang Yan. It's him again. Miyamoto Musashi's hand gripping the hilt of his sword bulged with veins. This name, like a poisonous thorn, is deeply embedded in his heart. First he killed his most prized disciple, and now he has made such a great contribution to the Great Xia dynasty. This child must not be allowed to live. How are the preparations for General Oda's plan going? He suppressed his anger and asked in a deep voice. Everything is going smoothly. The general has united some forces from the United States and the European alliance to lay a trap in the World Dungeon Championship. Very good. Miyamoto Musashi closed his eyes again. Let Tang Yan live a few more days. Once he enters that instance, I want him to know what true despair is. Europa League, Holy City Cathedral. Beneath the magnificent dome, the choir's voice is ethereal and sacred. Michael hovered in midair, his 6 wings pure white and radiating a soft glow. He held a newly delivered intelligence report in his hand, which detailed the parameters of the 5 turrets in the northern border of Great Xia. A perfect creation. Michael praised softly, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger. Destruction and protection, thunder and storm, the people of Great Xia have always been able to combine these contradictory things so perfectly. With a casual wave of his hand, the newsletter pages transformed into countless white feathers, scattering in the air. Your Majesty. Joan of Arc, kneeling below, raised her head, a hint of worry on her face. The power of Great Xia is expanding too rapidly. That variable named Tang Yan has begun to affect the global balance. Should we intervene? Intervention? Michael looked down at her, his pure white eyes devoid of any emotion. Why intervene? The United States and Japan are already impatient. They will be the best litmus test. We just need to watch. Michael turned around, facing the enormous statue deep inside the church, and opened his arms. God said, whom I would destroy, I first make mad. Let Tang Yan make a scene, the bigger the better. When they are both exhausted, that will be the time when God's glory shines on the earth. Joan of Arc. Exist. Go and make arrangements for the people to enter the world instance. Remember, don't rush into action. Be a patient Oriole. Chapter 70 Summoning from the Void of Cold Abyss, the level gap between the sovereigns of all things. Rewinding to the beginning, after Tang Yan boarded the private jet sent by Jiang, the speed was astonishing. 3 hours later, he arrived at the northern border. As he stepped off the hovercraft, a gust of cold wind, mixed with gunpowder smoke and snow, suddenly rushed into his collar. The sky here is leaden gray, and not a ray of sunlight can be seen. On the distant horizon, a colossal black rift, seemingly tearing the sky and earth apart, twisted silently, emanating a chillingly malevolent aura. The earth was scorched black, with huge craters and the remains of monsters everywhere. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood and burning metal, which together created a unique scent of the battlefield. Tang Ying Stone. Jiang Jingshan's loud voice rang out. He was dressed in a heavy black military uniform and strode out of a makeshift command post with an undisguised smile on his face. You finally arrived, kid. Jiang Jingshan stepped forward and patted Tang Yan's shoulder hard, so hard that Tang Yan felt his bones tremble. Tang Yan looked at him, feeling a mix of emotions. The Jiang Jingshan before me was a completely different person from the group chairman who drank tea and made strategic decisions in Kyoto. The aura of iron-blooded ruthlessness emanating from him was truly forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Uncle Jiang. Tang Yan nodded. Come on, let me show you the world. Jiang Jingshan put his arm around his shoulder and led him toward the command post. Let me show you what we deal with every day. The atmosphere in the command center was tense and busy. On the huge sand table, countless points of light are flashing, representing every change in the defense line. Staff officers and officers in various colored uniforms moved back and forth, loudly reporting the battle situation and issuing orders. For the first time, Tang Yan felt the pulse of war so directly. There is no peace and tranquility here. Every second, someone could die. Jiang Jingshan led him to the sand table, pointed to the enormous rift that pierced the heavens and the earth, and said in a deep voice, "That's the Abyss Rift, our greatest enemy. Those turrets you saw earlier are deployed in some of the most critical parts of the defense line." He paused, his tone carrying a hint of pride and gratitude. "Kid, those blueprints of yours have reduced the casualty rate of the northern border defense line by at least 30% over the next 3 years. That's a greater achievement than killing 10 king-level bosses." Tang Yan silently watched the sand table, seeing the points of light representing the lives of the warriors constantly colliding with and annihilating the red points representing the monsters. The slight sense of elation he felt due to his sudden surge in power was completely shattered at this moment. In the face of such a massive war, the power of an individual seemed so insignificant. "Where is the Xianyuan Holy Throne?" Tang Yan asked. "The Holy See has been constantly inspecting the various fortresses on the front lines, stabilizing morale, and dealing with the most troublesome monster tides. He's too busy." Jiang Jingshan sighed. "He said he'd try to make time for you today. You can rest at my camp for a bit, I've already had a room prepared for you. Nights in the north are no joke." Tang Yan nodded and did not refuse. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Jiang Jingshan came looking for him. "Let's go, Tang Yan, His Holiness requests our presence." Jiang Jingshan's expression was serious, even carrying a hint of barely perceptible awe. Tang Yan followed him, riding in an armored off-road vehicle, traveling for nearly half an hour on the bumpy, scorched earth, and finally arriving at a more heavily guarded military camp. At the heart of this military camp stands a fortress built of massive stones, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. In a simple operations room on the highest level of the fortress, Tang Yan finally met the man who only existed in legends. Xianyuan Wuji. He was dressed in a simple dark military uniform, without any medals, and sat quietly in the main seat. He wasn't particularly tall or imposing, but just sitting there, he seemed to be the center of the entire world. His face was resolute, his eyes were so deep they seemed to hold the stars and the sea, and there was a lingering weariness between his brows, but it did not diminish his imposing aura that could suppress mountains and rivers. Beside him stood Chief Secretary Yuji, who wore gold-rimmed glasses, held a data terminal in her hand, and wore a dark blue uniform, appearing capable and calm. "Holy See, I have brought the person." Jiang Jingshan walked up to the two men and respectfully gave them a military salute. Xianyuan Wuji's gaze fell on Tang Yan. In that instant, Tang Yan felt as if he had been completely seen through, from body to soul, with no secrets left to him. But this feeling was fleeting, and the other person's gaze quickly softened. "You are Tang Yan?" Xianyuan Wuji spoke, his voice calm yet carrying a reassuring power. "Yes, Holy See." Tang Yan answered neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Very good." A hint of approval appeared on Xianyuan Wuji's face. "Jiang Jingshan told me everything about you. Whether it's the storm convergence turret or your perfect replication ability, it's enough to prove your value and potential. It's a blessing for the great Xia to have a young man like you." The praise was so weighty that Jiang Jingshan, standing to the side, straightened his back, feeling honored. "You flatter me, Holy See. I only did what I was supposed to do." Tang Yan remained calm. He knew that the guardian deity of the great Xia had summoned him not merely to praise him. Xianyuan Wuji seemed to have seen through his thoughts. He turned around and looked at the hideous abyss rift outside the window, his eyes becoming distant and heavy. "There is something I'd like to talk to you about." He paused for a moment before slowly speaking. "Or rather, it's a problem that has troubled me for a long time." He turned back, his gaze falling on Tang Yan once more, and a hint of regret and pity appeared in his deep eyes. "Your profession, master of all things, possesses limitless possibilities. Your skills, whether it's the amplification from resounding warsong or the purification from soaring morale, are nothing short of divine." Xianyuan Wuji's tone carried a hint of emotion. "To be honest, after returning from the cold abyss yesterday, I even had a crazy idea." He paused, then said, word by word, "If you were level 90 right now, I would do anything to take you back to that hellhole." "That godforsaken place?" Tang Yan's heart stirred. "Yes, it's the level 90 raid dungeon, Gue Su Han Yuan." When Xianyuan Wuji uttered this name, Jiang Jingshan's expression changed slightly. "I've been stuck at level 99 for many years." Xianyuan Wuji's tone was very calm, as if he were talking about something that had nothing to do with him. "The only way to break through this barrier is to complete the ultimate trial of the Holy Swordsman to slay the final boss, Caius, in the deepest part of the Return to the Cold Abyss." He looked at Tang Yan, his regret deepening. "Unfortunately, you're only level 30. This insurmountable barrier is insurmountable. Chapter 71 Whispers from the Abyss, 30% chance to silence the god of Great Xia. Upon hearing Xian Yuan Wuji's words, Jiang Jingshan couldn't help but ask. Your Holiness, didn't you lead a team there yesterday? Could it be that you didn't succeed in clearing the level? His tone was filled with shock. In his eyes, and even in the hearts of the entire Great Xia leadership, Xian Yuan Wuji was synonymous with invincibility. He is the pillar of stability for the Great Xia dynasty, a god among men who suppresses the fate of the nation. What kind of dungeon could stop him? Xian Yuan Wuji did not speak, but simply shook his head gently. Yu Ji, who had been standing silently beside him, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and began to explain. Ugh, don't even mention it. Her voice was cool and clear, with a hint of scholarly rigor, but the weariness and helplessness it contained could not be concealed. The problem doesn't lie with the Holy See, nor with the team's composition. Yesterday, we assembled the 24 strongest warriors in the entire Great Xia, each a battle-hardened hero. Yu Ji brought up the data terminal in his hand, and a virtual light screen was projected in front of everyone. A blurry and distorted figure appeared on the light screen. It was a monster composed of pure darkness and nothingness. Its specific form was unclear, but just looking at its image was enough to send a chill and despair down one's spine. The final leader of the void-cold abyss, the weaver of nothingness, Caius. Yu Ji's voice became serious. Its power is beyond our conventional understanding. Its core mechanism is almost unsolvable. She stretched out her finger and drew the first message on the screen. Mechanism 1, Void Erosion. Any attack from Caius will apply a layer of the Void Corruption debuff to the target. The effect of this debuff is very simple and brutal. Each layer reduces all of the target's base attributes by 2%, and increases the damage taken from Caius by 3%. The most terrifying thing is that this debuff can stack infinitely. Jiang Jingshan gasped. Infinite stacking? Wouldn't that mean the longer the fight goes on, the more exhausted the person becomes? That's right. Yu Ji nodded and looked at Xian Yuan Wuji. The Holy See is the team's main attacker and main tank, and he must withstand Chaos's attacks throughout the entire process. This means that the number of Void Invasion stacks on him will continue to increase at an extremely terrifying rate. Based on our combat data from yesterday, 5 minutes into the battle, the Holy Throne will have over 20 stacks. At that point, all his attributes will drop by nearly half, while Chaos will deal double the damage to him. Under these circumstances, the damage tolerance limit of his man and sword is 1 state, which he relies on for survival, will be easily exceeded. Yu Ji frowned. We tried everything, using the highest level purification potions and all the dispel skills of the healing classes. But the Void Corruption stacked too quickly, and our dispel abilities simply couldn't keep up with its rate of stacking. What we lacked most was a way to efficiently and frequently perform group dispels. Upon hearing this, Tang Yan's heart stirred slightly. How to achieve efficient and frequent group dispersal? His Morale Source skill, at level 30, has a 35-second cooldown. With talent-based cooldown reduction, it can be used in less than 30 seconds, and it instantly dispels a group within a 100-meter radius. Isn't this exactly what they need most? No wonder the Holy See lamented earlier that his rank was too low. His face remained expressionless as he continued to listen to Yu Ji speak. Mechanism 2, Whispers of the Heart. Yu Ji highlighted the second message. This skill will randomly target the highest aggroed target, namely the Holy Throne. The effect is that for 10 seconds, every time the Holy Throne casts a skill, there is a 30% chance to be hit by the skill backlash, causing a 1-second silence and losing 5% of the maximum health. Jiang Jingshan's eyes twitched as he listened. Isn't this just being annoying? Why not just come at the crucial moment and be done with it? Yes. Yu Ji's tone became even more helpless. The Holy Throne's output rotation and defensive rhythm are extremely precise, and interference from this skill is fatal. Yesterday, the Holy Throne was prepared to activate Man and Sword as one twice to block the boss's ultimate skill, but was silenced the moment he activated it, causing the team to collapse instantly. This seriously disrupted his output rotation and the timing of the release of key skills, often causing him to fail when he needed to unleash his full potential the most. Tang Yan's heart stirred again. The effective motivation source is to dispel all negative status effects. This type of debuff with a probabilistic penalty should also be within the scope of dispelling. Finally, and this is the most troublesome point. Yu Ji's expression became more serious than ever before, and she highlighted the third message. Mechanism 3, Void Replica. When Caius's health drops to 50% and 25%, it will pause its attacks and create a void clone of the Holy See. This clone has 60% of the Holy See's attributes and will use a weakened version of the Holy Swordsman's skills. Its primary target is our healing team. Jiang Jingshan was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, and after a long pause, he managed to utter. How can they fight like this? Fighting themselves? And a weakened version of a god at that? That's the problem. Yu smiled bitterly. A clone with 60% of the Holy See's attributes is still devastating to the rest of our team. Its attack power, defense, and speed are all too high, and the other teammates simply cannot deal with it quickly enough. And the Holy See himself has to devote a lot of energy to dealing with this clone, which directly leads to a complete interruption of his output to the boss. Our closest success yesterday was to bring the boss down to 49% health, but as soon as the clone appeared, the situation instantly spiraled out of control, the healers were scattered, the formation was in chaos, and in the end, we failed. The operations room fell into a deathly silence. After hearing this, Jiang Jingshan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. These three mechanisms are interconnected, forming an almost perfect deadlock. The infinitely stacked attribute weakening makes it impossible for the battle to drag on. Skill interference at crucial moments prevents the main tank from performing consistently. The high-threat clones force the main tank to be distracted, slowing down the pace of the battle. This is a boss that cannot be defeated by sheer strength alone. Xianyuan Wuji listened silently throughout, his expression remaining largely unchanged. However, Tang Yan could sense the immense pressure and resentment suppressed deep within his heart from his clenched fists and deep eyes. He is the guardian deity of the great Xia dynasty, he cannot stop here. But the obstacle before him was like an insurmountable mountain, blocking his path forward. The future of the entire great Xia dynasty, and the hopes of countless people, rest on his shoulders. This weight is enough to crush any mortal. Tang Yan looked at him, and a daring idea suddenly popped into her mind. Chapter 72 Tang Yan's crazy gamble, trump card skill breaks Xianyuan Wuji's silence. The atmosphere in the operations room was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Jiang Jingshan paced back and forth, his brows furrowed, muttering to himself, "What am I going to do?" His anxiety was palpable. He understood better than anyone what Xianyuan Wuji's inability to break through the level 99 barrier meant for the entire great Xia dynasty. Yu Ji also looked solemn. She kept swiping on the data terminal, seemingly trying to find some theoretical solution, but her furrowed brows showed that it was all in vain. Xianyuan Wuji remained silently standing by the window, his mountain-like, steady back now exuding a deep sense of loneliness and weariness. Tang Yan's mind was racing. In his view, the three major problems that Yu Ji mentioned were not entirely unsolvable. An infinite stacking of void erosion? His morale soars, LV30 has a cooldown of less than 30 seconds, can dispel group debuffs, and can also restore health and mana. As long as the timing is right, the erosion layer count for the entire raid can be kept within a controllable range. The skill interference from Whispers of the Heart? Similarly, you can use Soaring Morale to instantly dispel all negative status effects. As long as Xianyuan Wuji gets this debuff, he can remove it instantly, so it won't affect his damage output rotation at all. As for the most troublesome, Void Copy. Tang Yan's eyes flickered slightly as he thought of his hidden trump card skill. Emperor Engine Hidden, LV30. Effect, releases a kingly aura field radius 300 meters, causing all units to be mentally stunned and enter a 30-second state of trembling and submission, regardless of level requirements. A range of 300 meters, absolute control for 30 seconds, and it ignores level. A clone with 60% of Xianyuan Wuji's attributes is indeed terrifying. But it is ultimately just a unit, and as long as it is a unit, it cannot be exempt from the absolute control of the Emperor Engine. As long as you activate the Emperor Engine, the moment the clone appears, that thing will be forced to stand still for 30 seconds. 30 seconds is a lot that Xianyuan Wuji and his top team can do. They can completely ignore the controlled clone, focus their fire on the boss's main body, and directly push the boss into the next stage, or even take it out in one go. I actually have the solutions to all three of these questions. Tang Yan's heart began to beat faster and faster uncontrollably. He realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Risks? Of course there are. In level 90 dungeons, a single hit from a mob is enough to kill you. But what about the returns? If he succeeds, he will gain the friendship and recognition of the highest guardian deity of the great Xia dynasty, and his position in this world will be unshakable. High risk, high reward. He took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and made a decision that even he himself found crazy. Holy Throne. Tang Yan's calm voice broke the deathly silence in the operations room. All eyes immediately turned to him. Perhaps I can go with you to the return to the cold abyss. As soon as he finished speaking, the air in the entire operations room seemed to freeze. Jiang Jingshan suddenly stopped, turned his head, his eyes wide like copper bells, staring intently at Tang Yan, as if he were looking at a madman. Tang Yan! What nonsense are you spouting, you brat? He practically yelled it out. Do you know what kind of place that is? A level 90 raid dungeon. The mobs there can kill you 800 times over with a single breath. What can a level 30 mage do in there? Just throw his life away. Jiang Dingshan was really anxious. Tang Yan is now his most precious treasure, the future hope of the Jiang family. How could he let Tang Yan take such a fatal risk? If he dies, not only will his level drop, but if something goes wrong with his overpowered profession, who will he cry to? Yu Ji also frowned, her gaze behind her glasses filled with a hint of incomprehension and scrutiny. She acknowledged that the young man was special, but being special did not mean he could disregard the absolute suppression of hierarchy. These are the rules of the game, the laws of the world. Even Xian Yuan Wuji, who had been silent all along, turned around, a hint of surprise in his deep gaze. Despite the reactions of the crowd, Tang Yan remained calm. He had expected this outcome. He ignored Jiang Jingshan, who was practically jumping up and down, and instead looked directly into Xian Yuan Wuji's eyes, saying each word clearly. I understand the risks involved. But my skills might be able to solve the 3 problems you just mentioned. Nonsense. Jiang Jingshan was so angry that he puffed out his beard and glared at them. No matter how powerful your skills are, you can only unleash them if the person is alive. You can't even see the boss, so how can you talk about solving problems? Uncle Jiang, please don't get agitated. Tang Yan offered a reassuring remark, then looked at Xian Yuan Wuji again. There shouldn't be any explicit rule prohibiting low-level players from entering high-level dungeons, right? Xian Yuan Wuji nodded slightly, remaining silent, signaling him to continue. In that case, the only problem is my survival. Tang Yan's thoughts were crystal clear. I don't need to fight, I don't need to deal damage, I just need to stay alive and unleash my skills at crucial moments. He held up one finger and calmly analyzed. If you can send me a team, a dedicated protection group, to protect me closely the whole time and keep me from any harm, then theoretically I can survive in the dungeon. This suggestion stunned everyone. Why send a special team to protect a level 30 burden? In those top-tier dungeons where every second counts and even the loss of one member could lead to total wipeout? This idea is simply a pipe dream. However, a strange light flashed in Xian Yuan Wuji's eyes. He did not immediately reject Tang Yan's suggestion, but fell into deep thought. The instance can accommodate a maximum of 25 players. Sacrificing several DPS or healers for a support role, in exchange for the possibility of breaking the boss's core mechanics. Was this exchange worthwhile? He hesitated for a moment, then raised his head, his gaze sharp as lightning, piercing straight into Tang Yan's heart. Where does your confidence come from? Explain the effects of your key skills in detail. Also, share your personal attribute panel. He needs data. We need the most authentic and direct data to determine whether this crazy proposal is even slightly feasible. Tang Yan did not hesitate at all. He knew this was his only chance to persuade the guardian deity of the great Xia dynasty before him. Empty talk is meaningless, only solid data can make these world-leading figures take your proposals seriously. He walked to the instrument in the center of the operations room and directly shared his detailed core skills panel. Resounding Battle Song Passive, Level, LV30. Effect: when on the battlefield, all friendly units within 100 meters of you will automatically receive a 25% boost to all attributes. High Morale Active, Level, LV30. Effect: unleashes an exhilarating roar, instantly dispelling all negative status effects on all friendly units within 100 meters, and continuously restoring 20% of their total maximum health and mana over 5 minutes. Cooldown, 35 seconds. Immortal Guardian Active, Level, LV30. Effect: summons one rock warrior every second for 3 minutes. The guardian mark applied by the warrior lasts for 2 minutes, negating one fatal attack and generating a shield equal to 20% of maximum health. When the 3 skill descriptions, radiating a dark golden glow, were clearly projected into the air, the breathing in the war room stopped. Chapter 73: From Arrogance to Savior, How a Level 30 Kid Made the Holy Throne Risk Everything. Jiang Jingshan's mouth dropped open. Although he had witnessed the monstrous nature of Tang Yan's skills before, he only truly realized how terrifying the combination of these skills was when he looked at it in light of the predicament of Guishu Hanyuan. A 25% increase in all attributes. What does that mean? This means the entire team suddenly has an extra piece of mythical equipment. A group dispel with a cooldown of less than 30 seconds. Isn't this the efficient and frequent perfect solution that Yuji was talking about? And then there's that Immortal Guardian, which grants an invulnerability mark every second. If Tang Yan has just a few minutes, he can give everyone in the entire group an extra life. Jiang Jingshan's mind was in a whirl. He suddenly felt that Tang Yan's crazy suggestion might actually have a slight possibility. Yuji's reaction was even more intense than Jiang Jingshan's. She pushed up her glasses abruptly, her eyes behind the lenses fixed on the skill description of morale soaring, especially the words 35-second cooldown and dispels all negative status effects. Her breathing became rapid. How is this possible? She murmured in a choked voice. A group dispel with such a short cooldown, and a perfect dispel at that. This is no longer a skill, this is a rule-level authority. As one of the top data analysts and tacticians in the Great Xia dynasty, she understood the value of this skill better than anyone else. With it, the two most deadly mechanics, Void Corruption and Whispers of the Heart, will no longer be a problem. Her gaze swept quickly over the other two skills, her eyes growing brighter and brighter. The fervor and excitement of a top scholar changed her entire demeanor. All attributes increased by 25%. It can greatly compensate for the attribute losses caused by void erosion, a mark of immunity from death. It can greatly improve the team's margin for error, especially when facing the boss's various instant kill skills. These three skills are practically tailor-made for the Return to the Cold Abyss dungeon. Xianyuan Wuji's gaze remained fixed on Tang Yan from beginning to end. He didn't look at the skill descriptions because he had already understood everything the moment Tang Yan shared them. What he saw was Tang Yan's calm and confident gaze. A level 30 young man dared to propose such an astonishing plan in front of himself and a group of top experts, and even revealed the trump card that could support this plan. This courage and boldness surpasses countless so-called geniuses. The ruler of all things. What a ruler of all things! Xianyuan Wuji muttered to himself. Then, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with astonishing brilliance. Without any hesitation, he projected his personal attribute panel completely and publicly into the air. UG. Exist. Combining Tang Yan's three skills and using my stats as a foundation, let's reanalyze our tactics. Calculate our chances of clearing, return to the cold abyss. Xianyuan Wuji's command was clear and decisive. The next second, a breathtakingly luxurious attribute panel appeared in front of Tang Yan and Jiang Jingshan. Name, Xianyuan Wuji. Level, LV 99 Max. Class, Holy Swordsman. HP, 68,500-68500. MP, 38,200-38200. Physical damage, 23720. Looking at that long list of astronomical attribute numbers, Jiang Jingshan was alright. After all, he knew how strong Xianyuan Wuji was. Tang Yan, on the other hand, was truly shocked. Is this the stats of a level 99 character, the world's top combat power? With over 20,000 physical damage, over 60,000 health, and a whole host of terrifying passives and skills, this is beyond what the word powerful can describe. For the first time, Tang Yan directly felt the gap between himself and the pinnacle of this world. But this gap did not discourage him. Instead, it fueled an even stronger desire within him. One day, my panel will stand here, and perhaps even surpass it. Just as Tang Yan was experiencing a surge of emotions, Yuji had already begun her work. Her hands blurred into a series of afterimages on the virtual screen, and countless streams of data poured down like a waterfall. The boss's skill model, Xianyuan Wuji's attribute data, Tang Yan's skill effects, the average combat power of other team members, all of these were incorporated into a huge and complex calculation model. The only sounds in the conference room were the soft hum of data flowing and the tense breathing of the attendees. All she could see were Tang Yan's skills and the constantly fluctuating data stream. The only sound in the entire operations room was the crisp sound of her tapping on the data terminal. Time passed by, second by second. Jiang Jingshan's palms were sweating with nervousness. He kept glancing at Tang Yan and then at Yuji, whose brows were furrowed. His heart was in his throat. Tang Yan appeared much calmer. He knew he had already thrown out his biggest bargaining chip, and now it was up to fate to decide. Finally. Smack! Yuji slammed the data terminal shut. She raised her head, looked at Xian Yuanwuji, took a deep breath, and announced her deduction results in a tone that was a mixture of excitement, shock, and disbelief. Holy see, if we could perfectly solve Tang Yan's survival problem, allowing him to reliably unleash his skills in dungeons. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Our success rate in clearing the return to the cold abyss can reach 65%. Boom! This number exploded in Jiang Jingshan's mind like a bombshell. He froze, his eyes wide open like saucers, his mouth agape, unable to close for a long time. Are you kidding me? Just yesterday, Xian Yuanwuji led the most elite team of the Great Xia dynasty into the dungeon and came out looking disheveled. Now, just because of a level 30 kid, the success rate has skyrocketed to 65%? This is no longer just a glimmer of hope, this is the road to prosperity. The way he looked at Tang Yan was as if he were looking at a rare treasure that shone brightly. It turns out this kid wasn't just fooling around, he was genuinely confident. Good lad, you truly are my good son-in-law. Upon hearing this number, Xian Yuanwuji's body trembled almost imperceptibly. A burst of intense light erupted from his deep eyes. 65%. For him, who was already in dire straits, this number was nothing less than a ray of dawn breaking through the darkness. Explain your reasoning process and tactical arrangements. Xian Yuanwuji's voice remained calm, but the urgency and excitement it contained were clearly felt even by Tang Yan. Yes. Yu Ji suppressed his elation and quickly brought up the data terminal, where a complex tactical simulation diagram appeared on the screen. First, there's the problem of the erosion of nothingness. Yu Ji pointed to a data curve on the light screen. Tang Yan's morale soars has a cooldown of 35 seconds. With his talent's 20% cooldown reduction, the actual cooldown is 28 seconds. Caius's whole field erosion aura stacks every 5 seconds. With the addition of other skills, it will stack about 42 layers per minute on the main tank on average. With a 28-second dispel cycle, we can remove the accumulated corruption stacks from the entire raid at the end of each cycle. This way, the peak corruption stacks on you, Holy See, will never exceed 20. This means that your attribute reduction will be at most 20%, and the damage increase you receive will be kept below 40%, which is completely within your tolerance range. Secondly, there is Whispers of the Heart. Yu Ji's speech became faster and faster. The threat of this skill will be completely eliminated. Once you are affected by this status, Tang Yan can dispel it for you within 1 second, and your offensive and defensive rhythm will not be disturbed in any way. The most crucial element is the void copy. Yu Ji's eyes became incredibly bright. Our previous tactic was for you to deal with the clones yourself after they appeared, which wasted a lot of time. But now, we have a new option. She looked at Tang Yan, her gaze intense. Tang Yan's resounding battle song can provide the entire team with a 25% boost to all attributes. Under this boost, the attack power of our team's other 2 top-tier DPS characters, both above level 95, will be greatly increased, enough to deal effective damage to the clones in a short time. My plan is that once the clone appears, you don't need to be distracted anymore. Continue to focus all your damage on the main boss. Our teams off tank and 2 other top-tier DPS will form a hunting team, and with Tang Yan's Warsong aura, they are capable of taking down the clone within 40 seconds. And those 40 seconds are enough for you to reduce the boss's health by another level. Our overall speed of attack will be at least twice as fast as before. Yu Ji's tactical plan was clear, bold, and intricately linked. She made the most of Tang Yan's skills, perfectly resolving all the previous dead ends. After listening to her analysis, Jiang Jingshan was completely speechless. He now finally understood why Tang Yan's profession was called Master of All Things. His very existence is meant to break conventions and create miracles. Chapter 74 The Holy Throne's High-Stakes Gamble, 65%. 4 Guardians providing close protection for a level 30 core entering the abyss. This plan has one major premise. Yu Ji concluded, her expression turning serious once more. That is, Tang Yan must live. In a level 90 dungeon, any level 90 monster's normal attack deals between 8,500 and 12,000 damage, and its skill damage can reach as high as 20,000 to 30,000. Tang Yan's health is only 5,730. This means that any attack, even splash damage, can instantly kill him. Therefore, all our tactics must revolve around one core principle: how to protect Tang Yan. All eyes were once again focused on Tang Yan. He is the sole core of this insane plan. Xian Yuanwuji remained silent. He looked at Tang Yan, then at the 65% success rate on the screen, his mind in turmoil. This plan is too crazy and too risky. Taking a level 30 burden to challenge a level 90 mythical dungeon is considered idiotic in any game guide. If they fail, they will lose more than just an opportunity. They could also inflict irreparable damage on the career of this young man with unlimited potential, a loss that would be unbearable for the entire Great Xia dynasty. But that 65% success rate is so tempting. He's been stuck at level 99 for far too long. The threat from the abyss was growing daily, and he could sense that time was running out for Great Xia. He must break through as soon as possible and reach a higher level in order to truly protect the land behind him and hundreds of millions of compatriots. This is his responsibility and destiny as the Xianyuan Holy Throne. A long time. Xianyuan Wuji slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, all the hesitation and struggle in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by a resolute determination to burn his bridges. Let's do it this way. He looked at Tang Yen and spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice not loud, but as heavy as a mountain. Tang Yen, I need your strength. From now on, your safety will be the highest priority for the Great Xia military. I will mobilize the most elite personnel and use the best resources to build an absolutely safe barrier for you. He turned to Yu Ji and gave the order. Yu Ji immediately formulated a detailed protection plan. Personnel allocation, equipment support, special tools spare no expense. He then turned to Jiang Jingshan. Chief Jiang, immediately contact the master blacksmith Jiaku and tell him that I need a special piece of equipment that can allow low-level players to avoid rule-based damage to the greatest extent possible in high-level dungeons. Have him drop everything and complete it as quickly as possible. Finally, his gaze returned to Tang Yen, his expression extremely solemn. We will prepare a teleportation stone for you and the high-grade auxiliary medicine 9-turn rejuvenation pill. I will also send 4 top-level guards to protect you closely throughout the dungeon. I have only one request. Xianyuan Wuji's voice carried an undeniable air of authority. If things go wrong, immediately activate the teleportation to leave the instance. Saving your profession and your future is more important than the success or failure of this instance. Understand? Looking at the man in front of her who had taken all the responsibility upon himself, Tang Yen felt a surge of respect. He nodded solemnly. I see. Xianyuan Wuji's orders were executed swiftly and efficiently, like a sophisticated war machine. The entire high command of the northern frontier was mobilized because of this insane plan. Jiang Jingshan immediately contacted Jiaku, who was in Kyoto. When the master blacksmith heard the demands of the Holy Throne of Xianyuan and the insane nature of the plan, he remained silent for a full minute on the other end of the phone. Then, he simply replied with 2 words, "Wait for me." Then he hung up the phone. Jiang Jingshan knew that this old fellow, obsessed with forging, was probably about to enter another state of sleepless, frenzied work. Yu Ji then pulled Tang Yen into a deeper tactical simulation. Your survival is the sole focus of this operation. Yu Ji's expression was extremely serious. She pulled up a detailed map and monster data of Guishu Hanyuan and began to explain his survival rules to Tang Yen. We will build a triple protection mechanism for you. Yu Ji extended her first finger. First level, rule exemption. Master Jiaku is currently working on a necklace for you called the Rule Stabilizer Portable. Its effect is very special, allowing the wearer to be recognized by the system as part of the environment under the rules of the abyss. Part of the environment? Tang Yen was somewhat puzzled. Yes. Yu Ji explained. Simply put, those non-intelligent monsters in the dungeon will have a 99% chance of missing you with their non-targeted attacks, such as some area of effect slashes and energy bursts, because in their judgment, you are no different from a rock or a tree. Tang Yan's eyes lit up. This piece of equipment is practically tailor-made for him. With it, he can avoid the vast majority of accidental injuries. But Yu Ji changed the subject. This equipment is not invincible. It is ineffective against the boss's area of effect and targeted skills. Therefore, you need a second layer of protection. She extended her second finger. The second layer is dedicated team protection. We will select 4 people from the 25 members of the strategy team to form a dedicated protection team. Their sole task is to ensure your survival. The information of 4 people appeared on the light screen. Team leader, Wang Can, level 98 shield guard. Yu Ji introduced. One of the top tanks in Great Xia, second only to the Holy Throne. He will protect you closely throughout the entire process, activating Guardian Will to absorb all possible splash damage. His special skill, Absolute Barrier, can grant you a shield of complete damage immunity for 10 seconds at critical moments, with a 3-minute cooldown. Dedicated healer, Zhao Qian, level 95 priest. Her task is simpler, she will heal only you throughout the entire process. She will have the special skill, Divine Link, which can transfer 60% of the damage you receive to herself. In addition, she also carries the Sacrifice Pact Scroll, which can take your place and die once when you receive fatal damage. Control Mage, Jiang, level 94 Ice Mage. Her duty is to freeze any enemy that tries to get close to you. She will generate a Frost Domain around you, and any enemy that enters the area will be greatly slowed down or even frozen. Mobile Guardian, Jin, level 96 Axe Warrior. His mission is to quickly eliminate any remaining monsters. He will move freely within a 100-meter radius around you to ensure that no monsters can break through the defenses. Chapter 75 Rune Sanctuary, Tang Yan's Survival Rules in the Ruins. Tang Yan was deeply impressed by the extremely luxurious security detail. A level 98 top-tier tank, a level 95 dedicated healer, a level 94 control mage, and a level 96 scavenger. Any one of these 4 people is a powerful figure capable of guarding a region. Now, their only task is to protect themselves. Only a great figure like Xianyuan Wuji could enjoy such treatment. This isn't over yet. Yuji's expression remains serious. Even with the 4 of them, accidents can happen at any time. Therefore, you need a third layer of protection. She extended her third finger, and the map on the screen was magnified, revealing some special markings that emitted a faint blue light. The third layer is the environmental safety points. In our previous explorations, we have figured out the patterns inside the Return to the Cold Abyss. In each area of the instance, there are 3 to 5 absolutely safe points. They are usually some ancient runestone arrays. As long as you stand in a safe spot, you will be immune to all damage from dungeon monsters. However, each safe spot can only accommodate a maximum of 2 people and its existence is limited, usually 3 to 5 minutes. Therefore, our entire strategy will be designed around these safe points. The team will prioritize clearing the paths to the safe points, and then a protection team will escort you into the safe points. You will spend most of your time in the safe points, providing buffs and dispels for the team. Triple protection. Rule-level equipment exemptions, a top-notch 4-person bodyguard team, and the ultimate utilization of the environment. This plan effectively raised Tang Yan's chances of survival from a theoretical 0 to an acceptable level. After listening, Tang Yan took a deep breath. He knew that Xianyuan Wuji was truly willing to pay any price for this operation. He had no more doubts. Instead, he was filled with a strong fighting spirit and a sense of responsibility. He must succeed. It's not just for myself, but also to repay this weighty trust. I see. Tang Yan nodded solemnly. How should I cooperate with them? What you need to do is very simple. Yuji said. Remember the safe points and movement routes for each area. While moving, stay close to Wang Can and don't stray more than 3 meters from him. At all times, survival is the priority. Dealing damage and providing support are secondary. She transmitted a detailed tactics manual and map data to Tang Yan. This contains a detailed guide to each area of the dungeon, including the types of monsters, their skills, the locations of safe zones, and your movement routes. You have 1 hour to familiarize yourself with it. If time permits, Master Jiaku's Rule Stabilizer will be delivered tomorrow. At that time, we will set off for the Abyss Dungeon. Tang Yan took the data and immediately became engrossed in it. He knew that this was not just a strategy guide, but his lifeline in whether he could survive this crazy gamble. Time flies, and the next morning arrives. Tang Yan had already memorized every word of the tactics manual that Yuji had given him. He even mentally rehearsed the entire process of the dungeon no less than 10 times. Just then, a rapid engine roar came from outside the military camp. A small supersonic transport plane landed directly on the open ground in front of the fortress. The hatch opened, and an elderly man with white hair and beard, but full of energy, rushed down carrying a metal box. It was none other than the master blacksmith, Jiaku. He had clearly come all the way from Kyoto, his face still showing signs of travel fatigue, but his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, filled with excitement and fervor. Holy Lord! I've brought the items! Jiaku's voice arrived before he did. He rushed into the operations room, spotted Tang Yan immediately, and his face lit up with a wide smile, as if he had seen some priceless treasure. Young friend Tang. You're here too. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Jiaku rubbed his hands excitedly. If you manage to come back alive this time, I'll make sure you get your hands on that Mythic Titan set. He didn't seem to see anything wrong with sending a level 30 player to a level 90 dungeon. On the contrary, he was full of anticipation for it. In his view, someone like Tang Yan, who is capable of creating miracles, should do things that create miracles. He opened the metal box in his hand, and inside lay a necklace that shimmered with a soft white light. The necklace's pendant is a piece of transparent crystal. Inside the crystal, countless tiny runes seem to flow, forming a stable and mysterious force field. Portable rule stabilizer. Jiang handed the necklace to Tang Yan and instructed him. Wear this, and as long as you don't attack first, those mindless monsters will basically be unable to see you. Remember, don't get the urge to fight monsters, or this thing will immediately become ineffective for 10 minutes. Tang Yan solemnly accepted the necklace and put it around her neck. A cool sensation instantly spread throughout his body, and he could feel that his connection with his surroundings had become stronger. All preparations are complete. Yuji glanced at the time and announced. Strategy team, assemble. The group walked out of the fortress. Outside on the open ground, 23 powerful individuals exuding a terrifying aura had already assembled. They wore all sorts of top-tier equipment, and powerful magical energy emanated from their bodies. Each and every one of them is the most elite fighting force in the Great Xia dynasty, a hero capable of taking on 10,000 men single-handedly. When they saw Xianyuan Wuji leading Tang Yan out, everyone's faces showed a puzzled expression. Your Holiness, who is this gentleman? A thin man carrying a bow and arrow asked in a shrill voice. His gaze swept over Tang Yan, sensing the faint aura of his level, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. His name is Tang Yan. He is our special assistant in this mission and our only hope for passing the level. Xianyuan Wuji's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Hope? A level 30 mage? Beside the archer, a woman who looked somewhat aloof couldn't help but voice her doubts. Not only them, but most of the team members wore expressions of confusion and doubt. They are all powerful warriors who have fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They believe only in the supremacy of strength. Taking a level 30 player to challenge a level 90 mythical dungeon is, in their eyes, no different from suicide. Just then, a tall figure silently walked up to Tang Yan's side. He was dressed in incredibly heavy silver armor and carried a giant shield larger than a door panel, making him look like a mobile fortress. He is Wang Can, the leader of the protection team and a level 98 shield guardian. He didn't speak, but nodded solemnly to Tang Yan, and then stood to Tang Yan's left front, protecting most of Tang Yan's body in the shadow of the shield. His actions revealed his attitude. Immediately afterwards, the pastor named Zhao Qian also walked over with a smile and stood behind Tang Yan. Hello, Tang Yan. From now on, I'll take care of your health bar. Her voice was gentle, like a spring breeze. Cheng Jinjin and Zhanli, who were following closely behind the two, exchanged a glance. Although they were somewhat skeptical of everyone's doubts, they could only obey orders when they saw the unquestionable look in Captain Wang Can's eyes. The two men flanked Tang Yan from the left and right, placing her between them. Thus, the four-person protection team was officially formed. Chapter 76 First experience in the Void of Cold Abyss, losing health while standing? No, gaining attributes while standing. Xianyuan Wuji watched all this without offering any further explanation. He knew that the facts would prove everything. Set off. At his command, everyone boarded 5 off-road vehicles and set off towards the frigid lands far in the north. The off-road vehicle drove across the bumpy, scorched earth, its wheels crunching over the monster's skeleton. The atmosphere inside the car was terribly oppressive. Tang Yan sat in the back of the middle car, with Wang Can, who was as silent as a mountain, and Zhao Qian, who was resting with her eyes closed, on his left and right. Inside the car, besides him and the 4 members of the protection team, were Xianyuan Wuji and Yu Ji. The others were assigned to 4 other vehicles. Tang Yan could sense that the gazes cast from other vehicles were full of suspicion, incomprehension, and even a hint of disdain. He knew in his heart that these people were the pillars of the Great Xia dynasty, the true heroes. They had the right to be proud, and even more so, the right to question. In a battlefield where lives are at stake, bringing along a level 30 burden would make anyone unhappy. Tang Yan, are you nervous? Yu Ji's voice suddenly broke the silence in the car. She sat in the passenger seat, looking back at Tang Yan, her eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses filled with a hint of inquiry. Tang Yan met her gaze and shook his head. I wouldn't say I'm nervous, I just feel a lot of pressure. That's the truth. He wasn't worried about his own safety. With the triple protection mechanism and his own trump card, as long as he didn't do anything reckless, his chances of survival were very high. He was under a lot of pressure because the mission of these 24 people, and the hope of the entire Great Xia, were now indirectly resting on his shoulders as a level 30 support. This sense of responsibility is heavier than any monster's threat. It's normal to feel stressed. Xianyuan Wuji, who had kept his eyes closed, spoke slowly, his voice so calm it was completely unwavering. Anyone would feel intimidated when facing a level 90 abyss monster. All you need to do is trust us and trust yourself. Tang Yan nodded and said nothing more. He knew that saying anything more now was pointless. Everything would be revealed in the instance. He turned to look out the window. The off-road convoy was driving away from the last checkpoint of the defensive line. The sky grew increasingly gloomy, and the chill in the air seemed to freeze into ice. The earth was no longer charred black, but covered with a thin layer of frost, and occasionally one could see the frozen corpses of monsters, their forms grotesque. This is the frigid land of the north, a death zone devoid of life. 10 minutes to reach the entrance of Guishu Hanyuan. Yuji glanced at the terminal in her hand and gave a reminder. The atmosphere in the convoy instantly became even more tense. Finally, the convoy stopped in front of a huge glacial rift valley. The rift valley was bottomless, with churning black mist below. A bone-chilling cold, 100 times colder than the outside world, gushed out from the rift valley, and just standing on the edge made one feel as if their blood was about to freeze. Deep within the rift valley, a massive, twisted black vortex, like the eye of a demon, slowly rotates. This is the entrance. Xianyuan Wuji was the first to get off the car. His silver-white, holy sword suit fluttered in the cold wind, but his figure remained as steady as a mountain. The other team members also got off the bus one after another. They looked at the black vortex with extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Everyone, check your equipment and supplies, and make final preparations. Xianyuan Wuji gave the order. Tang Inkstone. Wang Can stepped forward and handed over a small energy shield. Here's a spare. Remember, never leave my side for more than 3 meters. Tang Yan took the shield and nodded. Ready to proceed, enter the instance. At Xianyuan Wuji's command, he took the lead and walked towards the black whirlwind that exuded an ominous aura. A team of 25 people followed in turn. Tang Yan was surrounded by a 4-person protection team in the middle, and was almost being pushed forward. The moment he stepped into the vortex, a dizzying, weightless sensation washed over him. The next second, the view in front of me suddenly opened up. They were in a narrow corridor made of huge blocks of ice, the ice beneath their feet as smooth as a mirror, yet emitting a faint black light. On either side of the corridor were bottomless, pitch-black abysses, where countless gray-white souls floated and wailed, emitting silent screams. Welcome to the frozen abyss of return. You have been affected by the permafrost effect, losing 0.5% of your maximum health per second. You have been affected by the void aura, and your sanity is decreasing, currently at 100. You are affected by gravity anomaly, your movement speed is reduced by 15%. A series of negative status notifications popped up in front of everyone. Hiss. Someone in the line gasped. Tang Yan felt a chilling coldness seep into his bones from the soles of his feet, and his health bar began to drop at a slow, steady pace. At the same time, it felt as if countless voices were whispering in his mind, making him feel irritable and uneasy. Is this the opening scene of a level 90 dungeon? Just standing still causes me to lose health, mana, and sanity. Tang Yan said with a frown. Everyone, activate resistance auras. Healers, prepare to cast rejuvenation. The team's vice commander shouted. Just then, the magic power within Tang Yan's body began to circulate, and the passive skill of Resounding Battle Song was activated instantly. Buzz. An invisible golden halo silently spread out from Tang Yan's center, instantly covering a radius of 100 meters around him. As the halo swept over them, everyone in the team felt a slight tremor. The slender archer in the team was named Lin Feng. He was about to nock an arrow when he suddenly felt a surge of strength in his arm. The once heavy war bow now felt incredibly light in his hand. He subconsciously opened his attribute panel, and then he froze. His physical attack power skyrocketed from over 18,000 to 22,500. Agility, constitution, spirit, all attributes received a terrifying boost. My god, what the hell is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but swear. He stared intently at the green numbers on the panel, thinking he was hallucinating. My spell damage has exceeded 20,000. Xin Shui, the level 95 elemental mage standing to the side, also showed a shocked expression. She could feel the magic within her becoming more surging and active than ever before. All attributes increased by 25%. My HP increased by almost 20,000. A shield warrior stared at his health bar, which had surged to over 100,000, his voice trembling. The entire team instantly erupted in chaos. Everyone was stunned by the sudden and huge increase. They stared incredulously at their attribute panels, then looked up at the calm young man surrounded in the middle. So, this is why the Holy See brought him here? A permanent aura that increases all attributes by 25% for the entire raid. What kind of divine skill is this? This is no longer support, it's like giving everyone in the entire team a mythic item out of thin air. Shenyuan Wuji looked at everyone's reactions, his face expressionless, but a barely perceptible smile flashed in his deep eyes. Only when these arrogant individuals personally experience the value of Tang Yan will they truly set aside their prejudices and work together wholeheartedly. Chapter 77 First Battle in the Frost Abyss. A death symphony of the self-destructing ice monster and the spying machine. Roar! Just as the team was shocked by this bizarre aura, a series of teeth-grinding roars came from the front of the corridor. In the darkness, hunched figures emerged from beneath the ice. Their entire bodies were made of dark blue ice, with no facial features, only a pair of empty eye sockets burning with a pale white flame of their souls. Cold Wave Servants. Level 90. HP 420,042,000. MP 5,000. Physical attack 8,500. Physical defense 4,000. Magic defense 3,500. Skills: Frost Claw Strike, Self-Destruct. They were densely packed, stretching as far as the eye could see. There were at least 60 of them. The first wave of monsters is here. Tanks, prepare to engage. Everyone, enter combat mode. The vice commander's voice rang out again. Tang Yan watched the monsters charging towards him, silently calculating in his mind. It has 420,000 HP and 8,500 attack power. This kind of thing, if you touch it, it will disappear on its own. He subconsciously leaned against Wang Can's mountain-like back. Don't be afraid, Wang Can's calm voice came. With me here, they can't touch you. As he spoke, he raised his enormous shield and charged towards the first wave of monsters. Wang Can's charge was like a high-speed heavy truck crashing into the monster horde. Shield slam. Boom. The massive shield slammed into the foremost frost-tide servant, causing the monster to howl as its enormous body was sent flying backward, knocking down 2 or 3 of its companions behind it in the process. 38,000. An astonishing damage number floated above the monster's head. Such high damage. Tang Yan was shocked. Is this the power of a top-tier level 98 tank? A single control skill can deal nearly 40,000 damage. But what alarmed him even more was the monster's reaction. The frost-tide servant, that was knocked away, only lost a small portion of its health bar. It shook its head and, as if nothing had happened, roared and charged forward again. 420,000 HP? That's too much. Roar! Just as Wang Can drew the first wave of aggro, the other 2 off-tanks also flanked from the left and right, using taunt skills to pull the monsters from the other 2 directions, quickly establishing a solid defensive line. All ranged DPS, focus fire on point A. Mages, prepare your AoE. The deputy commander was directing the operation methodically. In an instant, arrows, fireballs, and ice spikes rained down on the wave of monsters that Wang Can had firmly controlled. Lin Feng drew his longbow, and an arrow flashing with lightning flew from the bowstring. Thunder Arrow. 55,000. With the buff of Resounding War Song, his damage exceeded 50,000, and he took away 1/8 of the Frost-Tide servant's health with a single arrow. Awesome! Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a low roar, his face full of excitement. The feeling of every arrow hitting the flesh and dealing massive damage is just so exhilarating. Xin Shui had finished chanting, and with a wave of her staff, a huge sea of fire descended from the sky, engulfing more than a dozen monsters. Firestorm. 28,000. 29,500. 31,000. A series of densely packed damage numbers jumped wildly, and the monsters' health bars dropped at a visible speed. High damage output. Keep this up, and we can clear out the first wave within 3 minutes. Yuji's voice rang out in the team channel as she rapidly analyzed various data. Tang Yan stood at the very center of the group, which was the safe point in this first area, behind a protruding icicle. Looking at the battle before him, he gained a more intuitive understanding of the strength of this top team. They work in perfect harmony, have strong execution capabilities, and each person is like a sophisticated war machine. However, the difficulty of Guishu Hanyuan is by no means limited to this. Just as the first wave of Frost-Tide minions had dropped to half health, several monsters in the monster horde suddenly began to swell, and the ice on their bodies became extremely unstable, emitting a dangerous red light. Watch out! It's a self-destruct. All melee fighters, retreat. The deputy commander immediately issued a warning. However, it was too late. Boom! Boom! The two Frost-Tide minions exploded with a deafening roar, unleashing a surge of violent icy energy that swept outwards. 15,000. 16,200. Wang Can, who was closest to the enemy, and the other two off-tanks lost a significant amount of health instantly. What's more troublesome is that they all have an additional negative status effect called Frostbite, which has stacked to 3 layers, significantly affecting their movement and attack speed. Heal. Dispel. The team's 6 healers immediately began casting spells, and beams of holy light fell upon the 3 tanks. But at that moment, another unexpected event occurred. In the darkness, several slender monsters, shrouded in a void of black mist, silently emerged. They had no feet, and just floated in mid-air, their pale eyes fixed on the healer who was chanting. The Void Seeker. Level, 90 Elite. HP, 650,000-650,000. MP, 20,000. Magic Attack, 12,000. Physical Defense, 5,000. Magic Defense, 6,000. Skills, Void Arrow, Rational Drain. It's an eavesdropper. Disruption Team, prepare. Before the words were even finished, the Void Watchers opened their mouths and let out a silent shriek. Learn rationally. An invisible wave swept across the entire area in an instant, and a piercing buzzing sound rang in everyone's minds, causing their sanity to plummet. 10. 10. 10. Interrupt them. Their cast time is only 2 seconds. Several melee classes responsible for interrupting immediately rushed forward, their blades flashing, successfully interrupting most of the Void Watchers' spellcasting. However, one still slipped through the net. Its target was none other than a priest who was doing his best to heal Wang Can. The priest felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, his sanity instantly dropped to 0, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he actually raised his staff and began attacking his teammates. Damn it! We've been compromised. Control the profession, purify it. The scene became somewhat chaotic for a moment. Tang Yen saw all of this and knew it was his turn to act. Without the slightest hesitation, he took a deep breath and puffed out his chest. Morale is soaring. A roar that seemed to pierce the soul erupted from his mouth, transforming into a golden wave of sound that instantly swept across the entire arena. The controlled priest shuddered violently, the red light in his eyes instantly faded, and his vision returned to normal. He looked around blankly, his face full of lingering fear. What happened to me just now? The annoying frostbite debuff on the 3 tanks was instantly cleansed by this roar, and their speed and power returned to their bodies. Moreover, everyone's health and mana bars began to recover at a slow and steady rate. The entire battlefield seemed to have been paused. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Tang Yen in disbelief. What was that just now? Lin Feng stammered. A group dispel? Instantly? Xin Shui frowned deeply. She had never seen a dispel skill with such a powerful effect. It's not just a dispel, it also restores health and mana. My god, this one skill is worth half of our healing team. A healer exclaimed in surprise as he watched his mana bar rapidly recover. If the previous resounding battle song brought them surprise, then the current soaring morale brings them utter shock. A level 30 support character possesses a perfect group dispel and healing skill with a cooldown of less than 30 seconds. What does that mean? This means that 90% of the negative status effects in this instance will be completely ineffective for them. What are you all standing there for? Keep firing. Xianyuan Wuji's voice was like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's minds. As if waking from a dream, everyone turned their gazes back to the monster horde, their expressions completely changed. Previously, there was solemnity and vigilance. Now, there is a strong fighting spirit and confidence. With such a god-level support, this dungeon doesn't seem so scary after all. Chapter 78 30 Seconds of Terrifying Ice Crevice, a close call to protect Shouquan. However, danger always strikes unexpectedly. Just as everyone's morale was boosted by Tang Yan's skills, no one noticed that on the ice beneath Tang Yan's feet, a barely perceptible shadow, like a venomous snake, was silently approaching him. Ice Crevice Stalker. Level 91. HP 380,000 380,000. MP 8,000. Physical attack 9,200. Physical defense 3,000. Magic defense 2,500. Skills: stealth under ice, ambush, backstab. It perfectly evaded everyone's detection. It had only one target, the seemingly weakest support player, who posed the greatest threat to the team. Puff! A sharp ice blade suddenly pierced out from under the ice beside Tang Yan without warning, heading straight for his back. Careful! Zhao Qian, who was closest to him, let out a gasp, but it was too late to cast a spell. This strike was swift, ruthless, and extremely tricky. Tang Yan barely had time to turn his head slightly before he caught a glimpse of that deadly cold light out of the corner of his eye. It's over. An idea flashed through his mind. A 9,200 attack, especially a backstab, would definitely be an instant kill. However, just as the ice blade was about to touch his body, clang! A crisp metallic clang rang out. Wang Can's massive tower shield had somehow appeared beside Tang Yan and him, precisely blocking the fatal blow. 19,500. A terrifying damage number floated above Wang Can's head, and his health bar dropped drastically. The Ice Riftstalker seemed somewhat surprised by its missed attack, and its body emerged completely from under the ice, its two icy claws slashing at Wang Can once more. Court death. A roar came from the other side of Tang Yan. It's Cheng Jin. That axe warrior who's been roaming around. He had arrived unnoticed, and his giant axe, wielding the force to split mountains and shatter rocks, slashed fiercely at the stalker. Whirlwind slash. 62,000. The Ice Riftstalker let out a shrill scream as a large portion of its health bar evaporated instantly, and its body was sent flying backward by the immense force of the blow. All ranged attackers, switch targets, and kill it instantly. The Vice Commander's voice was calm and swift. Arrows and magic focused their fire again, and the rogue, whose ambush had failed, was reduced to ice shards before it could even unleash a second skill. Tang Yan stood there, his back already covered in a cold sweat. Looking at Wang Can, who was standing in front of him, and Cheng Jin, who was holding a giant axe and had a fierce look on her face, he felt a strong sense of security. This is his protection team. This is the barrier that Xianyuan Wuji promised to be absolutely safe. Tang Yan, are you alright? Zhao Qian's voice carried a hint of lingering fear as a warm holy light descended upon Wang Can, instantly restoring his health bar, which had just dropped significantly. Fine. Tang Yan shook his head, took a deep breath, and calmed his violently beating heart. He looked at Wang Can's broad back and said solemnly, "Thank you. This is my duty." Wang Can's voice remained muffled. He didn't even turn around, but simply moved the shield closer to Tang Yan, protecting him even more thoroughly. Cheng Jin, carrying an axe, circled around Tang Yan to make sure there were no other hidden threats before returning to her position. Her hawk-like eyes warily scanned every inch of the ice surface around her. This close call gave the rest of the team a new understanding of the protection group's capabilities. They react quickly, coordinate well, and are highly capable. It seems the Holy See is serious. Lin Feng looked at his four teammates who had Tang Yan completely surrounded and muttered to himself. He now understood why Xianyuan Wuji dared to make such a crazy decision. Xin Shui didn't speak, but the look in her eyes when she looked at Tang Yan no longer held the previous contempt. Instead, it held a hint of complexity. She began to realize that this young man in his 30s might actually be able to change the course of the battle. The battle continued. With the massive boost from resounding battle song and the perfect sustain from soaring morale, the team's monster clearing efficiency was much faster than expected. The first wave of monsters, which was originally expected to take 5 minutes to clear, was completely wiped out in just 3 minutes. Defeat the Frost-Tide minion to gain 8,000 experience points. Defeat the Void Watcher to gain 15,000 experience points. Slay the Ice Riftstalker to gain 18,000 experience points. A notification popped up above everyone's heads, indicating that they had gained experience points. However, Tang Yan's head was completely empty. No tips or suggestions popped up. In this world's rules, if the level difference exceeds 50 levels, lower-level players cannot gain any experience points from monsters. This is an ironclad rule set up to prevent high-level players from leveling up lower-level characters. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have lost their mind long ago if they put in so much effort and didn't gain any experience. But Tang Yan didn't care. He didn't even glance at the tips and experiences. His goal is to survive and meet the boss, and help Xianyuan Wuji clear the dungeon. The rewards you receive will be far greater than these insignificant experiences. Rest for 30 seconds to recover and prepare for the next wave. The deputy commander gave the order. The team members immediately sat down, some taking their medicine and others meditating. Tang Yan glanced at his skill cooldown, morale soars, still had more than 10 seconds left. He silently calculated the time, preparing to apply another continuous healing buff to the team before the next wave of monsters arrived. Well done. Wuji walked over to Tang Yan and patted him on the shoulder. It's all thanks to everyone's good teamwork. Tang Yan said modestly. No, your role is irreplaceable. Xianyuan Wuji looked at him with utmost seriousness in his eyes. Keep going, don't feel any pressure. Remember, you only have one task, to survive. Tang Yan nodded heavily. 30 seconds later, the second wave of monsters arrived as expected. This time, there are more monsters, and their types are more complex. In addition to the previous 3 items, there is now a new type of frost troll with a huge size. The battle has begun again. With the experience gained the first time, the team cooperated more seamlessly. The tanks held aggro steadily, the DPS classes unleashed their firepower relentlessly, and the healers methodically maintained the team's health. Tang Yan, on the other hand, acts like a precise metronome, using the soaring morale skill every 28 seconds to keep the team at a peak level. Time passed by, second by second. The third wave, the fourth wave, the fifth wave. The team is like a highly efficient meat grinder, constantly crushing the monsters emerging from the darkness. Tang Yan gradually adapted from her initial nervousness. He began to proactively observe the battlefield situation, anticipating when it was necessary to disperse the enemy and when it was necessary to alert the protection team to threats from a certain direction. His brain was working at lightning speed, constantly comparing and revising the strategy Yuji had given him with the actual situation before him. Sixth wave of cleanup complete. Report, the road to the safe point ahead has been cleared. Protection team, prepare to escort Tang Yan to safety. The vice commander's voice rang out. Roger that. Wang Can replied, then turned to Tang Yan and said, stay close to me and don't fall behind. After saying that, he raised his shield and took heavy steps toward a slightly raised platform in the middle of the corridor. Tang Yan immediately followed, while Zhao Qian, Zhang Li, and Shang Jingjin formed a triangular formation, firmly protecting him in the middle. Chapter 79 The Gaze of the Abyss, where's my debuff? Is this reasonable? From the entrance to the first area to the depths of the corridor, there is a distance of approximately 200 meters. Although this section of the road has been cleared, no one can guarantee that new stalkers won't emerge from under the ice. Everyone's heart was in their throat. The rest of the team automatically lined up on both sides of the road, forming 2 human walls, vigilantly watching the surrounding darkness, providing the highest level of protection for Tang Yan's transfer. At that moment, Tang Yan deeply understood what it meant to be the core of a team. With every step he took, he could feel dozens of eyes focused on him. Those eyes held tension, concern, and anticipation. He knew that he now carried the hopes of everyone. 200 meters felt like an eternity. Finally, Wang Can stopped. Second safe zone arrived. It was a circular platform about 10 square meters in size, with ancient runes engraved on its surface, emitting a soft blue light. The moment Tang Yan stepped onto the platform, the negative effect of being perpetually frozen on him vanished instantly. A warm feeling enveloped him, and his continuously decreasing health bar finally stopped. Safety. After confirming that Tang Yan was safely in place, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Attention all units, prepare for the mid-game battle. This wave will see area defenders appear. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Frost Abyss Rift Zone began to tremble violently. At the end of the corridor, the darkness receded like a tide, and 2 monsters, twice the size of the frost trolls, slowly revealed themselves. They have enormous single eyes, and their bodies are made of purer abyssal ice. They have no weapons, but their fists, which are the size of truck tires, are the most terrifying weapons in themselves. The Gaze of the Cold Abyss. Level, 91 Mini-Boss. HP, 8,500,000 8,500,000. MP, 50,000 Physical attack, 15,000. Magic attack, 6,000. Physical defense, 3,500. Magic defense, 4,500. Skills, Heavy Punch, Ice Ray, Double Gaze, Stomp. They're here. Holy Throne, Wang Can, 1 each. The rest of you, clear out the smaller monsters around them first. Xianyuan Wuji and Wang Can exchanged a glance, and without any hesitation, launched their attacks simultaneously. A fierce battle is about to begin. Tang Yan stood in the safe zone, looking at the two bosses that were as big as small mountains, and was also shocked. It has 8.5 million HP and 15,000 attack power. A monster of that level could kill you with a single breath. He glanced at Wang Can beside him. At this moment, this level 98 top-tier tank is facing one of the Frost Abyss Gaze, alone. The boss's enormous fist, accompanied by a whistling sound, slammed down on Wang Can. Wang Can neither dodge nor evade, but instead held the massive tower shield horizontally in front of him. Shield block. Boom! A deafening roar. The ice beneath Wang Can's feet cracked instantly, and he was thrown backward several meters by the impact. 42,000. A huge damage number floated above his head. So hard. Wang Can couldn't help but curse. On the other hand, Xianyuan Wuji's situation is much better. His movements were graceful, and the long sword in his hand transformed into streaks of light, continuously leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds on the boss. 85,000. 92,000. 170,000. Critical hit. The Holy Swordsman's power was on full display. However, the boss's mechanics soon became apparent. Two beams of dark blue light shot out from the single eyes of the two Abyss Gaze, locking onto Xianyuan Wuji and Wang Can, who harbored the greatest hatred. Double Gaze. This is a skill that forces a tank swap. If the two targets of the gaze are the same person, that person will be instantly killed. Switch to a different tank, the deputy commander immediately ordered. Xianyuan Wuji and Wang Can immediately switched places, each taking over the other's boss. The problem is that this skill also applies a layer of the Yi Gaze corrosion debuff to the target, each layer reducing defense by 10%, and these debuffs can stack. After just the first exchange, Wang Can's defense dropped significantly. Disperse. The healing team immediately began chanting dispelling spells. However, this debuff has a very high priority. A normal dispel spell requires a 3-second cast time and has a relatively high chance of failure. Just as the debuff on Wang Can was about to take effect, the boss's next heavy punch came flying. If hit, the damage will be devastating. At this critical moment, Tang Yan's voice rang out again. Morale is soaring. Golden sound waves swept precisely across the entire venue. The dark blue debuff on Wang Can and Xianyuan Wuji disappeared instantly. It's been dispelled again? It's cooled down? How long has it been? Less than 30 seconds. My god, is his dispel skill cooldown that short? Another gasp rang out from the crowd. Everyone was shocked by Tang Yan's unreasonable skill. At first, they simply thought the skill was very powerful. Now they realized that this skill is practically a bug in this dungeon. With Tang Yan acting as a perpetual motion machine for dispelling debuffs, the core tank swapping and debuff stacking mechanism of Cold Abyss Gaze is effectively rendered half useless. Xianyuan Wuji and Wang can only need to time their movements perfectly with Tang Yan's skill cooldown and perform a simple cross-position swap, and the Yi Gaze corrosion status on their bodies simply won't stack up. The difficulty of the battle instantly dropped a level. All attacks, focus all fire on that one with the Holy Throne. The deputy commander seized the opportunity and immediately adjusted the tactics. The team's firepower instantly converged, and countless skill effects engulfed the Frost Abyss Watcher that Xianyuan Wuji was facing. The boss's health bar began to drop at an alarming rate. Roar! The Frost Abyss Gaze, which was under concentrated fire, let out a painful roar. It suddenly raised its huge foot and slammed it hard into the ground. Trample! Boom! A visible shockwave spread outwards from the boss. Melee fighters, retreat. Ranged fighters, prepare to share the damage. However, the shockwave spread too quickly. Several melee classes that were too close had no time to retreat and were directly blasted away, their health bars instantly reduced to 0. Treat! Several beams of holy light landed precisely on them, narrowly pulling them back from the brink of death. Hold on! Don't panic! Maintain formation, the vice commander shouted. Tang Yan stood at a safe point behind, taking in everything. He discovered that although the team was generally strong, some chaos still occurred when faced with such a large-scale AoE skill. He glanced at another skill of his that he hadn't used in a long time. Immortal Guardian. Previously, in level 30 dungeons, this skill was a life-saving ability. But here, the summoned rock warriors probably can't even withstand a single normal attack from the boss, they'd just be easy prey. However, the core of this skill is not the tankiness of the summoned creatures, but the Guardian mark. It negates one fatal injury. Chapter 80, A Walking Humanoid Cheat Code? Tang Yan defines a new kind of assistant. Tang Yan's heart stirred, and a bold idea popped into his head. He didn't make a fuss, but silently activated the skill. Immortal Guardian. One after another, 3-meter-tall rock warriors began to rise from the ground around the safe point beneath his feet. Because the space in the safe area was limited, the terracotta warriors were huddled together, like a thick city wall. The rest of the team were focused on fighting the boss and did not notice the commotion on Tang Yan's side. 3 minutes later, 180 rock warrior figures were neatly arranged around the safe point. Immediately afterwards, streaks of earth and yellow, guardian marks, flew out from the war terracotta warriors and landed precisely on each team member. Lin Foam, who was frantically typing away, suddenly noticed a familiar icon in his status bar. This is a mark of immunity from death? He paused for a moment, then subconsciously glanced at the source of the skill. The Immortal Guardian from Tanging Stone. Holy crap! I have one too. I have one. The whole group has one. What kind of weird skill is this? Group immunity to death? The team chat exploded instantly. Everyone stopped what they were doing, staring blankly at their status bar, then at the calm young man standing behind them. If the previous aura and dispel had shocked them, now, the fact that this group is spared from death has completely numbed them. Is this supposed to be a support role? This is clearly a god. A walking, humanoid cheat code. What are you all looking at? Keep fighting. Xian Yuan Wuji's reprimand came. Before coming, although he knew the great value of Tang Yan through Yuji's deduction, it was still just data on paper. It wasn't until he experienced it firsthand that he truly understood what it meant to be the master of all things. This is no longer a simple assistance, it changes the difficulty of the entire dungeon from the rule level. However, he knew this was not the time to be daydreaming. When everyone came to their senses, their eyes were filled with pity when they looked at the boss again. With the mark of immunity from death, what do they have to fear? Brothers, charge! Kill it! A melee berserker roared and completely ignored the boss's next stomp attack, charging forward with his axe raised. Boom! As the shockwave swept past, the guardian mark on the berserker shattered instantly, transforming into a golden shield, while he himself remained unharmed. 0 damage reduction. Ha ha ha. That was awesome. Let's do it again. Feeling the shield on his body, which was equivalent to 20% of his health, the berserker felt as if he were immortal, and his attacks became even more ferocious. From this moment on, the battle completely turned into a one-sided crushing defeat. 20 minutes later. As the last, Frost Abyss Watcher, fell unwillingly, the path to the second area was fully opened. Defeat the Abyss Gaze and gain 100,000 experience points. Phew, finally finished. Lin Foam leaned on his longbow, panting heavily, but his face was full of excitement. He felt that all the dungeons he had ever played in his life combined hadn't been as enjoyable as this one. This is no longer fighting monsters, this is slaughter. It wasn't just a defeat, it was a complete annihilation. Qin Shui's tone also carried a hint of disbelief. She had participated in countless challenging dungeon raids, but never before had she enjoyed such a thrilling and exhilarating experience as she had today. The boss's mechanics were like paper in front of that young man they broke through with a single poke. All eyes were on Tang Yan. Awe, gratitude, worship, a complex mix of emotions intertwined. They now finally understood why the Holy Throne of Xin Yuan had said that this level 30 young man was their only hope of clearing the game. This isn't hope, this is clearly a guaranteed admission. Take a 5-minute break, then proceed to the second area. Xian Yuan Wuji announced. He walked over to Tang Yan and looked at this young man who kept creating miracles, feeling a mix of emotions. You did a great job. That was all he could say, the simplest of words. We will need you even more from now on. Tang Yan nodded. He knew that Xian Yuan Wuji was referring to the special mechanism of the second region. 5 minutes later, the team stepped into the second area of Guishu Hanyuan, the ancient frozen graveyard. The sight before them made everyone gasp in shock. This is a vast, circular ice field, upon which stand the skeletons of 9 unimaginably enormous ancient beasts. Each skeleton is like a small mountain, exuding a desolate and deathly aura. A more intense void energy permeated the air, causing people's sanity to drop twice as fast as in the first area. The aura of the void is stronger here, and everyone's sanity will be depleted faster. Yuji's voice rang out, reminding everyone. Moreover, the environmental mechanisms here are more complex. She pointed to the 9 enormous skeletons and said, "These 9 skeletons are the core mechanism here. Only 3 of them are correct, and activating them can provide us with powerful buffs. However, activating the wrong skeleton will summon extremely powerful elite monsters and may even corrupt nearby safe zones, rendering them ineffective. Then how do we know which one is correct?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Everyone looked at Yu Ji, which was also their biggest concern. Yu Ji's gaze, however, turned to Tang Yen. "Tang Yen, it's your turn to go on stage." Shen Yuanwuji also looked at Tang Yen and explained in a deep voice. "The rule stabilizer you wear allows you to perceive the true nature of these skeletons. Only you can distinguish which one is safe." These words silenced the entire room once again. All eyes were once again focused on Tang Yen. They originally thought that Tang Yan's role was only to provide an aura, dispel negative influences, and grant immunity from death. Unexpectedly, he was also the key to this area. How many secrets is this young man hiding? Tang Yen understood. He knew that this was the hidden effect of Master Jiaku's equipment, and also part of Xin Yuan Wuji and Yu Ji's plan. He nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 9 enormous skeletons. In his vision, these skeletons emitted different colors of light. The 3 objects radiating a soft white light represent safety. 3 objects emanating an ominous black light, signifying danger. The other 3 are a chaotic gray, representing unknown and neutral. "I can tell." Tang Yan gave an affirmative answer. "Good." A glint flashed in Xian Yuan Wuji's eyes. "Everyone, form a defensive formation with Tang Yan at the center, and prepare to advance towards the first skeleton. First target, directly ahead, is that dragon-shaped skeleton." Tang Yan pointed to a perfectly preserved dragon skeleton in the distance and said in a deep voice. In his field of vision, the skeleton was emitting a soft white light, one of the 3 safe options. Chapter 81 Frozen Graveyard, Second Stage, a Mechanism Nightmare? We have a cheat to dispel it. Receive. At Xian Yuan Wuji's command, the entire team immediately sprang into action. Wang Can, carrying a giant shield, walked at the very front, like a bulldozer clearing the way. Tang Yen was surrounded by 4 members of the protection team, who followed closely behind. The other team members lined up on the left and right, forming 2 solid flanks, vigilantly guarding against enemies that might appear from any direction. The ancient frozen cemetery is divided into 3 huge circular areas. They are currently in the first ring area. The ice surface underfoot was no longer smooth, but covered with countless tiny bone fragments and broken ice blocks, making a crunching sound when you walked on it. Roar! Just as the team had advanced less than 100 meters, the familiar roar came from beneath the ice once again. One by one, monsters, larger in size and with their skeletons covered by a thick layer of ice armor, broke out of the ice. Resurrected Frostbone Guardian. Level, 91 Elite. HP, 520,052,000. MP, 10,000. Physical attack, 10500. Physical defense, 5,500. Magic defense, 4,500. Skills, Ice Link, Heavy Strike, Ice Armor Shatter. It's the Frostbone Guard. The deputy commander immediately shouted. Watch out for their Ice Link skill. You must kill all 4 in a group within 15 seconds, or they will respawn indefinitely. These monsters appear in groups of 4. Each of them is connected by a pale blue chain of light, forming a symbiotic whole. It's that disgusting mechanism again. Lin Feng frowned and drew back his longbow. First and second squads, take charge of the 2 groups on the left. Third and fourth squads, take charge of the right. Focus fire from a distance, mark and deal damage. The order was given, and the battle erupted instantly. Wang Can and 2 other off-tanks immediately went to meet them and steadily held the aggro of the 3 groups of 12, resurrected Frostbone Guardians. Attack target A1. Lin Feng's Thunder Arrow was the first to be fired, accurately hitting the guard marked A1. 58,000. The damage numbers were still considerable, but compared to the monsters in the first area, this guard's health bar dropped noticeably slower. Very high defense. Qin Shui's Flamestorm followed, and she immediately sensed something was wrong. These monsters have significantly higher defense and magic resistance than the previous Frost-Tide minions. Never mind that, unleash your full power. The team unleashed their full firepower, with various skill effects exploding amidst the monster horde. But trouble soon arose. Group A's health is uneven. Player A3 still has half health left, while players A1 and A2 are almost out of health. It's too late. They're going to come back to life. As soon as he finished speaking, the two guards in the first group on the left, who had been reduced to low health, suddenly had their health bars restored to almost full in an instant. Damn it! The melee fighter in charge of that group couldn't help but curse. Just then, new monsters emerged from the shadows on the flank. They were skeletons dressed in tattered robes, with purple soulfire burning in their eye sockets, and holding staffs made of human bones in their hands. Skeleton Priest. Level 92. HP 480,000-480,000. MP 30,000. Magic Attack 9,000. Physical Defense 3,000. Magic Defense 6,000. Skills: Ice Tomb Curse, Shadow Bolt, Bone Shield. They're bone priests. Kill them first. Their curse skills are troublesome. Yuji's calm voice rang out. However, two team members have already been targeted. With a wave of the two bone priest staffs, two beams of black light instantly struck a berserker and a mage. The curse of the ice tomb. The ice beneath their feet suddenly exploded, and two coffins made of ice rose from the ground, instantly sealing them inside. Their health bars began to drop rapidly at a rate of 5% per second. Quick! Break the ice coffin! The nearby teammates immediately switched their fire and attacked the two solid ice coffins. The scene became somewhat chaotic for a moment. The previously clear target of concentrated fire was disrupted, and the team's advance was also slowed down. Tang Yan, standing at a safe point behind, saw everything. He knew that this was the real challenge of clearing a high-difficulty dungeon. There are many types of monsters, and their skill mechanics are interconnected. If one is not handled properly, it will trigger a chain reaction and lead to a wipeout. He glanced at the cooldown time of soaring morale, and there were still a few seconds left. Just then, the two team members trapped in the ice coffin had their health dropped below 30%, and their situation was extremely critical. It's too late. Prepare to aggressively raise the bloodline. Morale is soaring. Tang Yan's voice rang out at the most crucial moment. Golden sound waves swept across the entire venue. A bizarre scene unfolded. The two seemingly indestructible ice coffins vanished instantly upon contact with the sonic waves, as if purified from black mist. The two trapped team members reappeared unharmed, and even the continuous bleeding effect on their bodies disappeared. This can dispel it? The rescued berserker looked completely bewildered. He was prepared to use his life-saving skills, but he was unexpectedly saved like this. Ice Tomb Curse is a scene-based control skill with extremely high priority. Ordinary dispels are completely ineffective. It can only be broken by external force. However, Tang Yan's skill completely ignored the rules and dispelled it as a normal debuff. His skill seems to be able to dispel everything? Xin Shui murmured to herself, her gaze towards Tang Yan shifting from shock to inquiry. What exactly is this man's profession? Why does his skill always allow him to do things that defy common sense? Don't stand still. Adjust your formation and refocus your fire. Xian Yuan Wuji's voice brought everyone back to reality. With Tang Yan, this extraordinary all-purpose dispeller, the team's pressure was suddenly relieved. Neither the link from Resurrected Frostbone Guardian nor the curse from Bone Priest can effectively disrupt the raid anymore. The rhythm of the battle was back in their hands. All squads, listen to my command. 3, 2, 1. Fire simultaneously. Under the unified command of the Vice Commander, 12 devastating single-target skills precisely and simultaneously struck 12 low-health, resurrected Frostbone Guardians. This time, they failed to revive, wailing as they turned into a pile of broken bones. Pretty! Excited shouts erupted from the team. Tang Yan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. His role is to use his unreasonable approach to smooth out those disgusting mechanisms when the team needs him most, allowing these top talents to unleash their true strength without any worries. He glanced at his experience bar, which remained completely unchanged. But he didn't care. Because he knew that he was participating in a battle that would go down in history. What he gained was something 10,000 times more valuable than experience points, trust, and recognition. He could sense that the gazes directed at him had completely changed. There was no more doubt or contempt, only pure trust and respect. This feeling is great. Chapter 82: 10 Seconds of Life and Death on the Skeleton Platform, Absolute Barrier vs. Dragon Soul Breath. Keep pushing forward. After clearing out the first wave of mobs blocking their path, the team continued towards the dragon-shaped skeleton. Along the way, they encountered several more waves of monster attacks, but with the experience from the first one, plus Tang Yan's almost shameless support ability, all the battles were fought without any real danger. Finally, they arrived at the base of the enormous dragon-shaped skeleton. The skeleton was tens of meters tall, and even though it had been dead for countless years, it still exuded a terrifying dragon's might. In the ribcage of the skeleton, there is a raised platform with a rune emitting a white light floating on it. "That's the activation point," Yuji said. "Tang Yan, you need to go up there and activate it yourself. Protection team, escort Tang Yan up. The rest of you, establish a defensive line down here and be vigilant." "Yes." Wang Can, holding his shield, was the first to step onto the bone ladder leading to the platform. Tang Yan followed closely behind, feeling a little nervous. Although he knew it was the right choice, the feeling of being separated from the main group and acting alone still made him somewhat uneasy. He glanced back and saw that Xianyuan Wuji and the rest of the team were watching him from below, their eyes filled with encouragement and expectation. He took a deep breath, no longer hesitated, and followed Wang Can onto the platform. A cold wind howled above the platform. The white rune slowly rotated in front of Tang Yan, emitting a gentle and warm power that dispelled much of the bone-chilling cold around him. "Tang Yan, just put your hand on it." Yuji's voice came through. Tang Yan nodded, reached out his hand, and slowly pressed it against the rune. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the rune, a sudden change has occurred. Roar! A deafening roar came from the skull of the skeleton. Two eerie blue flames of the soul suddenly ignited in those empty eye sockets. The entire enormous dragon-shaped skeleton began to tremble violently, as if it were about to awaken from its slumber. "What's going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a safe option?" Lin Feng was shocked. "It's a guardian beast. Every correct skeleton has a guardian beast." Yuji immediately realized what was happening and shouted loudly, "Holy Throne! Prepare for battle!" Before the words were finished, a gigantic, ghostly dragon composed of countless vengeful spirits and bone fragments emerged from the top of the skeleton's head, its eyes burning with the fire of its soul, fixedly on Tang Yan and Wang Can on the platform. Skeleton Dragon Soul. Level, 92 Boss. HP, 12,000,000. MP, 80,000. Physical Attack, 18,000. Magic Attack, 9,000. Physical Defense, 6,000. Magic Defense, 5,000. Skills, Dragon Soul Breath, Wraith Entanglement, Bone Storm. Beware its Dragon Soul Breath. Its damage is even greater than the previous gazers. Upon seeing the boss's attributes, the team members began to remind each other. Wang Can. Protect Tang Yan. The rest of you, follow me. Xianyuan Wuji showed no fear. He drew his longsword and transformed into a golden streak of light, soaring into the sky and heading straight for the skeleton dragon soul, hovering in the air. Court Death. The bone dragon soul let out a mental roar, opened its huge maw, and a pale white breath mixed with countless vengeful spirits sprayed like a waterfall towards Xianyuan Wuji, who was rushing up. Dragon Soul Breath. Xianyuan Wuji remained suspended in mid-air, neither dodging nor avoiding, as his longsword drew a perfect circle in front of him. Sword Intent Guardian. A golden shield instantly enveloped him. Boom! The breath slammed into the shield, unleashing a deafening roar. Xianyuan Wuji paused only slightly before bracing himself against the breath and forcefully rushing to the front of the skeleton dragon soul. Sword Intent Breaking Army Slash. 450,000. A terrifying six-figure damage number floated up from above the dragon soul's head. Roar! The bone dragon soul, in pain, let out an angry roar. It abandoned its attack on Xianyuan Wuji, and with a sudden turn of its massive head, it locked its target back onto Tang Yan on the platform. In its judgment, the person attempting to activate the rune is the greatest threat. Oh no! The boss's target is Tang Yan. Wang Can. Activate your skills. Seeing the dragon soul's gaping maw, everyone's hearts jumped into their throats. Wang Can, standing on the platform, had an unprecedentedly solemn expression. He knew he had to block that attack. Absolute barrier. Wang Can roared and slammed the massive tower shield into his body. A thick, golden light curtain instantly enveloped him and Tang Yan. Almost at the same time, the skeleton dragon soul's breath arrived. Boom! The entire platform trembled violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. The pale white dragon breath completely engulfed the golden barrier. Everyone watched nervously at the center of the raging energy. 3 seconds later, the dragon's breath dissipated. Wang Can and Tang Yan reappeared before everyone's eyes. Both of them were unharmed. Wang Can's absolute barrier provides them with 10 seconds of complete damage immunity. Call. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the two were alright. Tang Yan. Quick! Activate the runes. We can't hold out much longer. Xianyuan Wuji's voice came from the sky. He was locked in a fierce battle with the dragon soul, his sword light clashing with the dragon's claws, sparks flying everywhere. However, the dragon's soul was too powerful, even he could only barely restrain it and could not inflict fatal damage. Tang Yan knew that time was of the essence, so he didn't hesitate any longer and pressed his hand hard on the white rune. Buzz! The rune shone brightly, and a pure and warm energy flowed from Tang Yan's arm into his body and then spread throughout the entire area. You have activated the ancient blessing, Dragon Soul. All members receive a buff, all attributes increased by 10%, and there is a 10% chance to trigger the dragon's might effect upon attacking, inflicting a 1-second fear state on the target. Lasts 10 minutes. As the runes were activated, the once ferocious, skeleton dragon soul suddenly froze, as if its source of power had been drained, and its body began to become illusory. Success! The boss has been weakened. All damage dealers, focus fire. Take it down in one go. With the buff from Dragon Soul and the 25% all attribute bonus from Resounding Battle Song, the team's overall strength instantly rises to a terrifying level. Lin Feng's attack power directly exceeded 30,000, and Qin Shui's magic damage also approached 28,000. Die, you scum! All the pent-up energy was unleashed at this moment without reservation. Arrows, magic, flashes of blades, and shadows of swords, like the most dazzling fireworks, exploded wildly on the illusory body of the skeleton dragon soul. 80,000. 75,000. 150,000. Critical hit. The boss's health bar was dropping at a rocket-like speed. Just 1 minute. This boss, with 12 million HP, let out a mournful cry and vanished completely into the air under the team's devastating concentrated fire. Defeat the Bone Dragon Soul to gain 200,000 experience points. Chapter 83 Icefield / Attribute Critical Hit, Armor Penetration, and Buff Perpetual Motion Machine. The battle is over. The entire ice field returned to deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the slowly dissipating speck of light, then looked at the two glittering golden buffs in their status bars, speechless for a long time. They felt as if they weren't playing a level 90 mythical dungeon, but rather a private server with cheat codes enabled. This is over? Lin Feng muttered to himself, feeling that he hadn't had enough of shooting arrows yet. A boss, from its appearance to its defeat, took less than 3 minutes in total. Qin Shui's tone was filled with a dreamlike sense of unreality. All of this is because of that young man. He is not only the team's master key, but also a walking attribute amplifier. With him around, the team's fighting power has at least doubled. Stop spacing out and keep moving. Xianyuan Wuji landed from the sky, his face somewhat pale, clearly having been quite exhausted from the battle just now, but his eyes were brighter than ever before. He walked over to Tang Yan and patted him heavily on the shoulder. Well done. Tang Yan smiled but didn't say anything. He knew this was just the beginning. Next, 2 more skeletons awaited them. After a short rest, the team, guided by Tang Yan, headed toward the second skeleton emitting white light, a giant beast skeleton resembling a fierce tiger. With the experience gained the first time, the team's progress was much smoother this time. They methodically cleared away the smaller monsters along the way and arrived at the second skeleton. As expected, the guardian beast reappeared just as Tang Yan was about to activate the rune. This time, it is an Ice Soul Demon Tiger made of pure ice. Ice Soul Demon Tiger. Level, 92 boss. HP, 13 million. MP, 60,000. Physical attack, 23,000. Magic attack, 9,000. Physical defense, 7,000. Magic defense, 5,000. Skills, Frost Pounce, Rapid Bite, Frozen Domain. Its strength is even a notch above the previous skeleton dragon soul. However, this did not cause too much trouble for the team that had already obtained a layer of ancient blessing. Wang Can activated Absolute Barrier to protect Tang Yan, who successfully activated the rune, granting the team a second layer of buffs, which they then focused on to eliminate. You have activated the ancient blessing, Tiger's Soul. All allies receive the following buff: critical hit rate increased by 15%, critical hit damage increased by 30%. Lasts 10 minutes. When this buff appeared, all the DPS classes in the team let out wolf-like howls. 15% critical hit rate, 30% critical hit damage. What does this mean? This means their output will be elevated to a new level. Ha ha ha. I'm going to shoot it all. Lin Feng looked at his critical hit rate of 70% and his face turned red with excitement. The battle turned into a massacre once again. It ended even faster than last time. 2.5 minutes. The second boss, the Ice Soul Demon Tiger, met its end on the spot. When the massive body of the Ice Soul Demon Tiger collapsed with a roar, turning into countless ice crystals, the entire team erupted in thunderous cheers. We won! We won again! That was too easy. This was way too easy. A melee warrior excitedly plunged his greatsword into the ice and raised his arms in triumph. He felt that he had been enjoying himself ever since he came in. The monster's mechanics were easily countered by the young man named Tang Yan. All they had to do was mindlessly unleash their attacks. 2.5 minutes, we took down a level 92 boss in just 2.5 minutes. Xin Shui looked at her combat statistics, her voice trembling. The total damage she dealt was 30% higher than any of her previous raids. All of this stemmed from those two terrifying buffs and Tang Yan's almost instantaneous group dispel. Lin Feng was so excited that he rushed to Tang Yan, grabbed his shoulder, shook him violently, and shouted incoherently. Tang Yan! You're a god! You're my god! From today onwards, you're my brother! His face, which usually carried a hint of arrogance, was now filled with fervent worship. As a top-tier damage dealer, he knows better than anyone how precious a support character is who can double his damage output. Tang Yan felt a little dizzy from being shaken, and said with a wry smile. Alright, let go now, or it'll fall apart. Wang Can silently reached out and, like picking up a chick, lifted the emotionally agitated Lin Feng away from Tang Yan, then returned to his position. The huge tower's shield seemed like an insurmountable barrier, keeping all the overly enthusiastic teammates out. Zhao Qian watched this scene with a smile. She walked to Tang Yan's side, handed him a bottle of blue mana restoration potion, and said softly. You must have used up a lot of mana, right? Tang Yan took the potion, drank a sip, and a cool sensation instantly replenished his somewhat depleted mana pool. He nodded. Fortunately, it's within a controllable range. His morale source skill is powerful, but it also consumes a lot of resources each time. Throughout the battle, he used his mana almost constantly during cooldown periods, and his mana was indeed running low. Looking at the high morale of the team and the heartfelt respect and trust that everyone showed when they looked at Tang Yan, Xian Yuan Wuji was filled with emotion. He knew that from this moment on, Tang Yan had completely conquered this group of proud and arrogant strongmen with his irreplaceable strength. This team has truly come together as one. Let's rest for a bit and prepare to head to the location of the last skeleton. Xian Yuan Wuji's voice was calm and powerful, soothing everyone's emotions. The team quickly regained order, began meditating to recover, and checked their equipment. Tang Yan also sat down and silently calculated the next steps. They have activated the 2 correct skeletons, gaining powerful buffs to all attributes and critical strike. So, what will the third buff effect be? He felt a faint sense of anticipation. 10 minutes later, the team finished their rest and set off again. This time, their target is the last white skeleton in the first ring area, a skeleton resembling a giant ape. The monsters along the way posed no threat to the team, which already had 2 powerful buffs. The warriors advanced like tigers among sheep, pushing their way through until they reached the giant ape's skeleton. The process is the same as before. A guardian beast appears, a purgatory demon ape, engulfed in black flames. Purgatory demon ape. Level 92 boss. HP 14 million. MP 40,000. Physical attack 25,000. Magic attack 13,000. Physical defense 15,000. Magic defense 7,500. Skills: Hellfire Fist, Flame Roar, Berserk. This demonic ape's attributes are even more terrifying than the previous 2 guardian beasts, especially its physical defense of up to 15,000, which is simply a nightmare for melee classes. However, the team's strength is no longer what it used to be. Wang Can activated Absolute Barrier, again, buying Tang Yan precious activation time. Tang Yan placed his hand on the rune. You have activated Ancient Blessing, Wrath of the Ape. All members receive a buff. Attacks ignore 20% of the target's physical and magical defense. Lasts 10 minutes. Ignore defense. The moment this buff appeared, all the damage-dealing class's eyes turned red with envy. Ignore 20% of both defenses. What does that mean? This means that the Purgatory Demon Ape's physical defense of 15,000 points was directly reduced by 3,000 points in front of them. Brothers, tear this monkey apart. There was no need for command. Everyone unleashed an unprecedented fighting spirit. Xianyuan Wuji took the lead and unleashed the Breaking Army Slash, the sword's edge imbued with the newly acquired armor-piercing effect. 550,000. An even more terrifying damage number floated up from above the demon ape's head. Lin Feng's Thunder Arrow followed closely behind, each arrow capable of taking away more than 100,000 health points. Xin Shui's magic was poured onto the boss as if it were free. The Infernal Ape didn't even have time to activate its berserk skill before it collapsed to the ground, howling in agony, under the team's relentless barrage of attacks. Time taken, 1 minute and 50 seconds. A new record has been broken once again. Chapter 84: A Genius of Mechanics. The Rock Mercenary's brilliant move to cripple an elite monster. When the third guardian beast fell, the ice surface of the entire first ring area began to tremble violently. A crack slowly appeared in the massive ice wall leading to the second ring area in the distance. First zone cleared. Yuji announced, her voice tinged with barely suppressed excitement. They not only passed, but they also achieved it in a near-perfect manner, obtaining all the benefits. Everything went so smoothly, it felt like a dream. The team passed through the crevice and arrived at a huge ice bridge. The ice bridge connects to the second ring area, below which lies a bottomless abyss where howling winds make it difficult to stand. This is the entrance to the second ring area, and also the fifth safety point. Yuji pointed to the head of the ice bridge and said, "Once you cross this bridge, you'll reach the second ring area, where the monsters and mechanics will be more complex than in the first area." The team carefully stepped onto the ice bridge and headed towards the second circular area. The moment they stepped into the second ring road, the scene before them changed once again. This is a much larger ice field, but unlike the first ring zone, the ground here is covered with countless enormous, twisted void crystals. These crystals emitted a ghostly purple light, casting an eerie and mysterious glow over the entire area. The aura of the void in the air became even stronger, and everyone's sanity dropped twice as fast as before. Attention everyone, from now on, sanity will be depleted more quickly. Healers, please focus on maintaining the sanity of the entire group. Yuji's voice calmly reminded him. At the same time, new monsters have appeared. They were no longer the skeletons or elemental creatures of the past, but rather translucent, ghost-like beings that drifted among the void crystals. Illusory image. Level 92. HP 350,000 350,000. MP 10,000. Physical attack 11,000. Magic attack 11,000. Physical defense 3,000. Magic defense 3,000. Skills, attribute copy, void touch. It's an illusion, the vice commander shouted immediately. Beware of their attribute copy skill. They will copy the highest attack attribute of the first target that attacks them. Let the defensive classes engage first. These are the hard-won lessons they learned during their pioneering work in the wilderness. Once, Lin Feng habitually fired an arrow, but the attack power of the illusory phantom instantly surged to the same level as his, and with a single touch of nothingness, it instantly killed one of the team's off-tanks. Clear. Wang Can and two other off-tanks immediately stepped forward and used the most basic taunt skill to draw the aggro of several floating phantoms. Their attack power is high for a tank class, but it's far inferior to the damage-dealing classes in a team. However, even so, after the illusory phantom copied Wang Can's attack attributes, each of its attacks could still cause considerable damage to Wang Can. These things are so annoying, they're slow to kill, and they do a lot of damage. A melee fighter complained. Because of the need to control the target of the monster, the team's output rhythm was severely slowed down. Tang Yan stood at the back, watching the drifting, illusory figures, and the few remaining rock warriors standing beside him. A thought flashed through his mind. These terracotta warriors have fixed attributes and pitifully low attack power, which might be able to deal with the illusionary phantom's skill, attribute copy. So he stood still and silently commanded the rock warrior, as it walked towards the illusory phantom. Tang Yan, what are your summoned beasts trying to do? They're just going to their deaths. Seeing Tang Yan's actions, Qin Shui asked, somewhat puzzled. Tang Yan did not answer, but used his mind to command a rock warrior to charge towards a void illusion that had not yet entered the battle. The illusory phantom flashed with light the instant it was attacked by the rock warrior, copying the rock warrior's pitifully low attack attributes. Then it floated over and slapped the rock warrior. 250. A damage number that left everyone speechless floated up from above the rock warrior's head. 250. The entire battlefield fell silent for a second when the damage number was displayed. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared in disbelief at the illusory phantom and the rock warrior that had barely lost any health. I didn't see wrong, did I? 250 damage? Lin Feng stammered. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he had lost all his sanity and was hallucinating. A level 92 monster only dealt 3-digit damage? Who would believe that? It's attribute copying. Xin Shui reacted instantly, her voice filled with shock. It copied the attack attributes of that rock summon. How much attack power does the rock warrior have? 380. After a level 92 elite monster copied this attribute, the damage it dealt was barely enough to tickle a rock terracotta warrior. You can do that? Everyone on the team was stunned by Tang Yan's outrageous move. They had considered countless ways to deal with these disgusting phantoms, such as having support classes pull the monsters or having tanks without their gear pull them, but each method had its drawbacks and was extremely inefficient. Who would have thought that the best way to solve this problem would be to use a seemingly useless summon? Holy crap! Tang Yan! What's wrong with your brain? Lin Feng couldn't help but shout, how could you even think of that? He no longer idolizes Tang Yan, but admires him to the point of complete awe. This is no longer just a matter of superior skills, it's a tactical domination, a profound understanding of the game mechanics. Tang Yan ignored the shock of the crowd. He calmly commanded more rock warriors to attack the illusory phantoms that had not yet entered the battle. For a moment, a comical scene unfolded on the battlefield. A group of level 92 elite monsters were chasing and attacking a group of stone golems, but each attack only dealt a few hundred points of damage. Meanwhile, the other team members can stand at a distance without any worries and use these monsters, whose claws and teeth have been crippled, as targets to easily harvest them. All units, attack freely. Clear out these phantoms as quickly as possible. The deputy commander also realized what was happening and immediately issued new orders. The efficiency of the battle increased several times in an instant. Shen Yuanwuji couldn't help but smile as he watched this scene. He found that his understanding of this young man had been refreshed once again. He not only possesses powerful support abilities, but also a calm and intelligent mind. He always manages to solve seemingly unsolvable problems in unexpected ways. Having cleared away these troubling illusions, the team continued their exploration. Soon, they encountered the second type of monster in the second ring area. They were aggregates made entirely of void energy, without a fixed shape, like clumps of writhing black sludge, emitting a nauseating stench. Erosion manifestation. Level 92 elite. HP 950,950,000. MP 20,000. Physical attack 18,000. Magic attack 18,000. Physical defense 5,000. Magic defense 5,000. Skills: Erosion Spread, Void Lash. Chapter 85, The Erosion Bomb Plan. The Rock Suicide Squad's ultimate mission. It's an embodiment of erosion. Everyone be careful. Yuji's voice rang out again. Their erosion spread skill is very troublesome. When they die, they spread the void erosion layers they carry to all units within a 20-meter radius. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious. This means they can no longer group up and use area of effect AoE skills to clear out the monsters as they did before. Range classes, spread out and pick them off one by one. The vice commander immediately adjusted the tactics. Lin Feng and Xin Shui, along with other ranged attackers, immediately spread out and began using single target skills to lure monsters one by one from a distance. Wang Can and the other tanks established a defensive line in front to prevent any monsters from slipping through and rushing to the rear. While this tactic is safe, it is extremely inefficient. A single erosion manifestation has nearly 1,000,000 HP, and it would take a long time to defeat with just a few ranged attackers. Furthermore, these monsters can use the Void Lash skill, extending long energy tentacles from their bodies to attack players at a distance. Each attack will add a layer of void erosion. Not long after the battle began, Lin Feng and Xin Shui, who were responsible for luring the monsters, already had 7 or 8 layers of the erosion debuff. This won't do. It's too slow, and the erosion layers will keep getting higher and higher. Shen Yuanwuji frowned. He looked at Tang Yan, his eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. Tang Yan understood what he meant, and he was also thinking about it. Motivation soars. While it can dispel erosion, it has a cooldown of 28 seconds. If the team's erosion level remains high, he alone cannot completely suppress it. We need to find a way to speed up the monster clearing process. Tang Yan's gaze fell on the erosion manifestations, and then looked at the remaining 108 rock warriors on the field. A bolder, even crazy, idea took shape in his mind. He walked to Xian Yuan Wuji's side and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, I have an idea, but it is very risky." "Tell me about it." A hint of interest flashed in Xian Yuan Wuji's eyes. "We can utilize the mechanism of erosion diffusion." Tang Yan's voice was very low. "Let my rock terracotta warriors charge forward and engage these manifestations in close combat. They have no sense of reason, they won't dodge, and they'll take all the damage and corrosive effects. Once the corrosive layers on them are high enough, we'll focus fire and take down the terracotta warriors." "And then?" Xian Yuan Wuji pressed. "Then, when the terracotta warriors die, the high number of erosion layers on their bodies will be transferred to the surrounding erosion manifestations through erosion diffusion, but..." A glint of wisdom shone in Tang Yan's eyes. "Use their own methods against them." When this plan was announced, Yu Ji and Wang Can, who were standing nearby, were both stunned. Use summoned creatures to nurture the erosion, and then use the monster's mechanics to apply debuffs to other monsters. This is simply unheard of. This is insane. Yu Ji was the first to object. The rock terracotta warriors don't have enough health to withstand many hits, and how can you guarantee they'll accurately self-destruct in a group of monsters? What if the explosions spread to our own people? I can control it. Tang Yan's tone was full of confidence. The war terracotta warriors summoned by Immortal Guardian can execute simple commands, including hold your ground and charge to a point. I can make them charge to a designated location and then stay put, waiting for us to focus our fire. Xian Yuan Wuji remained silent. He looked at Tang Yan, and the young man's ideas challenged his understanding time and time again. This plan sounds far-fetched, but upon closer examination, it is highly feasible. The risks are high, but if successful, the rewards will be equally enormous. They will completely solve the problem of clearing monsters in the second ring area, saving valuable time and energy for the final boss battle. Good. After a long silence, Xian Yuan Wuji slowly uttered a single word. He chose to believe Tang Yan. "All units, listen up." Xian Yuan Wuji's voice rang out in the team channel. "Abandon the kiting tactics, everyone move towards me, prepare for a concentrated burst of fire." Although the others in the team did not understand why, they immediately carried out the order out of absolute trust in the Holy See. "Tang Yan, begin your performance." Xian Yuan Wuji looked at Tang Yan, his eyes filled with anticipation. Tang Yan nodded, took a deep breath, and began the boldest move he had made since arriving in this instance. He commanded 30 rock warriors, like a suicide squad, to launch a desperate charge towards the monster horde composed of dozens of corrosive manifestations. Has he gone mad? Upon seeing this, Raymond Lam couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In his view, sending these summoned creatures with less than 5,000 HP to charge at a group of level 92 elite monsters was no different from sending them to their deaths. Just carry out the Holy See's orders. Qin Shui's tone was calm, but her grip on the staff tightened slightly. She couldn't understand what Tang Yan was trying to do either, but she chose to trust Xian Yuan Wuji's judgment. On the battlefield, the 30 rock warriors, with heavy but resolute steps, charged headlong into the black monster tide. In an instant, they were overwhelmed by countless void lash. Because the warrior mercenaries are protected by a layer of guardian mark, they are not instantly killed when attacked. Even so, a series of damage numbers still kept popping up above the heads of the terracotta warriors. 1800. 1750. 1820. Their health bars were dropping rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye. At the same time, layer upon layer of the void erosion debuff began to stack up on them. 5th floor. 10th floor. 15th floor. In just over 10 seconds, these rock warriors were covered in wounds, their health was almost gone, and the number of erosion layers on their bodies reached more than 20. Now. A glint flashed in Tang Yan's eyes. He had precisely seized an opportunity. All ranged units. Focus fire on the terracotta warrior I marked. A red mark instantly appeared in the center of the monster horde, on a rock warrior with only a sliver of health left, but whose erosion layer had reached 28 layers. Although Tang Yan's intentions were unclear, the team's execution was top-notch. Lin Feng's longbow, Qin Shui's ice spike, and all the other ranged classes' single-target skills landed precisely on the marked rock warrior at the same time. Boom! The massive body of the rock warrior exploded with a deafening roar, turning into a pile of rubble. At the very moment of its death, the 28 layers of the void erosion debuff on its body spread out like a detonated plague bomb. Erosion and spread. Within a 20-meter radius, a string of purple numbers simultaneously appeared on the bodies of 7 or 8 corrosive entities. Plus 28. Plus 28. Plus 28. Their erosion layers instantly skyrocketed from 0 to 28. Holy crap! When Raymond Lam saw this, his mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg. He finally understood what Tang Yan was trying to do. Use summon creatures as erosion bombs. What kind of insane thought process is this? Chapter 86, Tactical Genius showcases his skills, Spiral Staircase Deathmatch. We succeeded. Yuji's voice was filled with excitement and shock. She quickly calculated, 28 layers of erosion means their all attributes have decreased by 28%, and the damage they take has increased by 84%. Now they're practically squishy. All units. Go all out on those high-level erosion monsters. Xian Yuan Wuji's voice was like the clarion call for the final assault. After holding back for so long, the team can finally unleash their full firepower without any restraint. Arrows and magic, as if they had eyes, precisely covered those contaminated manifestations of corruption. 45,000. 42,000. 88,000. Critical hit. The monsters that were previously quite difficult to fight now appeared incredibly fragile in front of everyone. Their health bars were dropping at an unprecedented rate. The pace of the entire battle was instantly accelerated to its extreme. Tang Yan stood at the rear, calmly directing wave after wave of suicide squads to charge and detonate. He was like a master chess player, treating the entire battlefield as his chessboard. Those rock warriors were his most lethal pawns. 20 minutes later, when the last invading entity fell unwillingly, the entire second ring area had been completely cleared out. The team's progress was more than twice as fast as originally planned. I feel like I'm dreaming. A melee fighter leaned on his sword, panting heavily, his face filled with excitement and disbelief. We actually broke through the second ring road in this way. Tang Yan, you're a tactical genius. Lin Feng's gaze toward Tang Yan had completely turned into fervor. Previously, he had only admired Tang Yan's skills. So now, the person he admires is Tang Yan. That kind of boundless imagination, and the ability to turn imagination into reality, is truly terrifying. Don't get too excited yet. Yuji's voice calmed everyone down. She pointed ahead to the massive spiral staircase leading to the third circular area and said with a solemn expression, "The real test has only just begun. The third ring area is the outer perimeter of the core of the ruins. The gravity environment there is abnormal, and there is also the last line of defense before the final boss, the ruin sentinels." Following her gaze, everyone saw that at regular intervals along the massive spiral staircase stood a monstrous figure, wielding a giant war scythe, like a sculpture. Guishu Sentinel. Level, 93. HP, 1,200,000 1,200,000. MP, 30,000 30,000. Physical attack, 25,000. Magic attack, 10,000. Physical defense, 8,000. Magic defense, 6,000. Skills, Alarm, Void Slash, Soul Harvest. It's a guardian of the ruins. The vice commander's voice also turned serious. These things have an extremely wide range of perception, and once they detect us, they will immediately sound the alarm and summon twice as many monsters as we do. We've failed here several times during our previous raids. We must deal with them one by one without alerting the other sentries. Yuji added. This is a huge test of our team's stealth and control capabilities. All eyes were drawn to the assassin class members in the team. The assassins exchanged glances, all feeling immense pressure. Performing high-precision stealth and control in environments with abnormal gravity is extremely difficult. I'll give it a try first. An assassin named Xiaoying stepped forward. He was the most stealthy member of the team. He took a deep breath, his body slowly blending into the shadows, and cautiously made his way towards the first ruined sentinel. Everyone held their breath, watching his every move with bated breath. Xiaoying's movements were very professional. He used the blind spots of the spiral staircase to avoid the sentry's line of sight and approached little by little. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Just as he was about to enter the attack range and prepare to launch a sneak attack, the once statue-like Guishu sentinel suddenly turned its massive head, and 2 points of red light instantly locked onto him from its empty eye sockets. We've been discovered. Damn it! Its sensing range is even larger than we anticipated. Wah! The piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire space. Almost simultaneously, spatial rifts were torn open on the ground around the Sentinel, and countless illusory phantoms and corrosive entities surged out like a tide. There are 50 of them. It's over. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. Being surrounded by 50 level 92 elite monsters on the narrow spiral staircase was almost a dead end. Everyone, prepare for a fight to the death. Xian Yuan Wuji roared and was the first to charge forward. He knew that at this point, there was no turning back. However, at this critical moment, Tang Yan glanced at the skill bar. The rock warriors he had summoned earlier had been completely used up in the battle just now. At this moment, the 20-minute cooldown of Immortal Guardian has long since passed. The only solution he could think of was to utilize the rock warrior's core skill Guardian Mark. Come and help Zhou Ying block the attack. With this in mind, Tang Yan activated the skill, Immortal Guardian, without hesitation. A rock warrior rose from the ground, and Tang Yan immediately activated the rock warrior's skill, Guardian Mark. A golden light quickly flew to Zhou Ying's head and enveloped his body. This is a way to escape death? Just before Zhou Ying was overwhelmed by the monsters, she saw the golden icon in her status bar and paused for a moment. The next second, attacks from several monsters landed on him simultaneously. The Guardian Mark shattered, and a golden shield enveloped him. He survived. Finally, with the appearance of the rock warriors, each person was once again surrounded by a golden halo. Now everyone is exempt from death. Don't be afraid. Charge. This discovery acted like a shot in the arm, quickly instilling a powerful sense of confidence in everyone. The team, which had been on the verge of despair, suddenly unleashed an astonishing fighting spirit. With the protection of the Immortality Mark, they can unleash their strongest area of effect attack skills without any worries about being instantly killed. The situation reversed instantly. A seemingly hopeless situation was miraculously turned around by Tang Yan using a single skill. Kill! Xianyuan Wuji's roar, like a dragon's cry, echoed throughout the entire spiral staircase. The holy sword in his hand transformed into a golden lightning bolt that tore through the darkness, charging ahead and fiercely slashing into the densest horde of monsters. Holy sword judgment! Boom! A huge golden beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping more than a dozen monsters. 65,000. 68,000. 71,000. A series of terrifying damage numbers flooded the screen like a waterfall. Those illusory phantoms and corrosive manifestations instantly lost a large portion of their health in this devastating attack. Chapter 87 Frost Nova Blizzard, Lin Feng's DPS Explosive Triple Shot. Roar! The Guishu Sentinel that had sounded the alarm seemed to be enraged by Xianyuan Wuji's power. It abandoned the Ghost Shadow, brandished its massive battle scythe, and charged towards Xianyuan Wuji. Void Slash! The black scythe, carrying a terrifying power capable of tearing through space, cleaved down. Xianyuan Wuji neither dodged nor evaded. With a flick of his left wrist, a small arm shield instantly unfolded, precisely blocking the attack. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Xianyuan Wuji's figure swayed slightly, and a damage number of 18,000 floated above his head. With his massive 68,000 HP, this damage was negligible. Great opportunity. Seize it. Just as the Guishu Sentinel's attack missed, Qin Shui's spell arrived. Frost Nova. An extremely cold energy exploded outwards from the Sentinel, instantly freezing its massive body in place. Focus fire on the sentries. The deputy commander immediately issued the order. Lin Feng's longbow was already fully drawn, and 3 arrows, each gleaming with a different light, were launched in a triangular formation. Triple shot. 72,000. 75,000. 150,000. Critical hit. 3 huge damage numbers floated up above the frozen ruin sentinel's head. With the previous 3 layers of Ancient Blessing buff, the team's damage output has reached an unbelievable level. The 1.2 million HP of the Guishu Sentinel no longer seemed so unattainable to everyone. Meanwhile, the other members of the team, protected by the Guardian Mark, fought with exceptional abandon. They were no longer as restrained as before, fearing being instantly killed, but instead unleashed all their area of effect attack skills without reservation. Inferno, Blizzard, Blade Storm. The dazzling skill effects illuminated the entire spiral staircase as bright as day. Although the Guardian Marks were constantly being triggered, turning into golden shields, no one died. Tang Yan stood at the rear, calmly observing the entire battlefield. Every 28 seconds, he releases, soaring morale, dispelling negative status effects and restoring health and mana to the entire raid. He was like an inexhaustible spring, providing a continuous source of power for this high-speed war machine. Tang Yen. You're awesome. After escaping danger, Xiaoying shouted excitedly. He really thought he was going to die, but Tang Yen pulled him back from the brink of death with just one skill. This feeling is so exciting. Stop joking around, watch your positioning, the next wave of mobs is about to spawn. The vice commander cursed irritably. The battle continued in a tense yet passionate atmosphere. 10 minutes later. As the last illusory phantom dissipated into specks of light, the encounter, triggered by an accident, finally came to an end. The entire team had no casualties. Huff, huff. Everyone was leaning on their weapons, panting heavily, but their faces were filled with excitement and joy at surviving the ordeal. They did it. They won this skirmish under almost impossible circumstances. We actually held on. Lin Feng's voice trembled as he looked at the monster corpses scattered on the ground. It's not that we held on, it's that we won, Xin Shui corrected, her gaze towards Tang Yen now filled with deep awe. She knew that without Tang Yen, they would have lost at least half their men in that last wave, or even been wiped out entirely. It was Tang Yen who, with his unreasonable skills, created this miracle. Everyone, rest where you are and check your condition. Xian Yuan Wuji's voice rang out. He walked to Tang Yan's side, looking at the calm young man, and felt a mix of emotions. You have saved us once again. I just did what I was supposed to do, Tang Yan shook his head. Looking at the heroes in his team cheering for their victory, he felt a surge of pride. It feels really good to be able to fight alongside these people and be an indispensable part of them. The remaining sentries cannot afford any more accidents. Yu Ji walked over, her expression still serious. We can't always rely on Tang Yan's Immortal Guardian to save the day. That skill has too long a cooldown. Upon hearing this, everyone calmed down. They knew that Yu Ji was telling the truth. While the Immortal Guardian is powerful, it has a cooldown time of up to 20 minutes. They already used up one of their chances in that last wave. We must be even more careful on the road ahead. Over the next hour, the atmosphere within the team became unusually tense. Under Xian Yuan Wuji's personal command and with the perfect coordination of Ghost Shadow and several other top assassins, the remaining 5 Guishu sentinels were dealt with one by one, silently and without a trace. No further incidents occurred during the entire process. Finally, they reached the top of the spiral staircase. Before them stood a massive portal of light composed of pure, void energy. Beyond the portal lies the final area of this instance, the throne of the Void Weaver, Caius. Finally, we've arrived here. Lin Feng looked at the light gate, his voice a little hoarse. Although he had been here once before, his heart still pounded violently when he saw the door again. Everyone, take your final rest. Shen Yuan Wuji took a deep breath, and his gaze passed through the light gate, as if he saw the nemesis that had troubled him for countless days and nights. We'll go meet this old friend in 10 minutes. The atmosphere within the team became extremely tense at that moment. Everyone knows that the real battle is about to begin. Tang Yen stood at the back of the line, his feelings somewhat complicated. There was both tension from facing the final boss and a strange sense of anticipation. He glanced at his skill bar. The Emperor Engine, his ultimate trump card that he has been hiding, is now eager to unleash its power. 10 minutes later. Set off. At Xian Yuan Wuji's command, he was the first to step into the enormous gate of light that exuded an ominous aura. The others followed one by one. The moment Tang Yan stepped through the light gate, the scene before him suddenly opened up. This is a circular space so vast that it defies description. Beneath their feet lay a smooth, obsidian-like surface, inscribed with countless twisted and eerie runes. Above, there was no sky, but a slowly rotating void composed of countless stars and nebulae. At the very center of the entire space, upon a colossal throne composed of pure darkness and nothingness, sat a blurry and distorted figure. It has no fixed form, resembling a constantly changing humanoid black mist, but just looking at it makes one feel a chill and despair from the depths of their soul. Chaos, the Weaver of Nothingness. Level, 92 Mythical. HP, 48 million. MP? Physical attack, 28,000. Magic attack, 35,000. Physical defense, 12,000. Magic defense, 60% all elements. Core mechanics, Void Corruption, Whispers of the Heart, Void Replicas. It's good to see you again, Caius. Shen Yuan Wuji looked at the figure on the throne and slowly drew his holy sword. This time, I will not fail again. Chapter 88 First Battle Against Myth. Chaos's Void Corruption. The throne room was deathly silent. The distorted black mist named Caius, simply sitting there quietly, exuded a terrifying pressure capable of freezing the soul. 48 million life points stood like an insurmountable chasm before them. This is a mythical level boss? In the team, a young berserker couldn't help but swallow hard. His voice was hoarse, and his palms, gripping the battle axe, were covered in cold sweat. His name is Li Hu, and he is one of the youngest members of the team. This is his first time participating in a dungeon of this level, and the scene before him has completely overturned his understanding. Don't be scared by its health. A seasoned shield warrior patted him on the shoulder and said in a deep voice. What's disgusting about this thing isn't its high HP, but its illogical mechanics. Tang Yan stood at the very back of the group, firmly protected in the center by Wang Can and the others. He looked at the terrifying attribute panel, his heart filled with turmoil. Is this the world's most challenging task? It has 28,000 physical attack, 35,000 ethereal damage, and a whopping 60% resistance to all magic types. My own 2000 plus magic damage is probably nothing compared to it, barely even a tickle. Tang Inkstone. Xianyuan Wuji's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Tang Yan looked up and saw that the guardian deity of the great Xia was looking back at him with a calm and firm gaze. Are you ready? Tang Yan took a deep breath and nodded heavily, ready. He knew that from this moment on, he was no longer a bystander, but the true core of this decisive battle. All right. Xianyuan Wuji said no more. He turned around, his holy sword pointing at Caius on the throne. His voice was like thunder, resounding throughout the hall. Attention all personnel. Battle commence. At his command, the entire team sprang into action instantly, like a tightly wound, precise machine. Buzz. The halo of Tang Yan's resounding battle song spread silently in an instant, enveloping everyone. Without hesitation, he immediately activated Immortal Protection. One after another, rock warriors rose from the safe zone beneath his feet, followed by golden, guardian marks that flew precisely towards each team member like shooting stars. Holy crap! Everyone's immune to death right from the start? This skill is awesome. Li Hu looked at the glittering gold icon in his status bar and was extremely excited. When he used to team up to explore new content, let alone being immune to death, even having a continuous healing buff at the start of the game was considered a luxury. Whenever I have this invulnerability skill on me, I feel much more at ease. Don't make a fuss, this is just Tang Yan's usual practice. Lin Feng drew his longbow and aimed at the distant boss. Although he said this, he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. It increases all attributes by 25%, plus the terrifying buff of 3 layers of Ancient Blessing, and a base layer of Invulnerability Mark. He felt he was in better shape than ever before, and that shooting an arrow through the sky wouldn't be a problem. Everyone, proceed with Plan A. Tank crews, advance and establish initial aggro. The vice commander's voice was calm and clear. Xianyuan Wuji took the lead, his figure transforming into a golden lightning bolt, instantly traversing hundreds of meters to appear in front of Chaos. Sword intent breaking army slash. 58,000. An astonishing damage number floated above Caius's head. However, Caius's frighteningly long health bar remained almost unchanged. At the same time, it moved. From within that distorted black mist, a tentacle composed of pure nothingness extended and lashed out at Xianyuan Wuji with lightning speed. Clang! Xianyuan Wuji parried with his sword, but the immense force forced him to take a half step back. 12,000. A damage number popped up, and at the same time, a purple icon appeared in his status bar. Void Corrosion, +1. They're here. Upon seeing this icon, everyone's hearts jumped. This is the core, and most unsolvable, mechanism of chaos. The battle had barely begun when the erosion began. Immediately afterwards, 2 other secondary tanks rushed forward and attacked Caius from different angles, sharing the pressure on Xianyuan Wuji. A layer of void erosion immediately covered their bodies. 5 seconds later. You have been affected by void aura and gained 1 layer of void erosion. This purple debuff appeared in everyone's status bar. The aura of light surrounding the entire venue builds up every 5 seconds. This damn thing, there's no way to escape it. Lin Feng cursed, but the arrow in his hand did not stop firing at all. Only 20 seconds into the battle, the number of erosion layers on Xianyuan Wuji's body had already exceeded 10. His attribute panel began to show a visible decline. Tang Yen. Yu Ji's voice carried a hint of nervousness. Without her reminder, Tang Yen had already seen everything. He kept silently counting down the time, calculating the best moment to disperse the demons. Now. Morale is soaring. A roar that seemed to purify the soul came from Tang Yan's mouth. Golden sound waves, like a warm tide, instantly swept across the entire venue. The next second, the purple void erosion icon in everyone's status bar disappeared instantly. Holy crap! It's really gone. Looking at his clean status bar, Li Hu couldn't help but swear. Good, such a clean dispelling. A healing priest looked at his hands and muttered to himself. He was just preparing to cast a single target dispel for Xianyuan Wuji when Tang Yan used a skill to purify the entire raid. This efficiency is simply unreasonable. Xianyuan Wuji also felt the heavy, sluggish feeling on his body dissipate, and the power return to his body. He glanced back at Tang Yan, who was standing in the distance, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. This young man was indeed the key to this operation. Don't get distracted. The boss is about to unleash a skill. The deputy commander's roar pulled everyone back from their shock. On the throne, the black mist around chaos began to churn violently, and a destructive energy was gathering. Void eruption. A thick, black pillar of energy suddenly shot out from its body, aimed directly at Xianyuan Wuji, who harbored the greatest hatred. Switch tanks. A secondary tank roared and activated, taunt, simultaneously using his strongest damage reduction skill to stand firmly in front of Xianyuan Wuji. Boom! The black energy pillar completely engulfed the sub-tank. Boom! A terrifying burst of void energy exploded from the tank's body. 35,000. A huge damage number floated above his head, and his health bar instantly disappeared by more than half. If it weren't for the golden shield of the Guardian Mark protecting him, he would probably have been instantly killed. But at the same time, he was also covered by 15 layers of void erosion. Chapter 89 Chaos's Wrath, From Spatial Web to Pseudo Xianyuan Sword Intent. Such high damage. Damn it, this eruption even has a splash effect. Several melee fighters standing behind the off-tank were also hit by the energy blast, losing a significant amount of health and having their erosion levels rise accordingly. Healers. Stabilize the tank's health. Be careful to dispel high levels of erosion. Yu Ji calmly gave instructions. The 6 healers immediately began chanting, and beams of holy light fell upon the front-line tanks. It's no use. The dispel isn't keeping up, a priest shouted anxiously. This debuff has too high a priority. Single target dispel requires a cast time and has a high failure rate. This is one of the reasons why they failed to clear the lands several times before. Once the tank's erosion layers stack up high, healing becomes insufficient, defensive attributes drop significantly, and the tank is eventually worn down to death by the boss. Don't panic, trust Tang Yen. Xianyuan Wuji's voice was steady and powerful. Taking advantage of the tank swap, he charged at the boss again, his holy sword leaving a trail of afterimages as he unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks. A 28-second loop. Tang Yan silently recited this in his heart. When the time came, he unhesitatingly unleashed soaring morale once again. As the golden sound wave swept over, the more than 20 layers of erosion debuff on the secondary tank were instantly cleared once again. Pretty. Here it comes again. This feels so good. Excited shouts erupted from the team. With Tang Yen as their purification machine, they felt for the first time that the void erosion mechanism wasn't so terrible after all. The rhythm of the battle was firmly in their hands. However, as a mythical level boss, Chaos's methods go far beyond this. Just when everyone thought they could steadily output damage, 6 ever-expanding void spider webs suddenly spread out from beneath Chaos. Space web. These spider webs move extremely fast and have a tracking effect. Once touched, the person will be immobilized and subjected to 5 layers of erosion. Everyone, spread out. Don't get caught in the spider webs. The vice commander shouted. The team members immediately began to move, dodging the spider webs that were spreading like venomous snakes. However, the sheer number of spider webs and their extensive coverage drastically reduced the safety space of the entire site. This won't do, our formation will be completely disrupted. Qin Shui frowned as she cast an instant spell while awkwardly dodging the spider webs beneath her feet. Use your summon creatures to stomp on it. Xianyuan Wuji gave the order. Tang Yen immediately understood and commanded the rock warriors that were already waiting to face the spider webs. Puff. 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 The rock warrior was instantly immobilized upon contact with the spider web, and an erosion effect was applied to its body. But they successfully cleared a safe passage. Well done. Tang Yan, these stone men of yours are truly omnipotent. The team erupted in praise once again. Tang Yan didn't speak, but calmly directed the terracotta warriors to clear safe zones for the team. He knew these were just appetizers. Roar! Kaya seemed to be angered by the crowd's cleverness, and it let out a silent roar. The entire throne room began to tremble, and 12 spatial rifts appeared on the ground. 12 enormous frost abyss larvae crawled out of the rift. Each of them has 800,000 health points, and as long as they remain on the field, they will continuously restore health points for Caius. AoE team. Switch targets and clear out the larvae. Quickly! Lin Feng, Qin Shui, and other ranged attackers immediately shifted their focus from the boss to the newly appeared larvae. Sea of Fire, Blizzard, Rain of Arrows. Various area of effect attack skills overwhelmed the larvae. However, these larvae have extremely high defense, and under the influence of Void Breath, their health is slowly recovering. We can't clear them. There are too many of them, and our area of effect damage isn't enough. A monk shouted anxiously. Don't worry, I have a plan. Tang Yan's voice rang out again. He glanced at his skill bar, and the tactic that had shone so brightly in the second area resurfaced in his mind. Everyone, gather around me. Prepare for a concentrated burst of power. He commanded all the remaining rock warriors to rush towards the frost abyss larvae, like moths to a flame. The terracotta warriors fought fiercely against the infants, enduring all the damage and corrosive effects with their fragile bodies. Soon, they were covered in high levels of erosion debuffs. Now! Focus fire on the terracotta warrior I marked. A red marker appears in the center of the juvenile group. The well-prepared team unleashed all their single-target burst skills simultaneously. Boom! The erosion bomb has been detonated again. A high level of erosion instantly spread to all the surrounding frost abyss larvae. Output. Amidst Shenyuan Wuji's furious roar, the team's firepower tore these greatly weakened larvae to shreds. A seemingly unsolvable crisis was once again easily resolved by Tang Yan using his unconventional tactics. Phew, it's finally cleaned up. Li Hu plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. This battle, full of twists and turns, left him under immense mental strain and exhausted. Tang Yan, just how many more outrageous tricks do you have up your sleeve? Lin Feng walked over to Tang Yan and punched him on the shoulder with his fist, his eyes full of admiration. Tang Yan smiled and was about to speak. Suddenly, the entire throne room shook violently. On the throne, the distorted black mist of chaos suddenly contracted, like a beating heart. Its health bar had been reduced to below 70% in that last burst of fire. Watch out! The phase is about to change. Yu Ji's sharp warning rang in everyone's ears. Before he could finish speaking, the space in front of chaos began to distort. A figure identical to Shenyuan Wuji slowly emerged from the distorted space. Its entire body was composed of ethereal black mist, but its shape, equipment, and the golden holy sword in its hand were exactly the same as Shenyuan Wuji's. Pseudo Shenyuan sword intent. Phase transition, the mirror abyss descends. The Shenyuan Wuji mirror image, composed of nothingness, exuded a terrifying, suffocating pressure the moment it appeared. Its attributes are 60% of Shenyuan Wuji's own. But for the rest of the team, it was still devastating. It's here. Attention, treatment team. Your primary target is you. The vice commander's voice became somewhat shrill due to tension. Most of their previous attempts at land reclamation ended in failure during this stage. This mirror image is a nightmare for backline professionals. Chapter 90: The Symphony of Two Holy Swords, from precise calculation to breaking the stalemate with blood. I'll hold it off. Shenyuan Wuji took a deep breath and went to meet him. He knew that only he could confront the monster that had copied him. Clang! 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 Two identical holy swords clashed fiercely in mid-air, unleashing deafening roars and dazzling sparks. Shenyuan Wuji himself and his mirror image instantly engaged in battle. The sword flashed, and energy surged. The two fought in exactly the same way. Every attack and every block seemed to be meticulously calculated. Everyone else, don't interfere. Focus all your attacks on the boss. Yu Ji immediately issued the order. This was a tactic they had agreed upon beforehand. Shenyuan Wuji personally held off the mirror image, while the others used this time to frantically lower the boss's health and get through this phase as quickly as possible. However, plans can't keep up with changes. That mirror image seemed to possess extremely high intelligence. While it was locked in combat with Xianyuan Wuji, it suddenly sidestepped, dodging Xianyuan Wuji's fatal blow. The long sword in its hand drew a strange arc and shot out a black sword aura. Erosion transmission. The sword energy was not aimed at Xianyuan Wuji, but at the ranged firepower that was firing at full speed from behind. Careful! Lin Feng, Qin Shui, and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly dodged. But that sword energy was too fast, and it had a locking effect. Puff! The sword energy struck a mage who was chanting a fireball spell with pinpoint accuracy. 18,000. The guardian mark on the mage shattered instantly, transforming into a shield. But before he could even feel relieved, he was horrified to discover that 10 layers of void erosion had instantly appeared in his status bar. Damn it! This thing can attack from a distance. Its targets of hatred are random. The scene descended into chaos once again. Xianyuan Wuji was tightly bound by the mirror image and had no way to break free. The mirror image, like a top-tier assassin, constantly harassed the fragile backline classes during the lulls in its battle with Xianyuan Wuji. Streaks of black sword energy, like the scythe of death, ravaged the crowd. Although protected by the guardian mark, no one died, but everyone's corruption level was rising at an alarming rate. This can't go on. We can't contain the erosion anymore. A doctor called out anxiously. Although Tang Yan's scholarly spirit is powerful, it seems somewhat powerless in the face of such high-frequency stacking. We must find a way to get rid of this mirror image as soon as possible. Xianyuan Wuji's voice came, as he was also having an extremely difficult time fighting. Although the mirror image was only 60% of his strength, it was fearless and fought by trading blows, which made him very troublesome. Wow! I'm going too! In the team, the two top melee DPS, Li Hu and another rogue named Qin Feng, exchanged a glance and made a decision at the same time. Are you all insane? The vice commander exclaimed in shock. Going up there is just suicide. Someone has to go. Li Hua's face was full of determination. The Holy See is being held back, we can't just stand by and watch it take down the back row one by one. That's right. Rather than passively taking a beating, we should fight to the death. Chen Feng's figure had already disappeared into the shadows. Immediately afterwards, Li Hu roared and activated Berserk, charging towards the mirror image like a red cannonball. He knew that with his own strength, he couldn't possibly pose much of a threat to the mirror image. What he had to do was use his own body to create an opportunity for the team and for Xianyuan Wuji. Court death. The mirror seemed to sense Li Hu's intentions. It abandoned its harassment of the back row, and with its black holy sword carrying destructive power, it met Li Hu's charge head-on. Now! Just as the mirror image turned around, Qin Feng, who had been hidden in the shadows, appeared behind it like a ghost. Backstab. Deafening. The poisoned dagger, gleaming with a deadly cold light, plunged viciously into the back of the mirror image. 32,000. 50,000. Critical hit. Two huge damage numbers floated up above the mirror image's head. As the team's top assassin, Qin Feng's explosive power caused considerable damage even when facing this mirror image. Roar. The mirror image, in pain, let out an angry roar. It suddenly turned around and swept its sword towards Qin Feng behind it. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly activated Dodge, but it was too late. Puff! The black blade pierced his chest. The light in Qin Feng's eyes dimmed instantly. His body turned into specks of white light and dissipated into the air. The first player to fall in the team has been eliminated. Qin Feng! No! Everyone who saw this was horrified. I'll fight you to the death. Li Hu's eyes were bloodshot. He ignored the black holy sword thrusting at him, gathered all the strength in his body into the battle axe in his hand, and with his last bit of strength, fiercely cleaved the mirror image's head. Devastating cleave. Put. Almost at the same time. The battle axe struck the mirror image's helmet. The black holy sword also pierced Li Hu's heart. 150,000. An astonishing damage number floated up from above the mirror image's head. Li Hu's seemingly suicidal attack actually landed a critical hit. The mirror image's health bar suddenly dropped significantly. But Li Hu, with a hint of unwilling anger, roared and turned into white light. The second casualty. The entire throne room seemed to fall into a solemn silence because of the sacrifice of these two heroes. Tang Yan stood at a distance and watched all of this unfold. His heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, causing him indescribable discomfort. For the first time, he truly felt the cruelty of battle. I admire even more the spirit of those two who sacrificed their personal interests for the greater good. Although this is a game, for someone like them who has worked so hard to level up, dying once in a dungeon would definitely result in a significant loss. Ah! Xianyuan Wuji let out a grief-stricken roar. The sacrifice of his two comrades ignited the fury in his heart. He seized the brief opening created by Li Hu and Shen Fang's sacrifices, and the holy sword in his hand erupted with an unprecedentedly brilliant light. Holy Sword Judgment. A golden beam of light descended from the sky, completely engulfing the mirror image that had been severely damaged and was now frozen in place. 850,000. Under Xianyuan Wuji's enraged attack, the mirror image's already meager health bar was instantly emptied. It let out a defiant screech, and its massive body shattered with a crash, turning into a sky full of black mist. The Mirror Abyss phase has ended. The price was the lives of two top-tier experts. The mirror shattered, but no one cheered. The entire team was shrouded in a sad and oppressive atmosphere. Clean up the battlefield and collect their equipment. Xianyuan Wuji's voice was hoarse as he walked to the spot where Li Hu and Shen Feng had disappeared and silently picked up their dropped weapons and equipment. The warmth of its owner still lingers on it. Tang Yan watched this scene with mixed feelings. He could feel that the sadness that had been suppressed in Xianyuan Wuji was now surging out like a flood breaking through a dam. Should we continue? A young therapist asked, his voice trembling. She was terrified by the horrific scene she had just witnessed. Continue. Xianyuan Wuji did not turn around, but his voice carried an undeniable resolve. Their sacrifices must not be in vain. He put their equipment into his backpack, turned around, and glanced at everyone present. We will carry on their will and go all the way to the end. His words struck like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart. The dejected atmosphere in the team was swept away, replaced by an even stronger fighting spirit. Chapter 91, A Game of Life and Death Reversed, the healer instantly becomes a team wipeout engine. That's right. We must avenge Li Hu and Shen Feng. Kill that son of a bitch boss. The crowd's emotions were stirred up. Tang Yan took a deep breath. He knew now was not the time for sadness. He unleashed the soaring morale. Once more the golden light not only dispelled the corrosive influence on everyone but also seemed to dispel the gloom in their hearts. Everyone, your stats are fully restored. Prepare to enter the second phase. The team regrouped, their faces no longer showing confusion and fear, but only a resolute determination to burn their bridges. At this point, Caius's health had dropped to 65%. It also seemed to be affected by the shattering of the mirror image. Its massive body trembled slightly, and the aura it emitted was even more evil and chaotic than before. It has entered the second stage, Heart Abyss. Watch out. In the second phase, the boss will gain a new skill, Whispers of the Heart. Yuji's voice rang out again, her tone even more serious than before. This skill randomly targets someone, causing them to hallucinate and attack their teammates. Tang Yan, your dispel is the only way to counter it. Everyone looked at Tang Yan, their eyes filled with trust. They knew that the battles to come would rely even more heavily on this miraculous aid. Tang Yan nodded, indicating that he understood. His mind was highly focused, ready to deal with any unexpected events that might occur. The battle continues. At Xianyuan Wuji's command, they charged toward Caius once more. The battle has resumed. As Caius enters the second phase, his aggressive desire intensifies. It no longer passively releases skills as before, but begins to move actively, using its huge ethereal tentacles to frantically lash out at the front-line tanks. Wang Can and another deputy tank commander faced increased pressure. The layers of erosion on their bodies are accumulating at a faster rate than in the first stage. Tang Yan had no choice but to maximize the frequency of using, morale soaring, almost using it precisely during its cooldown period. Just as the battle reached its climax. Suddenly, 3 points of eerie purple light appeared within the distorted black mist of chaos, like 3 malevolent eyes. Whispers from the Heart. 3 invisible waves instantly locked onto 3 ranged classes who were unleashing their full power. The names mentioned were Lin Feng, Qin Shui, and another hunter. The 3 men shuddered violently, their eyes instantly turning bloodshot, filled with madness and chaos. Oh no! They've been taken into custody. Quick! Take control of them. The nearby teammates were shocked and hurriedly tried to step forward to control them. But it was too late. Die, all of you. Lin Feng roared and drew his longbow, aiming an arrow crackling with lightning at the healing priest beside him. Qin Shui also raised her staff and began chanting her strongest single-target burst spell, her target being Tang Yan standing behind her. The situation instantly spiraled out of control. The consequences would be unimaginable if they were to unleash their skills. At this critical moment, morale is soaring. Tang Yan's reaction was incredibly fast. He roared this soul-stirring roar almost the instant the three were subdued. The golden sound waves, arriving first after being launched later, swept precisely over the three people. Lin Feng suddenly released his grip on the bowstring, the red light in his eyes instantly faded, and he stared blankly at the longbow in his hand, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. I almost killed Sister Zhao just now? Qin Shui's chanting abruptly stopped. She looked at the destructive energy that was about to take shape at the tip of her staff, and her face turned deathly pale. She actually tried to attack Tang Yan just now? The person who has always protected them and led them to create miracles? A strong sense of lingering fear and guilt welled up in her heart. That was close. He saved me again. The rest of the team also breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes filled with gratitude as they looked at Tang Yan. Once again, this young man turned the tide at the most critical moment. Don't get distracted. Keep outputting. Shen Yuan Wuji's voice snapped everyone out of their lingering fear. The battle continues, and any lapse in concentration could lead to utter destruction. With this experience, the team was able to handle the situation more calmly. Whenever someone is targeted by whispers of the heart, Tang Yan can always use his almost bug-like skill to defuse the crisis in the first instant. The entire second phase was thrilling, but it proceeded in an orderly manner. With the team's tacit cooperation and Tang Yan's perfect support, Caius's health bar was steadily suppressed. 60%. 50%. 45%. Finally, after a tremendous effort, Chaos's health was successfully reduced to the critical 40%. Watch out. The phase is about to change. Yuji's voice became shrill again. Everyone's heart was in their throat. They knew that what they were about to face was the most terrifying and unreasonable mechanism in this dungeon. Rule reversal. The moment Chaos's health dropped below 40%, the atmosphere of the entire throne room suddenly changed. The distorted runes in the air began to flow in reverse in a strange way. A chaotic and disordered force enveloped everyone present. Warning. Rule inversion activated. Lasts for 30 seconds. A blood-red system notification popped up in front of everyone. The next second, something strange happened. Ah! A scream came from the treatment team. A priest was seen habitually casting a healing spell on Wang Can, whose health was low. As a result, a green light fell on Wang Can, but a red damage number appeared above Wang Can's head. 18,000. What happened? My healing spell turned into a damage spell? The pastor stared at his hands in horror, his face filled with disbelief. Watch out. All healing actions stopped. Do not heal. Yuji immediately realized what was happening and shouted loudly. However, the chaos had only just begun. A shield warrior, seeing the boss's attack coming, instinctively activated his shield skill. As a result, a golden shield appeared on him, but his status bar showed an additional, vulnerable, debuff, increasing all damage he received by 100%. Puff! With a gentle sweep of the boss's tentacles, the shield warrior's health bar was instantly emptied, and the guardian mark on his body shattered. My shield has become vulnerable. My attack buff has turned into an attack debuff. My damage has been reduced by half. My slowing skill has actually accelerated the boss. In an instant, the team channel was filled with all sorts of panic shouts. All gains have become debuffs. All the positive effects turned into negative effects. This is what makes rule reversal so terrifying. It completely overturned the combat system upon which all professionals depend for survival. At this stage, the more you try to help your teammates, the more you will harm them. The more you try to protect yourself, the more dangerous you end up in. Chapter 92 The Only True God Under the Collapse of Rules. Tang Yan endures a reversal for 30 seconds. Everyone stay still. Do not use any buffs or shields. Shen Yuan Wuji roared, stabilizing the morale of the troops. The holy sword in his hand also dimmed considerably. Clearly, even he was affected by this mechanism. At that moment, the entire team was like a tiger stripped of its claws, falling into an unprecedented passive position. They could only rely on the most basic attacks to fight the boss, while desperately dodging each of the boss's attacks. Everyone's health was steadily decreasing, but no one dared to treat them. An atmosphere of despair began to spread within the team. Am I going to fail here again? Lin Feng thought bitterly. He felt he had immense strength, but nowhere to use it. Just then, a golden halo continued to shine steadily on the field. Golden, guardian marks, still emanate a reassuring glow in everyone's status bar. Wait. Tang Yan's aura is still there. His immunity from death mark hasn't disappeared either. Some people were surprised to find that Tang Yan's skills seemed to be completely unaffected by these chaotic rules. That's right. Tang Yan's calm voice rang out in the team channel. My skills are not affected by this mechanism. One of the effects of his professional talent, heart of all things. All laws return to one, ignore all rules, restrictions, and requirements regarding equipment, skills, and items. This played a crucial role at this moment, granting him the privilege of ignoring rule restrictions. While the boss's rule reversal is powerful, it is not enough to overturn the fundamental nature of his SSS level hidden class. That's not all. Tang Yan took a deep breath and activated his core skill once again. Morale is soaring. Golden waves of sound swept across the entire venue once again. This time, it brought not just dispelling. But in this desperate battlefield, it is the only ray of hope. Plus 2,865. Plus 2,865. Plus 2,865. A series of green treatment numbers floated above everyone's heads. Under this rule that healing equals damage, Tang Yan's skills are still purely healing. My health is recovering. Oh my god. His treatment hasn't turned the tide. He is the only source of healing. The entire team erupted in cheers at that moment. They looked at the calm young man standing at the back with the eyes of someone looking at a god. In a desperate situation where all rules have been overturned, he became the only rule. We still have hope. Brothers. Hold on. We can get through this. In everyone's eyes, the flame of hope was rekindled. They stopped panicking and began to consciously move closer to Tang Yan, protecting him in the center. They knew that as long as Tang Yan was still standing, they would not fall. Xian Yuan Wuji was filled with emotion as he watched the scene. Once again, he was awestruck by the miracle created by this young man. Lord of all things. So this is your true power? He muttered to himself. 30 seconds of rule reversal time seemed like an eternity to everyone. But because of Tang Yan, their pillar of strength, they managed to pull through. When that chaotic force of rules dissipated, everyone felt a sense of relief, as if they had escaped a catastrophe. Looking at their own health bars, which had returned to normal, and then at the pale-faced young man who had clearly expended a great deal of mana, they were filled with endless gratitude. Tang Yan, thank you. Tang Yan, you saved us all. Heartfelt words of gratitude echoed in my ears. Tang Yan simply smiled, drank a bottle of magic potion, and said, "It's not over yet. The real battle is just beginning." Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted. They knew that having weathered the most difficult transition, it was time for them to sound the horn of counterattack. Caius's health is now less than 40%. It has entered the final stage, reset to 0. As chaos entered its final stage, it became more ferocious than ever before. The swirling black mist was boiling violently, like a pot of boiling asphalt. Erosion and boiling. The final stage of the permanent passive skill is activated. You are affected by erosion boiling, gaining an additional 3 stacks of void erosion per second. In everyone's status bar, the number of erosion debuff stacks began to skyrocket at a visible rate. Damn it! This stacking speed is too fast. Tang Yingstone, disperse. However, Tang Yan's scholarly spirit skill had just been used and was still cooling down. Hold on. Wait for my skill to cool down. Tang Yan said in a deep voice. 28 seconds. In those 28 seconds, they had to endure the terrifying cumulative erosion. All your attacks, don't hold back. Use your strongest skills to blow its health bar off. Xian Yuan Wuji roared. He knew that from this moment on, the battle had entered its countdown. This is a pure output competition. Alternatively, they could kill the boss before being completely consumed by the corruption. Either they'll be worn down and killed by the boss. There is no third possibility. Kill. Everyone unleashed their final fighting spirit. The most powerful burst skills and the most expensive buff potions were used without reservation at this moment. Lin Feng activated 100 steps piercing Yang, ensuring that every attack would be a critical hit. Qin Shui chanted the elemental torrent, and countless fireballs, ice spikes, and lightning bolts poured down on chaos like a natural disaster. Shen Yuan Wuji even activated the man and sword as one technique, transforming himself into an indestructible golden holy sword. With each swing, he left a deep, bone-revealing wound on the boss. The entire throne room was flooded with dazzling skill effects. Caius's health bar began to drop at an unprecedented rate. 35%. 30%. 25%. However, at the same time, the number of erosion layers on everyone's bodies has also exceeded the 50-layer mark. Their attributes have been significantly weakened, and the damage they receive is increasing. The pressure on the treatment group reached its peak. I can't take it anymore. My mana is about to run out. Tank health is in danger. Anxious shouts echoed in the team channel. Just then, Tang Yan's morale source skill cooled down. He released it again without hesitation. The golden sound waves, like rain after a long drought, instantly cleared away the frighteningly high levels of erosion on everyone's bodies. The pressure on the team suddenly eased. Well done. Keep it up. The group's spirits lifted, and their attacks became even more ferocious. However, Caius's methods were far from over. Void Siphon. From its twisted body, 3 black energy tentacles suddenly emerged, instantly locking onto 3 back row damage dealers. The 3 characters' health and sanity began to be drained at a rate of 5% per second. Chapter 93 15-second countdown, Embrace the Fear. Not good. Interrupt it. However, this skill cannot be interrupted. It looked like his 3 teammates were about to be drained dry. The Guardian mark on them came into play once again. A golden shield lit up, mitigating the deadly continuous damage for them. Phew, it's happening again. Tang Yan's ability to escape death is simply a divine skill. Everyone sighed with emotion once again. But they all knew that the mark of the Immortal Guardian could only be applied to each person once. Once it's used up, it's gone. The battle has entered its most brutal phase of health exchange. 20%. 15%. 10%. When Caius's health was slowly whittled down to only 10%, it suddenly stopped all attacks. The swirling black mist began to collapse inward, coalescing into a black singularity radiating an aura of destruction. Warning! The Void Weaver Chaos is guiding the Weaver's final act. Kill it within 15 seconds, or all members will be wiped out. A blood-red countdown appeared in everyone's field of vision. 15. 14. 13. A team wipe skill. The final 15 seconds. Now. Everyone. Squeeze every last drop of your strength out of yourselves. Shen Yuan Wuji's voice became somewhat hoarse due to excitement. He knew that success or failure hinged on this one move. However, just as everyone was preparing for their final charge, 2 more distorted spatial portals appeared in front of Caius. Summoning minions again? No. This time, it wasn't a small monster that emerged from the portal. Instead, it was Li Hu and Chen Feng. Those 2 heroes who sacrificed themselves for the team in the first phase. Their bodies were also composed of ethereal black mist, their eyes were bloodshot, and their faces bore expressions of pain and distortion. Li Hu, the Void Servant. Chen Feng, the Void Servant. This is... Everyone was stunned by what they saw. The boss actually resurrected their dead companions and turned them into his servants. Damn it! How dare it! Li Hu! Chen Feng! A roar of grief and anger erupted from within the team. Using fallen comrades as the last line of defense is an extremely vicious tactic. Without any hesitation, the 2 enslaved figures raised their weapons and charged towards the crowd, standing in front of Caius. Kill them. Now. But no one could bring themselves to kill their former comrades. This brief hesitation was fatal. The countdown has run out of 10 seconds. Let's do it. A flicker of pain flashed in Shen Yuan Wuji's eyes, but his voice was as cold as ice. Don't let them sacrifice themselves in vain a second time. His words awakened everyone. Yes, they have already sacrificed once for the team. We can no longer allow them to become stumbling blocks to their progress in such a humiliating way. Sorry, brother. A soldier roared and swung his sword at Li Hu's phantom. The battle entered its final sprint amidst the most tragic atmosphere. However, the strength of those two ethereal servants far exceeded everyone's expectations. They inherited some of the abilities of Li Hu and Chen Feng before their deaths, and were fearless, posing a huge obstacle to the team's charge. The countdown has started, only 5 seconds remain. Caius has 5% health remaining. It's too late. A deep sense of powerlessness welled up in everyone's hearts. After making such a huge sacrifice, are they still destined to fail? In that moment of despair, a calm yet supremely majestic voice resounded throughout the throne room. That's the end of it. It is a Tang Dynasty inkstone. He slowly walked out from the back of the line. His face was expressionless, but in his eyes burned an unprecedented flame. He looked at Caius, who was channeling a wipeout spell, at his two enslaved comrades, and at the unwilling and desperate eyes in the team. He knew it was time to reveal his last and strongest trump card. Tang Yen? What are you doing? Come back here. When Wang Can saw Tang Yen walk out of the protective circle, he was shocked and hurriedly tried to pull him back. But it was too late. Tang Yen simply shook his head calmly at him. Then, he raised his hand and gently pressed it against his chest. Thump! A deafening roar, deep and resonant yet seemingly capable of piercing the soul, suddenly exploded in the space. It's like the first heartbeat of an ancient behemoth awakening from its slumber. Thump! When the second sound rang out, the entire floor of the throne room shook violently. Emperor Engine, activated. An invisible, terrifying pressure that cannot be described in words swept across the entire area from Tang Yan's center, like a tsunami. The air condensed. Rule rewriting. Time seemed to have been paused at that moment. The two ethereal servants, who were charging fearlessly toward the crowd, suddenly stopped, their massive bodies frozen in place, unable to move. In their empty eye sockets, the originally frenzied red flames were instantly replaced by a fear originating from the depths of their souls. They were trembling. In submission. Meanwhile, Chaos, the black singularity that was channeling the team wiping spell, suddenly paused in the distance. For the first time, a trace of emotion called fear emerged in its body, which was composed of pure nothingness. It felt its connection to the world had been forcibly severed by a more domineering and primal force. Its guidance was interrupted. Not just them. Everyone present, including Shen Yuan Wuji, simultaneously felt an irresistible and terrifying pressure emanating from the depths of their souls. That wasn't physical oppression. That was an absolute crushing defeat from the level of life itself. It is the instinctive submission of ants when they look up to a god. The longbow in Lin Feng's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. His legs went weak, his knees buckled involuntarily, and he almost knelt down. Jin Shui, Yu Ji, Wang Can. Under this terrifying pressure, everyone trembled violently, and even breathing became extremely difficult. They stared in horror at the man standing in the eye of the storm. At this moment, he was no longer a powerful support. He was a king. An emperor who rules over all things and whose words become law. Faced with this domineering will of a king, all living beings are but ants. What kind of power is this? A miracle? Everyone's mind went completely blank. They couldn't understand what they were seeing. How could a level 30 professional be able to unleash a domain that can even forcibly control a mythical level boss? This is beyond their understanding of the world. Chapter 94 Awakening of the Holy Throne, From the Sword to the Realm of Mountains and Seas. 30 seconds. Absolute control of the Emperor Engine lasts for 30 seconds. But for this battle, 30 seconds is enough. No, it doesn't even take 30 seconds. Holy Throne. Tang Yan's voice broke the deathly silence. His voice was soft, yet it possessed an undeniable magic, awakening Shen Yuan Wuji from the terrifying state of his suppressed soul. Shen Yuan Wuji suddenly came to his senses. He looked at Chaos, who was frozen in place and unable to move, and at the two void servants who were also frozen in place. His eyes flashed with an unprecedentedly brilliant light. He understood. He finally understood. This was an absolutely perfect opportunity for Tang Yen to reap the rewards. Without the slightest hesitation, he poured the last of his strength into the holy sword in his hand. "Thank you, Tang Yen," he said softly. Then, his figure transformed into a golden lightning bolt that tore through the darkness, instantly appearing in front of Chaos. He raised the holy sword high in his hand. That sword carries the sacrifices of Li Hu and Chen Feng, the hopes of the entire team, and the future of hundreds of millions of compatriots in Daxia. It also carries his resentment and persistence during the countless days and nights he was trapped in the 99th level. Break for me! A roar echoed through the sky. The holy sword, with unparalleled power, slashed down fiercely. Time seemed to slow down incredibly at this moment. Everyone held their breath, watching the golden sword light pierce through the void. Put! There was no earth-shattering explosion. There was no earth-shattering roar. There was only a faint sound, like the tearing of cloth. The golden sword light struck precisely the black singularity within Chaos's body. Then, it passed right through. Chaos's massive body, composed of pure nothingness, suddenly stiffened. Immediately afterwards, fine cracks spread out from the singularity that had been struck all over its body. Click. Click. The cracks are becoming more numerous and denser. Final. Boom. The once invincible Void Weaver, Caius, was shattered by Xianyuan Wuji's sword strike that surpassed all limits. It transformed into countless golden specks of light and vanished completely. The entire throne room fell silent again. Only Tang Yan remained, standing there quietly, like the sole ruler of this world. As Caius's figure completely disappeared, a series of huge golden system notifications exploded like fireworks in the center of the entire throne room. Congratulations to the Northern Expeditionary Force team for successfully defeating the mythical boss Void Weaver Chaos. All members gain plus 5 million experience points and plus 100,000 gold coins. All members receive an exclusive title, Voidbreaker. Attributes, all attributes plus 20, damage against ethereal creatures plus 10%. Boom! A series of golden beams, more dazzling than ever before, descended from the sky, landing on each surviving team member except Tang Yan. Everyone's experience bar jumped up significantly. After the light faded, the throne room returned to calm. The mess on the ground testifies to the fierce battle that had just taken place here. You won? We really won? Looking at the sky full of golden lights and the glittering title in the status bar, Lin Feng felt like he was dreaming. They actually managed to clear this mythical dungeon known as the Burial Ground of Heroes. We did it! Immediately afterwards, thunderous cheers resounded throughout the entire throne room. Everyone embraced each other excitedly, celebrating this hard-won victory. The joy of surviving the ordeal and the thrill of avenging their comrades intertwined, bringing tears of emotion to the eyes of these tough men. Even the most composed Yuji was leaning against the wall, her hands trembling as she pulled a bottle of water from her bag and took a couple of gulps to barely calm her racing heart. That was too dangerous. It was really just a tiny bit off. Without Tang Yan's incredible control at the end, and without Xianyuan Wuji's sword strike, it would have been impossible. They've probably all been kicked out of the instance now, suffering heavy losses. Tang Yan watched this scene and a genuine smile appeared on his face. He could sense that a strong bond called comradeship had been established between him and these people. Just then, another unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, a light more dazzling than any of the previous golden rays burst forth from Xianyuan Wuji's body. The light shot into the sky, as if it were about to pierce a hole in the empty sky. A sacred and vast aura emanated from him. Immediately afterwards, a cold, grand system announcement resounded throughout the entire server and echoed in the ears of every player around the world. Global announcement: congratulations to player Xianyuan Wuji from the Great Xia Kingdom for completing the Holy Swordsman Ultimate Trial. Successfully broke through the level 99 life barrier, comprehended the power of rules, and advanced to level 100, Sacred Sword God, becoming the first player in the world to achieve this advancement. Global announcement: congratulations to player Xianyuan Wuji from the Great Xia Kingdom. A grand system announcement resounded in everyone's ears. In the throne room, the golden light that reached the heavens and the earth slowly dissipated. Xianyuan Wuji turned around. His appearance hasn't changed much, he still has that resolute middle-aged face. But the feeling it evoked was completely different. He used to be like a drawn sword, sharp and piercing, yet exuding a sense of tension that could break at any moment. That was because responsibility and pressure pushed him to his limit. And now, he stood there, like a mountain, like an ocean. That sharp edge has been concealed within his very being, replaced by a composed and unhindered ease. A faint golden sword-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. That's a sign that the rules are in place. Holy throne? Lin Feng swallowed hard and tentatively called out. He felt that Xianyuan Wuji was a bit unfamiliar now. Although the pressure was not as terrifying as when Tang Yan used his ultimate move, it still made him a little afraid to speak loudly. Xianyuan Wuji smiled. With that smile, that aloof divinity vanished instantly, and he transformed back into the trustworthy elder brother he once was. What? Don't you recognize me? His voice was relaxed, radiating an unprecedented joy. Holy crap! It really is level 100. At this moment, Wang Can disregarded hierarchy and scrambled over to Xian Yuan Wuji, circling him several times with the eyes of someone looking at a rare treasure. Boss! You really broke through? How does it feel? Can you smash the earth with one punch? Xian Yuan Wuji ignored the boy's nonsense. He raised his hand and clenched his fist. He was captivated by the feeling of being filled with power. Its health points have almost doubled, and its attack power has skyrocketed. Most importantly, he acquired a skill. Sacred Realm, Pure Land on Earth. Effect, consumes 2000 MP to create a 500-meter radius area that lasts for 3 minutes. All friendly units within the area gain plus 20% to all attributes and recover 2% of their health per second. Enemy units within the area have all attributes reduced by 15%, and skill cooldown time increased by 30%. Cooling time, 30 minutes. A true domain skill. Once he expands his domain, the area within a 500-meter radius becomes his absolute home ground. Teammates are healed and have their attributes increased, enemies are slowed and have their attacks reduced. With this, he could truly be considered the guardian deity of the Great Xia dynasty. Chapter 95. The entire audience was shocked. He actually gave up the divine artifact and chose a broken stone? Congratulations, Your Majesty. After a brief moment of deathly silence, the survivors erupted in a thunderous cheer. Each of them understood what Xian Yuan Wuji's breakthrough meant for the beleaguered Great Xia dynasty and even the entire human race. Xian Yuan Wuji nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the excited faces. Finally, his gaze settled on Tang Yin. Under the incredulous gaze of everyone, this newly promoted level 100 Saint Realm Sword God, the highest guardian of Great Xia, slowly walked up to Tang Yin. Not a single word was spoken. He simply bowed deeply to the young man in his 30s. This bow was like a thunderbolt striking everyone's hearts. Wang Can's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he was hallucinating from exhaustion. Lin Feng could barely hold the longbow in his hand. He froze on the spot, his mind blank. An unprecedented look of astonishment appeared on Yu Ji's usually cold face. That was Xian Yuan Wuji. The guardian deity of the Great Xia dynasty, the newly promoted Holy Domain Sword God, that man who only existed in legends, actually performed such a grand salute to a young man of level 30. This is no longer respect, it's placing the other person on an equal, or even higher, level than oneself. Tang Yin, thank you. Xian Yuan Wuji straightened up, his voice filled with barely suppressed sincerity. Without you, I couldn't be standing here. He knew better than anyone that if it weren't for Tang Yan's repeated miracles that defied common sense and paved the final stretch to the divine realm for him, he would still be that loser trapped at level 99 today. Your Holiness, you flatter me. Tang Yan quickly reached out to help him. This is the result of our collective efforts. He couldn't accept such a bow. Without the entire team's valiant fight, he would have been nothing more than a support character with skills but no chance to stand in front of the boss. Xian Yuan Wuji smiled and stopped pressing the matter. He turned and walked toward the pile of gleaming spoils that remained after Caius had vanished. The loot dropped by mythical bosses is so generous it's breathtaking. With a gentle wave of his hand, 3 pieces of equipment shimmering with 7-colored mythical light, and an inconspicuous crystal, floated quietly in mid-air. Voidwalker's Cloak Mythical Rainbow, Agility plus 200, Constitution plus 100, Passive, Voidwalk, enters an untargetable void plane for 3 seconds, 30-minute cooldown. Equipment level, 90. Ring of Chaos Mythical Rainbow, all attributes plus 50, Passive, Power of Chaos, attacks have a 10% chance to inflict random elemental damage and abnormal status. Equipment level, 90. Weaver's Staff Mythical Rainbow, Spirit plus 300, Spell damage plus 2500, Active Weave of Laws, copy a buff or debuff from the target and transfer it to another target. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Equipment level, 90. Divine Shard Skill Expansion Stone, type, special item, effect, upon use, ignores all restrictions and forcibly unlocks an additional skill slot. Each item alone is enough to cause a huge uproar in the outside world. Especially the Weaver's Staff, with its shimmering light and restrained divine power, is simply the ultimate weapon that every magic-based class dreams of. A heavy breathing sound filled the team. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the staff as if by a magnet, their eyes filled with greed and longing. Tang Ink Stone. Xian Yuan Wuji turned around. You deserve the most credit this time, so you have the first priority to choose. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's gaze shifted from their equipment and focused entirely on Tang Yan. They were envious and jealous, but no one dared to disagree. He deserves it. Holy crap! Tang Yan, you've struck gold. Quick, choose that staff. Wang Ken was even more excited than Tang Yan himself, waving his arms and shouting, "Those stats! Those special effects! It's practically tailor-made for you. Once you are promoted, you will definitely be a great help in the future." Although Lin Feng, Qin Shui, and the others did not speak, the meaning in their eyes was self-evident. Tang Yan's profession leans towards magic-based classes, so what else could he choose if not this overpowered staff? However, Tang Yan's goal was very clear from the very beginning. The Weaver's staff is very strong, extremely strong. But equipment is ultimately external and will one day become obsolete. Moreover, he had already instructed Jia Ke to begin crafting an even more powerful suit for himself, though the rest of the population was unaware of this. That piece of equipment has a level restriction, and he can't wait that long. Therefore, his goal was never those dazzling divine artifacts. Tang Yan's gaze calmly passed over the 3 divine artifacts and landed on the inconspicuous transparent crystal in the corner. This is it, Divine Shard Skill Expansion Stone. In his mind, the value of this item far exceeded the sum of those 3 mythical equipment pieces. The skills bar is fundamental to a professional's entire career. His skill bar is full. He has 2 great wind and thunder talents, but only 1 lightning skill. What a waste! We must complete the puzzle of dual cultivation of wind and thunder as soon as possible. Unlocking skill slots normally requires waiting until level 50, which is too slow. An extra skill slot means he can immediately learn a top-tier wind spell, giving his combat power a qualitative leap. This is the real core improvement. Without any hesitation, Tang Yan stepped forward amidst the crowd's eager anticipation. He did not walk toward the much-anticipated Weaver's staff. Instead, he walked straight to the pile of materials, bent down, and picked up the transparent crystal. "I choose this one." Tang Yan raised the crystal in his hand and calmly announced. The entire throne room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was stunned. Wang Can's ecstatic smile froze instantly. He pointed at the stone in Tang Yan's hand, then at the staff, and stammered. Tang Yan? Are you kidding me? You didn't want the divine staff, and you chose a broken stone that expands skills? Yes, once you level up, the skill bar will naturally unlock. Lin Feng frowned, completely unable to understand. In their view, Tang Yan's behavior was tantamount to throwing away a priceless diamond in order to pick up a pebble on the roadside. Unbelievable. I'm sure. Tang Yan nodded and looked at Xian Yuan Wuji. I only want this. You can distribute the rest. He voluntarily relinquished his right to distribute all the spoils of war. Everyone looked at him as if he were an idiot. Would you trade the priority of a mythic staff and 2 mythic items for a stone of unknown function? This deal was a total rip-off. Only Xian Yuan Wuji looked at the crystal in Tang Yan's hand, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. Despite his doubts, he believed that this young man never made a losing deal. Good. Xian Yuan Wuji didn't ask any further questions, simply nodded, and then instructed Yu Ji beside him. Yu Ji. Yes, Holy See. Yu Ji, who had been silent all along, immediately stepped forward. Xian Yuan Wuji looked at Tang Yan and slowly spoke. After we get back, take Tang Yan to the top floor of the strategic material warehouse. Let him choose any skill book, any grade will do. This is my personal thank you gift. Yes. After everyone distributed the spoils, the entire dungeon space began to tremble violently. A massive white portal slowly opened in the center of the throne room. The countdown to the return has begun. Chapter 96 SSS level official document, a global red name, an enemy of the world. Outside the command center at the northern base. Tens of thousands of soldiers in power armor stood in the center of the square, arranged in neat square formations. Jiang Jingshan stood at the very front, his iron-gray military uniform standing straight, his back taut like a steel bar. He didn't speak, but waited quietly. Time passed second by second, each second feeling like an eternity. Finally, several SUVs came to a stop in front of everyone's sight. Everyone held their breath. The first one to come down was Xian Yuan Wuji. He was still wearing that simple martial arts robe, but his entire aura was completely different. Previously, he was a peerless sword hidden in its sheath, its sharpness concealed. And now, he is heaven, he is earth, he is all the laws of this world. He simply stood there, and the wind and snow of the entire north seemed to stand still. Jiang Jingshan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down at that moment. He opened his mouth, wanting to call out Holy See, but found his throat too dry to produce any sound. The next second, a roar like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami erupted from the chests of tens of thousands of soldiers, soaring into the sky and dispelling the dark clouds that had lingered over the northern border for millennia. Victory over the Holy See. Victory over Great Xia. Victory over the Holy See. Victory over Great Xia. The voice contained the ecstatic joy of surviving a disaster, the catharsis of long-suppressed emotions, and boundless hope for the future. Xianyuan Wuji raised his hand and gently pressed down. The deafening cheers came to an abrupt halt. He walked towards Jiang Jingshan, and the two exchanged a glance, everything understood without a word. Subsequently, Tang Yan, Yu Ji, Wang Can, and others also got out of the car one after another. When Jiang Jingshan saw Tang Yan's figure, his pupils suddenly contracted. He quickly stepped forward and caught the swaying Tang Yan. "Hey kid, are you alright?" Tang Yan felt like his bones were about to fall apart, and his mental energy had been completely drained. He managed a weak smile. "It's alright, I won't die." At the same time, the news that Xianyuan Wuji, the holy throne of the Great Xia dynasty, had broken through the level 99 barrier and advanced to the level 100 holy domain sword god spread throughout the world in just a few minutes. The world is shaken. The Lighthouse Nation, Star Shield headquarters. The huge circular conference room was deathly silent. Captain America stood motionless in front of the screen, his red cape hanging down. After a long while, his synthesized voice slowly began to ring out. "Gentlemen, how are our Fortress Project and Gene Warrior Project progressing?" The virtual figure representing the military-industrial complex flickered and answered with difficulty. "Report to the captain, the first phase of the Gene Warrior experimental subject has been completed, but it will take at least 3 months before it can be put into actual combat." 3 months? The Stars and Stripes captain's voice suddenly rose, carrying a hint of barely suppressed rage. "The Great Xia already has a true god. Do we still need 3 months to catch up?" No one answered. Everyone knows that this gap may never be closed. Tang Inkstone. The Stars and Stripes captain suddenly uttered that name. His threat level must be reassessed. The representatives from the Academy of Sciences immediately retrieved the data. According to the latest intelligence, Xianyuan Wuji's breakthrough is most directly related to Tang Yan. It was he who provided some kind of key assistance, which enabled Xianyuan Wuji to complete his final transformation. This conclusion caused the air in the entire conference room to freeze. If the Tanging Stone before was a knife that could pierce the sky, so now he is a creator who can create gods. A support character capable of elevating a level 99 powerhouse to godhood? This is 10,000 times more terrifying than Xianyuan Wuji's own breakthrough. Project Raven has been terminated. The Stars and Stripes captain coldly issued the order. Activate the God-slaying contingency plan. Raise Tang Yan's threat level from S level to SSS level extremely dangerous. Inform our friends in Japan and Europe, the World Dungeon Championship has only one goal. Capture Tang Yan alive at all costs. If we can't capture them alive. He paused, and cold words were squeezed out from the voice changer. Completely disintegrate him in that copy, so that not even a single cell can be taken out. Europa League, Holy City Cathedral. Michael hovered in mid-air, the 6 wings behind him dimming. As he looked at the words Level 100 Holy Domain on the intelligence report, a crack appeared on his face, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years. He always thought he was the person closest to God. Unexpectedly, an Asian beat me to it. The flames of jealousy burned silently in his heart. "Your Majesty." Joan of Arc knelt below, her body trembling slightly with fear. "The Great Xia has already surpassed us." "I know." Michael's voice was ethereal, yet carried a subtle, almost imperceptible tremor. "That variable named Tang Yan has completely spiraled out of control. His original plan was to sit back and watch the two sides fight, waiting for the United States and Japan to test Tang Yan's abilities. In retrospect, how foolish that idea was. If we wait any longer, what we'll get isn't an opportunity, but a complete crushing defeat by the Great Xia." Joan of Arc. "Yes, Your Majesty." Joan of Arc, who had been kneeling in the corner, raised her head. "Has the roster for the championship been finalized?" "It has been confirmed that Arthur, the Grand Master of the Holy Knights, will lead the team." Add one more person. Michael turned around, and the 6 wings on his back slowly folded away. Let Uriel, the angel of death, go too. Joan of Arc looked up abruptly, her face filled with astonishment. Uriel. The most terrifying killing machine in the Europa League, a special executioner responsible for dealing with heretics and traitors. Your Majesty, is this? Go. Michael waved his hand, and his figure gradually merged into the holy light. God said that the evil in its infancy must be eradicated. Tang Yen must die. The land of cherry blossoms, atop Mount Fuji. Oda Shinjan sat cross-legged in the snow, the 40-meter-long giant sword, Zanqing, buzzing in front of him, seemingly excited by its master's uncontrollable killing intent. Level 100, Sacred Domain. He read those words out slowly and deliberately, his teeth chattering. In front of him, a holographic projection of Miyamoto Musashi knelt on the ground, not daring to even raise his head. General! This child must not be allowed to live. Miyamoto Musashi's voice was filled with despair. He originally thought that he was the most miserable person in the world after losing his disciple. Now he understood that true pain was watching his enemy ascend to godhood step by step, while he was powerless to stop it. Let him come out on his own? Oda Shinjan suddenly gave a self-deprecating laugh. We treated him as prey, but we didn't know that with his help, a real tiger had been born in Great Xia. Now, we are the prey. He suddenly stood up and grabbed the Starslayer sword. Miyamoto Kun. Exist. Let's give it our all and bring out our last trump card. Oda Shinjan raised his long sword and pointed it towards the direction of Daxia. In the competition for supremacy, no cost and no means are spared. I want the people of Great Xia to know that even if gods are born, their geniuses will still perish. I will use Tang Yan's blood to wash away the shame of our great Sakura Empire. Chapter 97 Forbidden Spell? Give it to me. Dual cultivation of wind and thunder, done. After Shenyuan Wuji successfully reached level 100, the entire northern base was immersed in an almost frenzied joy. The celebration banquet lasted for 2 days. Tang Yan was dragged along by Wang Can, Lin Feng, and others, and forced to drink strong liquor for 2 days, leaving him in a daze. On the morning of the 3rd day, Yu Ji, dressed in a black combat uniform and with an icy demeanor, appeared at his door. Mr. Tang, please come with me. Tang Yan nodded and followed her. He knew it was time to fulfill Shenyuan Wuji's promise. A skill book of any grade. The two passed through heavily guarded corridors and arrived at a giant door made of a single piece of alloy. The door is engraved with 2 ancient characters, Tian Shu. Yu Ji placed her palm on the recognition device by the door. After multiple verifications, including iris scan, voiceprint scan, and magic wave detection, the heavy alloy door slid open silently to both sides. A rich magical aura, a mixture of ancient parchment and metallic scent, wafted over. This is the strategic material depot of the Great Xia Dynasty, Tian Shu Pavilion. As far as the eye can see, there is a vast space that seems to stretch on forever. Rows of metal racks stretch to the dome, neatly displaying various shimmering objects. On the shelf to the left, there are rows of longswords, staves, and armor, all of which are at least epic level. On the right-hand side, countless crystal balls, scrolls, and stone slabs lay silently, each radiating powerful energy fluctuations, clearly indicating legendary level skills. This is the foundation of a nation's century-long history. The skill book is in Zone 7. When she arrived, Tang Yan had already told Yu Ji her purpose, so she headed straight for her destination deep inside the warehouse. Security measures in District 7 are even tighter than those outside. Each skill book is individually sealed in a transparent force field square, with detailed attributes and level requirements marked next to it. This is the wind-themed section. Yu Ji pointed to an entire wall in front of her. The Great Xia currently has a total of 12 wind-type skill books of S rank or higher, and they are all here. The Holy See has instructed that you may choose freely. She kept observing Tang Yan's expression as she said this. Even the patriarchs of powerful families or renowned top experts would find their breathing quickened when standing in front of this wall. But Tang Yan remained too calm. That calmness wasn't feigned, it was genuine indifference. Tang Yan stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the first row. Skill book, Eye of the Storm S rank. Effect, summons a wind eye that lasts for 10 seconds, dealing 150% wind damage per second to enemies within the area and inflicting a powerful pulling effect. Tang Yan shook his head. The damage multiplier is too low, and the control effect isn't strong enough. In the past, he might have thought it was good. But now, he holds the SSS level, Thunder Emperor's Judgment, in his hand, and skills of that level are simply not worth his attention. He continued reading. Skill book, Descent of the Wind Goddess rank. Effect, transforms into a wind elemental form, movement speed plus 200%, evasion rate plus 50%, and all wind elemental skill cooldowns halved. He still shook his head. The transformation skills have too long a wind up and lock the form, making it impossible to use skills of other types, which contradicts his omnipotent nature as the master of all things. One book after another. Tang Yan read very quickly, almost skipping over the attribute descriptions after just a glance. 5 minutes later, he read through all 12 S-level skill books. Then, he turned around and looked at Yuji. That's all? Yuji was stunned for a moment. For the first time, a hint of surprise appeared on that face that was usually as cold as ice. That's all? She repeated Tang Yan's words, feeling that her understanding had been shaken. These are S-rank skill books. Each one is a treasure that could be used as a clan's most prized possession. You don't want them? It's not that I look down on it. Tang Yan said calmly, it's not appropriate. He walked up to Yuji and looked directly at her. You've seen my lightning skills before, so you know what grade they are. If my wind skills can't keep up, then it's better not to learn them at all. It's not just a matter of grade. He possesses 2 major talents, Body of the Storm, and Affinity of the Storm. It would be a waste not to pair him with a top-tier damage-dealing skill. What he wants is not strength. It is the ultimate. It is the kind of absolute power that can seal the deal with a single move, leaving the enemy no chance to regret it. Yuji remained silent. She looked into Tang Yan's dark eyes, where there was no greed, only an almost obsessive pursuit of power. You're really arrogant. Yuji took a deep breath, turned around and walked towards an inconspicuous black safe in the corner. But you have the right to be arrogant. She entered 3 separate passwords and then took the key from her neck and inserted it into the keyhole. Click. The safe popped open. There were no dazzling special effects inside, only an ancient book with a dark color, as if it had been soaked in blood. As soon as the book was exposed to the air, the surrounding air currents began to surge wildly. Wah-ah! A low, whistling sound echoed in the enclosed space, as if countless wronged souls were howling between the pages of the book. This was brought out by the holy sea from a collapsed ancient ruin 10 years ago. Yuji carefully picked up the book, not handing it directly to Tang Yan, but instead solemnly warning him. But since it was brought back, no one has ever wanted to learn it. Tang Yan looked at the book. Skill book, Eternal Hurricane Annihilation SSS-rank forbidden. Learning requirements, extremely high affinity with wind element, constitution greater than 500, spirit greater than 800. Warning, this skill contains a violent law of destruction. The learning process will cause irreversible wind elemental erosion to the user's body, with an 80% failure rate. Even if successful, each use will cause massive backlash damage. Backlash. Failure rate. These 2 words are enough to deter 99.9% of the world's geniuses. But in Tang Yan's eyes, it was just a string of data. His talent, heart of all things, includes the ability to return to oneness, which ignores all rules, restrictions, and requirements of equipment, skills, and items. This ability is the nemesis of these taboos. Most importantly, he saw the core term in this skill book: annihilation. It's not a knockback, it's not a cut. It is annihilation. To completely erase it from a material perspective. This is it. Without any hesitation, Tang Yan reached out and grabbed the black ancient book. Yuji opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to dissuade him, but thinking of all the miracles this man had created before, she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She took 2 steps back and assumed a defensive stance. Tang Yan took a deep breath and took out the transparent crystal he had obtained in the dungeon from his backpack. Divine Shard Skill Expansion Stone. This stone, which everyone considered useless, now shone with a dazzling white light in his hand. Broken. Tang Yan used his 5 fingers to apply force. Click. The crystal shattered, transforming into a pure force of rules that forcefully surged into his brow. A deafening roar echoed in my mind. The skill slots, which originally had only 9 slots, were forcibly expanded to include a 10th slot at this moment. That position remained vacant, radiating a wave of longing. Without further hesitation, Tang Yan slapped his other hand directly onto Eternal Hurricane Annihilation. Study. Boom. The ancient black book instantly disintegrated, transforming into countless bluish-black wind blades that, like a burst dam, surged wildly into his body along his arm. Pain. It's like millions of tiny scalpels frantically cutting through blood vessels. Tang Yan's body trembled violently, and fine beads of blood instantly seeped from the surface of his skin. But he didn't utter a sound. He gritted his teeth, letting the violent power rage within his body, and then, with his mental strength of several thousand points, he gradually suppressed, tamed, and imprinted it. Ding! High concentration of wind element erosion detected. Talent storm affinity activated. Assimilation in progress, assimilation successful. The originally ferocious wind blades, upon encountering the storm affinity talent, became as docile as if they had met a king. 10 minutes later. All the strange phenomena disappeared. Tang Yan slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, it seemed as if a blue hurricane was slowly swirling. Congratulations! You have successfully learned the SSS-rank forbidden spell Eternal Hurricane, Annihilation. Tang Yan immediately opened the skill panel. Eternal Hurricane Annihilation active, LV1. Rank, SSS forbidden spell. Effect, consumes 2000 MP, casts for 1.5 seconds affected by haste, summons a destructive hurricane covering a 500-meter radius in the designated area, lasting for 10 seconds. Damage, deals 200% wind magic damage every 0.5 seconds. Special effect 1 tier, all wind blade attacks within the hurricane ignore 50% of the target's physical magical defense. Special effect 2 no fly, an absolute gravity field is generated at the center of the hurricane, forcibly pulling all flying units to the ground and causing them to take double damage. Special effect 3 annihilation, instantly kills targets with less than 10% health and effective against bosses. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Powerful. That's ridiculously strong. A 200% multiplier may not seem like much, but that's every 0.5 seconds. That's 400% damage per second. In addition, it deals true damage that ignores 50% of defense, and has the most overpowered anti-air and crowd control effects. This is practically the perfect puzzle piece created to complement the Thunder Emperor's judgment. First, gather everyone together, impose a no-fly zone, and breach the defenses. Then a bolt of lightning struck. The thought of that scene is enough to send chills down your spine. Call. Tang Yan exhaled a breath of stale air, suppressing the joy in his heart. How about it? Yuji stepped forward, looked him up and down, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he was not missing any limbs and that his mental state was normal. Good. Tang Yan stretched his neck, making a series of cracking sounds. It's barely usable. Yuji. Looking at Tang Yan's nonchalant demeanor, she suddenly felt an urge to hit him. This is an SSS-rank forbidden spell. It's a taboo that even several geniuses of the Great Xia dynasty dared not touch. In your mouth, it becomes barely usable? I want to try it. Tang Yan looked at Yuji. Shouldn't the North have a testing ground capable of withstanding attacks of this level? Chapter 98. You call this practice? The northern base is terrified. The Northern Territory, Zero Abyss level simulation field. This is an absolute defensive fortification built to the strength of a level 70 nightmare dungeon. Behind a special observation window that is 3 meters thick, Yuji stood with his hands behind his back. The site structure simulates spatial solidification technology, and its theoretical damage-bearing limit is the Holy Sea's full force attack. Her voice came through the loudspeaker, cold and confident. You can do whatever you want. Tang Yan stood in the center of the field, with a silver-white special alloy floor beneath his feet. Above them, the perpetual leaden-gray haze of the north hung heavy. A very good shooting range. Now that we've obtained the strongest pieces of the wind and thunder elemental puzzle, if we don't figure out the limits of these two trump cards, then going into the dungeon next time would be irresponsible. He closed his eyes and began to channel the magic within his body. It's about to begin. Yuji whispered a reminder into the communicator, while simultaneously signaling all personnel in the control center to set the energy monitoring level to the highest. The next second, Tang Yan opened his eyes. He began to chant. It was an ancient, obscure syllable filled with a sense of destruction. In just 1.5 seconds. Eternal Hurricane Annihilation. Boom! The entire test site began to shake violently. A dark blue storm appeared out of nowhere, centered on Tang Yan, and expanded wildly at a terrifying speed. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 500 meters. A massive, destructive tornado covering half of the test field took shape in 3 seconds, reaching from the sky to the ground. Warning! Warning! Unidentified ultra-high energy reaction detected. The energy index has broken through the critical value. And it's still rising. Inside the control center, piercing alarms blared, driving all the monitors into a frenzy. As they watched the red energy curve on the screen shoot up vertically, they felt their hearts about to stop. Yuji gripped the edge of the control panel tightly, and for the first time, horror appeared on his icy face. Inside the hurricane, it is an absolute death zone. Those artificial mountains, cast from special alloys and used to test the power, were like ice and snow meeting a hot iron the moment they came into contact with the edge of the storm. They couldn't even last a second before being silently decomposed and torn apart, eventually turning into the most basic particles and being swept into the core of the storm. Annihilation. True annihilation. The storm lasted for a full 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, the storm slowly dissipated. In the center of the test site, a huge depression with a diameter of 500 meters and a depth of tens of meters was left. The ground was as smooth as a mirror, as if some kind of rule had forcibly wiped away a layer of it. Yuji stared at that absolute nothingness, her throat feeling dry. This is just the beginning. Tang Yan stood in the center of the deep pit, his clothes perfectly neat. He raised his left hand. The Thunder Emperor's judgment. This time, there was no chanting. The sky suddenly darkened. The energy field, which had just been thrown into chaos by the hurricane, has now become the perfect breeding ground for lightning. Crackling sounds. Countless streaks of purplish-black lightning crashed down from the torn clouds, precisely covering the entire area that had just been shrouded by the hurricane. The wind amplifies the thunder's power, and the thunder borrows the wind's might. The power of the two SSS-level skills resonated in a strange way at this moment. Boom! Where the lightning struck, fine black cracks appeared in the space. A beam of energy shot into the sky, piercing through the thick leaden clouds overhead and tearing a huge hole several kilometers in diameter in the perpetually gloomy sky of the north. The long-awaited sunlight, like a golden sword, pierced through the century-old gloom of the north, embedding itself fiercely in the ruins. Wah-ah! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Strategic level high energy reaction detected. Coordinates, test range 0. Energy readings have exceeded the limit. The base is suspected of being subjected to a strategic level magical attack. The piercing air raid siren blared instantly. Inside the command center, Jiang crushed the battle report in his hand into powder. He kicked open the door, his figure moving like lightning, his entire body transforming into a blur as he rushed out, the violent aura emanating from him suffocating the soldiers along the way. Who is it? Which country's madman dares to provoke Great Xia at this time when the Holy See has just advanced to level 100? When he arrived at the source of the energy burst, the simulated test field with a team of his most elite warriors, his entire body froze. He saw the sky with a huge hole torn open. Seeing that half of the venue had been forcibly flattened. They also saw Tang Yan standing in the middle of the ruins, calmly withdrawing his hand. Jiang Jingshan's mind went blank. He opened his mouth, but it took him a long time to squeeze out a sentence. You did this? Tang Yan turned his head and saw Jiang Jingshan looking nervous. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Wasn't we making a bit too much noise? Jiang Jingshan fell silent. He suddenly realized that his previous assessment of the kid had been too conservative. This is hardly a support role. This is clearly a human-shaped nuclear missile silo in human skin. The tanging stones of today can no longer be judged by common sense. You brat. Jiang Jingshan stepped forward and patted Tang Yan on the shoulder, but the force in his hand was somewhat weak. One person is worth an entire army of mine. Just then, a communications soldier came running, breaking the eerie silence. General. The Kyoto Express line has landed. Master Jiaku has arrived, and so has Miss Jiang. Jiang Jingshan was taken aback. Jiaku? What's he doing here? Han Yu too? How did she get here as well? Helipad. The deafening roar of the engines gradually subsided. The hatch slowly opened. The cold wind howled, stirring up the snow on the ground. Tang Yan stood beside Jiang Jingshan, his gaze piercing through the crowd, precisely locking onto that figure. Jiang Hanyue. She wasn't wearing her usual elaborate monk's robes. Simple white tactical trousers accentuated his long, straight legs, while he wore a light blue thermal shirt and a large men's military overcoat. Her long, silvery white hair was tied up high, revealing a section of her slender, fair neck. She has lost some of her pampered aloofness and gained more of the heroic spirit of a battlefield rose. But what is most striking is the magnificent creature perched on her shoulder. Wind Spirit Azure Phoenix, Cloud Song. It is no longer that fledgling bird that only knows how to act cute. Its body shape is similar to that of a hawk, and its blue feathers gleam with a metallic sheen. As its wings open and close, visible wind elemental currents swirl around its body. Those pure blue eyes were warily scanning the surrounding steel jungle. The overwhelming aura of the mythical creature caused the military dogs on guard duty to lie on the ground whimpering. Tang Yan's lips unconsciously curled up into a smile. The surrounding noise, the lingering sound of the alarm, and Jiang Jingshan's teasing all vanished at that moment. Jiang Hanyue seemed to sense something. She looked up. Their gazes met in the air. In that instant, the sharpness in her eyes, befitting an S-rank mage, vanished, replaced by a gentleness capable of melting the ice and snow of the north. She didn't speak, but simply watched the man standing where the ruins met the sunlight. He's still here. He's all right. That's enough. Chapter 99. A mage with 20,000 HP? The father-in-law was dumbfounded. Inside Jiang Jingshan's office. Cough. A hoarse and urgent cough abruptly broke the brief silence in the room. With his white hair and beard, Jiaku carried a black metal box that was almost as tall as him and slammed it onto the heavy desk with a thud. His eyes were bloodshot, but his pupils burned with an almost manic, scorching light as his gaze was fixed on Tang Yan. Young friend Tang. It's done. It's finally done. Your divine equipment. I brought it with me. His voice trembled with excitement, and he completely ignored Jiang Jingshan, who was about to speak. As if presenting a priceless treasure, he abruptly lifted the lid of the box. Boom! A powerful, mountain-like energy, as vast as the sea, burst forth from the box like a giant beast awakening, instantly filling the entire room. Inside the box, a set of dark gold full-body heavy armor lay quietly on a dark cloth. Each armor plate was embossed with a lifelike dragon, and between the dragon scales, a 7-colored mythical halo flowed slowly like liquid, as if it had a life of its own. Quick! Put it on! Let me see, let me witness with my own eyes the most perfect creation of my life. Jiaku was so excited that he was almost incoherent. Tang Yan's gaze was not immediately drawn to the dazzling armor. He turned his head slightly, his gaze falling on Jiang Hanyue beside him, and on Yungu, a dog that was noticeably larger and more spirited, perched on her shoulder. Yungu, it. Jiang Hanyue responded softly, subconsciously smoothing a strand of hair at her temples. As if afraid Tang Yan would worry that she was too eager to succeed, she took the initiative to explain. I've taken it through a few dungeons these past few days, and the little guy is growing really fast. It's already level 35. I've just reached level 40 myself. As she spoke, she shared Yun Ji's latest attribute panel with Tang Yan. Wind Spirit Cloud Song. Quality, Mythical Colorful. Level, 35 Growth Stage. Initial Skills. Blessed by the Wind passive, all friendly units within an 80-meter radius of Yungu gain plus 15% movement speed and plus 5% casting attack speed. Wind and Lightning skill damage is increased by 15%. Jiang Hanyue's effect is doubled. Storm Synergy active. When Jiang Hanyue releases a Wind Lightning skill, Yungu has a 40% chance to release an enhanced version of Azure Feather Wind Blade number plus 3, damage plus 50% simultaneously, without consuming Jiang Hanyue's mana. Yungu has entered its growth stage, not only becoming more agile but also awakening a powerful ability to cooperate in combat. This growth rate has indeed far exceeded expectations. As for Jiang Hanyue, she put in countless efforts behind the scenes to keep up with me. A warm current quietly flowed through Tang Yan's heart. He wants to become stronger, not only to face the unknown challenges ahead, but also to live up to the silent yet steadfast companionship. Tang Inkstone. Jiang Hanyue took a step closer, her voice soft. Tang Yan responded, raising his hand and very naturally tucking a strand of silver hair that had been ruffled by the airflow behind her ear. Let's try out the equipment first, she said in a low voice. Tang Yan nodded, no longer hesitating. Under the focused gaze of everyone in the room, he had a slight thought and removed the apocalypse suit he was wearing. Immediately afterwards, the parts of the dark gold heavy armor in the box seemed to be summoned by an invisible force, turning into streams of light that instantly covered his entire body. Buzz. Amidst the deep, resonant sound, a dazzling, 7-colored beam of light burst forth from Tang Yan's body, its brilliance almost blinding. A few seconds later, the light faded, and a figure with a completely different aura stood tall. The previously casual attire has been completely replaced. A set of dark gold dragon scale heavy armor that completely covered his body shimmered with a heavy glow under the office lights. The ferocious dragon head protrudes from the shoulder armor, lifelike the powerful dragon body is embossed and coiled around the breastplate, full of power. The dragon heart at the top of the earth dragon's grip, staff in his hand, is radiating a steady and powerful pulsating aura in rhythm. At this moment, Tang Yan had shed the ethereal quality often associated with spellcasters, resembling a war titan emerging from an ancient epic, majestic and imposing, exuding a captivating and rock-solid sense of oppression. The equipment attribute information clearly appeared in his mind. Dragon Heart Set Level 80, Mythical Rainbow. Equipment requirements, no level requirement. Dragon Heart Helmet, Spirit plus 300, Constitution plus 200, Physical Defense plus 1500, Magic Defense plus 1200, Casting Speed plus 15%. Dragon Heart Necklace, Spirit plus 400, Strength plus 300, Spell Critical Strike Chance plus 15%. Dragon Heart Robe, Armor plus 500, Constitution plus 400, Spirit plus 350, Physical Defense plus 2300, Magic Defense plus 1800. Dragon Heart Belt, Constitution plus 350, Spirit plus 200, Health plus 5000, Mana plus 3000. Dragon Heart Boots, Agility plus 300, Spirit plus 150, Strength plus 200, Movement Speed plus 50%. Earth Dragon's Grip, Magic Attack plus 7500, Physical Attack plus 1800, Spirit plus 500, Constitution plus 300, all skill levels plus 1. Mythic Set Bonus 66, Titan Dragon Soul. Effect 1 Dragon Soul Resonance, all skill MP consumption 20%, all skill cooldown time 15%. Effect 2 Titan's Body, when health drops below 30%, immediately restore 50% of maximum health and gain a shield equal to 50% of maximum health for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Effect 3 Heart of the Earth, when you are standing firmly on solid ground, you will be immune to any knockback or knock-up effects and gain an additional 10% damage reduction. This equipment is so powerful it borders on brute force. It not only provides a massive amount of basic attributes, but its set effects also bring terrifying endurance, survival guarantee in desperate situations, and unparalleled ability to stand still and output damage. This is the foundation of power he has been waiting for. Only by mastering such weaponry can he truly be qualified to engage in equal dialogue and even competition with the world's top experts. How are you feeling? Is anything out of balance? Is the energy flow smooth? Jiang pressed on with unwavering focus, his eyes fixed on his most meticulously crafted work of art. Tang Yan did not answer immediately. He closed his eyes slightly, carefully feeling the surging power within his body that resonated with the armor, as well as the unprecedented sense of security. A moment later, he opened his eyes, walked to the desk, and placed his right palm steadily on the sensing area of the dedicated professional testing device on the desktop. A soft humming sound rang out, and a clear holographic image was projected above the testing instrument. The completely revamped attribute panel is displayed to everyone without reservation. Name, Tang Yan. Level, LV 31-2300-120000. Occupation, Ruler of all things. HP, 20,372-0370. MP, 28,352-8350. Physical damage, 3320. Magic damage, 12570. Physical defense, 5426. Magic defense, 3813. Speed, 1365. Physical condition, 1537. Spirit, 2535. Strength, 760. Armor, 813. Agility, 455. Talents, Heart of all things SSS, Body of the Storm S, Shadow Stealth A, Storm Affinity A. Equipment, Dragon Heart Set. Backpack, 9-turn Resurrection Pill X5, Space Teleportation Stone X5. Skills, Resounding Warsong Passive LV30, Morale Soaring Active LV30, Endless Plunder Active LV30, Turn Trash into Treasure Active, Replicating All Things Active, Immortal Guardian Active LV30, Emperor's Engine Hidden LV30, Thunder Emperor's Judgment Active LV30, Netherworld Instant Kill Active LV1, Eternal Hurricane Annihilation Active LV1. Attribute points, 5. This is amazing. An uncontrollable sound suddenly rang out, shattering the brief silence brought by the data panel. Jiang Jingshan stared intently at the exaggerated numbers on the holographic projection. This high-ranking military officer, known for his composure and fortitude, and a top-tier berserker of level 89, had an expression of disbelief and shock on his face. His finger trembled slightly as he pointed to the alarming number, his voice rising a few decibels. Over 20,000 HP? 5,400 physical defense? Despite being a top-tier berserker with a full set of top-tier epic equipment, his health barely exceeded 40,000, while his physical defense hovered around 6,000. This is already a top-tier tank attribute that is difficult for ordinary players to achieve. However, the core survival attributes of this young man, who is only level 31 and should be a fragile magic-based class, are already approaching those of this veteran top warrior. What the hell does that mean? This completely overturns the understanding of career balance. Ha ha ha. Perfect. Unparalleled perfection. A perfect unity of data and reality. Looking at Tang Yan's shimmering armor and comparing it to the astonishing attribute panel, Jiang was so excited that his beard trembled and his eyes even became a little moist. This is the ultimate form that mythical equipment should have. This is the extraordinary art that he pursued with all his wisdom and effort. Jiang Hanyu stood quietly behind Tang Yan. Although she did not utter a word, her usually cool and calm silver eyes clearly reflected a deep shock and a hint of pride for the person she had chosen. Tang Yan slowly withdrew his hand, and the holographic projection faded away. He quietly savored the unprecedented sense of power surging through his limbs and bones, and a calm yet fervent passion rose from the bottom of his heart. He clenched his fingers, gripping the Earth Dragon's grip even tighter. The staff felt heavy and reassuring, and the pulsating light of the dragon heart at the top seemed to gradually synchronize with the powerful beating of his heart in his chest, resonating and becoming one with it. This is the true prototype of the power that truly lives up to the name Master of all things. The road ahead is long, and we are only just beginning. Chapter 100, Rules Shattered, Warmth Vanishes. The global deathmatch begins. The northern border, top floor of the command tower. Yuji stood upright in front of the desk, a hint of solemnity on his usually aloof face, as he reported the intelligence he had just obtained to Xianyuan Wuji. Holy See, the exact location and rules of this year's World Dungeon have been confirmed. Her voice was clear and calm. The entrance to the copy appears in the South Pacific, on a volcanic island that has never been marked on nautical charts before. Xianyuan Wuji sat in the spacious chair, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Upon hearing this, his gaze narrowed slightly. What are the specific details? It's terrible. Yuji pulled up a set of high-resolution images captured by satellite. In the picture, the waters surrounding the isolated island are filled with gray-white warships, densely packed together, like a group of sharks that have smelled blood. The Pacific Fleet of the United States completed its encirclement within 10 minutes of the spatial fluctuations. Currently, a 50 nautical mile radius around the isolated island has been designated as a military restricted area. Any ships or aircraft that approach will be indiscriminately destroyed. Yuji pointed to several steel buildings that were rapidly rising on the edge of the island. They've even started building forward operating bases and fortifications at the dungeon entrance. Heavy engineering machinery is being airdropped directly there. It looks like they're planning to turn it into an impregnable fortress. Oh. Xianyuan Wuji let out a short, cold laugh. First they grab the land, then they talk about the rules. These robbers' behavior is as ugly as ever. This simplistic and brutal hegemonic behavior is indeed very much in line with the style of the people in the United States. Having a geographical advantage is equivalent to holding the right to distribute tickets to enter the instance. Next, they will definitely make a big fuss about the number of admission slots and entry times, to annoy all non-ally countries. That's not the worst part. Yuji turned to the second page of the file in her hand, her tone suddenly turning icy. The rules for this instance have changed. She projected a translated set of rules and regulations in front of Xianyuan Wuji. The scarlet title stood out starkly against the pale blue air. World-class dungeon, the trial of death battle for the god and demon masks. Dungeon name, Land of Fallen Gods Heavenly Ruins Battlefield. Copy type, Global Competitive Survival. Copy death equals real death. Participation requirements. Level requirement, 3050. Number of participants limited, 200 people worldwide. Opening cycle, once every 3 years. Dungeon duration, 7 real-time days. Core objective, to compete for the unique item, the God and Demon Mask, and to determine the final ranking based on individual and national total scores. Subsequent impact, after the dungeon ends, the mining rights of special resource points and the right to use the stable spatial zone derived within the Land of Fallen Gods will be strictly allocated according to this ranking. Xianyuan Wuji's fingers, which were tapping on the armrest, suddenly stopped. The office fell into a deathly silence, with only the faint hum of the exhaust fan. He stared intently at the 6 large, scarlet characters. Death means actual death. These words struck him like a heavy hammer blow to the heart. In the past, although world dungeons were also labeled as dangerous, the system always left a glimmer of hope. Even if you get killed in a dungeon, you'll mostly just be considered severely injured and eliminated, losing experience and equipment. After a year or two of recovery, you'll be back to your old self. But this time it's different. This is the first time the system has so bluntly torn away its veil of tenderness. When someone dies, they are truly dead. The kind where you can't even bring the body back. Continue. Shenyuan Wuji's voice deepened. Yuji took a deep breath and continued listing the data. In addition to the death penalty, the format of this instance has also been fundamentally reversed. In previous editions, whether it was team competition or points-based races, it was essentially still a competition. There were referees, a schedule, and safe zones. Everyone was competing based on their raw skill and monster killing efficiency. She slid the light screen, displaying a blurry preview model. But this time, it's a battle royale. 200 of the world's top elites, aged 30 to 50, were thrown into a completely isolated island map with a harsh environment. No safe zone, no halftime break. Everyone must engage in endless fighting and strategizing for 7 days and 7 nights in order to obtain the unique quest item, the God and Demon Mask. Yuji paused, then added. Betrayal, ambush, alliance, betrayal. In that world, humanity becomes a weapon more terrifying than monsters. Moreover, the outcome of this battle is directly linked to the allocation of subsequent resources. She pointed to the last clause. After the instance ends. This means that whoever loses will completely lose the initiative in future global competition. The scarcity of resources could even lead to a break in the professional workforce across the country. This is a high-stakes gamble that will determine the fate of the nation. The chips are the lifeblood of those young geniuses. Shenyuan Wuji closed his eyes, and countless young and energetic faces flashed through his mind. Tang Yan, Song Bao, Xin Feng, Kong Xiai. These hopes for the future of the great Xia dynasty, once sent inside, may never return. It's no longer an arena for skill competition, but a battlefield for testing the will to survive of civilization. Sure enough, with each opening of a world instance, the rules are evolving in a more fundamental and cruel direction. Shenyuan Wuji opened his eyes, and the anger from before was gone, replaced by absolute rationality and ruthlessness. Since the rules have already been set, complaining is pointless. The only way out is to adapt to it and then conquer it. The United States has gained the upper hand and will definitely try to trip us up in terms of intelligence and entry order. Shenyuan Wuji stood up, walked to the French windows, and looked down at the soldiers who were training below. We've already lost a step at the starting line. The key to turning the tide is the choice of personnel. He turned around and looked at Yuji. We need to reassess our selection process. This time, we need more than just the strongest fighters. We need sober individuals who can maintain absolute rationality under extreme pressure, are adept at surviving in dire situations, know how to assess the situation, understand teamwork, and even know when to make sacrifices when necessary. He knew in his heart that this time, the selection of personnel could not be based solely on rank and equipment. Mental fortitude, intellect, and willpower are more important than any mythical equipment on this battlefield. Given the choice between a genius with top-notch skills but a fragile mentality and a warrior with slightly less skill but an iron will, he would choose the latter without hesitation. Yes, Holy See. Yuji solemnly replied. I will immediately rescreen the data of all top players in the country, from level 30 to 50, according to the new standards. Shenyuan Wuji nodded slightly, his gaze once again falling on the marked Pacific Island on the light screen. He could almost smell the blood that was about to spread across the island. The real storm is about to descend upon that secluded island. This time, however, blood will truly stain the battlefield red. There will be no more illusions. Chapter 101. The virtual roundtable is full of undercurrents, 200 death sentences in the land of fallen gods. As Shenyuan Wuji stared at the Pacific Ocean chart marked with countless red crosses, his thoughts drifted into the air. The red alarm light on the desk suddenly flashed without warning, its blinding red light dancing wildly in the dimly lit command room, accompanied by a rapid and shrill beeping sound. The Holy See is the highest level communication request from the Council of the Professionals Union. Yuji's voice sounded from behind, her tone tense. There's absolutely no need to think about it. Shenyuan Wuji glanced at the button next to him and pressed the confirmation button directly. The holographic projection of the northern snowstorm around them instantly collapsed, replaced by a deep and boundless virtual starry sky. A giant round table floats in the center of the starry sky, surrounded by 12 chairs symbolizing the highest power in the world. Apart from the seat that belonged to him in the due north direction, the other seats were already filled with figures formed by the light and shadow. The air was so thick it was suffocating. No one spoke. Captain America, the leader of the United States, sat at the head of the table, his red and blue bodysuit gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the virtual lighting effects. He rested his hands on his chin, only his eyes, obscured by tactical goggles, were scrutinizing each participant who had just joined through the data stream. To his left, Ivan, the tyrant of the Bear Kingdom, was slumped in his chair like a mountain of flesh, with a bottle of vodka even appearing on the table in front of him. To his right was Michael, the holy light of the Europa Alliance. His pair of pure white wings, folded behind his back, occasionally shed a few data feathers, making him so sacred that people dared not look directly at him. There's also Oda Shingen from Japan, and the Brahman messenger from India. These top-tier combatants, who usually don't see each other, have gathered together at this moment. For that ticket that was about to devour a life. Now that everyone is here. The synthesized voice of Captain America broke the silence. I think everyone has already received information about the Land of Fallen Gods. It's time to discuss the rules before entering the instance. Rule: Ivan grabbed the bottle of virtual vodka and took a big gulp, slamming the bottle down on the table with a loud thud. Your US fleet has surrounded that island so tightly that not even a fly can get in, and now you want to talk about rules with me? What kind of pre-battle mobilization is this? Like a robber dividing up the spoils? His loud voice made the virtual space tremble slightly. Captain America didn't even change his sitting posture. General Ivan, watch your words. He pointed to the holographic image of the isolated island that appeared in the center of the round table, where countless red dots formed an impenetrable blockade. That's a military-controlled zone. If it's not sealed off, any fishing boat that strays in could trigger spatial turbulence in the instance. We're guarding the gate for the whole world. Guarding the gate? Michael scoffed coldly, his slender fingers tapping lightly on the table. You're guarding the gate so tightly that even our European reconnaissance planes get shot down when they get close? Are you guarding the gate, or are you doing renovations inside? Whoever gains the upper hand will have the power, the Stars and Stripes captain said calmly. If the entrance appears in the Vatican, I believe the Holy See will be even more thorough than we are. Michael paused, then didn't reply. That's the truth. This is the naked law of the jungle. Shenyuan Wuji remained leaning back in his chair, watching the argument, the outcome of which was already predetermined, with an expressionless face. The fact that the United States dared to hold this meeting shows that they have already gained enough benefits in the early stages. The so-called discussions now are nothing more than a formality to legitimize the established facts. Enough with the nonsense. Shenyuan Wuji spoke, his voice not loud, but instantly silencing all the noise in the room. Let's talk about the spots directly. Readily. The Stars and Stripes captain abruptly changed the subject, getting straight to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no point in arguing. What we should be discussing now is how to allocate these 200 precious spots. No sooner had he finished speaking than the Brahman messenger from India, who was sitting at the last seat, suddenly stood up, his golden robe swaying violently. In India, we have over 1 billion people, and the number of awakened professionals is the highest in the world. We need at least 50 places. This is a matter of respect for life. Respect? Quantity does not equate to quality. Michael didn't even raise his head, he simply blew away non-existent dust from his fingertips. Sending a bunch of so-called professionals with basic equipment who don't even understand skill rotations into their deaths, is this your idea of respect? You. The Brahman messenger blushed. This is an elite battlefield, not a refugee camp. Michael's voice was as cold as the Siberian wind. In this instance, the weak will not only kill themselves, but also become mobile health packs for others to gain points. I have no objection if you want to go in and die, but don't drag down the progress of the entire Blue Star faction. That's a really harsh statement. But it's so real. Representatives from the other smaller countries, who had initially intended to join in the commotion, immediately fell silent upon hearing this. No one wants to admit that their country's people are mobile blood banks, but in the face of this cruel rule, any rebuttal seems futile. Shenyuan Wuji sneered inwardly. Michael's words sounded high-sounding, but in reality, he was advocating for the interests of these top-ranking countries. For the next hour, the entire conference room turned into a vegetable market. Representatives from various countries argued fiercely over the possibility of securing 1 or 2 more spots. Some presented the facts, some reasoned with each other, and some even started threatening each other. Xianyuan Wuji remained silent throughout, knowing that the final decision could only be made by those with the power to make it. As expected, after a long and drawn-out dispute, the final allocation of slots was based on the total national rankings from the past 3 World Instance events. Lines of data are visualized in the air. First place, the United States, 35 people defending champion privilege, priority landing spot selection. Second place, Great Xia Kingdom, 30 people compensation for last year's runner-up, 2x intelligence from designated resource points. Third place, Europa League, 28 players. Fourth place, Bear Kingdom, 27 people. Fifth place, Japan Sakura Country, 25 people. Sixth place, India, 20 people. Other small nation alliances, 25 people. Free spots, 10 people. Looking at the glaring 30, Xianyuan Wuji's hand on the armrest tightened slightly. It's 5 fewer than the United States. In this life or death situation with only 200 people, a 5-person difference is enough to create absolute dominance in the early stages of the battle. Not to mention the damn preferred landing spot selection right. This means that the United States can directly deploy these 35 top-tier combat forces to the core areas with the richest resources and most treacherous terrain, where they can immediately construct defensive fortifications upon arrival. And the 30 people from the Great Xia Kingdom? All we can do is scavenge the remaining rotten ground. As for that so-called intelligence on designated resource points, Xianyuan Wuji glanced at the notes section. Can we really trust the intelligence provided by the United States? Who knows if those 2 resource points are hiding treasure chests or max-level mythical bosses? I have an objection. The Brahmin messenger was still struggling. Our India. Turn down. The Stars and Stripes captain immediately cut off his microphone access. This is the final decision. If you don't want to participate, you can give up your spot, and I think other countries will be happy to take it over. The virtual image of the representative from India opened its mouth but could not utter a sound. It was so angry that it trembled all over and finally went offline in a huff. The atmosphere in the meeting room was even more oppressive with one less person present. Everyone was staring at the list. This is more than just numbers. These are 200 lives. It is a notice that the top geniuses from dozens of countries are about to be sent to the meat grinder. 2 days. The Stars and Stripes captain stood up, surveying the entire area from his elevated position. Assemble at Pacific coordinates 134.5, 22.8 at noon 2 days from now. No waiting for latecomers. Oh, right. Just before his figure disappeared, he deliberately glanced in Xianyuan Wuji's direction, a hint of amusement in his voice. I heard that a newcomer named Tang Yan has recently emerged in your Great Xia. He's caused quite a stir. I hope I can meet him on that island this time. Don't let him die too soon. Buzz. The image of Captain America instantly disintegrated into countless points of light. Next came Michael, Ivan. The lights in the virtual conference room quickly dimmed, and the huge round table disappeared back into the darkness. Chapter 102 Real Death Arrives. Xuanyuan's 30 bloody tickets. The lights and shadows in the virtual conference room completely collapsed, and darkness once again engulfed the round table. Xianyuan Wuji unplugged the terminal and casually tossed it onto his desk. Outside the special glass, the snowstorm in the north is raging. The gale whipped up ice shards, like countless tiny files, relentlessly grinding against the outer walls of the command tower, producing a teeth-grinding scraping sound. 30 tickets. These 30 spots in my hands are heavy with the weight of bloodshed. To whom? Who can go? Who could go and bring them back alive? One name after another went through his mind, then he quickly crossed them off. The academic geniuses who were trained step by step in the past would be too fragile to even be cannon fodder in this new challenge. That island has no rules, no humanity, only the most primitive law of the jungle. We need wolves. We need the kind of hungry wolf that, even with its legs cut off, will still crawl over and bite the enemy's throat. UG. Xianyuan Wuji didn't turn around, his voice echoing in the empty office with a metallic coldness. From the shadows, Yuji emerged silently, the tablet in her hand glowing with a ghostly blue light. Exist. Xianyuan Wuji walked to the French windows and looked down at the patrol team that was faintly visible in the wind and snow. Pass the word down. He drew a heavy line on the white breath he exhaled onto the glass, his fingertips icy cold. Summon Jiang Jingshan, Song Xuanma, Kong Shen, and Chen Qingyuan to headquarters immediately. There was a 2-second pause. The name rolled on his tongue for a moment before finally being uttered with a resolute air. Also, call Tang Yan over. Yuji's fingers, which were writing, suddenly stopped. She looked up at the tall figure, a hint of surprise appearing on her usually expressionless face. This level of strategic meeting is being held by a newcomer who's only at level 31? That's the chessboard that determines the fate of the nation. Pushing a promising young person forward could easily lead to their utter destruction if not handled carefully. But she didn't ask. As an adjutant, her only duty was to carry out orders. The heel made a crisp sound as it hit the ground. Yes. The communication channel was activated instantly. Several top-level encrypted commands pierced through the blizzard of the north, broke through the clouds, and flew toward the most powerful people in the Great Xia Kingdom. Half an hour later. The Northern Territory, the exclusive lounge of Base Zero. A faint smell of burning lingered in the air. Tang Yan sat cross-legged on the specially made alloy floor, surrounded by a faint halo of dark gold light. The power of the Dragon Heart set is too domineering. He had just tried to mobilize a trace of magic power, and the simple action of clenching his fist produced a series of hissing sounds in the air. This is the confidence behind mythical equipment. He feels like he could punch a main battle tank into a pancake even if it came at him right now. Buzz. The tactical communicator on his wrist suddenly started vibrating violently, and the red alarm light turned the dimly lit lounge blood red. Jiang Jingshan. The moment the call connected, the cacophony of wind on the other end almost drowned out human voices. Tang Yan. Stop worrying about your equipment. Jiang Jingshan's loud voice carried an unusual anxiety, a tone only heard when the defense line was about to collapse. Get to headquarters at the top of the command tower immediately. Initiate a level 1 combat readiness meeting. Now. Immediately. Smack. The communication was disconnected. Tang Yan frowned slightly as he looked at the blacked-out screen. For a veteran like Jiang Jingshan to be so anxious, even if Mount Tai collapses before him, he wouldn't even blink. It must be that the sky is about to fall. Without the slightest hesitation, he sprang up from the ground and strode toward the door. Xianyuan Wuji's strategic meeting room. The person sitting around the round table could make the entire Xia dynasty tremble with just a stomp of their foot. Jiang Jingshan, dressed in military uniform, sat at the head of the left seat. His weathered face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and his fingers unconsciously left several fingerprints on the alloy edge of the table. Opposite him, Song Xuanma, who controlled the lifeline of the nation's pharmaceutical industry, was looking down at a document in his hand, his usual calm and composed demeanor completely gone. Even business tycoon Kong Xian stopped smiling. His face, which always wore a friendly and prosperous smile, was now tense. Academic giant Chen Xingyuan pushed up his thick glasses, the lenses reflecting the light so that his emotions behind them were obscured, but his slightly trembling hands on his knees betrayed his inner turmoil. The door opened. Tang Yan strode in. All eyes immediately focused on him. Those were the scrutinizing, worried, and even slightly pitying gazes of several top leaders. Tang Yan remained calm and pulled out a chair next to Jiang Jingshan to sit down. In this kind of situation, the more you say, the more mistakes you make. Everyone is here. Xianyuan Wuji sat in the main seat, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, making a soft tapping sound. Your Holiness, what exactly happened? You summoned us all in such a hurry, and even temporarily handed over the defense of the war zone. Jiang Jingshan was an impatient man. The moment his buttocks touched the chair, he couldn't help but fire off. Are those bastards from the United States up to something again? Xianyuan Wuji didn't speak, but simply gestured with his chin to Yuji beside him. Yuji stepped forward and swiped her finger across the control panel. Z. A holographic projection instantly filled the entire conference table. It was a scarlet sea chart, and a list of world instance rules that looked as if it were still dripping blood. The moment the words "death is real death" appeared in bold and large font, the temperature in the conference room plummeted to freezing. Real death? Jiang Jingshan suddenly stood up, dragging the chair on the ground with a piercing scream. He stared intently at the words, veins bulging on his neck. What the hell does this mean? Has the world gone mad? He is not afraid of death. But he feared that his soldiers, the future hope of the Great Xia, would die meaninglessly, their bodies never to be recovered. Song Xuanma's hand trembled, and the documents in his hand scattered on the table. Kong Xian's face turned even paler. These two, one in charge of medicine and the other in charge of money, understood best what it meant to train a high-level professional. That's a massive amount of resources, the result of countless people's hard work. Real death? This means that all investments could be wiped out in an instant. All their investment was lost. What you see is the truth. Yuji's narration was cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. This global instance is no longer a competition. It's a war. It's a gladiatorial contest that puts 200 people in a cage. She slid her fingers across the detailed rules of the copy, dissecting them one by one, as if she were dissecting a corpse. The map covers a total area of 400 square kilometers, roughly the size of a medium-sized city. The terrain is extremely complex, with swamps, deserts, ice fields, active volcanoes. It has everything that's disgusting. Apart from the 8 fixed national birthplaces, all other areas are unknown. Yuji pointed to the gray shadow around the edge of the map. The map mechanics introduce a battle royale mode. The safe zone will continuously shrink. Starting from the 3rd day, void erosion will appear at the edge of the map. If you get hit, you lose 5% of your maximum health per second. It's true damage, ignoring defense and shields. Hiss. A collective gasp filled the conference room. 5% per second? Even for a tanky warrior, it would only take 20 seconds to get inside. This is basically forcing everyone to run to the center and fight to the death. By the 7th day, the safe zone was reduced to a 1-kilometer radius around the central Godfall city. Seeing everyone's pale faces, Yuji continued to deliver the final blow. This means that on the last day, everyone must squeeze into a circle less than a kilometer long. It's either you die or I die. The conference room was deathly silent. Jiang Jingshan slumped down, as if all his strength had been drained away. The others also fell into a desperate silence. Tang Yan sat in the chair, his fingers gently stroking the armrest. This rule. That's ruthless. This is like raising a venomous insect. If you throw the world's most poisonous insect into a jar, the last one to crawl out is the Goo King. Chapter 103, The Battleground of Points, Slaughter and Robbery, 5 people killed, points reached 0. The core objective of this instance is it. Yuji looked past the shocked faces of the crowd, lightly tapped the control screen with her fingertips, and an image of a mask with an ancient design and an eerie purple halo around its edges appeared as it rotated. The Mask of Gods and Demons. Basic effect, increases all attributes by 100%. Can switch between god and demon forms, each with powerful exclusive skills. While equipped, grants immunity to 1 fatal attack. Yuji's voice was steady, but every word carried weight. The most crucial rule is, the mask must fall off when the holder dies. She paused slightly, allowing the message to settle. The mask will spawn at noon on the 4th day after the dungeon begins, at the Godfall City altar in the very center of the map. After that, there will only be one way to compete for it. Yuji's gaze swept over the crowd. Murder and robbery. To prevent anyone from taking the mask and disappearing, the system will broadcast the mask holder's real-time coordinates to all survivors on the map every 3 hours. Hold. Jiang Gingshan slammed his fist hard on the ally tabletop, producing a dull thud. Isn't this blatantly putting the person who gets the mask on the hot seat, making them a live target for the whole world? Whoever takes it will die. Everyone will pounce on it like sharks smelling blood. To be precise, whoever takes it becomes the enemy of the world at that moment. Yuji nodded in confirmation, her tone icy. But you have to fight for it. That's the core of points and victory. The scene shifts, and the Crimson Points rules and regulations pop up, the numbers like dancing flames, burning everyone's eyes. Kill a player, gain base points equal to target level 10. If the target was holding the God and Demon mask, at the time, the killer will receive an additional 5,000 points. Holding the mask, you will automatically gain 50 points per minute. The longer you hold it, the more points you will receive. And the most provocative one is this one. Yuji's fingertip lingered on the last line of dark red characters. Player death penalty. Upon death, players immediately lose 30% of their current total score. This deducted score will be transferred to the killer. A deathly silence fell over the conference room, broken only by the faint hum of the ventilation system. How vicious this rule is. It doesn't encourage competition at all. Instead, it uses the simplest, most brutal, and most tempting benefits to drive everyone to engage in the most ruthless infighting among their own kind. Even if you don't intend to participate in the killing and only want to quietly collect resources and complete tasks, as long as your points accumulate to a certain level, in the eyes of others, you are a mobile, priceless super gift pack. Killing you alone could yield far greater rewards than several days of hard work. How many people could resist such a temptation? The survival conditions are equally harsh, simulating extremely realistic wilderness survival. Yuji continued her statement, each sentence adding to the burden that was about to break the camel's back. Food and water need to be replenished continuously, otherwise you will face a sharp drop in attributes and continuous loss of health. You must ensure adequate rest, otherwise you will suffer from mental disorder, and even hallucinations and indiscriminate attacks. All equipment has durability and can be damaged. You must find specific locations or methods to repair it. At last, Yuji took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping across the entire room like an icy blade. It's a punishment from the state. For each member who dies, 20% of the country's total score for this instance will be deducted. Boom! These words were like a mental bomb, exploding in everyone's minds. Deduct 20%? This means that if 5 people die in a country, the team's hard-earned points will be reduced to 0. This is no longer a punishment, but a cruel form of collective punishment. On that isolated, doomed island, you not only have to do everything in your power to survive under the enemy's blade, but you also have to be mindful of protecting your teammates who may be weak or make mistakes. Because the death of any teammate will render all your efforts and those of everyone else futile, and severely damage the country's strategic goals. This is a dead end. Kong Xian's voice trembled uncontrollably. This isn't a fight for survival, it's a suicide mission. It's about utterly burying the elite of our great Xia's younger generation there. Song Xuanma's face was ashen, and he slumped in his chair, as if all the strength to refute him had been drained away. Jiang Jingshan's chest heaved violently, his tiger-like eyes wide open and bloodshot. He suddenly turned to the silent Xian Yuanwuji, opened his mouth, but felt something tightly choking his throat, unable to utter any meaningful sound. It was too tragic. This is hardly a dungeon race. It was clearly a meticulously designed bloody and brutal battlefield. Tang Yan remained silent throughout the entire process. His gaze swept calmly over the ominous mask on the screen, then settled on the map of the isolated island covered in blood-red markings. The brain is working at lightning speed, performing cold calculations. Survival, slaughter, plunder, protection. These 8 words constitute the entire behavioral logic of this instance. This has long transcended the realm of games. It is an ultimate trial that puts humanity to the test and interrogation in an absolutely extreme environment. Gentlemen. Xian Yuanwuji's voice rang out like a rock, abruptly breaking the almost suffocating silence. He slowly stood up, his hands supporting him on the edge of the table. His deep eyes, like stars in a cold night, carried an undeniable majesty as he slowly scanned each face, whether filled with shock, anger, despair, or paleness. That's just how the rules are. Complaining is pointless, and anger won't change reality. The rule makers don't care about our feelings. Now, a knife is at the throat of our civilization. He raised his arm, extended a finger, and pointed clearly at Tang Yan at the other end of the conference table. Tell me. His voice wasn't loud, but it struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Are you scared? The air in the conference room froze instantly, becoming so heavy it seemed to materialize. All eyes, as if drawn by invisible threads, converged on the direction Xian Yuanwuji was pointing on Tang Yan. Jiang Jingshan's breath hitched, his body instinctively leaned forward, his hand pressed against the table, but he ultimately did not move. This is a decision that concerns the fate of the nation, and personal feelings must give way to such a weighty one. Tang Yan raised her head. He met Xian Yuanwuji's oppressive gaze, which seemed to penetrate his soul, his face showing neither fear nor the kind of feverish excitement that comes with being blinded by passion. There was only a deep, still calm. He knew perfectly well that he had no way out in this instance. It was not only for the fate and future of the great Xia dynasty, but also for those he had to protect. He needs greater strength, he needs to survive this brutal selection process, and he needs to acquire the resources to cope with any future crises. If fear is useful. Tang Yan's voice rang out calmly, carrying a faint, almost self-deprecating tone. Then I might choose to remain in fear. Kong Xian was stunned. Song Xuanma's movement of pushing up his glasses froze in mid-air. Even Xian Yuanwuji's face, which had been frozen for 10,000 years, twitched slightly. But unfortunately, being afraid is useless. Tang Yan stood up, the chair legs scraping against the ground making a clear sound. He walked around the conference table to the huge holographic map and stared at the isolated Pacific island marked with an ominous red light. On the surface, this is a dead end. He stretched out his hand, his fingers passing directly through the virtual light and shadow, and pointed to the area marked Godfall City in the center of the map. The United States has a significant advantage, possessing 35 slots and priority landing rights. They will inevitably seize the strategic high ground in the central region as quickly as possible, construct a network of firepower, and wait in ambush to reap the rewards from those who come later. We are outnumbered, and our initial landing point is destined to be less than ideal. Coupled with the covetous eyes of other countries, we will inevitably be on the defensive and face great difficulties in the early stages. Tang Yen turned around, leaning against the blood-red map, and calmly swept his gaze over each of the solemn-looking bigwigs present. But he abruptly changed the subject. This is also an opportunity. Raising goo worms is a game of strategy. The more goo worms there are, the more exciting the battles will be, and the stronger the final goo king will be. If they want to see us as prey, and surround and hunt us. Tang Yan's lips curled into a cold, emotionless smile, a smile that betrayed a chilling calmness and ruthlessness. You have to be prepared to have your claws and teeth broken by your prey, or even be devoured by them. I'll go. 2 words, clear and calm, yet heavy as a ton, resounding with conviction. Chapter 104. Trust as solid as a mountain, Xianyuan Wuji's high-stakes gamble on the nation's fate. Jiang Jingshan's taut nerves suddenly snapped. He fell backward, crashing heavily into the back of the chair, as if all his strength had been drained away. The look in his eyes as he looked at Tang Yan was a mixture of relief, admiration, and an overwhelming sense of worry. Good lad, you've got guts. It's a great material with a reinforced steel frame. At this moment, everyone's eyes in the conference room focused again, and finally converged on Xianyuan Wuji as if on a pilgrimage. Xianyuan Wuji slowly straightened up. He didn't look at anyone. His gaze seemed to pierce through the special glass of the control tower, across the steel forest of the city, and into the distant ocean where undercurrents surged. After a deathly silence, he withdrew his gaze. Their gazes, like 2 tangible searchlights, precisely locked onto Tang Yan. Tang Inkstone. His voice wasn't loud, but it made everyone present's heart skip a beat. I need you to represent Great Xia in the battle. Furthermore, you will serve as the captain of this main combat team. Boom! A silent tidal wave exploded in the conference room, shattering everyone's reason and experience. Shock. Stunned. Absurd. All eyes were once again fixed on Tang Yan, their gazes seemingly intent on dissecting him from skin to bone. Holy throne! Jiang Jingshan was the first to snap out of his daze. He jumped up abruptly, slamming his hand on the table with a dull thud, his face filled with anxiety and confusion. Your Majesty! You might want to reconsider? I wholeheartedly support Tang Yan joining the battle. Everyone has witnessed his abilities. He's a surprise weapon, a key player. But making him the captain, he's only level 31. He became increasingly anxious, his speech accelerating. The entry threshold for this instance is level 30 to 50, and it brings together the most elite and top-tier players from around the world at this stage. Among them are many battle-hardened monsters with level advantages. To send a level 31 young man to command such a group of proud and fierce warriors to deal with such an extremely complex situation, this is too much pressure and too risky. He wasn't questioning the order, he was feeling sorry for the person who gave it to him. In his heart, Tang Yan was a precious gem of the nation that needed to be protected, but now he was about to throw it directly into the hottest furnace as an anvil. He was afraid that this gem would shatter. Your Majesty, Chief Zhang's concerns are not without merit. Song Xuanma's voice rang out at the right moment, his tone as steady as a precision instrument, carrying just the right amount of caution. He slowly pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, the lenses reflecting the light and obscuring the fleeting glint in his eyes. Young friend Tang's talent is a strategic treasure, a blessing to our Great Xia. No one can deny this. He first gave it the highest praise, then changed the subject, his tone revealing a deep sense of fairness and concern. However, the position of captain no longer tests individual combat strength. It was the instantaneous control over the overall situation amidst hellish chaos, the precise calculation of people's hearts, the ruthless dismantling of limited resources, and making those sacrificial choices that went against human nature. These things require countless real battles, and enough bloodshed and betrayal to cultivate. His gaze swept over Tang Yan's overly young face, and he continued in a steady voice. Young friend Tang has unlimited potential, but his age and experience are insurmountable gaps. Suddenly placing such a heavy burden on the nation's destiny on him, what if? If, due to insufficient command experience, there is even the slightest hesitation or misjudgment at a critical moment, what we will lose is the precious lives of our team members, the points of the entire team, and even the future of our Great Xia. His words were impeccable, every single one standing on the high ground of national interests. The position of captain is not only an honor, but also a real command authority on the battlefield, the right to prioritize the allocation of resources, and an invisible influence that is unimaginable in that special environment. If Leopard could take charge, he is highly respected within the Dragon Group. With him leading the team, victory can be assured. After the war, his experience in commanding the battle for the nation's destiny will be an immeasurable political asset, enough to allow the Song family to occupy a more advantageous position in the future landscape. Tang Yen, though a prodigy, is ultimately a variable who rose to prominence suddenly, with an unstable foundation and difficult to control. Giving him such a crucial command role would introduce too many variables and would be of no benefit to the Song family. Moreover, Xian Yuan Wuji favored this boy too much, even to the point of breaking with convention. In the long run, will this extraordinary trust and support disrupt the existing balance of power? Will the influence that my Song family has cultivated over the years in the military and special operations departments be affected by this? If a level 30 kid is allowed to rise above so many seasoned experts, will those arrogant guys really accept it? If internal strife breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Song Xuanma bowed slightly, wrapping his hidden intentions in the most respectable reason. Therefore, I dare to propose a more secure structure. An experienced and powerful veteran, such as Song Bao, can serve as the overall commander to stabilize the situation. Tang Xiaoyu, on the other hand, will serve as the chief tactical advisor, enjoying a high degree of freedom of action and specializing in handling core variables such as the competition for the masks. In this way, we can both leverage Tang Xiaoyu's surprise attack effect and avoid all uncontrollable risks with a mature and prudent framework. After he finished speaking, he lowered his eyes and adopted a respectful listening posture. Kong Xian and Chen Qingyuan exchanged a glance, their brows furrowed. Although they did not speak, their silence itself was an attitude. To place the hopes of the entire nation on a young man in his 31s is too big a gamble. The holy CS move is too radical. Xian Yuan Wuji seemed not to have heard Song Xuanma's heartfelt words. His gaze never left Tang Yen from beginning to end. Tang Yen, what do you mean? All the pressure, doubts, worries, scrutiny, calculations. It was like an invisible mountain that suddenly pressed down on Tang Yen's shoulders. His heart, however, remained as calm as a mirror. Why did Xian Yuan Wuji choose him? Because this guardian deity of the great Xia dynasty saw things more clearly than anyone else. In this battle of raising venomous insects, conventional tactics and so-called experience may no longer be effective. It was a completely new, twisted, and inhumane hellish scene. It doesn't need a rule-abiding commander. Instead, he is a madman who can break the rules, create miracles, and bring about the greatest variables. He, Tang Yen, is the biggest variable. The unreasonable abilities he displayed in the abyss of return were the real source of Xian Yuan Wuji's confidence in making this decision. Meeting Xian Yuan Wuji's gaze, which seemed to see through everything, Tang Yen slowly spoke. The sound traveled clearly into everyone's ears. I accept. 3 words. Not too high, not too low. But like 3 mountains, they crashed down in the center of the silent conference room. Chapter 105. The Song family was dumbfounded. Why were they kicked out of the pre-selected contestant? Jiang Jingshan, who was about to open his mouth, suddenly closed it again. He looked into Tang Yan's calm, unwavering eyes, which held no impulsive passion, only a deep, ocean-like calmness. This kid isn't showing off. He genuinely believed he could do it. Song Xuanma's fingers, which were pushing up his glasses, stiffened for a moment. My vision suddenly narrowed behind the glasses. How dare he accept it? Is it ignorance breeds fearlessness, or does he really have a trump card that he can't even fathom? A strong sense of unease, a feeling that things were slipping out of his control, surfaced in his heart for the first time. Kong Xian and Chen Qingyuan frowned even more deeply. This composure and decisiveness beyond their years only amplified their doubts and anxieties to the extreme. Good. For the first time in ages, a faint hint of approval appeared on Xian Yuan Wuji's face. Since you accept it. He paused, then threw the second bomb, which was even more destructive. Then, you will be in charge of drafting and deciding on the specific candidates for the 12 main combat team members. The words fell. The composure that Song Xuanma had been forcibly maintaining on his face finally shattered completely. Even the right to vote are being handed over too? This is no longer about trust. This is a huge gamble. The fate of the great Xia dynasty is at stake on Tang Yan's future. Song Xuanma felt a deeper chill and hidden worry creep in, his heart churning, but he forced himself to remain calm. He stopped objecting, realizing that objecting at this moment was pointless and would only highlight his own selfish motives. Shen Yuanwuji gave no one else a chance to question him and looked directly at Yu. Yu, you announced the group assignments. Yu nodded, stepped forward, walked to the holographic map, and spoke calmly. 30 people can't be grouped together, that would make us too conspicuous and easy targets. We must work in groups, each with their own responsibilities. She stretched out her hand and marked several areas on the map, her tone crisp and decisive. First, the main combat team, with a quota of 12 people. She looked at Tang Yan, then turned to the crowd. Captain Tang Yan is fully in charge and has absolute command authority. This team's mission is to launch a frontal assault, a surprise attack, and ultimately seize the God and Demon Mask. They are the spearhead and core of this operation. This announcement further solidified the status of Tanging Stones. Jiang Dingshan took a deep breath, clenched his fist and then relaxed it, ultimately choosing to trust Shen Yuanwuji's judgment and Tang Yan's own choice. Yu then turned to Song Xuanma, whose expression was rather unnatural. Second, the resource-gathering team, with a quota of 8 people. It is recommended that Song Bao, a level 50 veteran shield warrior under President Song Xuanma, lead the team. Their mission is not to fight, but to disperse to the 4 main resource areas, collect food, water, basic materials and repair resources as safely as possible, provide logistical support for the entire team, and establish concealed supply points. Hearing his son Song Bao's name mentioned and being entrusted with the important task of resource team leader, Song Xuanma's tense facial muscles relaxed slightly, but he felt little joy in his heart. The resource group is important, but it is far from the core battlefield and decision-making center, and has no chance of seizing the mask. This is clearly an attempt to marginalize my Song family. He nodded reluctantly, squeezing out a sentence through gritted teeth. Song Bao will do his best. This appointment was more of a consolation and a way to balance things out than what he truly wanted, and it only intensified his feeling of being excluded from the core of power. Yuji's gaze then turned to Kong Xian. Third, the intelligence reconnaissance team, with a quota of 5 people. It is recommended that it be led by Kong Ci, a level 50 phantom assassin, under President Kong Xian. Their mission is to scout, explore, monitor the movements of other countries' teams, and find safe houses and concealed routes. We need to be the side with the most and brightest eyes on the battlefield. Kong Xian was quite satisfied with this arrangement, as intelligence work was of paramount importance and suited the strengths of his elite troops. He nodded and said, Kong Ci is skilled in this art and will certainly not fail in his trust. Although the intelligence group does not directly participate in the frontal battles, it has an information advantage and still wields considerable influence, so this position is acceptable. Finally, Yu looked at Chunqing Yuan. Fourth, a special mission team, with a quota of 5 people. It is recommended that it be led by Qin Feng, a level 48 rune mage and a top disciple of Dean Chunqing Yuan. This team specializes in hidden events that may appear in dungeons, deciphering ancient ruins, and the quest The Truth of Gods and Demons, which requires specific conditions to trigger. They need specialized knowledge and the ability to deal with the unknown. Chunqing Yuan stroked his beard, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. Qin Feng is meticulous and calm, and has a thorough understanding of ancient runes and the mechanisms of secret realms. Perhaps he is worth a try. For him, focusing on solving puzzles and hidden missions is in line with his consistent research style and can also make good use of his disciples' strengths, so this arrangement is not inappropriate. In just a few words, Yu clearly presented the structure of the team of 30 people. The 4 groups: combat, logistics, intelligence, and surprise attack have clearly defined responsibilities and support each other. Everyone then realized that while they were fiercely debating the selection of the team leader, Shen Yuanwuji and Yu had already made comprehensive considerations about the overall structure and the selection of key personnel. Tang Yan listened silently, his mind racing. This grouping, seemingly intended to balance the various forces, actually places all the risks and glory on his main combat group. The resource group is the logistics team, the intelligence group is the eyes and ears, and the special mission group is the surprise force. And he is the tip of the knife. If we win, he will be the biggest contributor. If he loses, he will be the biggest sinner. However, this suited him perfectly. Absolute command means he can choose the teammates who are best suited to his tactics. Those who can cooperate with him on Endless Plunder and Immortal Guardian, those fearless and absolutely obedient wolves. With these people, he had a chance to survive in that hellish arena and win everything. Let's do as Yu says. Shen Yuanwuji made the final decision with a decisive blow. Jiang Jingshan. Here. Jiang Jingshan immediately straightened up. As the overall person in charge of the rear and the highest authorized representative for this operation, you will coordinate all external support, intelligence gathering, emergency decision making, and be responsible for reception matters. Yes. I guarantee to complete the mission. Jiang Dingshan replied in a deep voice, feeling a great responsibility on his shoulders. Finally, Yu stepped forward and simultaneously transmitted an encrypted intelligence file to the terminals of everyone present. This is all the publicly available information we have analyzed so far, including the speculated distribution of resource points, the patterns of monster activity, and some fragmented clues about the hidden quest, the truth of gods and demons. This task seems to require certain conditions to be met, and may even involve unintentional cooperation between players from multiple countries to trigger. The specifics are unknown, and the risk is extremely high. She raised her wrist, glanced at the precision timer, and announced in a calm, emotionless voice. 2 days later, on the morning of the same day, all 30 selected team members gathered in Kyoto and boarded a private plane to the entrance area of the world instance. We have less than 48 hours for final preparation. Chapter 106. Are you crazy? Leading a bunch of newbies to their deaths? Kyoto, top floor of the Jiang Group headquarters. Jiang Dingshan paced back and forth in his office, his leather shoes making a dull thud on the carpet, each step filled with anxiety. Lu Yan stood to the side, her fingers flying across the tablet. The holographic projection instantly filled half the room. A dense array of personnel files floated in the air, each one represented an elite individual carefully cultivated by the Jiang Group. Level, profession, battle record, and loyalty assessment are all clearly displayed. The lowest level is 45, and the highest is even 52. This is an armed force capable of sweeping through most of the instance. Jiang Dingshan stopped and pointed to the documents. Tang Yan, this instance is no small matter. The Wings of Freedom from the United States, the Yellow Springs Group from Japan, and even the Vatican, which has been silent all along, are definitely watching you. He banged on the table twice, making a dull thud. What you have is too tempting. Once you enter the instance, it's a lawless place, and they will stop at nothing to kill you. Therefore, in this battle, you must be surrounded by elite warriors, all of them top-notch. Lu Yan then pushed several important files in front of Tang Yan. These are top 10 fighters in the group's internal combat strength assessment, and their professional combinations are also perfect. As long as you nod your head, they can sign a life or death contract at any time. Tang Yan glanced at those impressive resumes. I didn't watch it. He didn't even lift his head. He leaned back on the sofa, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. I already had a list in mind. In this cannibalistic world, levels can be increased and equipment can be farmed, but the human heart is the most unpredictable thing in the world. The Jiang Group's experts are indeed powerful, but when faced with a truly desperate situation, or a temptation that could change their fate, who can guarantee that the knife in their backs won't be turned on them? Only those who have truly climbed up from humble beginnings together deserve to be entrusted with your life. No need to look at the information anymore. Tang Yan spoke, his voice steady. I've already decided on the candidate. Jiang Dingshan was stunned for a moment. It's settled? By whom? Lin Fan, Wang Taizhu, Ling Dong, by Shanshan. Tang Yan gave out 4 names. The office fell silent for a moment. Jiang Dingshan blinked, as if to confirm whether he had misheard. He vaguely remembered these names. They were members of Tang Yan's original team called Lingfeng. But the problem is. Also, Raymond, Sumu, and Ellie. Tang Yan continued to add to the discussion. This is the bodyguard team that was previously responsible for protecting Jiang Hanyue. 7 people. After reading out the list, Tang Yan stopped, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. Jiang Dingshan finally realized what was happening. On that resolute face, the expression instantly shifted from astonishment to disbelief, and finally transformed into an uncontrollable rage. Nonsense! The roar made the windows rattle. Tang Yan, do you know what you're doing? This is a national war. It's a fight to the death. Not a picnic for kids. He rushed to Tang Yan in a few steps, his spittle almost flying out. What level are Lin Fan and his group? At most level 35. Raymond and the others are only just level 40. With that kind of strength, if you throw them into a world dungeon full of level 50 monsters, they wouldn't even be cannon fodder. You expect them to fight against the genetically engineered warriors of the United States? To fight against the Onimusha of Japan? This is basically sending them to their deaths. They'll only drag you down with them. Jiang Dingshan was really anxious. He couldn't understand Tang Yan's suicidal decision. Why would you leave a room full of level 50 elites and insist on leading a bunch of low-level newbies? Is this a death wish? Tang Yan put down his teacup, unmoved by Jiang Jingshan's rage. Uncle Jiang, what I want is not the strong person on the data panel. What I want are people who would jump into a fire pit without hesitation, even if I asked them to. Jiang Jingshan paused. You can't risk your life like that. Can loyalty feed you? Can loyalty stop a bullet? Just then, a clear, cold voice broke in. I'll go too. Jiang Hanyue, who had been sitting silently in the corner, stood up. She wore a loose trench coat that concealed her figure, but her stunningly beautiful face was filled with determination. Jiang Jingshan suddenly turned his head and glared at his daughter. Why are you making things worse? You. He was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Dad, this is my own decision. Jiang Hanyue walked to Tang Yan's side, not looking at her father, but staring at Tang Yan's profile. Wherever he goes, I will go. No one in this world is more suitable to stand by his side than I am. Jiang Jingshan was so angry that his hands were trembling as he pointed at Jiang Hanyue's stomach. Have you forgotten your current situation? You still have. That unborn child is the future of the Jiang family, and even more so, Tang Yan's bloodline. Why send a pregnant woman to such a hellish place? This is absolutely insane. Jiang Hanyue remained silent. She simply raised her hand and unbuttoned her trench coat. Splash! The trench coat slipped off. A set of dazzling armor was revealed. It wasn't just ordinary metallic luster, it was like dragon scales, seemingly alive, with each scale breathing and radiating a chilling aura. Crimson light flowed across the surface of the armor, and a deep dragon's roar could be faintly heard. Level 80 mythical set with no level requirement, Dragon's Heart. Boom! A terrifying aura instantly swept through the entire office. Even Jiang Jingshan, a level 89 berserker, felt a suppressive force from the equipment level at this moment. Lu Yen turned pale and subconsciously took 2 steps back, almost falling to the ground. This is the power of mythical level equipment. Even if the wearer doesn't use any skills, the energy overflowing from the equipment itself is enough to suffocate a low-level professional. I have the ability to protect myself. Jiang Hanyue stroked the armor covering her abdomen, where a layer of soft golden light flowed, indicating it was a top-tier protective barrier. Besides, I don't feel comfortable leaving him alone. Jiang Jingshan looked at the priceless gear his daughter was wearing, then at Tang Yan's calm expression, and the curse that was on the tip of his tongue got stuck in his throat. Female students are not allowed to stay in college. It's true what they say, daughters grow up and leave home. With her current defense, this girl could probably stand still and let a level 50 person attack her without breaking through her defenses. But he is a father. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he won't gamble. Hanyu, you shouldn't go for now. Tang Yan finally spoke. He stood up, gently pulled up his trench coat, and draped it over Jiang Hanyue again, covering her astonishing divine attire. The movements were light, yet carried an undeniable force. Jiang Hanyue looked at him. Their eyes met. There was no heated argument, only a kind of silent communication. This instance is too chaotic, and the rules are too dirty. Tang Yan helped her fasten the buttons, his voice low and deep. I don't want to be distracted. You're the safest person outside. If it were a direct confrontation, he wouldn't be afraid to bring Jiang Hanyue along. But this time it's about raising a treacherous snake. It is a collection of all sorts of conspiracies, poisoning, assassinations, and scheming. He needs to be single-minded and become the most ferocious wolf. If Jiang Hanyue were present, that would be his biggest weakness. Jiang Hanyue remained silent for a long time. She understands. It is precisely because I understand that I feel powerless. Finally, she nodded and took a step back. Okay. Dad and I are outside, waiting for your triumphant return. Jiang Jingshan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that his back was completely soaked. If this girl is really determined to go, he really can't stop her. Tang Yan turned around and looked at Jiang Jingshan again. Of the 12 main players, 7 have been confirmed. 4 more are needed. His gaze sharpened, as if he were selecting a suitable weapon. Uncle Jiang, I need you to find the best spots for these 4 places. A top-tier defensive shield warrior, a long-range, high-precision archer, a mage skilled in wide area control and capable of changing the course of the battlefield, and the strongest assassin, the kind who kills without shedding blood. This is the reasonable configuration. The core team is made up of our own people, ensuring absolute execution and loyalty. The peripheral functional roles are filled by top-tier mercenaries, bound by mutual interests, with each party getting what they need. Jiang Jingshan's expression softened slightly after hearing this. That sounds more like human language. At least this kid didn't intend to take all the newbies to their deaths. Okay. Lu Yan, go and make the arrangements. Yes. Lu Yan felt as if she had been granted a pardon and quickly ran out with her tablet. The office fell silent. But the knot in Jiang Jingshan's heart was still not untied. He sat back in his chair, his brows furrowed into a deep frown, staring intently at Tang Yan. The existence of those 7 burdens was like a thorn stuck in his throat. Tang Yang stone. He couldn't help it. I still don't understand. What are you up to? Why do you insist on choosing Lin Fan and the others who are low level? What are you after? You can pick any expert above level 45 in our Jiang group. Aren't they all stronger than Lin Fan and the others? This concerns the fate of the nation and your own life. How can you treat this so lightly? This is not just questioning, but also an anxious feeling of disappointment and frustration. If Tang Yan cannot provide a reasonable explanation, he will reject the list, even if it means losing face. Jiang Hanyue's gaze instantly focused on Tang Yan. She waited for the answer, but she was also a little confused. Tang Yan smiled. He laughed easily, even with a hint of arrogance. Uncle Jiang, I chose them not because of blind confidence, nor because of personal feelings. It's because I can give them the strength to rival any level 50 expert within 2 days. What? Jiang Jingshan looked up abruptly, his face full of astonishment. 2 days? How to turn a group of level 35 newbies into level 50 experts? What a joke! Even if you take a bath with the best experience potion, it's impossible to cross a gap of more than 10 levels in 2 days. This is common sense. This is an ironclad rule. What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Dingshan frowned. How is this possible? Tang Yan did not explain. Facts speak louder than words. He extended his right hand, palm facing up. Uncle Jiang, have you forgotten what my profession is? Buzz. The air trembled slightly. A phantom image of an ancient and illusory furnace slowly emerged in his palm. A 7-colored halo flowed, emanating a heart-pounding, rhythmic fluctuation. That is, replica of everything. That skill that can drive countless material suppliers crazy. But this time, what Tang Yan wants to replicate is not the material. 2 days, which is 48 hours. Tang Yan's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached their ears. My replica of everything cooldown is 50 minutes. That means I can use my skills up to 48 times before entering the dungeon. Jiang Jingshan hadn't yet realized what this number meant. Tang Yan's gaze shifted to the dazzling Heart of the Dragon set worn by Jiang Hanyue. The Heart of the Dragon set that Master Jia crafted for me is an 80-level mythical set with no level requirement. If I were to select a few of the most essential components, such as armor, weapons, and accessories, then dozens of copies were made. Chapter 107. Sorry, I have the wholesale rights to mythical equipment. Boom! Tang Yan's words were like a thunderclap in Jiang Jingshan's mind. He froze in his chair, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. His mouth was wide open, but he couldn't make a sound. Copy, mythical equipment? Is it a mythical equipment with no level restrictions? This is not a support skill at all. This is clearly a mobile arms factory. An army's production line. If that's the case. The problem of Lin Fan and his group being of low level was thus easily solved. Once you put on this divine armor, even a pig can kill a dragon. Even a level 30 newbie can chase down and kill a level 50 expert. This is what equipment dominance is all about. This is the overwhelming advantage that paying players have over ordinary players. Tang Yan is the GM who has the power to spend unlimited money on in-game purchases. Jiang Jingshan felt that his brain was no longer working properly. He only knew that Tang Yan could replicate materials and turn waste into treasure. But he never dreamed that this skill would be so overpowered that it could even copy finished equipment. Moreover, it's a mythic item that ignores level. If this gets out, the global equipment market will collapse. Tang Yan looked at Jiang Jingshan's expression, which seemed as if he had seen a ghost, and slowly put away the illusory furnace in his hand. I'm not leading them to their deaths. His words were calm, yet carried a wild passion that ignited the blood. I am going to lead a team armed with myth to win this war. Jiang Dingshan was stunned for a full minute. His eyes, which had seen countless people and weathered many storms, stared intently at the young man as if he were seeing Tang Yen for the first time. My throat is dry. My heart was pounding. He wanted to say something, but found that language was so inadequate. This kid is a monster. Jiang Jingshan swallowed hard. Are you serious? Can it really be copied? Without any side effects? Without sacrificing lifespan or soul as a price? He didn't believe there was such a cheap thing in the world. Mythical equipment. That is a priceless treasure that even level 90 powerhouses could not obtain in their entire lives. Now you want to do wholesale? Consumes mana and reduces skill cooldown time. Tang Yen shrugged, his tone as casual as if he were discussing the weather. That's all. There are no other costs. Of course, the level of a replica cannot theoretically exceed my own level by 10, but my set of Dragon Heart happens to be a special equipment without level requirement, which perfectly bypasses this restriction. This is the vulnerability. This is what makes the profession of master of all things so unreasonable and a headache for the rules. Bang! Jiang Jingshan slammed his hand down hard on the heavy solid wood desk, the force of which created several clear cracks on the surface. Good. 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 He said good 3 times in a row, his face turning bright red from extreme excitement. If you can really produce this batch of equipment, don't even mention Lin Fan and his group. Even if you bring 10 dogs in, you can make those foreign devils cry for their parents. This is hardly a survival dungeon run. This is clearly a massacre. This is clearly a lesson to those self-righteous foreign elites. Show them what the profound heritage of the great Xia dynasty truly means. This matter must be kept absolutely secret. The next second, Jiang Jingshan's aura suddenly changed. The violent excitement vanished instantly, replaced by a suffocating chill and desolation. He turned his head sharply, his gaze like lightning, locking onto Lu Yan, who had just entered the room. Lu Yan froze, instinctively standing at attention. Commander! Issue my order to die. Jiang Jingshan's voice was terrifyingly low, each word sounding like steel being squeezed out from between his teeth. Activate Abyss Level 1 alert immediately. Not even a fly is allowed to fly out of this floor. Anyone who dares to utter a single word about what happened today will be executed by my own hand, without even needing a military court trial. No matter who they are, no matter which family is backing them. If the United States or Japan knew that Tang Yen possessed such abilities, they would absolutely be willing to wage war to kill him before the instance even begins. This is terrifying. This is equivalent to one person changing the form of war. Lu Yan's face turned deathly pale instantly. Abyss level alert. That was the highest level of combat readiness in the Great Xia Kingdom, which was only activated when the capital faced a devastating attack. She realized that what she had just heard was probably a shocking secret that could overturn the global order. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished. Lu Yan didn't dare ask any more questions, turned around and rushed out of the office, almost bumping into the doorframe because she was in such a hurry. Inside the office. Now that the person has been chosen, the equipment is also fine. Jiang Jingshan rubbed his hands together and paced back and forth in the room, extremely excited. So what do you need for the next 2 days? Materials? Potions? Or a special venue? Time is of the essence. Which pieces of equipment do you plan to copy? What kind of assistance do you need from us? Anything the Jiang Group has, I'll get it for you, even if it means emptying the warehouse. His attitude has now made a complete 180-degree turn. Before, I was worried, now I'm looking forward to it. He couldn't wait to see that group of fully armed newbies wreak havoc in the dungeon. The most crucial thing now is to arm the team members who are about to enter the battlefield. Tang Yen had already thought it through. The Dragon Heart set he's wearing consists of 6 pieces, each of which is of the highest quality. However, considering the team's class composition and actual combat needs, it is impossible to equip everyone with a full set of heavy armor. Building an absolutely loyal and highly effective core team is of paramount importance. This is not only going to war for the country, but also laying the foundation for his own future with an unparalleled force. I need to duplicate 3 pieces of equipment. Tang Yen said. Dragon Heart Helmet provides high amounts of spirit, constitution, and dual defense, as well as 15% casting speed. It is an excellent item for both magic and physical classes. Dragon Heart Belt provides a massive amount of health and mana, directly enhancing the survivability and endurance of all characters. Dragon Heart Boots provides a high amount of agility, strength, and spirit, and most importantly, a 50% movement speed bonus. On the battlefield, being fast means being able to chase down enemies and escape, which is the first element of survival. The three items he chose, helmet, belt, and boots, are the most versatile and offer the most significant improvement for any profession. It allows teammates to gain the most direct and comprehensive attribute leap while retaining their own professional strengths. Alright. These three items. Jiang Jingshan immediately decided. What do you need? Blue potion? Or a place to rest? I need a completely quiet room, Tang Yan said bluntly. Also, a large quantity of mana restoration potions, the highest grade kind, that can instantly restore your mana to full. To use, replica of everything, continuously, mana is the biggest bottleneck. One more thing, after the personnel are selected, have them gather here. I will give them special training in the next 2 days to help them adapt to the new equipment. The attribute bonuses of that level of equipment are terrifying. If you don't get used to it beforehand, it's easy to lose control of your power. No problem. Jiang Jingshan waved his hand dramatically, exuding an imposing aura. I'll personally contact that old bastard Song Xuanmo right now. I'll get all of his Song family's most treasured holy spring water and tears of God for you. If he dares to make any excuses, I'll take my men and raise his potion research institute to the ground today. With Tang Yan as his trump card, capable of overturning everything, Jiang Jingshan is now so powerful he could pierce the sky. Despite being filled with doubts and not knowing why Jiang Jingshan suddenly needed such a large quantity of top-tier mana-restoring potions, Song Xuanma dared not be negligent in the slightest. In less than half an hour, boxes of tightly sealed, holy spring water, radiating pure and gentle energy fluctuations, were urgently transported to the Jiang group and piled up like a small mountain outside the secret room. Tang Yan did not waste a single second. He entered the absolutely soundproof secret room prepared by Jiang Jingshan, sat cross-legged, and adjusted himself to his best state. Then, he removed the Dragonheart helmet from his body and placed it in front of him. Replicating everything. Buzz. A familiar illusory furnace appeared and swallowed the helmet. The semi-transparent progress bar began to jump slowly but steadily. Finally, after almost a minute. Bite. A crisp system notification sounded, and the furnace flashed with light. 2 identical Dragonheart helmets floated silently in front of Tang Yan. It was a success. Tang Yan picked up a bottle of holy spring water and tilted his head back to gulp it down. A cool energy instantly spread throughout his body, and the mana he had just used was instantly restored. Once the 50-minute cooldown period is up. Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Yan calmly picked up a piece of equipment and activated the skill again. Buzz. The furnace reappears. A myth wholesale phenomenon, capable of driving professionals worldwide to madness and keeping world leaders up at night, quietly began in this dark, underground chamber. The assembly line has officially begun operation. Chapter 108: The Life Alchemist's Mad Gamble, Nation vs. Temptation of Immortality. Late at night, at the top floor, top secret laboratory of the Song's Pharmaceutical Group headquarters. The lights were dim, and the air was filled with a strange smell of various rare medicinal herbs and alchemical solvents. Song, who paced back and forth on the alloy floor like a trapped beast, his steps heavy, his face full of frustration and resentment. Tang Yan. It's that Tang Yan again. He stopped abruptly, slamming his fist on the lab table beside him with a dull thud. It was him last time at the Treasure Pavilion. He made me lose face in front of Hanyu. And now, the Holy Throne has actually given him such an important captain position. Who does he think he is? Some wild brat who appeared out of nowhere. He grew angrier the more he thought about it, his chest heaving violently. Jiang Hanyue had always been the object of his desire for a marriage alliance, which was not only about personal feelings, but also about the combination of the two major powers of the Song family and the Jiang family. Tang Yan's appearance completely disrupted his plans and made him a laughingstock in the industry. This shame and jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. Enough! A deep rebuke interrupted his complaining. Sitting in the shadows on an antique rattan chair, Song Xuanma slowly raised his head, his gaze behind his gold-rimmed glasses calm yet somewhat cold. He glanced at his youngest son, his eyes filled with obvious disappointment. What kind of time is this to be thinking about these petty things like romance and jealousy? Song Xuanma's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. Look at your older brother. When has he ever been as impatient as you? This mission, the bigger picture, is what matters. Song, who was scolded by his father, his face turning red and white in turns. He gritted his teeth, but in the end he didn't dare to talk back. He angrily retreated to the side, but the resentment in his eyes did not diminish at all. Song Xuanma ignored him and turned to the tall figure who had been standing quietly in the center of the laboratory, his eldest son, Song Bao. Although Song Bao was dressed in civilian clothes, his upright posture and calm demeanor still revealed him to be a top-notch soldier. His face was resolute, and his eyes were deep. Compared to his younger brother Songhu, he appeared much more mature and composed. Leopard, Song Xuanma's voice softened a bit. You didn't get a spot in the main combat group this time in the world instance, and you're feeling disappointed, I understand. Song Bao remained calm and bowed slightly. Father, you flatter me. The Holy See has its reasons for making this arrangement. Being in charge of the resource collection team and providing support for the team is also an important responsibility, and I will do my utmost to fulfill it. His words were polite and revealed no emotion whatsoever. But Song Xuanma knew that his eldest son was resolute and ambitious. Beneath this outward compliance, there may well be a trace of resentment. It's good that you think that way. Song Xuanma nodded, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. The main team goes there to fight desperately, to be the target. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. The United States and Japan, aren't they both eyeing Tang Yin? If he wants to be a hero, let him be one. Your task is to gather resources and ensure logistics, which is the lifeblood of the team. Remember, stability is paramount. Do not act impulsively, and especially do not get involved in the dangerous direct conflicts of the main force. As long as we control the resources and supplies, who in this instance won't have to defer to the Song family? Only by living can we produce results. Only by living can we have the right to talk about the future. Song Bao's eyes flickered slightly, and he lowered his head to reply. Yes, son, I understand. Just then, a simple silver bracelet on Song Xuanma's wrist suddenly emitted an extremely faint vibration at a specific frequency. His expression changed instantly, and he raised his hand to signal Song Bao and Song Hu to be quiet. He strode to the innermost wall of the laboratory and tapped rapidly with his fingers in several hidden spots. The wall slid open silently, revealing a more secluded communications room filled with signal jamming devices. Song Xuanma went inside, and the walls closed. He took a deep breath and activated the encrypted communication array. A holographic projection, heavily encrypted and disguised, lit up, revealing a human figure. The other party was in a technologically advanced, brightly lit room, which contrasted sharply with the dark and secluded room where Song Xuanma was. The figure's face was blurred, but the Star Shield insignia on the shoulder straps was clearly visible. Star Shield, the highest intelligence and special operations agency of the United States. The communication lasted approximately 15 minutes. When Song Xuanma emerged from the secret chamber again, his gaunt face held an unusually complex expression. The previous calm was replaced by a dark emotion mixed with shock, greed, and struggle. His hands even trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. He slowly sat back in the wicker chair, remained silent for a long while, and then murmured to himself in a low, hoarse voice, almost like a dream. All the core data from the Gene Warrior project, and one more, a sample of the primordial sap from the Tree of Life. These two things, like the most deadly poison, precisely targeted his lifelong pursuit and desire. Song Xuanma was obsessed with the alchemy of life throughout his life. He studied gene enhancement drugs and deciphered ancient life runes. What he sought was to break the shackles of the weak life of mortals and to glimpse or even control the long and powerful life forms of gods. The Gene Warrior project in the United States combines the world's most advanced biotechnology and forbidden alchemical achievements. Its core data is the key to his dream and is priceless. And the sap of the Tree of Life is a sacred object that only exists in myths and ancient ruins. Legend has it that it possesses the magical power to reverse life and death, reshape the body, and even prolong the origin of life. For a top alchemist whose life is nearing its end and who is filled with fear and resistance to death, this temptation is almost irresistible. The exchange terms proposed by the United States did not sound harsh. They did not demand that Song Xuanma openly betray the Great Xia, nor did they demand that he provide state secrets. All they needed was for Song Bao to create some reasonable trouble and minor accidents for Tang Yin, the newly appointed captain of the Great Xia dynasty, at certain appropriate times after entering the land of fallen gods instance. They didn't even need Song Bao to attack Tang Yin himself. They only needed to use their positions to create chaos, delays, and difficulties, thus creating opportunities for others to assassinate Tang Yin. The ultimate goal of the United States is to obtain a complete biological sample of Tang Yin, preferably a living specimen, or at least a complete corpse. They want him, they want to study him. In Song Xuanma's mind, the processed, cold electronic voice from the communication channel rang out again. The other party made it clear that Tang Yan's demonstrated capabilities have attracted great attention from the highest-level scientific advisory group of the United States. They believe that Tang Yan's gene sequence and energy circulation pattern may contain a rule power that transcends current understanding, which is the key to unlocking the essence of the player system and even realizing the artificial rule controller. In their eyes, Tang Yan was no longer just a simple genius player, but an unprecedented, living super research sample. His value even surpasses the outcome of this instance itself. In Song Xuanma's mind, Tang Yan's young, calm, yet seemingly unfathomable face uncontrollably appeared. He knew the young man's potential and was even more aware of his importance to the future of Great Xia. Xian Yuan Wuji's exceptional promotion and Jiang Jingshan's full support both illustrate this point. Logically, he should have done everything in his power to protect such a vital national asset. But the deep-seated desire for the data of the gene god of war and the sap of the tree of life burned like a wildfire, instantly consuming that faint sense of national pride and moral restraint. As long as he can obtain those data and sacred objects, he can break through the bottleneck and become an unprecedented god of life alchemy. At that time, he alone will be able to protect the Great Xia and even lead humanity into a new era. In contrast, Tang Yan, this uncertain variable, may actually bring greater disaster because of his abnormally extraordinary abilities. For Song Xuanma, who seeks absolute control, an uncontrollable master of all things capable of freely replicating rule-level items is itself a potential threat. He could not tolerate an existence that might overturn the existing order or even rise above him in the future. Selfish desires, ambition, a thirst for unknown power, and a fear of Tang Yan's potential threat intertwined, ultimately overwhelming reason in loyalty. He sat there for a long time, the struggle on his face gradually fading, replaced by a cold determination and a hint of madness. Leopard. A moment later, Song Xuanma looked up at Song Bao, who was sitting to the side wiping his shield, and said in an unquestionable commanding tone, "The plan has changed. Regarding this instance, you're in Song whose mission needs some adjustments. Listen carefully." Chapter 109 Wholesale Divine Gear, Everyone's a Titan. The following afternoon, the air in the sealed room was dry and scorching, filled with the static electricity of residual high-intensity energy. Tang Yan sat on the futon, the empty bottle of holy spring water in his hand rolled to the side with a crisp sound. "It's done." He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, looking at the 36 pieces of dark gold equipment neatly arranged in front of him. 12 helmets, 12 belts, and 12 pairs of combat boots. Each piece radiates a mythical aura of 7 colors, and when stacked together, the visual impact is so strong it could burn through one's retina. This is the prototype of an army. Squeak. The heavy alloy door to the sealed room was pushed open a crack. Jiang Jingshan's figure squeezed in. This seasoned military leader, who had seen it all, suddenly paused when he saw the pile of mythical equipment stacked on the ground like cabbages. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Although I already knew what Tang Yan was doing, seeing this scene with my own eyes still made my head buzz. This is mythical clothing. The top guilds outside would fight tooth and nail to snatch a single mythic item, but here they just do wholesale. Is this reserved for foreign players? Jiang Jingshan pointed to the extra sets, his voice a little unsteady. Being prepared is always better than being caught off guard. Tang Yan propped himself up on his knees to stand up, stretching his stiff neck, his joints cracking. Has the person arrived yet? The people you picked are already waiting in the underground training ground, and the remaining 4 are on their way. Jiang Jingshan withdrew his greedy gaze, walked over, and patted Tang Yan heavily on the shoulder. Kid, if word got out about this trick of yours, all the equipment dealers in the world would be jumping off buildings. Tang Yan didn't reply, but stood up and glanced at the equipment on the ground. Let's go, it's time to change their clothes. The Jiang group has 3 underground floors, which house a top-level combat readiness training ground. The walls around the room were covered with dense defensive runes, and pale blue light flowed across the metal surface. This was a top-tier arena capable of withstanding the full force of a level 90 powerhouse. 7 figures stood in the center of the empty space, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Lin Fan stood still, gripping the epic greatsword he had exchanged for at the quartermaster's. Brother Fan, what do you think this is all about? Wang Taizhu nervously rubbed his hands together, a huge tower shield slung over his back like a tortoise shell. Such a grand display, even the commander's private training ground has been opened. He pointed around. 2 rows of heavily armed guards stood at the entrance, all elites of level 50 or above. Not even a fly could get in. Have no idea. Lin Fan frowned, his gaze sweeping over the guards. But it's definitely not a small matter. Look at those guards over there, they're very menacing. Bai Shanshan gripped the staff tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white. Could it be about that world instance? This news has been spreading like wildfire lately, and the forums are buzzing with discussion. The Great Xia Kingdom is forming a suicide squad to compete with global powers for its national destiny. Don't overthink it. Raymond, who had been silent all along, finally spoke, the level 42 temple bulwark wiping dust off his breastplate. We're not qualified for that level of battlefield. Even if we're cannon fodder, we need to be at least level 45. That's a very blunt and hurtful statement. But no one refuted it. This is reality. They are considered top players by ordinary gamers, but in the face of the real state apparatus, they can't even get a ticket to the game. Just then, the heavy alloy doors slid open slowly to both sides, the sound of gears meshing dull and powerful. Tang Yan walked in. Behind them followed Jiang Jingshan and Jiang Hanyue, who was wearing a trench coat and exuded an aura that kept strangers at bay. Brother Yan. Tang Yingstone. Upon seeing that familiar figure, the eyes of the 7 people instantly lit up. That's the backbone. Wang Taizhu was about to rush up and give Tang Yan a bear hug, but he was forced to stop in his tracks by the faint but powerful aura emanating from Tang Yan. Tang Yan has changed after just a few days. If before it was a knife hidden in its sheath, now it's a mountain pressing down on your head. Tang Yan walked up to the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the familiar faces. No nonsense. There was no small talk. He threw a bomb directly. Tomorrow, I will lead a team into a world instance. Tang Yan's voice echoed in the empty training field, and you are my team members. Quiet. A deathly silence. The 7 people gaped, their expressions frozen, as if they had heard something unbelievable. The giant sword in Lin Fan's hand slammed to the ground with a clang, making a buzzing sound. After several seconds, Wang Taizhu finally stammered out, his fat face trembling. Yen. Brother Yen, you're not kidding, are you? We're going to a world instance? He pointed to his own nose, his face filled with terror. It's full of monsters. I heard the minimum level requirement is 50. If we go in, wouldn't that be like delivering takeout to someone else? It's not that they're cowards. This reflects a clear understanding of one's own capabilities. This is like sending a bunch of elementary school kids to play in the NBA Finals. It's not a matter of courage, it's masochism. Tang Yingstone. Lin Fan grew anxious and took a step forward. I know you want to take care of your brothers. But this is a national war. We can't act impulsively. He pointed to his teammates behind him. Old Wang is only level 38, and Shanshan is only level 35. We can't even break through the defenses of the mobs. This isn't helping you, it's just being a burden. You will die. Lin Fan roared, veins bulging on his neck. They are not afraid of death. But they were afraid of causing Tang Yan's death. That world instance is a meat grinder. If you bring a bunch of burdens in, even if Tang Yan has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will be dragged to death. Bai Shanshan bit her lip, and the gem at the top of her staff dimmed. Boss Tang Yan. Lin Fan is right. We really can't do it. Even if you want to keep up with him, the gap in reality is still there. The gap in social class is an insurmountable barrier. Jiang Jingshan stood behind without saying a word, simply crossing his arms and watching the scene with great interest. These kids' reaction showed they had some self-awareness. Tang Yan smiled as she looked at their anxious, guilty, and self-doubting expressions. That's why he chose these people. In a critical moment, they weren't thinking about whether they could gain any benefits, but rather whether they would drag him down. Who says you can't do it? Tang Yan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. From the darkness behind them, several staff members pushed out a cart covered with a black cloth. The sound of wheels rolling across the ground was particularly jarring in the quiet training ground. Lift the cloth. Splash. The black cloth fell to the ground. The dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire underground training ground, and the originally dim space seemed to be filled with 3 rainbows. On the cart, 21 pieces of equipment were neatly arranged. 7 ferocious and imposing dragon head helmets. 7 shimmering dragon scale belts. 7 pairs of dark gold boots engraved with storm runes. Each and every one of them emanated a terrifying, mythical quality that made their very souls tremble. The fluctuations were like a group of sleeping dragons slowly opening their eyes. This is... Lin Fan's lips trembled. He felt his mind go blank, and his throat felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand. God, mythical equipment? Even Raymond, a seasoned veteran of the temple's stronghold, stammered, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. The highest level equipment he had ever seen in his life was mythical grade, which he had only caught a glimpse of in an auction house display case. Now, there's a whole bunch of mythical gear here? Like setting up a street stall? Tang Yen and Jiang Hanyu emerged from behind the equipment. These are prepared for you. Tang Yan's voice was calm, as if he were asking what to eat tonight. Prepared for us? Bai Shanshan felt like she was dreaming. She even pinched her thigh. Tang Yen, these mythical equipment pieces should be of a high level, right? The visual effects alone are off. We're not high enough level to wear them. This is common sense. The higher the level of the equipment, the higher the required level. High-level divine equipment, for a level 35 player? Isn't that just for show? Tang Yen didn't explain, but simply picked up a dragon heart helmet and walked up to Lin Fan. Give it a try. The helmet was heavy, and its dark gold metallic surface felt warm to the touch, as if dragon blood flowed within it. Lin Fan mechanically took the helmet, his hands trembling. Looking into Tang Yan's calm, unwavering eyes, he inexplicably put the helmet on his head. Close your eyes and wait for the system notification sound of insufficient level. However, there was no notification sound. Buzz. A flash of dark golden light appeared, and the dragon head relief on the helmet seemed to come alive, emitting a deep dragon roar. The helmet fit his head perfectly, and an unimaginable, immense force surged from the top of his head into his limbs and bones. That's a pure, brute force attribute bonus. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, and the attribute panel that popped up in his field of vision almost made him kneel down on the spot. Name, Lin Fan. Level, LV 35. HP, 8,500 greater than 10,500. MP, 2,200 greater than 5,200. Physical defense, 1,800 greater than 3,300. Magic defense, 1,100 greater than 2,300. Casting attack speed, plus 15%. This is not just about numbers jumping around. This is a qualitative leap. With just one helmet, his health increased by 2,000 points. The dual defense is doubled. His current stats completely surpass those of an ordinary level 45 warrior. This is impossible. Lin Fan took off his helmet and put it back on, repeatedly confirming that it wasn't a hallucination. No level restrictions, he exclaimed in disbelief. Boom! The entire training ground erupted in chaos. It really is a level less mythical equipment. My God! Am I dreaming? 3. Everyone has 3. Wang Taizhu roared and rushed forward, grabbing a belt and putting it on as quickly as if he were grabbing a buffet. Holy crap! My health increased by 50,000. My mana increased by 30,000. I'm tankier than a level 50 boss now. Ling Dong picked up the boots, his hands trembling. Agility plus 300. Movement speed plus 50%. Who needs stealth? I can just run over, stab them to death, and run back before they can even react. Everyone has gone mad. Their eyes were filled with fervor as they looked at the remaining equipment on the cart. All the previous fear, worry, and inferiority vanished at this moment. This isn't going to your death. This is clearly a case of using cheats to stomp on noobs. Wearing this outfit, let alone level 50 monsters, they would even dare to challenge the genetic warriors of the United States. Tang Yen looked at his teammates, who had gone into a frenzy, and nodded in satisfaction. Morale is available. He walked up to Raymond and handed the composed knight a set of 3. Captain Raymond, you are the team's main tank. These 3 items will make you indestructible. Raymond accepted it with trembling hands. This tough, iron-willed man's eyes were even a little red at this moment. This is not just about equipment. This is trust. This is the trust we place in them, and trusting our lives to them. Captain Tang. Raymond took a deep breath, abruptly brought his legs together, and saluted. Mission accomplished. Anyone who tries to harm you will have to step over my dead body first. Tang Yen then walked up to Su Mu. Miss Su Mu, you are a healer. More mana and survivability will allow you to save more people. Su Mu held the pair of shimmering boots, tears welling up in her eyes. With this equipment, she no longer has to worry about running out of mana and watching her teammates fall. Alright, stop getting sentimental. Tang Yen clapped his hands, interrupting everyone's emotional outburst. Putting on the gear is just the first step. His voice turned cold, carrying a chilling aura. We don't have much time left, so I'll be giving you special training here. I want you to fully adapt to the surge and attributes and learn how to fight in this equipment as quickly as possible. Because the enemies we face are not just monsters. Tang Yen turned around and gently tapped his staff on the ground. He is the world's top hunter. Tell me, do you dare to fight? The 7 people put on their gear in one go. The dark golden light stretched out in one continuous line, like a great wall of steel. Lin Fan raised the giant sword, his aura becoming several times stronger than before. War! The roar was deafening, even the dome of the training ground seemed to be buzzing. Jiang Jingshan stood in the corner, looking at this completely transformed team, and couldn't help but let a huge smile spread across his face. He could almost picture the expressions on the faces of those bastards from the US and Japan as they were being utterly crushed by these low-level newbies in the dungeon. That would definitely be absolutely amazing. Chapter 110. With divine gear and cheat codes, the newbie crushes those above his level. The roar was deafening, buzzing and echoing under the dome of the empty training ground for a long time. Just as this fervent fighting spirit reached its peak, the heavy alloy door slid open slowly once again. Lu Yan walked in wearing high heels, followed by 4 figures. Unlike the soaring aura of Lin Fan and the others, the aura emanating from these 4 people was restrained and profound, like 4 ancient wells with unfathomable depths. But the moment they stepped onto the field, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire arena, instantly cooling down the previously boiling atmosphere. That was the oppressive aura of a top-tier expert above level 50. The commotion from Lin Fan and the others abruptly ceased. They instinctively straightened up, feeling the powerful aura that seemed capable of crushing people, and their hearts tightened. Let me introduce you. Lu Yan turned to the side and began to introduce herself. The first person to step forward was a silent man, even more robust than Wang Taizhu, carrying a dark tower shield almost the size of a door on his back and a heavy halberd in his hand. He just stood there, giving people the illusion that he was one with the earth. Yuashan, a level 50 mountain fortress, is a top-tier defensive shield warrior. The second was a woman in a blue robe, with a cold and beautiful face, exuding a faint chill, which was out of place in the training ground where the atmosphere was lively due to the glow of the equipment. Han Yun, level 50 frost mage, a large area control mage. The third figure slid out almost against the shadows of the corner of the wall. If Lu Yan hadn't specifically pointed him out, no one would have even noticed his presence. He was completely shrouded in a black robe, with only his emotionless eyes visible. Jingli, a level 53 netherworld walker, is the strongest assassin, skilled in tracking and eliminating enemies. The last person was a young man dressed in magnificent epic leather armor and carrying a longbow that shimmered with light. He was handsome, but his chin was slightly raised, exuding an undisguised arrogance. Zhang Yulon, a level 50 Wind Ranger archer, is one of the most outstanding geniuses in the Jiang group. Jiang Jingshan stepped forward, patted Zhang Yulon on the shoulder, and introduced him to Tang Yen. These 4 are top-notch experts that Lu Yan carefully selected from the group and the military according to your requirements. They are absolutely reliable. Zhang Yulon bowed respectfully to Jiang Jingshan, then turned to Tang Yen. Although he also bowed, the scrutinizing look in his eyes was undisguised. He glanced at Tang Yen, then at the group of veteran players behind him whose average level was less than 40. His hidden jealousy and disdain almost seeped out of his bones. Captain Tang. Zhang Yulong spoke, his attitude relatively respectful, but the barb in his words was quite obvious. I'm honored to join this team. However, this world raid is related to the fate of our nation and is extremely dangerous. I just have some concerns. He paused, seemingly considering his words, but ultimately spoke. Are our teammates really capable enough to handle such a situation? I'm not questioning your decision, but on the battlefield, any weakness can be fatal. After these words were spoken, Yushan, Han Yun, and Jingli did not say anything, but their positions made their stance clear. They stood with Zhang Yulong, clearly separated from Tang Yan's veteran team members. This is a concern in the minds of all foreign players. It's acceptable to have them take orders from a young man in his 31st year. But they can't entrust their backs to a bunch of level 35 newbies. Tang Yan remained calm, as if he hadn't noticed the provocation in her words at all. Establishing authority is essential. Otherwise, the team would fall apart before even entering the instance. What he wanted wasn't a group of mercenaries who were only superficially united, but a knife that could strike wherever it was pointed. Your concerns are perfectly normal. Tang Yan spoke, his gaze passing over Zhang Yulong and landing on the silent, mountain-like shield warrior. Yue Shan. Yushan raised his head. Let's make a bet. Tang Yan's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Let Lin Fan have a match with you. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Lin Fan is only level 38, while Yushan is a top-tier level 50 tank. There's a 12-level gap between them, and the difference in attributes is insurmountable. Jiang Yulong looked at Tang Yan as if he were a fool, and almost burst out laughing. He felt that Tang Yan had been blinded by victory and had actually made such a humiliating request. Han Yan also shook her head slightly, feeling that this was complete nonsense. If Lin Fan loses, Tang Yan continued, completely ignoring the reactions of the crowd, I voluntarily relinquish this captaincy. But if Yushan doesn't win, from now until the end of the dungeon, you must obey any of my orders unconditionally. No objections are allowed. This is too big a bet. Jiang Jingshan's heart tightened, and he was about to speak when Tang Yan stopped him with a gesture. Yushan remained silent for a moment, then spoke in a deep, muffled voice. I accept. But this is a friendly exchange, not a life or death struggle. He stepped forward and planted his halberd into the ground with a dull thud. I'll only use 30% of my strength. If he can make me take a step back, then you win. These words were full of the arrogance of the strong, but to everyone else they sounded perfectly reasonable. Lin Fan took a deep breath and snapped out of his shock. He looked at Tang Yan and saw a pair of calm and trusting eyes. A surge of heat rushed to the top of my head. Good. He strode out, his eyes burning with fighting spirit as he stared intently at Yushan. The center of the training field was cleared out in an instant. Yushan spread his feet slightly apart, activating his defensive stance, Mountain Guardian. His aura deepened, as if he had truly merged with the earth beneath his feet, remaining as immovable as a mountain. Drink! Upon seeing this, Lin Fan roared, but instead of unleashing the fighting spirit expected of a berserker, a strange dark golden aura swirled around his body. Boom! He moved, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Jiang Yulong's playful smile instantly froze on his face. Wow, so fast. This speed is not something a level 35 berserker should have. The intricate storm runes on those dark gold boots suddenly lit up, and Lin Fan transformed into a blur, instantly traversing a distance of 20 meters. Yushan's pupils contracted slightly. It's here. He subconsciously pressed down on the tower shield, and the earthen yellow light surged. Clang! The greatsword clashed with the tower shield. Instead of the expected dull thud, a piercing metallic clang erupted, like two high-speed trains colliding head-on. A terrifying shockwave emanated from the two individuals, spreading wildly outwards in a ring shape. The weapon racks around them collapsed with a crash. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. It's over. Jiang Yulong instinctively wanted to clap his hands. In his opinion, in such a head-on collision, Lin Fan would definitely have been blasted away. However, the smoke and dust cleared. Everyone gasped in shock. Yushan still held up his shield. But the special alloy ground beneath his feet had been plowed with two furrows, each half a foot deep. He withdrew. They retreated a full 3 meters. Lin Fan, however, remained in his chopping stance, his feet rooted to the ground, not retreating an inch. That's impossible. Han Yan cried out, and the ice crystal she was playing with fell to the ground with a clatter. Yushan felt a tingling sensation in his left arm holding the shield, and a tearing pain shot through his tiger's mouth. The power of that sword strike just now. Is that level 35? That's a fucking humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. His attribute panel shows a physical defense of 4,000 points, and with the damage reduction from Immovable Mountain, even a berserker of the same level would not be able to knock him back in one hit. But just a moment ago, he clearly felt an extremely tyrannical force that directly broke through his defense threshold. Lin Fan slowly sheathed his sword. Heavy breathing came from beneath the mask, but the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Cool. That was awesome. Is this the blessing of mythical equipment? Strength plus 200, physical attack plus 15%. These are not just cold numbers, but real destructive power. Again. Lin Fan roared and raised his sword again. This time, a crimson aura of fury ignited on the sword, the berserker's signature skill, Mountain Crash. Yushan's expression changed. He sensed a threat. The real threat. If he becomes too arrogant, he might end up making a mess of things. Good lad. Yushan roared and stopped holding back, his earthy yellow light instantly turning dark red. Innate skill, giant descends from the sky. His body suddenly rose higher, his muscles bulged, and the tower shield in his hand seemed to become lighter, carrying a whistling sound as he actively smashed it towards Lin Fan's giant sword. This is a full-force attack from a level 50 powerhouse. Careful! Raymond cried out in alarm and tried to rush to his aid. If that hits hard, a level 35 body will definitely be turned into mincemeat. But Lin Fan didn't dodge. He had nowhere to hide. Since we can't avoid it, we'll just have to tough it out. Lin Fan roared, and the dragon scale patterns on his belt flashed wildly as a massive life force instantly flowed into his heart. Bang! The greatsword clashed with the tower shield once more. This time the commotion was even greater than before. The entire dome of the underground training ground was shaking and dust was falling. Lin Fan was smashed so hard that he sank half a foot into the ground. But he didn't fall. His health bar dropped drastically, but the next second, a bright green light shone from all three pieces of equipment on his body. Mythical set bonus 3-3, Dragon Blood Revival. When damaged, there is a 30% chance to instantly restore 20% of your maximum health. Whoosh! The health bar, which had been dropping, instantly returned to full, as if a bug had occurred. Yushan stared wide-eyed at Lin Fan, who was completely unharmed and even baring his teeth at him, and his mentality completely collapsed. Can't be defeated? He was a level 50 heavy armor barrier user, and even with his ultimate talent activated, he couldn't even damage a level 35 ult. Is there any justice in this world? That's enough. Tang Yan's voice rang out at just the right moment. It was neither too light nor too heavy, yet it clearly pierced through the noisy battlefield. Lin Fan immediately sheathed his sword and took a step back. Although he was panting, his spirit and energy were like that of a general who had just won a battle. Yushan also withdrew his supernatural powers, looked at his still slightly trembling arm, and then looked at the freak opposite him. His expression was extremely interesting. He lost. Although he wasn't defeated, he lost completely in terms of the rules. The entire training ground was deathly quiet. Zhang Yulong's mouth was agape, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. Han Yun stared intently at Lin Fan's equipment, her eyes gleaming with fanaticism. Even a fool could see it. It's not Lin Fanxiang. That equipment, that's divine gear. A true divine weapon that can transcend level gaps.